Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Good morning, Chicago. Welcome to this final day of 2024. It is New Year's Eve. I am Alex Kuhn, in for Dustin Rhodes, who has the well-earned day off. I have Tyler Farringall here on the ones and twos, and we're getting you set for Mully and Haugh, which comes your way at 5:30. Both Mully and David are out today, so that means that Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky are in, and they have a great show planned for you today. Coming up at 6 o'clock, they will pick apart the top 6 stories of the day inside the Pick 6. At 7 o'clock, Brad Biggs time. He will talk some football. The Chicago Tribune Bears beat reporter joins the show at 7 o'clock. Then we will have the coach, Dave Wanstad, in studio for 2 segments starting at 7:40. And Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk stops by at 8:40. Jarrett Payton of WGN will join the show at 9 o'clock. Plenty going on today. The Bulls pick up a 115-108 win over the Charlotte Hornets last night to improve to 15-18 on the season. The Bears announced yesterday, Thomas Brown, the interim head coach, that all healthy starters will play on Sunday against the Packers. And the Blues versus Blackhawks in the Winter Classic will commence this afternoon at Wrigley Field with a puck drop of 4 p.m. And speaking of the Winter Classic, Circus Sports Illinois invites you to join the Score at Trace in Wrigleyville today from 2 to 6 p.m. Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi will be broadcasting live before the Winter Showdown on New Year's Eve, celebrating the Outdoor Hockey Classic between the Blackhawks and Blues. That's Trace in Wrigleyville today from 2 to 6 p.m. It's all brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois, sports betting the way it should be. So I want to start with something from yesterday on this program when Mark Grody and Dan Wiederer were hosting, and the great Olin Kreutz, the former center for the Bears, a part of the all-decade team, he joined the show, and he was first asked, is the Bears culture broken? And if so, what can they do to fix it?
The eternal question, right? The one we ask every year when we get to the end of a Bears season, and even we have a little hope coming into this year. There's so many questions and things seem to fall apart, either on the field, off the field, whether it be coaching, whether it be upstairs, the plan, putting a team together never seems to work out, keeping guys healthy. So it looks like it's going to start with Kevin Warren. He's the new guy, right? He's the new guy in charge up there at Haugh. I know he was mostly brought in to build the new stadium, but if you take a look at things, he's probably the one asking up there right now, gosh, what are you guys doing with this football team, right? So he's got to change some things around, decide whether Ryan Poles stays or goes, and you can make an argument that he should go, right, with all what's happened this year and the record he has as a general manager. But it's this question we keep asking up there at Haugh, how are they going to get things fixed? The thing you dare them to do, right, the thing that a lot of people say about football. And I always ask them, well, define that for me, right? People always talk to you about culture, right? We got to fix our culture. And I say, well, define for me what you think is broken, because it's easy to say culture, right? What is your culture? And your culture is the people you bring into your building, right? You can't force guys to lift weights once they get to Haugh. They just got to be those kind of guys, the kind of guys that lift weights, the kind of guys that study film, the kind of guys that want to win football games, and the kind of people you bring into your building, guys, are the guys who create your culture. And I don't know if people understand that. People keep saying the Bears culture is broken. Well, I dare them to define it. Define what culture is, define what's broken, and then, because if you can't define it, you can't fix it. And we know they can't fix it.
The great Olin Kreutz yesterday with Grody and Wiederer discussing the Bears culture. And one of the other things that has been a huge storyline this season, the lack of protection for Caleb Williams, who has been sacked 67 times so far this year. The offensive line has been a major disappointment for the Bears. And Ryan Poles, the Bears general manager, has kind of been at the front of that. Olin Kreutz shared his thoughts on Ryan Poles and how he evaluates offensive linemen.
There was a lot of questions that we talked about for since he got here 3 years ago, right? Since his first draft, when he started to draft for 2 cornerbacks, came back and just kept seemed like he was avoiding taking offensive linemen, avoiding putting more assets in that room. And we kept talking about, man, you got to put more players in there who you can depend on in case there's a problem. You know, when he skipped taking a number 1 center in the draft 2 years in a row, and Cam Jurgens and John Michael Schmitz, you start to get a little bit worried about, okay, you don't have enough young players in there to develop. And a lot of people would say to me, man, I know you worked with Braxton Jones, which I did 1 year, right? I trained with him for a couple of months, but you keep saying put guys in there to challenge him. I would say, man, if you're a good football player, you're not scared of competition, right? There's not enough guys in the NFL who block guys that if you can block, you'll play in the NFL. So you don't really care how many guys they bring in. You just keep beating them up. Like that's the point of the NFL, right? That the most elite football players are there. You looked at Ryan Bates. You looked at Nate Davis. That story went on forever. The Nate Davis story felt like, right? It's like, that's like, I remember I told somebody in August, I told Big Cat Williams in my gym, I said, they got to get rid of that guy already, right? He's affecting your culture, right? That's what I'm talking about, right? You give money to a guy who doesn't want to play football. And he's not showing up and playing football. And you're wondering what's wrong with your culture. I'm not. I know what's wrong with it, right? It's the guys you put in your building. So like that's why, and I remember Tom saying, oh, you would get rid of Nate Davis. I would say, yes. I can't let him affect my team like that. Yeah. I can't let him do that to me. And then you bring Bates to play center, and he doesn't play center. And Tevin Jenkins, he's just in and out too much, even when he plays well. So you got to bring in guys who come in to compete, to get after people on that offensive line. You could see that offensive line could be a major problem, and it ended up being one. I mean, the last game they played, they had 4 guys in positions you didn't think they were going to be in to start the year.
So that's the offensive line, according to Olin Kreutz. What does he think about how we should evaluate Caleb Williams, despite all the dysfunction that he has seen this season with his offensive coordinator and head coach leaving, the issues on the offensive line? Here's Olin Kreutz's thoughts on QB1.
It's a great question because the same thing we said about Justin Fields, right? Did he have enough talent for us to evaluate him? Did he have enough, a good enough coaching staff for us to evaluate whether we should keep Justin Fields or move on? And to be honest with you guys, I'm in the same spot with Caleb Williams. Look, I couldn't imagine being a rookie center and then walking in one day and say, you know what, Olin, we're going to fire the OC. Oh, right on, man. You know, that's awesome. Oh, we're going to move on from your O-line coach. And by the way, we're going to fire the head coach and put the guy in charge who's really not in anybody's meetings because he's the for me, it would be the run game coordinator. Well, he's the run game coordinator. Oh, right on. And we're going to have a new defensive play caller. All I'm saying, guys, so much chaos in this year. I'm basically at the same point I was when I watched Caleb's college film. Tons of talent, a lot to work on, right? You can tell his under center footwork, he's playing from under center, he struggles with, right? And he has to get better at that. He struggles with, going through his reads, getting the ball out quickly. He makes great plays, throws the ball well. Looks like he's leading his football team. He's competing every week. But as far as evaluating Caleb Williams this year, no chance. I got no chance to evaluate what he's being told in those meeting rooms. Has it been consistent? No, it hasn't been consistent. Right? Waldron's not here anymore. Right? They got rid of Getsy. Get to Waldron. Put Thomas Brown in charge. Tell Thomas Brown he's going to be the head coach, but then he's got to go home, fly to Charlotte. These things, guys, confuse me, right? So I don't know where I am with Caleb Williams. Obviously, not enough points. I think they got 10 points a game in the last 6 games. It's just been a crazy year, and to try to evaluate a young quarterback after all he's been through. We just talked about the offensive line problems, and I imagine, guys, as you guys know, it takes so long to install an offense. It takes so long to know all the ins and outs and all the adjustments you got to make during the game. Oh, they brought that blitz in that play. This is what we do, right? There's so much learning that goes into to executing an offense that Caleb Williams has been through. I don't know how many offenses now. I feel like I've watched 4 or 5 different offenses this year when I turn the film on. So no chance I got to evaluate Caleb Williams.
So Olin Kreutz having a tough time evaluating Caleb Williams amidst the dysfunction, but at the same time, he's not writing him off either.
We saw throws last week, right, that were amazing. I mean, there was one, he was in the end zone. I think it was second and 16 or 17. He threw an out route to Roma Dunze, I think. and the cornerback who was Witherspoon, who's a great player out of University of Illinois.
ILL.
He's right there, right? And I think to myself, man, that ball's going to get picked off, right? It's a little bit of an out route, and he's sitting on it. And, man, Caleb just whips it by him. I mean, it looked like Witherspoon was shot. He didn't pick it off for a pick six, right? So that talent that what everybody saw, like the generational quarterback, all still there, right? All still there, ready to be developed. It's just hard to talk about where Caleb Williams is in his career, what Caleb Williams has done. And I know it's a hot topic, right? I know it's a hot topic on ESPN, on Twitter. I know everybody wants to talk about it, especially after two rookie quarterbacks we watched play last night. You're thinking, man, where is that for the Chicago fans? Where is that for the Chicago Bears? Where is that for the city of Chicago? But as far as Caleb goes, man, you cannot look at this year and everything the organization has put him through. And we heard that coming into the draft, right? That his camp was worried about that. Now you're seeing why. Now you're seeing why people are worried about putting quarterbacks in Chicago. I say, oh, well, I mean, guys, I mean, we're going to fire the OC, fire the head coach, move all these moving parts, but it's not that big of a deal. What are you guys talking about? You know what I mean? Like, that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. Of course, going through that is hard for a young quarterback. Of course, listening to it, what did he tell us right after they fired Shane Waldron? I really haven't talked to Thomas Brown much. And I thought, oh, great. That's great. That's exactly what we want to do. So, yes, Grody, all still there. We've all seen the talent. We've seen the wild plays. Now he's just got to function from the pocket in the system, whatever system they're running, right? Whatever offense it is, function from that. They've been trying to do so many different things this year. And I know you guys watch the film. You tell me that the offense has gelled, that it looks like it's stacking plays, that plays are working on each other, that they're setting guys up. No way.
That was Olin Kreutz yesterday with Mark Grody and Dan Weeder on Mully and Haugh. Coming up here in just about 20 minutes, Ruthie Polinsky and Gabe Ramirez will be hosting today, and they have a great show planned for you today with Brad Biggs joining the show at 7 o'clock, Mike Florio at 8:40. Right after, Dave Wanstad joins the show for two segments at 7:40 and 8 o'clock, and then Jarrett Payton of WGN will join the show at 9. So yesterday, Thomas Brown, the Bears' interim head coach, took to the podium, and yes, one of the first questions he was asked, was there any thought of sitting Caleb or any of the starters on Sunday against Green Bay?
With nothing at stake in the standings, and with Caleb possibly being in an offense that he won't be in next year, was there any consideration given by you or Ryan Poles or Kevin Warren to sitting Caleb this week?
Yeah, so when you say nothing at stake, so there's a game that's going to be played. So at stake as far as competing and winning a football game, which I think is different from maybe the outside world's perspective. There's always an opportunity at stake to go compete and be at your best. So I wouldn't agree with you as far as nothing at stake. Obviously, we're not going to the playoffs. I guess is more of your thought process behind it. But as far as Caleb goes, as far as dialogue about him not playing, that's never come up or been talked about at all. Obviously, part of the overall evolution of him being his best, to try to continue to find ways to help him continue to grow and be at his best week in and week out. And part of it is going to be able to learn to protect himself and also be better around him from a protection standpoint. But there was no thought into that for myself or communication with Ryan, because there's an opportunity that's not guaranteed. And I take it very seriously because opportunities aren't guaranteed. And one thing I hate more than anything is wasted time. Because when time is gone, you don't get it back. So I'm going to maximize every moment I have. And so to be the same thought process as far as this team and this game on Sunday.
So every healthy veteran's going to play?
Yes.
All right, so there you have it. Every healthy veteran starter will play, according to Thomas Brown. One of the other things that he was asked about during the press conference, the sacks. I mentioned 67 of them this year for, that Caleb Williams has taken. Brown was asked, how can this offense cut down on those sacks?
Yeah, I mean, shared accountability. I think obviously when people just see sacks, they just think about the offensive line in general, which is also just a misunderstanding of how football works and not watching football games. Obviously talked to him this morning in particular, like I do many mornings, about how to improve, how to become better, and the understanding of the rhythm and timing in the passing game, how to have more accountability from a pre-snap standpoint of diagnosing potential issues, pressures, and also kind of being anticipate some stuff from a post-snap standpoint. But we got to do a better job of protecting him as well at times, but also him being able to understand how to get the progression a little bit quicker, seeing some post-snap reads, but also as I mentioned before, the more you can stay balanced, remain balanced from an offensive standpoint, the more you alleviate true drop back opportunities.
So once again, Thomas Brown yesterday meeting the media. The Bears and Packers will face off on Sunday at noon in the final game of the regular season. Once again, this is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Ruthie Polinsky and Gabe Ramirez coming your way in just about 15 minutes. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, the Bulls moved to 15-18 with an overtime victory over the Charlotte Hornets last night, plus a NFC North flavored Monday Night Football game, setting up a championship game next week. Well, not exactly setting up, but a championship game coming up next week in the NFC North on Sunday night, and college football resuming the playoff this evening. That's all next on the Mully and Haugh pregame show on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. Plus, an outdoor pet area. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
it. The price is nowhere to be found.
Mr. Green? Hi, it's all good. We've got this.
This is not just help from a Walgreens pharmacist.
Oh, new prescriptions.
Welcome back in. Alex Kuhn in for Dustin Rhodes today. Tyler Farringall on the ones and twos sitting to my right. Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky coming your way this morning on your New Year's Eve final day of 2024. They will pick apart the top 6 stories of the day with the pick 6 at 6 o'clock. Brad Biggs, football man from the Chicago Tribune, talks football at 7 o'clock. Dave Wanstad, the coach, joins the show at 7:40. He'll be in studio for 2 segments. Mike Florio of Pro Football Talk at 8:40, and Jarrett Payton of WGN joins the show at 9 o'clock. Are you a local business owner or employee? How would you like to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 59 right here on The Score? This is your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for your business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on The Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 59 from Westwood One. Log on to 670thescore.com/contest to enter now and learn more details. Deadline to enter is January 19th. So the Bulls last night in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. They had a 3-point lead at the end of regulation when Charlotte's Miles Bridges would tie the game with 2 seconds remaining at 98 to send it to overtime. But in overtime, the Bulls would take control thanks to Torrey Craig.
On the inbounds, Craig dials up left corner 3. Got it. Timeout. And Charlotte's head coach Charles Lee beside himself. Bulls 8-0 run here in the overtime period. Craig comes up shooting, 14-footer grip. Torrey Craig in 19 minutes has 18 points. Here's a pull-up by Bridges and a 3. In and out, stays out, rebound Giddey. And with 5 seconds to go, Giddey's going to just dribble it out. And this ball game is over. Bulls win. Bulls win. Bulls win in overtime. 115-108. Hold my beer, Charlotte.
Chuck Swirsky on the call. Always entertaining as the Bulls improve to 15-18 on the season. Good for, stop me if you've heard this before, 9th in the Eastern Conference. Post-game, Torrey Craig met with Bill and Chuck courtside, I should say, easy for me to say, and discuss his 18 points off the bench.
I don't get caught up in the stats. I just come in and try to give us a spark. We were struggling to shoot the ball a little bit, so it was good to see some shots go down and get some stops and try to find a rhythm defensively, because that's where we're going to win a lot of these games at.
Bulls coach Billy Donovan had some thoughts on Torrey Craig and how he impacted the game in Charlotte.
I mean, he really impacted the game. I liken it to what Javon did for us, in Atlanta when we were kind of, really struggling, and he came in and kind of opened the game up for us. Certainly that was a game we had every opportunity to win. And I think the same thing can be said for Torrey tonight. We were kind of had a tough shooting night, and I think sometimes that bleeds into some energy sometimes. And I thought he came in and really, sparked us a lot of ways and played really, really well. And it certainly was a big part of us, being able to find a way to win the game.
So Billy Donovan on Torrey Craig. Another storyline last night, Lonzo Ball playing 26 minutes, and Donovan was asked about that postgame.
Billy, Lonzo was plus 25, and you stayed with him in overtime. That's a season high 26 minutes. Are you going to get yelled at? Or?
I don't know. We'll see. I don't know what's going to happen there. It'll certainly be an off day for him tomorrow. No, I think there's going to be days where he feels good. We may be able to do that. You would hope at the end of the year that, you can keep him in that range of, 20 minutes or so. There's been some games this year he hasn't played that, as many as 20 minutes. This is a game where he played was overtime, and that's going to happen sometimes. I obviously checked in with him, and he was fine. And I think he knows his body well enough that if there was a problem, he would say to me, I can't go. I could give Torrey credit as a veteran guy. He came to me and said, listen, you got to take me out. When he kind of they get knee in the calf, he came out of the game at the end. I think Lonzo was fine.
So the Bulls have the day off today, and they will face the Washington Wizards tomorrow in D.C. 6 o'clock tip-off, 5:45 pregame show right here on the Score. Coming up here in just a couple of minutes, Mully and Haugh with Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky. And they have a great show for you. I'm going to tell you about that in just a second. But first, the Lions. The Week 17 of the NFL season started with that 6-3 Bears loss to the Seahawks, and it ended with a shootout involving an NFC North team. The Detroit Lions moving to 14-2 with a 40-34 win over the San Francisco 49ers last night in the Bay Area. And Jahmyr Gibbs' run right here was a big reason why.
3rd down and 2. Goff's calling for it. He takes the snap. He hands it off. They'll run right with Gibbs into open space. 20, 15-10, streaking down the sideline, kicking the pylon. Touchdown. A sonic boom from the Lions at 2:58 to go off a block from St. Brown. Detroit leads 40-28. Dynamite again from this offense.
That, of course, Jason Benetti on Westwood 1 on the call. And the Lions 14-2 after that win over San Francisco last night. They face the Vikings 14-2 on Sunday Night Football in what is going to be an outstanding NFC North showdown. Tonight in college football, the semifinal between Penn State and Boise State will kick off in Glendale, Arizona at 6:30. Coming up later this morning, I should say, number 11 Alabama battles Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl in Tampa. Coming up next, though, it is Mully and Haugh with Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky. And once again, one more time, the rundown for you this morning. 7 o'clock, Brad Biggs of the Chicago Tribune talks football with you. Dave Wanstead, the coach, at 7:44. And at 8:44, Pro Football Talks Mike Florio joins the show. And at 9 o'clock, Jarrett Payton of WGN will stop by to talk Bears. That's all on the way next. Mully and Haugh with Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan.
Bears, football.
You know what? I'd like to say you're wrong, Mully, but you're not wrong very often.
David Haugh.
That was one of the best questions you've ever asked.
Yeah, I'm sure it's going to get an answer just as good.
Chicago Sports Talk for your morning on 670 The Score. Let's go.
Mully and Haugh remix. It's Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky in the building hanging out with you guys. We even got 2 new producers, Tyler Farringall. We got Alex Kuhn in the building. What's up, gentlemen?
What's going on, Gabe? Tyler's been here for the last 3 weeks. I'm the new one here.
I feel like Tyler and I have worked together nonstop. We kind of hang out. But, so Ruthie, you're in good hands with these two. I know you've worked with them as well, but this should be no different. How you feeling today? No, not yet. We're going to get you on, though. You turned on the wrong microphone. There you go. That's the one.
I'm like a rookie. Like, what is going on?
Well, who puts 2 microphones right next to each other?
But why is it's on the wrong side? That's not.
No,
that makes.
If you look to your left, there's another microphone there. Yeah, so then the left will go that way.
I promise I'm smart, everyone.
It's 5:30 in the morning. I don't expect anything
It's
less.
like I've literally filled it on this show more than any other show too, and I've sat in this chair. It's like this is not my first show. Good morning, everyone.
We're gonna blame the producers. Don't worry about it.
It's my fault. Sorry, guys.
Happy last day of 2024.
I know.
That's crazy.
See you next year, as some people would say on a day like this, if they want to see you tomorrow. Are you a big New Year's Eve celebrator? Like, has it evolved over the years? Is it pretty consistent? How is it for you?
Used to be a thing, right? Like, obviously younger. Now it's like, good night. I'm going to bed. Especially after doing this show today.
Yeah,
good night.
This one.
Sweet dreams. See you tomorrow. See you next year.
I asked my wife, I was like, and we haven't even talked about it. That's how you know we're on a different planet right now.
Yes, right.
Yesterday, I'm like, we're making dinner, and I'm like, hey, babe, what do we want to do for the New Year? We got 2 kids. She's like, I don't know. I haven't thought about it yet. So years past, we've actually woke up our kids at midnight.
Oh, that's cute.
Because they go to bed at 8. You kind of wake them up. and then we have like a
Happy
little,
New Year.
something in the house and take your ass back to bed, kind of a thing. That's if we wake up and we're fortunate. But back in the day, it used to be something different.
Right.
Did you back in
It
the
used
day?
to be
Party?
I mean, listen, I'm talking about back in the day. I went to dinner with my husband last year, and then I think we were up at midnight, and then we were asleep shortly after.
A little smooch at midnight.
if that. It was now I'll be in bed asleep.
I mean, the new year, especially this time of year with sports, you kind of know what you're inundated with. You're watching sports nonstop over the last week and a half, especially now that the NFL has taken over.
Mm-hmm.
Christmas is a holiday. Favorite sports to watch around this time? Are you in on college football and the playoffs, or is NFL just kind of you zoned in on that?
I'm in on the college football stuff. This is exciting. I think it's new and different. The playoff, it's cool. It's going to be interesting to see kind of how it all plays out. But NFL is king. Always say that. I got in a big argument with David Haugh the other day about how awesome it was to have football on a Wednesday.
Probably was like a friendly argument between the two of you.
And Haugh was like, yeah, like, no, NBA, that's their day. And I'm like, I barely I know you're an NBA guy. I was like, I was watching football all day and it was awesome.
Yeah.
Like on a Wednesday.
It was.
I was so happy.
It's like you can tune into an NFL game and just get lost because you just feel like you're watching awesomeness.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't get too many of these throughout the year. This is finally here. But the NBA should have, I saw someone say the NBA should have pivoted and did something on Christmas Eve. Where Christmas Day is your day, but the NFL doesn't say, we have a day and then that's it. They put it wherever.
Interesting.
They throw it wherever they want.
I know.
And I think the NBA could have taken a page out of their playbook and done something on Christmas Eve because nothing was on Christmas Eve.
Listen, they lived up to it because there were some great games, right? Some great NBA games on Christmas Day. So go for them, right? But yeah, I thought the whole Netflix thing was awesome. Like, I thought the production looked good. I thought the talent was good. I thought the games were, but it's teams that you want to watch.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the halftime show.
And
when
Beyonce.
you talk about production.
Oh, yeah.
Beyonce.
Beyonce.
I was in on
Queen.
that.
I mean, that was a Super Bowl performance.
I was trying to, I'm so glad you said that, Ruthie, because I was trying to tell people, I'm like, do you understand you got a Beyonce halftime show?
Literally.
In the middle of the season? Like, that's not, like, this was huge. They brought out Post Malone, Shabuzi. Like,
I know. It was awesome. It looked so good. She literally came in on a horse. Like,
now here's what I'm thinking. I hear rumors often that the Super Bowl halftime show, they don't get paid for that, right? It's like publicity, etc. Beyonce on Netflix.
She got paid.
She got paid.
She
You
did.
know she got paid.
I saw she got paid.
Oh, you saw how much?
I don't know if listen,
No,
you
no,
never
no.
know what you read anymore, but like
Half
20 mil.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I thought I saw. Don't quote me on that.
Of course they did.
Could be fake
They
news.
took all of they took all of Florida and they said, all right, all you subscribers are paying for Beyonce to be for this month. Your fees are going towards Beyonce.
Yeah.
It was incredible. I mean, good show, but NFL certainly did a great job there. Good games. And, now this week, leading into this final week of the season, it's led to some interesting storylines when you're looking at the NFL. Obviously, Christmas Day, we were able to see dominance in the form of Patrick Mahomes. But this tail end of the playoffs is getting kind of interesting, Ruthie. When you're looking at, wild cards and positioning, obviously Vikings, Lions going to be playing for an interesting game. Did you catch that one yesterday? Niners and Lions.
Yes, I was up late watching it because
Why?
I didn't want to turn it off. I know. Man, the fact that the Vikings and the Lions are playing for the number 1 seed and the division in the last week of the season is why I love this sport. Like, it is electric. I love that there's a game there's going to be so much at stake. There's so much on the line. And we'll get into this, but I don't know who wants to come coach in this division. I'm serious.
It quickly became a division that was heavy in every area, right? Not just coaching. You're talking about quarterbacks, running backs, defenses. I mean, this is we know it's a good division, but you're right. To come coach here, you got to be asking for some sort of death wish if you want this kind. Not only the problems with the Bears, but problems in the NFC North.
I mean, best wishes to whoever comes here. And not to mention, you're in one of the greatest sports cities in the country, just in terms of the coverage and the fan bases and the attention you get. And the pressure is going to be to win now next year. So good luck when you got to play those 3 teams twice a year.
But maybe the narrative will be, Ruthie, that, you know, the next coach that comes in, they'll give him the same storyline that they gave Caleb. This will be the best situation any head coach has ever walked into.
Can you believe it? Can you believe we said that? They're going to win 4 games this year.
She's Ruthie Polinsky. I'm Gabe Ramirez here filling in for Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score. New Year's Eve edition. I mean, it is going to be, it is painful when you're thinking about what this coaching search should look like, especially because it seems like the Bears have no clear direction. What once was a clear direction, leader of men, is now.
Don't get me started on leader of men.
I feel like people chuckle at that now.
They've backed off of that.
Hold on, they have turned away from
They don't
that.
want leaders of men.
They want leaders of men that can.
It's such
Hold on,
a stupid term.
What happens? What happens when the female trainer comes in the room? Do you not lead her?
That's a great
Also,
question.
you have a female on your coaching staff. Are you not leading when she comes in? I get very upset about this leader of men. To be an NFL coach, you need to be a leader. I understand what they're saying is that you want maybe a motivator, a bite your kneecaps kind of person, but that phrase "leader of men," it's meaningless to me. Like
it's total projection of the Bears in the past, just hiring yes men. It feels like, we got to bring in an ass kicker because in the past we just brought in whoever.
Well, guys, you got to remember. Look, you brought in Shane Waldron, you brought in Eberflus, you brought in Trestman, you brought in guys that are agreeable.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And so when they say to your
non-confrontational,
non-confrontational guys. When we say leader of men, I think it's an overused phrase, and I do think they mean men is like a overarching term as opposed to just men and not women. But I think that when they say that, it is more so like, guys, we're not going to let you buy into or let you believe all the hype that Chicago throws on you, because it happens often, right? Oh, you're Roma Dunze. Roma Dunze's going to have 1,000 yards. Of course he is. How? He has Keenan Allen and DJ Moore in front of him. Don't matter. It's Roma Dunze. He's playing for the Bears. He's great. This is what we do, right? And so Roma Dunze, not that he's feeling himself, but players as a whole tend to do that. So when they say leader of men, someone that could chop these guys down and be like, no, you still messed up over here. That needs to get fixed. This isn't being performed at a high level. You got to do that well.
Gabe,
also.
what gives you the confidence that this Bears brass is going to hire someone of that personality that's going to call people out, make people feel uncomfortable, make people hold themselves accountable for their own actions? Like, I just don't envision that taking place. The one thing that I think is interesting in this mix, and I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing yet, I don't think any of us do, but Kevin Warren's role in this and his maybe desire to win is something we don't really have a full picture for yet. Like, how willing is he to stray away from what the Bears have done for literally a century? You know, like, how willing is he to say, we're going to hire someone that's going to make everyone in this building feel uncomfortable and no one is safe? Like, I listen, I hope that happens because I think that's how you win in this day and age. You look around the league, I think Kevin O'Connell's a really interesting personality. I would love to know sort of more about what he's like in front of the team in a meeting room. Is he calling people out? Because he looks like a guy that's just, this sort of, but I mean, Matt LaFleur, Brian Flores, who I covered in Miami. I mean, these are people that, like, Mike Vrabel, they're calling people out. Like, I think that's what this group, this team needs. I think they also need an offensive whiz, and they also need a lot of things on the roster.
A lot of check marks.
A lot of things to fill. But I think if you want to sort of set the tone and change the way that this team has visualized, quote unquote, winning, because you've been losing, I think you need to do something different.
Yeah, I think that, when you're talking about calling people out, there's the proper way to do that, where you can, in front of the media, say all the right things. Hey, it's on me. I didn't put the team in a position to succeed. And then behind closed doors, tap that guy on the shoulder and say, hey, we got to do better. And here are the things that we need to do. Mm-hmm. I think that's what players love about coaches in that respect, where they do not mind taking it from them because they know how to handle and play that game. I think the Bears themselves, the person who they're looking for, Ruthie, is the person that is coming into that interview room, like, telling them what they need. Like, you can go into an interview and answer questions. I was like, the Bears need the person that's coming in and not only is telling them what they need, but is passionate and is about wanting to implement that, right? So they come in the door and say, like, what have you guys been doing over here? This is what needs to have, like, that kind of a person instead of just somebody, how's it going? Thanks for interviewing me. I appreciate the opportunity. Nah, not that guy. They need the one that's coming in the door, kicking the door, waving the foot forward.
But how do you think a George McCaskey, a Ryan Poles would receive that?
Again, I think that they want love and passion, right? It's like they have not abandonment issues, but they have anxious attachment association where they need someone to shower them with love and let them know that they want to be here. See, that's what I think. So if you're coming in with fire and passion, but at the same time you're putting this vision together that I want this team to win. I am passionate about the Bears, I don't come in with this passion in every office that I walk into. It is this one specifically. I am up for the challenge of turning the organization around. I am going to be the one that's going to do this. Like, that kind of speak is what the Bears need. And I think that would win somebody over regardless of the organization.
I hope you're right.
Yeah. Isn't that what you want? That's what I would want.
That's what I think everyone wants. I think everyone wants something done differently now. I just don't have a ton of confidence or faith that this Bears brass is going to go that direction.
Yeah, I get it because everything else has gone wrong, but if I'm supposed to listen to Ryan Poles and Kevin Warren, that the past of the Chicago Bears isn't going to affect the present or the future, right? They're going to do things differently. If I am to believe them, then I have to think that,
Why would you believe them is my question.
Because I'm a foolish Bears fan that loves the Bears and hopes that they'll get it right because there's new people making the decisions, right? The McCaskies, granted, are at the top saying they want Ryan Poles as the point man, saying that they want Kevin Warren in the room, but ultimately the people making or the people swaying the decisions are different. And so that's why I have faith, because they are different people than the Bears organization has had in the past when making these decisions. But damn, Shane Waldron, Eberflus, Allen, it's a bad hiring practice with the people that are here. But again, don't you think that coaches are out there like a Pete Carroll that they say to themselves, damn, I could fix that?
Oh, for sure. For sure. I don't know if the Bears want that. That's my
of course they want to be fixed.
I don't know if they want to be told what they've done wrong. I don't think that's just sort of my feeling. I think they are, wanting someone who is aligned with their vision. That vision hasn't panned out. So it's just going to be interesting, Gabe. And I think we'll get into this more in Pick Six, but I understand that there's sort of this narrative that this is a pitch to come coach. There has to be a pitch of why you want to come coach here. Obviously, you have the quarterback, you have a lot of the skill, but you're in a tough division. There are a lot of things to fix, and the track record for this organization is not good.
And have you seen the Bears' opponents for next year?
Yeah,
it doesn't get easier.
Slog fest. I mean, it's going to be brutal. And honestly, the worst part of it is the division, right? That's going to be the worst. And then, by the way, also some tough opponents at home and on the road that aren't in your division.
I mean, you got to have, solid quarterback play, right? I mean, the defense, granted, it's taken a turn. I don't know if you saw the stats. Eric Washington, 32nd in the league since taking over at every category. That's wild. I mean, you knew it, but that's
even
wild.
After Seattle, huh?
Even after Seattle.
6 points.
6 points holding the team. Still get that same thing, which is unreal. But, I mean, obviously there's a lot of things to fix. But, you're looking at teams that are middle of the road, right? And those that have, more wins than 4 in the NFL. And at some point or another, their quarterback has stepped up and won them some games, right? And I think that's what been the biggest issue for the Chicago Bears is the offense, not just Caleb, but, the offense as a whole. Not stepping up just even a little bit to put a couple of points on the board so that way the Bears can be in a better predicament. But the coach is certainly going to have to change that. It's going to be a tough climb for whoever, is put in that position. And there's just so many names out there. The problem is there are also so many teams that need head coaches outside of the Chicago Bears. And I think a lot
we don't even know yet. There are going to be some firings and some surprises, and there are every year. So that'll be interesting to talk to Mike Florio about, too, about, sort of maybe what are the surprises,
of course,
brewing. But man, good luck.
If you're a coach Or if you're one, because my
if you're
thing
the
is this,
Bears,
like if Ben Johnson, like I don't necessarily love a Ben Johnson. It's not my number one choice in my brain.
Oh, interesting. I would have pinned you as a Ben Johnson guy.
No.
Okay.
I spent like the last 2 nights watching his midweek press conferences, just to kind of see, kind of guy he is behind the mic.
Yeah. Okay. Did you see him get fired up last night when they did the trick play? Listen, I'm with you. I would love to see someone like a Mike Vrabel, Brian Flores, someone who comes in and just gets everyone in line. I would love to see that.
Yeah.
I've sort of been more like, I've been warming up to Ben Johnson a bit here. I just think he's got some fire to him, and he's obviously been working under a Dan Campbell, seeing how he's able to motivate his players. So I do think there's hopefully some of that in him. But how is Jalen Johnson going to respond to Ben Johnson getting up in front of the room? How is a Tremaine Edmonds or a TJ Edwards? I mean, I think a Montez Sweat, right? Like those are the sort of the questions I have. But I will say that some of this like sideline reactionary, like emotional video I've seen of Ben Johnson is leaning me more in that direction. So
he's too likable.
Is he a leader of humans?
Yeah, like that better. A leader of humans. I look at, you know what it is? I have an issue with coordinators that come from really good situations, right? If you're the offensive coordinator of Buffalo, Joe Brady, if you're the offensive coordinator of Kansas City, Matt Nagy, if you're the offensive coordinator of the Detroit Lions, Ben Johnson, it's like, well, damn, there's some really good teams in place. So we know what it's like. Ask Saquon Barkley what it feels like to be on a good team and how much your productivity increases when you have a good offensive line and they don't put 8 in the box. Like, things like that matter. And I think when you're talking about Ben Johnson, he has a ton of weapons. I mean, Jameson Williams was a stud in college. We were talking about college, stud in college. He's like an afterthought on their team in terms of, offensive weapons. Sam Laporta, the running back situation, the offensive line is incredible. So to take Ben Johnson to put him over here and expect the same results with this team, I think we're setting ourselves up for a bit of a disaster with something like that.
I hear you. I mean, where does Ben Johnson end and the offensive line start? Right. Where does Jared Goff start and Ben Johnson end? I mean, those are the questions that you have to ask, and I don't think anyone's going to have an answer. And I also think there are other situations, Jacksonville, that might be a little bit more easy. And guess what? Jacksonville's going to pay him.
AFC South? Sure. Why not? Be over there for 5 years?
Bro, you watch those games, it's like, I'm going there.
Yes.
I'm going to win there. And they have a quarterback, and they have some good pieces in place.
Brian Thomas Jr. is good. I mean, they got a good situation over there. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. And then something about, like, okay, here's a question for you. What did you think about Ben Johnson going back to the Detroit Lions last year as opposed to challenging himself and taking a head coach?
There was something fishy about that whole thing, and sort of the way he led everyone to believe he was going to take that job, pulled out last minute. I think there was some family part of it, and there was also some I might want to try and win here I'm getting the playoff check, I'm trying to go to the Super Bowl, like, let me try and do that here for a little bit. I'm comfortable.
See, that's not the kind of coach I want. That's why I asked the question.
I hear you.
Like, if you're going back, taking the path of least resistance, you're like, I know I got a Super Bowl shot, so I'm gonna be over here. Nah, I don't want to take the challenges. Let's ride this one out.
Yeah.
It's like, what? No.
And I hear you too. I mean, I think there's a part of it. There's probably a little bit of ego and arrogance that every coach should have, right? If you're getting to this point, but there are 32 jobs in the world to be an NFL head coach. And those opportunities don't always come up. For him to go back and say, I'm confident that I'm going to have this opportunity again, there are pros and cons to that.
There's certainly things that you could think about. Well, I'm sure his name, Ben Johnson, will be said a lot throughout the show today. Of course, she is Ruthie Polinsky. I am Gabe Ramirez, filling in for Mully and Haugh today. We got a great show lined up for you guys. Ton of guests to get to today. Of course, Brad Biggs hanging out with us at 7. The coach, Dave Wannstedt, will be here at 7:40 in studio. Handle 2 segments with us. We'll get to Mike Florio, as Ruthie mentioned, at 8:45. Then Jared Payton. By the time you finish your workout or dropping off the kids, you can check them out at 9 o'clock here on 670 The Score. Also want to remind you guys that later today, our girl Alyssa Bergamini, I saw the tweet. She's going to be doing the broadcast. You saw that?
Whoa.
Yeah, she'll be doing the broadcast on TNT today, which is going to be really cool.
Oh, it's awesome.
So shout out to Alyssa Bergamini. But before that, Circus Sports Illinois invites you to join the Score at Trace in Wrigleyville today. It's going to be happening from 2 to 6 p.m. Lawrence Holmes, Layla Rahimi, they're going to be broadcasting live before the Winter Showdown on New Year's Eve, celebrating the outdoor hockey classic between the Blackhawks and St. Louis. That's Trace and Wrigleyville again today from 2 to 6. It's all brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois, sports betting the way it should be. I did one of these live broadcasts before, Illinois versus Northwestern at Wrigleyville, and it's so funny because, you know, as a Chicagoan, you're just used to seeing Cub stuff over there, you know?
Right.
And then maybe you go for a concert or two. But then to see some other teams' gear all scattered throughout Wrigley is
It's sick. It's cool. Did you see that there was a cool photo I saw last night? The Blackhawks logos like being flashed on to Wrigley.
Oh, really?
Like the outside and like this cool lighting and there's the NHL logo, Blackhawks logo, like outside of Wrigley. It's really cool.
Are you outside like a 30-degree weather game person?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'll stick it out.
You don't mind long johns and a sweater?
Yeah, I went to Michigan. I worked in Rhode Island. I've been all over.
So you know how to handle it.
I'm a winter girly. I like a season, you know?
Well, we're going to see how you handle the pick six as well. All right, coming up in just a little bit, we got to keep things kind of kosher for our guys, Mully and Haugh. You know, 6 o'clock every day, they give you the biggest 6 storylines. We get an opportunity to dissect them right here on 670 The Score, so make sure you're here to join the conversation. All right, she is Ruthie Polinsky. I am Gabe Ramirez. Pick 6 coming up next right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Check out.
As I'm talking to DJ Moore with other reporters about winning your one-on-ones, because Thomas Brown made a big deal about that. If you win your one-on-ones against Detroit, the first half won't be as atrocious as it was on Thanksgiving Day. So here's DJ Moore. What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup?
Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you know, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
The idea that Groats is now working on material in the Bears locker room. He's got everything he needs for a hot five over at Zany's this weekend. Let's go.
I would have loved to see Groats' face when he asked that question, too. Like, did you give him a look while you kind of leaned into it? Did it please you?
I love the way he was gratifying. Do you think, again, he thought it was some promiscuous sexual comment?
I don't know.
That he's here. I want to hear that. Listen again and listen to how he takes the like he was appalled by me saying that. Go ahead.
What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup? Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you know, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
That's got to be a drop. What?
Yeah, seriously.
That's
what?
The best part is that just from the beginning of the season, when I said, "Does it please you?" he understood what I was saying.
He was in on the bit at that point.
He did laugh, as you might have been able to tell. I don't know if you could. DJ Moore does have a cold, so that's why he sounded a little bit off, and he just gave that little courtesy laugh to me. Please, oh yeah, I remember that.
A texter says that you earned a bear with that.
Oh,
and I agree.
Okay,
add that. Right. He gets a bear for that.
Someday I will reveal just how many bears I have. That is the biggest secret. Since I invented the bear system, it's really out of control. But sometime I'll let you guys know.
painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. The end of the year is approaching, and this is the perfect opportunity to maximize your insurance benefits or to use your remaining flex spending dollars before they disappear. Visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Consider it done with ABC. Our family's been available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for more than 65 years. ABC Plumbing, Sewer, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Book your appointment today at 4abc.com and consider it done.
For the holidays, there's something special about coming home. But for many in our community, a safe, affordable home remains out of reach. At Habitat for Humanity, we're building more than houses. We're creating a foundation for brighter futures and stronger communities. Imagine a family spending their first holiday in a home of their own, a place they can fill with warm memories. Join us in making the dream come true in the new year. Discover how you can make a real difference. Find your local Habitat for Humanity at chicagolandhabitat.org. That's chicagolandhabitat.org.
We'll be back with Mully and Haugh in just 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunkt America, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. The Winter Classic at Wrigley Field today. The Blackhawks take on the Blues. They will drop the puck at 4 p.m. Thomas Brown, the Bears interim head coach, says that all healthy starters, including Caleb Williams, will play on Sunday against the Packers. And college football tonight, we have a matchup between number 4 Penn State and number 9 Boise State as the college football playoff resumes. Also, number 11 Alabama will take on Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl at 11 o'clock this morning. Score Update Studios brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. And this hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
All right, guys, what did you make of Thomas Brown saying that there was no discussion on sitting Caleb Williams or any of the healthy starters? Is this what you would do?
Absolutely. I think everyone needs to play. I'm actually excited that the veterans are going to be playing as well. That means a lot to the team. And, you know, these guys do want to win a football game. Thomas Brown, during his press conference, when I forgot the report, I don't know who the reporter was, said that nothing was at stake. He did not like that comment. He's like, football's at stake. A win is at stake. Now, we're not going to the playoffs, but something's at stake. Certainly.
It was Potsy.
That was Potsy, was it? Oh, sorry, Potsy. But one other thing is at play here, right? When you're talking about Caleb Williams and his need to be on the field, his need to have reps, his need to focus on the small things, like Thomas Brown would say. When you're comparing him to a guy like Bo Nix, I'll give you college passing attempts. I know Bo Nix has more than anyone else ever, but Caleb Williams had 1,099 attempts in college. You know how many Bo Nix had? 1,900.
Wow.
In 36, almost double, right? When you're talking about time on task, this is something that NFL coaches speak of often. You have to give Caleb Williams every opportunity he can to get there. Listen, he's withstood 67 sacks. He can withstand a couple more, right? When you're talking about how it's held up on his body. But you want to see him get playing time. You want to see him, even though it's going to be in an offense that's going to be completely different from next year, you still want him to deal with adversity. And then more importantly, outside of the division, let's not forget, every team he faces in the NFL, he's facing that defensive coordinator and that defense for the first time, right? Now he gets the opportunity to see the Packers again. And you do want to see what that body of work looks like when he's facing a top-tier team, specifically looking for some seeding into the playoffs.
Yeah, I've seen enough. I'm tired of seeing the offensive line confused on who to block. I'm tired of seeing some of the skill position players either making business decisions or not knowing where to line up or when to get their feet set so you don't get an illegal shift penalty, or the play calls not coming in on time because the play callers are gone. I'm just tired of seeing it all. And if he takes another huge hit and they get hurt, he gets hurt in this final game, it's kind of perpetuating the cycle of seeing number one picks going to terrible teams and getting hurt because
that's just the cynic in you, Alex. That's just the cynic in you.
I know.
Let the boy play.
But it was the shot that he took from Jonathan Grenard in the Minnesota game where I was done. And then you see Braxton Jones get hurt, and you see Larry Borum and Jake Curhan protecting his blind side, and I would start everybody else except for Caleb Williams.
Completely disagree. Couldn't disagree with you more, Alex.
Same.
Love ya. But here's the issue. Caleb's reps, to what you were saying, are the most important part. Obviously, his health is very important, but his reps and going up against these teams at Green, you're going to tell me you don't want Caleb Williams to get a meaningless rep of a game at Lambeau Field, somewhere he's going to have to play every single year for hopefully his entire career. You need that experience in order to say you've done it, you've learned from it, you're growing from it. And I understand the health and the offensive line, and we're going to get into this more, but Caleb Williams plays a part in preserving his health. And he plays a part in learning how not to take sacks, and that is going to be the number one thing that I'm looking for this week, because probably 5 of the 7 last week were on him. And this is an area that you need to see him get better at, and get better at quickly. I would prefer for it to happen this year rather than next year, hopefully, when they're playing for something.
First, I ask questions.
The voice there you heard, of course, Caleb Williams. What does he need to most to succeed next season? Is it a stronger offensive line or an innovative offensive coordinator? After being sacked a league-leading 67 times this season, which of these improvements would have the biggest impact on his future?
All right. Just want to remind you guys, Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh here on 670 The Score. And you can catch Ruthie weekdays on the Big Pro Football Show on CHSN. Make sure you check her out. We'll be on that station at 7 a.m. All right. This is a great question, right? Like, I understand he needs both. That's the answer, right? But which one does he need more? Like, which one can he succeed with or without? I'm going to say offensive line. Do I want an offensive coordinator? Sure, but we've learned those rotate out of teams too quickly, right? If you get a good offensive coordinator this year, what happens if he becomes a head coach and he's gone, right? And now you got to find another offensive coordinator, right? That's why you need an offensive-minded head coach that's leaning in that direction. But offensive line is it. Did you see Sam Darnold against the Green Bay Packers? That man had an orb around him, not getting touched. When you're looking at those kind of, you look at Detroit Lions and Jared Goff, this man, all first, second, third round, but whatever it is, these guys have nothing but time. I would love to see what a Bears quarterback looks like when he has a top high-end offensive line, like plays. I trust Caleb Williams. Give me an offensive line And I feel like he can do it. To me, do I want a great offensive coordinator? Yes. Would I prefer an elite offensive line? Without question.
This is a tough one to me because they obviously need both. But the answer to me is the offensive coordinator because of a couple things. One of the things that Ruthie said was some of these sacks are on Caleb Williams, and that's true because he's not getting rid of the ball a lot of times when guys are open. That absolutely is happening, and a new offensive coordinator is going to help give him options to get the ball out quicker, and we saw it a little bit at times from Thomas Brown when he took over as offensive coordinator. The other thing is the offensive line it's the personnel's not good, but it's also not all the personnel. This is a disjointed operation right now. You see guys not knowing who to block, you both in the run and the pass game, and all kinds of confusion with that unit that I do believe would be cleaned up with a good offensive coordinator. So give me the offensive coordinator first, and then we'll rebuild this offensive line if I'm making the decisions for the Bears.
You need both. It's no question. And this is why the Ben Johnson situation, I think, is so intriguing, because you could potentially have the play caller as your head coach and you're not worried about him leaving, right? Like, that's the perk. What David Haugh says, and I love this and I steal it from him, is, don't worry about dealing with success until you have it, right? Like, just win first, and then you can figure out the rest, right? Like, let's just get this train rolling here for a second. But what my answer to the question is I think I'm with you, Alex. I think they need an offensive play caller that can scheme up an offense that allows for your offensive line to have success, the quarterback to have success. And yes, he needs time in the pocket, but there are times that Caleb Williams has a lot of time and he's not getting rid of it.
It's a great point.
So you need someone that can coach him up, coach up Caleb, coach an offense that works for the quarterback, that works for the talent you have on the offensive line. But what's interesting about the Ben Johnson thing as well is, what is Ben Johnson without the Lions offensive line? And what is the Lions offensive line without Ben Johnson? We don't know.
It's a great point.
So there's so much unknown. I lean toward it's really hard to find good offensive linemen. It may be an okay situation if you can develop the offensive lineman and you can coach a scheme that works to your players' talents.
Yeah, that's a great question. I mean, if I had to answer, I would have already fixed it.
All right, well, you heard Thomas Brown right there. What are your thoughts on him saying that the sacks hold shared accountability? Is this the first time the quarterback has been called out publicly by someone in the building? Does it mean anything at all?
Does it mean anything? No, absolutely not. If I'm Caleb Williams, and I know this is my third offensive coordinator, then my second head coach, I know my team, half my team has mailed it in. No, it doesn't mean anything. Is it good that we're hearing it? Sure. Shared accountability. Sure. I would love a little more direct at Caleb. Like, yes, he is holding the ball too long. In the press conference, they asked Thomas Brown, what he would tell Caleb to focus on in the future. And he said the little things, right? Starting small, starting with the cadence, starting with the pre-snap movement, starting with those things, and then focusing on getting the ball out on time. When was the last time you saw a 3-step drop from Caleb Williams and a release? 5-step drop and a release. You don't see that too often. So, I mean, I'm glad that they said something. You hear people mentioning it often. I mean, look, man, if you come in here as Caleb Williams, I've been thinking about this. You come in as Caleb Williams, you're feeling swaggy. You're the number one pick. You've been anointed the savior of the Bears organization. You're trying to put a light, jovial feel to the team that has been so down and dark over the years. Yeah, nobody really wanted to kill the kid's joy from the very beginning, and I understand why. He was the only semblance of light in that Bears locker room in the last couple of seasons. So I understood it. Do you have to, from the beginning, start off with everybody got to earn their job? Yes. I think that's what the Bears ultimately messed up. Instead of trading Justin Fields immediately to make Caleb feel better, to do all these things to make him feel better, I still think you have to play the game, even though he's going to be the anointed one. You still got to play the game, and I think that would have set you up for better. But, accountability, again, he's like 22. He just turned 23. Like, give the kid some break. Give the kid some slack. I think he'll be better next year. He talks about how good this losing is for him, and I do think it is. I think sometimes you have to go, Thomas Brown talks about, you got to go through disasters in order to find out who you are as a man, and I think Caleb Williams going through it in real time.
None of this is new. I think back to the draft process when everybody was anointing him, or not everybody, but you heard the comparisons to Patrick Mahomes and just the ridiculous expectations. But people that watched him at USC would tell you, he's got to get rid of the ball. He holds onto the ball too long, and that's something that you have to coach rookie gunslinger quarterbacks out of. This was going to be an adjustment period no matter what, and it makes it even worse when immediately he loses his offensive coordinator 9 weeks into the season and his head coach. So that is part of the sack total right now, him holding onto the ball at times. When you watch Caleb Williams, you see three things pretty much every game. You see the throws that he makes where you're like, well, there may be one or two other guys on the planet that can make this throw. You see guys around him very confused, and you see times where guys are open and he's holding on to the ball, which is definitely concerning, but not something that is all that unexpected for him as a rookie, and certainly with his coaching staff in a state of just total dysfunction the way it has been this year.
How many times am I going to have to learn and hear the word cadence, and that the Bears are still working on that, and that Caleb's still working on it? Like, that's mini camp, training camp, rookie mini camp. What's the issue here? Like, why can't they figure this out? Also, Cole Kmet yesterday talking about they can't even, the operation is a mess, so they can't even evaluate what else needs work. That, to me, is the most sort of damning thing we can say in Week 18 at this point, evaluating this offense. I think Thomas Brown coming out to answer the question, Thomas Brown saying that sacks hold shared accountability. He said that you look at the offense, you look at the sack number, and a lot of people just point fingers at the offensive line, and that's not always true. That, to me, is the most Caleb Williams has publicly been called out by someone of authority to the public really all year. And I think that says a lot about Thomas Brown. It says a lot about who he would maybe be as a coach one day, because I do think he'll have that opportunity at some point. I think it means, I hope that Caleb Williams was receptive to it, and I think hopefully we can see what he learned from sort of that call out this week. Get the ball out quick. Get the play call in. Don't take 38 seconds between getting hit in the throat and getting to the line of scrimmage, getting the playoff, and make your coach call a timeout because you can't get the play in. And if you need the timeout, call it. You're the quarterback. You can do that if you get hurt and no one saw it. So there needs to be some more public accountability when it comes to the quarterback. I think it's Week 18. You're not a rookie really anymore, right? Like, you got to be held accountable just the same way that the offensive line, I'm sure, is being held accountable when they're missing their blocks and they're missing their assignments. So I think it says a lot to me more about Thomas Brown and sort of the guts and maybe the way that he would hold people accountable as a head coach one day. And so I liked hearing that from Thomas Brown.
Oh, boy, that's a tough question.
That the voice of our 7 o'clock guest, Brad Biggs. Despite the Bears' continued struggles and history of losing seasons, the fan base remains remarkably loyal. What is it about this team that keeps fans so invested? And does the organization risk alienating that loyalty if progress isn't made soon?
It's the history. It's the city. This is a Bears town. It always will be.
Bears.
It always will be. And that's what's so tragically beautiful about this place.
Well said, Ruthie. Well said.
I worked in Boston, covered the Patriots during the end of the Brady dynasty. I've worked in Texas, sort of covered the Cowboys. Like, I've seen great sports cities. There is nothing like Chicago.
What? Tell me more.
Because the team is bad.
Oh,
Like, it's cool to root for Tom Brady when you're going to the Super Bowl every other year. Like, that's easy. This is hard.
We love misery, you know?
And I love that about this city. I love that about this fan base. I love it about this market. I don't think the fans are going anywhere. I mean, to see the way that the fans stuck it out in the rain on a Thursday night, the score is 6-3. Like, that was pretty cool. It wasn't that cold, so don't give them too much credit. It was a little, 40s. But no, I think this is what. I don't think the Bears need to worry about attendance. I think they should build a stadium. Kevin Warren, where you been? Got to work on that. It's almost 2025 now. So I think there are things they can do to get fans more excited, and the first thing they can do is win. But I don't think this fan base is going anywhere.
Yeah, build the stadium, get the coaching hire right. Seems so simple,
right.
Yet nobody has faith that at least the second part of that is going to happen. This is the biggest football market in the country, as Olin Kreutz pointed out. New York has 2 teams. LA has 2 teams. Chicago with 1 team is the biggest football market in the country, and it's a football-crazed town. And at this point, it's such an interesting juncture because I agree with Ruthie. I don't think that the attendance is going to drop anytime soon. But if, say, next year they get off to a 0-4 start and look bad, you're going to see opposing fans in the stands. You're going to see more Green Bay fans. You're going to see more Detroit fans early in the season. And it's just, it's such a weird point for the organization because everybody in the whole city knows exactly what's wrong with the team and what they could do to fix it, yet nobody has any faith that they're going to do the thing that they need to do to fix it. So I am genuinely curious to see how this coaching search goes and what the reaction from that is and how that carries over into 2025.
The fan base that is remarkably loyal. That is Chicago, isn't it? We hate everything, but if we love you, if we love something, we will love it forever, and we will love it wholeheartedly. The thing with Bears and Bulls and Cubs is that there is only a finite amount of seats at these games, right? And there are 8-9 million people in the Chicagoland area. So, if 30,000 people can't make it to a Cubs game, there is another tier of Cubs fans that will go, right? And if that's for the Bears, like tier 1, and then those people can't go, and then they give it to their employees or something like that, and then they can't go, and guess what? There's another tier of people below them because they give it to their friends, and guess what? Below them, there's another tier of people that have never been to the Bears game before, that have never been to a Bulls game before, and they take these opportunities, and they know this is their chance. When the Bears are bad, when tickets are cheap, when you could spend $70 on your way to Soldier Field to watch this team, that's why you see
dinner theater crowd at the Bears games.
We talked about this, Alex. Dinner theater with the Bulls. I said
like
last
that for
year,
like the last 3 years.
Ruthie, I would tell anybody, I'm like, look, the Bulls might not win, but they are one of the most entertaining teams in the NBA.
100%.
They will find a way to do that, and
it's a great atmosphere every game at the United Center.
It's amazing. They do a fantastic job out there.
Unbelievable.
So why are we so invested? We love the pain and the agony. Does the organization risk alienating the loyalty if progress isn't made soon? No, because no team in Chicago, except for the White Sox, and that's just because. But no team has an empty stadium because they're not performing well. No one, and it has been that way. So there's no reason for me to bet on something like that.
I mean, we got our ass kicked. If I knew, it wouldn't have happened. That's a BS question, man.
That was Matt LaFleur after watching the entire NFC North slate this weekend. Does it impact your opinion on how attractive the Bears head coaching job may be? 3 teams are going to be very good for a very long time.
Yeah, it's interesting when you talk about, if you think about Russell Wilson last year, a lot of people were like, you sure you want to go to that division? You sure you want to play there? Even when he went to, and that's Pittsburgh, even when he went to Denver, they thought the same thing. You want to play in the same division as Patrick Mahomes? You want a young Justin Herbert? These are the things that coaches have to think about also, right? Do you want to go into that division where 3 teams have double-digit victories? Again, you don't know what the Lions are going to look like without Ben Johnson. Minnesota proved that, despite the quarterback position, they could still perform at a high level with the weapons that they have. And Green Bay, with their coach quarterback combination, they're going to be around too. So yeah, this is not a fun. You heard Kevin Warren say this is the most attractive job in the NFL. Is it? With the high pitched voice, is it? Is it really the most attractive position? I don't know. Ask some other coaches what they really think about that. It's tough. It's tough. That's why I said you need the guy that's going to walk in the room and demand the job. Not the guy that's going through the coaching carousel at all these teams that are looking. No, the guy that said, I understand that I've interviewed for these other places, but here is where I want to be. This is the organization that I want to turn around. This is the challenge that I want to take. And then hopefully if you get that guy, you lock the door, you get a blank check, and you give him whatever he wants that way he can turn your organization around.
Yeah, it's tough because you obviously see the parts of the job that look appealing, but hearing Kevin Warren say that this is the most appealing job in the league feels a lot like hearing people say that Caleb Williams is coming into the best situation of any number one pick ever, or number one overall pick ever, and then to see it turn out very comparable to a lot of other terrible teams that a number one overall pick has gone to. So I think right now, I think they're balancing those two things. The positive side of it and the negative side of it are kind of balancing each other out. And I think with some of these openings coming available, Jacksonville, is that a more appealing job with Trevor Lawrence? You look at the Giants, if they fire Brian Daboll, I'm at this point now where the top of the market coaches, whether it's Ben Johnson or Pete Carroll or Mike Vrabel or whoever it may be, I'm wondering how interested they are in coming into this division with Matt LaFleur, Dan Campbell, and Kevin O'Connell roaming the sidelines for possibly the next decade in the NFC North.
I wouldn't want to come here. You're about to go 0-6 against those three teams. Are you telling me you can win 3 of those games next year with just because you have a new coach and hopefully a little bit better of an offensive line? But there's a lot of work to be done on the offensive line, defensive line, and not a lot of great free agents. Offensive line, you can't use all your draft picks on the offensive line, but you potentially could have 4 new starters on the offensive line. And you're just going to tell me yep, good against the division, all good. Ben Johnson's here, whoop-de-doo. I don't see it. You have the quarterback, right? I think no one is sitting here saying that the quarterback can't be great. But the quarterback needs a lot of work. It's going to be a brand new offense. He couldn't get this cadence down. Why is he going to have the next cadence down by week 18? Listen, I'm just saying. I think there's a lot of work to be done, and the Jacksonville job in that division with a quarterback, small market, not a lot of pressure. I mean, the microscope is on. You're the head coach of the Chicago Bears. All eyes on you, babe. It is Bears. And I'm watching these games over the weekend. Vikings, Green Bay, Detroit, with a defense that is so banged up, and they go to San Francisco in a meaningless game and they win. Flexing their muscles win. Good luck to whoever takes this job. And I want to get to this too, but don't come into this saying we're going to the Super Bowl. Take the North. This is the best situation for a quarterback. Manage expectations, for goodness sakes. There we go. Manage them. Control the narrative. What is the messaging? These are things that the Bears organizations from the top down have failed at this season. And you need to be able to control the messaging and manage expectations, because God forbid you surprise us.
Those are the unanswerable questions.
All right, let's transition to the Bulls for just a second. With them grinding out an overtime win against Charlotte, they've shown the fight to potentially secure a play-in spot. How does the team balance competing for wins with the possibility that the organization might prefer a higher draft pick over a play-in appearance?
Okay, I'm glad I get to start this one off because it actually ties into the Bears. I know we were trying to take a break. Bears, take notes. Billy Donovan started this season being like, this is going to be rough. Like, this is a developmental year. We're young. We're going to grow players. We're going to be bad on defense. Like, this is going to be tough. And I love that we are being we're surprised to see this relative success from this team. Like, that's fun to be surprised. I know you're managing the wins here, right? Like, how do you prioritize winning over what it could mean in the future? Playing well right now at this point in the season, that's good for wanting to trade some of these guys. Like, keep winning so their value goes up. And then if you get rid of some of the stars, that kind of helps you lose maybe down the stretch.
Just a little bit.
So, listen, I think it's fun to watch right now, and I think it's cool to see guys like Vooch and Zach and Kobe and you know, even these bench guys coming in. Torrey Craig, like, what? Coming in last night and having a game. Javon Carter, like, these guys are coming in and playing well, and it's fun. But I think everyone's sort of sitting there like, wait, it's like that meme of the little kid who's like getting interviewed and he's like laughing but like trying not to cry. He's like, you know, that's kind of what it's like watching the Bulls right now. But listen, for now, it's okay to win.
For now, right? Like, eventually, I'm concerned that they're going to keep playing at this near 500 pace, and they're going to see people in the stands and that dinner theater crowd we're talking about. Gabe, don't want to lose that dinner theater crowd if they trade away Zach LaVine and Vooch and they really hit a skid and start losing night after night. Would that affect the crowd? That's my concern at the deadline, if that would affect whether they would trade those players. But I think right now you guys are right. They're playing an exciting brand of basketball. The question is, at what point do you start trading away players of value who have built some value, like Vooch and like Zach LaVine have to start this season? But the other problem, guys, the Eastern Conference sucks. There are so many terrible teams, and you have to really, you got to really get a jump on losing if you want to secure being in that top 10, which they have that top 10 protected or unprotected pick.
Yeah, the issue with the Bulls is that they are a deep team. Oddly, like when you're looking at the Charlotte Hornets yesterday, my God, their bench, we could play a game like, I don't know, a rapper or a basketball player if I told you these names, like KJ Simpson, Isaiah Wong, Daquan Jeffries,
Miami guy.
Richards. I mean, these guys, you know what I'm saying, compared to the Bulls, who have actual professional NBA players, Lonzo Ball, Torrey Craig, Taylor Horton-Tucker, Jalen Smith, Modest Buzelis. I mean, these are guys that play. Chris Duarte just put up 27 in the G League the other day, right? So the Bulls need to do more to dismantle this team if they want to get themselves out of this play-in situation, which, geez, I hope that they do. You know how many threes the Bulls put up yesterday? 60. 60 threes. This is a team that ranked at the very bottom the last 2 seasons in the NBA. 63. I watch a lot of NBA. 60 three-pointers is outrageous. What did the kids say? That is diabolical work right there to be doing something like that. So you got to get rid of Zach LaVine. You got to get rid of, Vooch. The problem is the guys that they're talking about getting back. Michael Porter Jr. is good. And on a team where he's going to get the green light, he's going to want to play. He's going to want to be like a better Kyle Kuzma, right? Like, you're going to get guys that can score buckets. You need to not get guys like that. You need expiring contracts, guys you're going to get rid of, people that do not want to play in order so you can find yourself into that Cooper flag race, which is where you should be. But no one thought that the Bulls, without DeMar DeRozan, with the healthy Zach LaVine, with the Lonzo Ball coming back, that they were going to be able to find themselves in the play-in situation. I know even the Bulls organization thought they were going to sink just a bit. That's why they got to get rid of these guys ASAP, and hopefully they do that before this thing turns around. All right. We will be talking about, hopefully, Bulls some point throughout the show. But coming up next, we have the Extra Point. I am Gabe Ramirez. She is Ruthie Polinsky from Chicago Sports Network. And the Pick 6 has to do with the general manager of the Chicago Bears and whether or not he deserves an extension. We will discuss that on the other side. Again, Ramirez and Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations, plus an outdoor pet area. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
You already mushed the Bears, and like the whole year seems to be, it has the backdrop for a lot of people that you were the one responsible for getting the hope up. It's been just referenced so many times. You've avoided that wrath for the most part, or has it found you that you're responsible?
Yeah, because I'm not talking Bears and having my social media bombarded by both Chicagoans and people who are introduced to my particular brand of likability on the national stage. Yeah, I've completely avoided it. No, it's gone poorly. Because there was a lot of audio of me loudly proclaiming that Shane Waldron would be my first choice for Bears offensive coordinator. But it was under the guise of if they had to keep Matt Eberflus. I wanted them to fire Matt Eberflus. Listen, we all get things loud wrong, right? Some of us more than others. I'll point a couple of thumbs on that one. But, so I'll wear some of the mush powers on this. But Spiegs,
I would think long and hard about firing Matt Eberflus to retain Luke Getsy.
Oh, that's going back.
It's true. It's true. But I will say, listen.
Doing this to him? I know. I didn't even do that one. I didn't do that one, Danny.
Listen, we all have our misses, right?
Yeah.
Lawrence had Bryce Young as Drew Brees with mobility.
I'm not giving up on that yet.
You shouldn't. He's looked pretty good since he was benched. He's looked pretty good. I've been thinking about you a lot and Matt Take since he's been benched. He has absolutely looked better. Spiegs, are you still enthusiastic? or has your enthusiasm waned?
It's been a tough year for me,
I
too.
I got to tell you.
It's been tough out
here. Watching the heel turn that's gone on here with this guy over the last 7 weeks has been amazing.
Yeah, it's true. Because I turned, Danny, I turned and I was like, I pointed a thumb, though, Lawrence. Remember, I pointed a thumb and I said, I was wrong. We should have fired Flus, and I was wrong in the offseason.
All right, guys. Albert Breer reports that Ryan Poles will be leading the coaching search with Kevin Warren at the table. That was at the table in air quotes. Does this track with the reporting of a potential Ryan Poles extension? Is that necessary?
There were a lot of nuggets in that Albert Breer report yesterday. Someone's talking to him. So, I mean, there's a lot to be taken from what Albert Breer says and reports. I thought that was really interesting to sort of clarify. Someone wanted to clarify who is running this search, and it's Ryan Poles. Like, that's what I took away from that article. For Kevin Warren to have a seat at the table and to have a voice is giving him sort of the sit down, Kevin Warren, this is Ryan's role, which is fascinating to me. Like, who is dictating this like hierarchy? Like
Virginia's sitting there in the back, you know.
Virginia's, listen, God bless her. I mean, she is still kicking, but what I'm saying is the fact that the reporting of Ryan Poles potentially getting an extension to me just feels unnecessary. I understand that there was the word I think Albert Breer used was alignment with the head coach in terms of their contract structure was kind of what I took away from that. To me, that just feels unnecessary. If Ryan Poles makes a hire, and we don't know how much time is left on Ryan's contract. We don't know if he and Matt Eberflus had the same sort of alignment, and now who knows? But to me, it's why give that to him now? But at the same time, if you want to, sure, you could still fire him if it doesn't go well.
Right, which is exactly to your point. Why?
Right.
Like, so do you think that them giving an extension to Ryan Poles is going to make coaching candidates around the league say, oh, you know what? That's it. The Bears have their crap together.
Right.
This situation is great.
Right.
Like there's continuity now and there's no dysfunction. I just don't understand the thought process there. Like, is our coaches around the league seeing that and making a decision based on, oh, well, Ryan Poles back? As far as him making the decision in the coaching search, theoretically, you want your football person to be making that decision, but like we're in this situation where there are three parties. You have the McCaskies, you have Kevin Warren, and you have Ryan Poles, and nobody knows who they would rather have running the search. So, like I said, theoretically, you want your football person doing it, so I guess that's a small win, but as far as Ryan Poles' extension talk, I don't understand how that helps the Bears at all.
Yeah, I think, listen, if you're a head coach coming into a situation, you're going to be fearful that the GM gets fired, a new one comes in and wants their head coach, right? I mean, I think that to me is at the core of that. The Athletics' Adam Johns reported back in the early December that Ryan Poles' contract is only for 4 years, expiring after the 2025 season. Oof. So, I mean, extension, I get it. I get the alignment part. If you're the Bears and you brought in Ryan Poles, maybe Virginia McCaskey likes what he's done so far, right? We as critics say, it's 50-50. And Virginia's like, nah, I like what he's done. He's changed things around here. I want him to be at the helm. I mean, that's the only thing you could possibly think of in that situation. Him being at the table, like the whole power dynamic has been interesting for the Chicago Bears, right? Ryan Poles comes in the beginning and he feels he has free reign to do whatever he wants. I'm the GM. I run the show. I'm Ryan Poles. I cook things up. I wear a hat. Then Kevin Warren comes in and he's like, hey, I'm a spectator. I'm a fly on the wall. Ryan Poles, you do your thing. When he misses on Claypool, they tell him, hey, keep swinging. Don't worry about it, right? Then the Bears start to lose, and then all of a sudden the power dynamic starts to shift just a little bit, where it's like Ryan Poles loses some, Kevin Warren gains some, and then that's why everyone was curious, like, what is going on? What is this hierarchy? What does this totem pole look like? And now we get a better glimpse of it. I mean, listen, I think for all Bears fans, we can try to talk trash as much as we want, but you better hope that Ryan Poles gets it right. You better be cheering on Ryan Poles.
Right.
You better be rah-rahing for him, say, yeah, I hope he does a great job, instead of this isn't the guy. He should get fired. No, it's too late. He's here.
It's very clear that Ryan Poles is going to be evaluated on this next hire.
Yes.
It's going to take time to find out if this next hire works. He's not being in this offseason. He's not being graded on the roster right now. He's not being graded on Nate Davis failing or Chase Claypool failing or trading away Roquan Smith. He is being evaluated on his hiring. And I think it's very clear that there is probably some thin ice because of the failure of the hiring so far, but it's still kind of unclear how much say Ryan Poles had in hiring Matt Eberflus to begin with, because they were hired 2 days apart. So I just think this is going to be, if Ben Johnson comes in here and says, you have to give Ryan Poles an extension because I don't want him to get fired next year and a new GM come in and then fire me, you could give Ryan Poles a 2-year extension. And then if you fire him, you fire. To me, it's like, play the game, get the right head coach in here, and figure the rest out later.
Should be that.
I got a question for both of you. Do you think Ryan Poles will get an extension?
Well, that's the question. Hold on. Don't answer that. That's the question that I want to ask. You in the car listening, Ruthie and I can give us the answer on the other side. 312-644-6767. Do you feel that the current general manager of the Chicago Bears, Ryan Poles, deserves an extension? Yay or nay? We will answer the question on the other side as well. All right. She is CHSN's very own Ruthie Polinsky. I am Gabe Ramirez, filling in for Mully and Haugh. We'll get to that question next, right here on The Score.
The Bernstein and Harris Show.
Two.
Yo, are you looking to become the new owner of the Bears or what?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Favorite team to play against the Bears and hopes to continue the Green Bay ownership.
It is on. I had not heard that yet. I love that he said that. Now, you know who I'm going right to next time? I'm going right to Jaquan Brisker with this. Right to Brisker, because remember, Brisker just had no respect for when the Packers beat the Bears' asses last year in the final game of the season. After the game, I and a few other reporters listened to Jaquan Brisker tear apart the Green Bay Packers and saying that he's got no respect for their wide receivers, and he wasn't stopping. So I'm taking Tanny, I'm going to need that audio for Brisker as well.
Yeah, remember, too, they were talking about the game plan against their receivers in general. They didn't love the game plan the day after the game they were talking about.
Hey, man, I thought of that during Poles when Poles said that Matt Eberflus takes the feedback. Yeah, Brisker talked about it. We talked about it with Jalen Johnson that next time we had him on about exactly that. They're like, come on, let us man up on these wide receivers. Let us try to shove them around instead of laying off of them.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt about it. And he's just thinking because these are not big name receivers for the Packers that Brisker's all over them. But that's the problem. They're not big name guys, and yet Jordan Love is making them look good and beat the Bears.
Yeah. I mean, it is quite a moment. It is quite a moment here. And Jordan Love, he has no idea what he just did.
Oh, no, he doesn't. But I like that he did it. It's on. The game is the game. And it is open now, man. It is fair game now to push the Bears-Packers rivalry and in a genuine way. Did you all hear what Jordan Love is saying out there? He wants ownership. He wants to invest in the Chicago Bears. How you feeling about that, George McCaskey? How you feeling?
Yeah.
I might ask George about that.
It's just too bad that Les Grobstein isn't around to comment on this, you know?
The puke green and the urine yellow. A lot of people can't KMA to Jordan Love and any of their other quarterbacks of the past. I go back to Eddie Lee Iver. Well, he was a running back. A lot of people thought he should have been a quarterback. Grobber is watching. Wow.
He's always
Grobber
watching.
would have just gone off.
Devoured that.
My God.
Jordan Love, a lock
Jordan
to win.
Love, more like Jordan Hate.
He would have been a lock to win, and for that, you suck. Tonight.
Oh, my God.
And also Bum of the Week.
Bum of the Year. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, you want ownership? I got something I want to sell you right now. It's my fist.
Some of you Packer fans are classy, but for some of you obnoxious scumbags, I got one thing.
You know what that is? That's bull porn material. Oh, excuse me, bulletin board material.
And that was also off the air.
Oh, it was?
The Score.
Gabe Ramirez, along with Ruthie Polinsky, right here on 670 Score, filling in for Mully and Haugh. Let's go out to the phones. Let's go to Tony and Joliet. Tony, we were talking about Ryan Poles and potentially getting an extension. Do you think he deserves one?
Absolutely not. I've been a Bears fan my whole life, 50 years. I haven't seen anything like it. You're talking about the guy who had more loyalty to Armstrong, the agent, than he did the Bears. So when you put your ducks in that, you got to sit with it. The guy hired Waldron. He was part of it. And Waldron was the biggest reason why Caleb's having all these problems. I don't understand why this is even a conversation. He has made numerous mistakes. I don't trust Warren at all either. I think he's afraid to let him go because I think he's actually like a blanket for Warren because I don't really think he understands that other side at all.
Yeah, it's difficult when you're talking about it. I mean, listen, it's hard for you to create a case for him to get an extension, right? I mean, when you're looking at everything that's happened and transpired, including roster construction, it's tough. Let's go to John out in Aurora. John, should, in your eyes, should Ryan Poles get an extension?
Definitely not. Let's just look through what he has started off with. He first started off with hiring Eberflus. Epic mistake. And then he, compounded by everybody getting fired and not firing the coach. He had multiple times to hire actual good coaches and skipped over it for this clown. Like the last caller said, Waldron, epic mistake. But another epic mistake they did was they didn't surround Caleb with an experienced quarterback to show him how to, go through the NFL, prepare and do all that stuff. And now there's reports that this guy isn't doing everything properly. There's that. There's the fact that there's the fact that he signed Cairo Santos to a massive extension. The guy can't kick over 55 yards. So what if he would have been able to kick a 57-yarder last week? We could have tied. The Bears could have tied the game. But we're hamstrung. The Bears are hamstrung with that contract as kicker. He spent 2 draft picks in 3 years on punters. Okay, he's had 29 picks. He's maybe hit on 9 of them. Okay, that is not a good ratio for somebody who is building through the draft, where he also can't draft wide receivers because he had drafted Velus Jones, screwed up Velus Jones, trades for Claypool, screws that up.
But
right?
he did get Romadunze, and I think a lot of people are happy about that.
Can I just chime in there on the special teams hate? First of all, Cairo Santos, I know this is an interesting number that I found out this week. The Cairo Santos criticism, I think, is so valid, but I will give you this number. There are only 6 kickers in the NFL that have kicked a field goal outdoors, that's been 58 yards or more this year. Only 6. There are 13 total that have kicked a 58-yarder or greater this year, which I think is indoor-outdoor. So the Cairo Santos, he's middle of the road in terms of his leg. I think the trajectory and all that's all valid. He's the most accurate kicker in Bears history. It's hard to criticize. And also, Torrey Taylor, MVP of this season. And you can see how he has completely changed the course of the season. He has literally single-handedly kept the Bears in games in some of these games early, when they were in these one-score games.
Yeah, I will take accuracy over distance for a Chicago Bears team that plays outdoors. Certainly need that.
Don't hate on Torrey Taylor. I love that guy.
Well, we can talk about that during the break. All right, coming up next, we get a chance to talk to Brad Biggs and ask him if Ryan Poles deserves an extension or not. We'll do that on the other side. We'll also be joining the CHSM broadcast, so make sure you check us out there if you're headed inside the house. All right, it's Gabe Ramirez. It is Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Bernstein and Harris.
Honesty, I like the realness of that, and not saying Caleb Williams has never once said, give me time, hey guys, rein it in a little bit, tamper your expectations a little bit. He straight up said on the Pivot before the draft, the Pivot podcast, that he intended to have a better rookie season than CJ Stroud. So his expectations would be so high that he would be frustrated with your comp of Kyler Murray. But I think the CJ Stroud rookie season has skewed people's expectations in the same way that Tom Brady playing to 45 and playing well skewed people's expectations for quarterbacks at that end of the spectrum. Oh, now we think everybody's going to do that. So then we're shocked when Drew Brees can't do it anymore.
Away.
We're shocked when Peyton Manning doesn't have it anymore.
We're shocked when Aaron Rodgers,
right now, when Aaron Rodgers starts to decline in his late 30s, like that's shocking somehow.
Early 40s.
Whatever it was, I'm sorry. Matt Stafford declining, like we're shocked that this happens because we thought, oh, well, that's the new normal. Every quarterback's going to play well into their 40s. Oh, that's the new normal. All of these top draft picks can play like C.J. Stroud did last year. No, it's not normal.
It's not normal at all.
Caleb Williams' rookie season right now, pretty normal, actually, for a good first-round quarterback.
And I think that's what I wanted people to understand, that in trying to find the growth and all of the cool stuff, people were promised jetpacks, man. And they want their jetpacks, and I get it.
I did too. I thought it'd be going better than this. I thought he would be plug and play 300 yards day one.
And I got to tell you, as someone who probably preferred Jaden to Caleb, the more I watch Caleb, the more I go, this guy's got something, and he's starting to figure stuff out. And when he does figure it out, it's going to be a problem for the league.
Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. The Detroit Lions took down the San Francisco 49ers 40-34 last night on Monday Night Football. Blues and Blackhawks from the Winter Classic at Wrigley Field, 4 p.m. puck drop today. And Bears interim head coach Thomas Brown says that all healthy starters will play on Sunday against the Packers. Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. And this hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggs. With Mully and Haugh. Biggs time. The Biggs Report with Brad Biggs. Biggs time. Biggsy. His name is Brad Biggs. Brad Biggs talks football with you.
And he's talking football with us, Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky from Chicago Sports Network, hanging in, filling out for Mully and Haugh today. And, of course, Brad joins us. All guests, actually, are brought to you by Arturo, your all-weather tire, ArturoTire.com. And this segment with Brad Biggs is sponsored by Estwing Professional Tools, made in the USA for 100 years. Estwing.com. Make sure you go ahead and check them out. Brad, good to talk to you again. And, looking ahead to next season, the Bears are facing critical decisions with several key players and some gaps to fill, including the head coaching position. But considering the development of Caleb Williams, how different is this team going to look next year when we're talking about the actual roster?
Morning, gang. They've got work to do, right? And they've got a new coaching staff, and how different or they will have a new coaching staff. How different it's going to look will depend in part on how a new coaching staff views some of the players that are in place and how they potentially fit the scheme and the vision and in terms of the traits that those coaches place as a premium on players at specific positions. I mean, there's a lot that goes into that, but they don't have a ton of players headed toward unrestricted free agency. They do have some exclusive rights guys, some restricted free agents that decisions will need to be made on, but they've got cap space. So, you're going to see a different looking team, but I don't know that 2 years from now we'll be at a point where you'll look at it and you'll say, geez, remember the final days of the Thomas Brown era? They've got 11 players left or something like that. Where do you see sort of the radical roster turnover?
Brad, I'm curious to get your thoughts on Thomas's press conference yesterday. Obviously, the decision to play all the starters, including Caleb Williams, and what that means, for Week 18. What's kind of your takeaway? That, to me, it felt pretty on brand for what Thomas Brown has stood for, and also just for what this season has now become about.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised by any of that with him announcing that Caleb will play, that all the health, if you're healthy and you're a frontline guy, you're out there. And that, it's a regular season game. It's not a preseason game. There's a segment of folks out there who consistently have a fatalistic view of the Bears quarterback situation and what could happen. And part of that is because of how the Bears have handled the position over the decades. I get it, but hey, the guy's got to go out there and play. I'm sure he wants to go out there and play. Mm-hmm. Seriously, the ability to start 17 games as a rookie in the league is a big deal. And if he can stay healthy next year and the year after that, Josh Allen's going out there to start for Buffalo this weekend, and they're going to pull him real soon. I think Sean McDermott said that, to extend a streak of consecutive starts, because stuff like that matters to guys, and being available for your teammates matters to guys. So I wasn't surprised, and I think it's the right call for him to play.
Yeah, definitely want to see Caleb Williams, getting some more reps. Want to see those guys out there. When you're looking at Caleb, going into this game, you've seen his demeanor kind of change in real time throughout the season. What do you think his approach is going to be to this last game?
Hopefully he cuts it loose, right? Hopefully challenges tight windows, says to heck with it. It's not a deal where the Bears can knock Green Bay out of the playoffs. The Packers are locked in. But the Packers could wind up as the 7th seed, and that would give them, I believe, a pretty gnarly first. I know it would pretty gnarly first round wild card game. So go out and try to have some fun. Like I said, challenge some tight window throws. That's something he hasn't done a ton of, and hopefully they play loose. The Bears have got nothing to lose, right? Just go out there and let it all hang out.
Brad, I don't know about you watching the NFC North games this weekend without the Bears to worry about. Vikings, Packers, that game was crazy. And then the Lions last night, even with their banged up defense. Who in their right mind would voluntarily sign up to come coach in this division right now?
Yeah, that's it. You know what? It's a factor, I think, for potential candidates that they want to hire, but the Chargers are able to get Jim Harbaugh. The Raiders are able to get a new coach every year or every other year, and when you're headed to the AFC West, you got to tangle with Patrick Mahomes, right? Who's probably the best player in football, and going against arguably the best coach in football in Andy Reid. So that's a factor. I don't think we're going to see the division be as strong next year. Like, these things tend to cycle a little bit more quickly than you would think. But if you go back in the day, like the 80s and the 90s, the NFC East was a bloodbath there every year, and that's one thing that I don't think a lot of people know about the Packers and the Lions, especially the Packers, is they've both got really young rosters. So that, I think it's a factor, Ruthie. I don't think it's going to be a deciding factor for potential candidates that they have, because we'll have to see what jobs are available. Like the Jets job, that just doesn't seem like a great one. The Saints, I think, are in such a position salary cap wise that it could be 2 years to get out of that mess. It's a really old roster. Let's see next week how many different jobs are actually open.
And there's going to be a lot of them, Brad, and that's why you're looking at this cycle for the Chicago Bears. Are they operating as they approach this offseason with the mindset that every coaching option is going to be available for them?
Yeah, I think you operate that way until someone tells you they're not interested, right? And they've had an awful lot of time to do some background work to try to get to know people around some of these candidates maybe and learn their history, talk to people that have worked with them before. And I've said this earlier, I think I said it yesterday, I would think that they don't want to start out with a list of a dozen, 10, 12 guys to talk to. Like, that would just seem a little bit too big of a list to me. Like, maybe narrow it down, get down to 5, 6, 8, maybe at the most. Who knows? Maybe though, when they talked about casting a wide net, they want to do that with their interviews as well. But the time that they've had, I would imagine, would allow them to be a little more focused than you'd be if you just get to the Monday after the season and you think you know what you're going to do, but you're not sure, and then you wind up firing your coach. They've had time to really think about this for a while.
Albert Breer had some interesting nuggets that he reported yesterday, and I know you, Brad, reported a couple weeks ago, I want to say. You kind of poked the bear about a potential Ryan Poles extension. Felt like that was maybe in line with Albert's reporting yesterday. Are you hearing anything more? Can you provide any more context for that as they kind of embark on this search?
No, I haven't heard anything new on that, but if you're going to keep Ryan Poles, you're probably going to give him an extension. You're not going to have him on some short-term deal. You're going to look to have him aligned on the same timeline or very close to that of your new coach. It just makes sense, and there could be people throwing their arms up in the air right now, but if they keep him, I would expect him to have a new deal. Yeah, like that's just how it goes.
You think the extension happens before the head coaching hire, so that way they can put that on the table that there will be some continuity?
That's possible. That's certainly possible. Or they talk about it with the new head coaching hires, this is going to be the guy, and we're focused on our coaching search now, and we're going to get to him. That's a good question of the timing of it, but it only makes sense if you're going to keep him for him to have a new contract.
We're talking to Brad Biggs from the Chicago Tribune here on 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez along with Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh today. Brad, are the Bears ready for change?
Are they ready to what?
Are they ready for change?
Oh, ready for I sure hope so. They're 4-12. They haven't won since they played in London. Yeah, I think they need a change, right? And I mean, they needed a change when Eberflus was fired, and it's unfortunate that they, to this point anyway, haven't gotten that kind of spark to carry them through to a victory. And I might have said this a week or two ago, but this is a reminder for folks the next time that the Bears are in a bad season to just be careful what you're asking for when you think that firing the head coach is the solution, because as is generally the case, and this certainly was, it's not the solution, and people may be happy to see a coach that they feel hasn't done a good job lose his job, but that's not going to make the remainder of the season a fun ride necessarily.
There was it all got out yesterday about Mike Vrabel's agreement ending with the Browns just in time for him to get a jump start on his coaching campaign. How quickly do you think the Bears talk to him?
Yeah, I would think Vrabel's got to be a guy that you want to get to and learn a little bit more about, right? And Vrabel, I think, sounds like they may have adjusted his initial contract with Cleveland, maybe realizing, you know what, this would be a good chance for because obviously the Browns are going nowhere this season anyway, and they've got a really good coach in Kevin Stefanski, I think. But sounds like they might have decided to part ways maybe a week earlier than otherwise, just to probably allow him to maybe dial down a little bit on what he's looking at and maybe allow him to do a little bit of research on his own. And he's a guy that should be in demand. You talk about a 6-year run with the Titans as the head coach there with a winning season in the first 4 years. Now it's just 9-7 in 2018 and 2019, but that was a solid team there for a good stretch anyway. So he's going to be a guy that will have opportunities.
Yeah, and Tina Wynn from Fox 32, her and I, we did Chicago Sports Tonight on Sunday. She's from Vegas, did a lot of coverage out there, and all we could talk about when I was asking her, she kept saying that all she kept hearing was that Tom Brady is hell bent on getting Mike Vrabel to the Raiders. So you're seeing that's why I asked you earlier. There are teams out there that are thinking to themselves, like these candidates that the Bears want, or these names that are being tossed around. There are teams out there that want these guys with the same amount of fervor, the same amount of anticipation. They want these guys in the building. It's going to be tough.
I mean, that Raiders job's awful. That's a bad roster. That's just like I don't know that there's enough cologne that Tom Brady can spray there in the next couple weeks to make that look really attractive. Now, can Tom Brady have an influence over that organization in a period of 2 or 3 years that perhaps puts it moving in the right direction? I don't know. I got no idea how hands-on Tom will be and how much juice he'll actually have as a minority owner of that team. But that's a bad spot. Like, unless Vrabel really likes the idea of living in Henderson, Nevada, I think they're going to be hard pressed to get him if he has other choices, right? And some of these, like the Jets, is going to be a bad job. Jacksonville could be interesting because, especially if it's a deal where if they fire everyone there and you really like the GM, well, ownership is generally hands off there. It's in the AFC South where they're not playing the best brand of football overall. And if you like Trevor Lawrence, some people have mixed opinions on him, but if you're someone who's like, I think that guy's got talent and can get better, that could be a good job. As I said, the Saints thing looks messy. Who knows what's going to happen in Dallas? I think Dallas, people kind of poo-poo Dallas as a potentially good spot because of Jerry Jones and all this. But if you talk about being the head coach of the Chicago Bears as like a destination job because of the history of the organization, and I don't disagree with that, but if you throw that out there as a factor, that's got to be a factor to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys too, right? I mean, they haven't been around as long, but it's, you know what I'm saying? Like that's one of the marquee franchises in the league. So we'll see what happens with Mike McCarthy. And then there's, a couple other jobs. Do the Giants open up? How do you feel about that? There's not a quarterback. I think you've got some issues there. So it's going to be an interesting, say 7 to 8 days till the dust is settled after, because sometimes it's a couple days after Black Monday when the final job opens up and a team makes a decision.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, and one that I know you'll be following closely, Brad. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Enjoy the new year.
Thanks, Brad.
Yeah. Happy New Year, gang.
Of course, Brad Biggs from the Chicago Tribune. I was going to ask him, what's his favorite mailbag question of all time. I'm always reading his mailbag stuff.
The best.
So gotta go.
It's just the best.
Do that. Listen, it's a tough position to be in because there are other jobs out there. You just saw, reports, obviously coming out, and they're going to be. But Chad Forbes just tweeted out that Ben Johnson said the Jaguars is the worst kept secret in the NFL. I mean, teams are going to go hard. Jerry Jones is going to offer up a ton of money.
And Jacksonville, one thing he didn't talk about when you talk about the Jackson, that owner is going to pay.
Right.
There are no repercussions.
That's what people always ask me. They're like, why don't they? I said, listen, it is because a billionaire owner doesn't care about an extra $10 million.
Right.
Right. But when your business is the Bears and you're crunching numbers constantly, it's a little more difficult for you to pull off something like that. And we totally understand that. But look, do you think it's going to be a long or a short process, Ruthie, finding the coach of the Chicago Bears?
I think it's going to have to be long because if Ben Johnson's in the Super Bowl, or if Brian Flores is in the Super Bowl, unless you're like gung-ho on hiring Mike Vrabel, but then everyone's going to say, well, you didn't let Ben Johnson wait out to the Super Bowl. You just jumped the gun. It's just, you can't win. Can't win in this situation. I think it's going to be long.
312-644-6767. Would love to hear your thoughts on the Chicago Bears head coach, who you like. Do you want them to act swiftly and quickly, or do you want them to wait out for a guy like Ben Johnson? All right, 312-644-6767. We'll take your phone calls, and we'll discuss it next. It is Gabe Ramirez, along with Ruthie Polinsky from CHSN, filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations, plus an outdoor pet area. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
I love that when you got to Washington, you looked up the program receiving yards records so that you knew what you had to do in order to break them. Do you know who holds the Bears franchise record for receiving yards?
Ooh. Brandon Marshall?
It's a good guess.
It's a great guess. It is actually someone named Johnny Morris.
It's an old record, man. It goes back a long way.
Johnny Morris.
How many does he got?
He's got 5,059 yards.
That's it.
In the career?
In the career, yes. Man. He played in the 50s and 60s.
Welcome
Rome.
to our world, Rome. Welcome.
Hey, man. Well, I hope I'll go break that record and hopefully add a few thousand to that. So we'll go get after it. But I think we got some offensive power to do some big things over here. So 5,000 is the goal. Then let's get after it.
There we go. It might not happen right away. DJ Moore pretty good. Keenan Allen pretty good. So we'll see how many balls there are and how many targets for all you guys. What can you learn from DJ Moore, you think, as a wide receiver? Because we loved watching him last year.
I think I can learn a lot from him. I can't even put a category or a box on all the things that I can learn from him because I think it's kind of limitless. How much I can sponge, take up. But I know he's a very explosive receiver. I love the way that he attacks the ball and is very aggressive in his yak mindset. So definitely going to be looking to him for some of those things. But he's an overall great receiver. So learning whatever I can.
312-644-6767. That's the phone lines. If you want to get in right now, Gabe Ramirez along with Ruthie Polinsky hanging out, filling in for Mully and Haugh today. They're enjoying the new year. And we get to talk about, our resolutions for this Bears team during a day like today. But we want to go out to the phone lines. Take your phone calls. Again, 312-644-6767. Let's go out to Jeff out in Kalamazoo. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Hey, good morning, Gabe and Ruthie. One thing about the coaching that I'm looking at is I think the Dallas is a good job for people to go at just because Jerry Jones gives you job security because he does not like to fire anybody. And, he'll try to spend money to win, even though they haven't won. But one thing I was thinking about is the Jaguars. If you go to that job, I got a feeling you're going to have to think about in 5 years, am I going to be the Jacksonville Jaguars or the London Jaguars? Because the NFL has shown they want to expand, and they are sending the Jaguars over there for a reason, I believe. And the attendance in Jacksonville isn't big on NFL football, just like Tampa Bay Rays don't like to watch baseball. I believe you might see Jacksonville going over to London here by 2030, and that's something I think a coach might have to think about. Thoughts on that? I'll listen.
All right, thanks for the call, Jeff. I appreciate it. I mean, listen, it's a tough town. My boy lives out in Jacksonville. He's a diehard Jaguars fan, and he's always sending pictures on Sundays where it's him by himself.
If you want to be an NFL head coach, there are 32 jobs. Like, you're not worried about 2030. You're worried about getting there and winning, and you can deal with that later. Like, I'm not worried about that when I'm thinking about being the head coach of Trevor Lawrence.
Money too. Money's going to come into play. There are teams that are going to be throwing around dollars at these guys. Ruthie, let me throw a couple of coordinators at you. Not necessarily for this specific job for the Chicago Bears, but guys that are going to be looked at maybe that might be under the radar. First, well, Joe Brady's not under the radar, but an offensive coordinator for the Bills. Look at him, look at Brian Daboll, look at guys that are coming from that Bills organization. What do you think about coordinators that are coming from success with talented players?
Yeah, like where does Joe Brady start and Josh Allen end? This is the question we're going to ask ourselves for all these coordinators. It's hard to know what Joe Brady, and I know that the offense did change and they started to look better when Joe Brady took over play calling. I get that. To me, like, Josh Allen is the team. Like, he didn't need any development. He was ready to rock. It was just making sure that you were putting people in positions of success. Like, the situation that the Bears coordinator or coach on offense is coming into is you have to develop Caleb Williams. He does not have all the answers yet. You have to teach him how to play quarterback in the NFL because he's not having a ton of success doing it yet. You've lost 10 straight. So that to me is why I need to know, how are you in a development standpoint as well as play calling?
Yeah, he operates at a high level when it comes to the offense as a whole, right? Despite losing Stephon Diggs, he gets Buffalo to a point where they're third in the NFL in scoring. He's there. Here's another name for you. Liam Cohen, offensive coordinator of the Buccaneers.
Love Liam. I go way back with Liam. Covered him in New England. He's a Rhode Island guy. He used to have camps and stuff in Rhode Island that I would cover. He was the quarterback coach at Maine, I think. And then before he went to the Rams, and Sean McVay really kind of discovered Liam, went with the Rams to the Super Bowl where the Patriots beat them. And obviously he was a candidate for the Bears offensive coordinator job this past offseason. To me, that's the one reason where I feel like it would be another admission. And I feel the same way about Cliff Kingsbury. Like, we messed up by not hiring this guy as our offensive coordinator. If could you bring him in,
could you imagine that conversation? You're like, hey, listen, check this out, Cliff. The reason why we didn't hire you is because we didn't like you as an OC, but man, we thought when you left that room, you had some head coaching chops, and we thought we were going to put you in that predicament.
No, but to answer your question about Liam Cohen real quick, he's young. I think he's very captivating. He's energetic in terms of his personality. I don't really know what he's like in front of a room. Obviously, I'm not in the room, but just knowing him and getting to know him over the years, I think that would be interesting.
Yeah, 29 points or 27 points a game, for the Buccaneers, and that's with them. Remember, they lost everybody in the middle of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Mike Evans was hurt for a while, so they've put up some points despite losing out on some key components on that offense. All right, you can talk about Ben Johnson if you want to, but we'll do that all show long. People talk about the Eagles offensive coordinator, Kellen Moore, someone that's bounced around. You didn't think he was going to get that position. Played or been with the Chargers as well. Somebody like that, when you look at that offense. You know who has less passing yards than the Bears? The Eagles. You know who had less?
Well, when you have Saquon Barkley.
True. You know, had less points per game in the first quarter than the Bears for a large part of the season was the Eagles as well. What do you think about a guy like that?
I don't know much about him as a personality wise. Obviously, you're looking for the next bright minded. The Kellen Moore, Joe Brady category is similar to me, just a little underwhelming in terms of someone that's going to come here and not just call the plays, like someone that's going to come here and completely reshape the way that this team defines winning.
Right.
Like that's what you need, someone who's knows how to win and knows how to teach players, like veteran players. Like this is how you behave if you want to win.
It's the ultimate Venn diagram, right, Ruthie, where you're trying to find someone who has some sort of semblance of experience while also dealing with an offense and being offensive minded. You're trying to find that perfect situation. It's difficult to come by. I mean, we're looking at the offensive coordinators of teams that are performing well offensively. The Bengals with Dan Pitcher, the Texans with Bobby Slowick. I mean, there are guys out there that are on teams that are performing well, but it's just a matter of whether or not you want to give them that first opportunity with this team specifically, right? That might have been the case a couple of years ago with Coach Eberflus when you brought him in because you knew you were rebuilding a roster. Now where it currently stands, a rebuild, the word rebuild should be as far away from Chicago as anything that you're hearing right now.
It's not a rebuild, but it's a rebuild of your mentality as an organization.
You're rebuilding your confidence?
You're rebuilding your, I don't like that either. You're rebuilding the way you view championship football. Like I remember in the preseason press conferences with Ryan Poles and I think Kevin Warren threw around the word Super Bowl. It's like this team is so far away from winning a Super Bowl that you have so much work to do in terms of just building the mentality and the culture and the state of mind and the work ethic, all of those things.
Give me the percentage of the roster that is playoff ready. Percentage of the roster. We're looking at the 53-man, and we're saying, all right, this percentage of the roster is good for my playoff push that I'm trying to make. And it's because I'm trying to evaluate the team, and I'm trying to get your thoughts on what that looks like.
Keenan Allen? Like DJ
Yeah,
Moore has never won.
There's
like
a handful of guys that are good.
These guys don't know how to Tremaine Edmonds, but like he's had a bad year. Like he's the only one that has been on a winning team, and TJ Edwards too, maybe.
Yeah.
Like 3 guys, I feel good about them. Like, but even those guys are not the huge personalities. Those are not the players that are saying, here's how to win. I'm going to get up in front of the room and motivate everyone, and this is how we're going to play. Like, those are not they're leaders, but they're not like the
they were good
tell
enough,
you how it is.
They were good enough to fool Ryan Poles into thinking that it had an exceptional roster, and they
8 captains, man.
Games. And that is tough to think. All right, speaking of personalities, we have one in the room right now, and you get to hear from him next. Coach Dave Wannstedt joins us here on 670 The Score to give us the goods and the latest on your Chicago Bears. I am Gabe Ramirez. She is Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh, and we'll talk to Coach Wannstedt next right here on 670 The Score.
Hey, Cubs fans,
So, Studs, did you end up finding the V. Stiviano stuff?
Can you tell me what your relationship with Donald Sterling is?
I'm Mr. Sterling's right-hand arm. Man. I'm Mr. Sterling everything. I'm his confidant, his best friend, his silly rabbit.
His what?
His silly rabbit.
His silly rabbit?
Yes.
Is that what he calls you?
No.
That's
I
what
call
you-
myself
I
that.
see, okay.
I joke around and I make him laugh. I do things that some people find very silly, or I do things that sometimes people can understand our relationship. I'm his everything.
She gets it.
Barbara
She
Walters'
took-
reaction. Sorry, go ahead, Layla.
No, that woman took down $1 billion business.
Barbara Walters' reaction to
your what?
I'm his silly little rabbit. Your what?
Your what?
What did you just say?
Right hand arm.
Mr. Sterling's right hand arm.
Man.
Man.
How is that not an obvious shirt?
I'm on Sterling's right hand arm, and then like a bunch of space, man.
Yeah, that's the problem. Is the pause is really what sells it.
You got to
I'm
go
Mr. Sterling's
ellipses.
right hand arm man.
Since we're talking about V. Stiviano, let us also make sure to mention that woman, although she did have paparazzi following her around, she was walking around with that big visor thing.
Yes.
That was quite the scene.
COVID.
Way before COVID.
Well, she was a trendsetter.
Sterling's right hand arm man.
Man.
Six seasons.
The Bears. The Bears.
Super Bowl champion.
How about them Cowboys? Yeah!
He has the greatest mustache you've ever seen.
Some say it's a symptom of manliness. Others a cause. The mustache.
One hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Open up the door. It's Dave. Who? Dave. D-A-V-E.
Dustin, we're not going to waste airtime on that, okay?
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you.
Next question.
Thank you
Next
very
question.
Dave Winstead.
Mully and Haugh. Well, no Mully or Haugh. It's Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky filling in for the guys. But we have your regularly scheduled program and guests Brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire, Atturo.com. That's who's lending us to Coach Wanstead. And, of course, the segment with Dave Wanstead is sponsored by ChicagoRoofingContractors.org, providing all-weather protection for your business. All right, Coach, let's get right into it. When you're looking at the Bears season and how it's unfolded, in your mind, looking back, what was the biggest misstep that might not have saved the season but might have salvaged it?
You got to turn that on, my man. Come on. Come on. You give me a headset that my grandkids, this looks like something
like
they
a
got,
Walkman?
It looks like they got for Christmas.
A Sony Discman headphones?
No, where it went wrong.
Like biggest misstep. You know, you could look at something and say, man, had they done
Probably,
this?
I still couldn't get over. And I would have had a difficult time even doing a press conference after the Washington game when Stevenson pulled that stunt. I think right then that was a great opportunity for Flus just to go off and show a different side of his personality at a press conference and say, you know, this is ridiculous and this will never happen again. And I don't know, you know, in Stevenson, until he proves to this football team and me and these coaches that he can be accountable and he is all in, he's not playing. And I'd have sat him down. I'd have made a big, and I think, I mean, you know, because I remember the interviews after that, and DJ Moore saying, "Well, you know, the leaders, we're gonna deal with it, and we're gonna do this," and you know, at that point, it was like everybody, myself included, was waiting for Flus to make a stand. And
Okay,
say,
but Coach, you understand.
it had nothing to do with football,
right?
But I think sometimes those things really have just as big an impact on your team, derail, Ruthie, or whatever, and as losing the game.
I thought you were going to say the play before the Hail Mary.
Like taking
I thought that's
accountability
what you were
and
going to
such.
say, and then the way that played out.
That
and
might
saying
have
it
been the
didn't
last
matter.
time he called plays for me. Okay, that would have probably been the last time he called plays, or I wouldn't have let that happen. I mean, come on. I mean, you know. But the point is that that's between me and the offensive coordinator. That's how I would look at it as a head coach.
Oh no, I'm talking about
the
play,
defensive
literally
laps.
right, the defensive where he gave up the 13 yards to
Oh.
get them in Hail Mary range. But the you're talking about the Doug Kramer handoff.
Yes.
Yeah.
To the offensive lineman.
Yeah.
Coach.
Well,
are you
You
kidding
are no
me?
longer calling plays for me.
So to go on that,
No, I would have said, you know, I would have called a timeout, and my response would have been, "Tell me you're serious. Tell me I didn't hear this wrong. I'm serious now. I mean,
I know.
I don't know. Maybe it's
I hired
think-
you. How
I
dare
think-
you do this to me?
I think hiring obviously the wrong offensive coordinator
Right.
was probably the root of a lot of issues
I agree.
from the beginning.
I agree. A smart guy, good guy, but just not ready for it. Just didn't understand the big picture. Big picture.
Yeah.
So,
You
okay,
know?
Coach, so you've obviously hired your fair share of coordinators in your day.
Mhm.
Like, where does the mistake happen between, like, believability and what I think you can do and then what actually happens on the field? Where does that mistake happen?
Well, where the Bear, you know, I only hired, and I'm serious about this now. In 17 years as head coach, I hired a lot of assistant coaches, coordinators, and I think I hired one guy, and I won't mention his name, that I hired him on a third-party recommendation that myself or I had my inner circle of guys that didn't work with this guy. I want stuff on paper, and I want sources. I don't want resumes. I want, and I've had a lot of phone calls, you know, from the top GMs and owners and everybody around the country recommending people, but I would always go back to my guys. Is this guy one of our guys? Does he understand what we got to do to win and what I want as a head coach? Tell me that. Tell me that. And, you know, I go back to the example when we left the University of Miami and we went to the Dallas Cowboys. You know, Jimmy called me up and, you know, I was going with them, obviously, to run the defense. And he says, "What do you think?" And I said, "Well, Jimmy, you know, we know what we're doing. We know what we want to do. We brought like 9 guys with us
Yeah.
from Miami, and
Worked out pretty well.
just went to work.
Yeah.
Just went to work. We didn't waste any time on it. There was nobody questioned whether we were going to run the ball or when we were going to, So I think having your people that understand what the head coach wants is really the key. And it's not recommendations from agents, and it's not recommendations from a head coach that you're so impressed with somebody calling you and, that's a Bill Belichick recommending a guy, even though he might be a good guy. I want my inner circle guys. That's the only recommendations I'm taking.
Coach.
When I hired Chan Gailey, when I got the Dolphins job, I'll go back to the Bears job. Ron Turner and I worked together at USC. Norv, his older brother, and I were Norv was the coordinator at USC when I was there. So we used to ride to work together. And then Ronnie comes on the staff when Norv leaves, and Ron and I became friends. And I knew him. I knew his flavor. I knew what he believed in. There was no question. I hired him over the phone. Just called him when I got the job. I said, "You want to come with me?" And he says, "I'd love to."
In.
I said, "You're in." And when I hired Chan Gailey, I knew Chan because we worked against the Steelers when I was at the Bears. We went to Ireland, so we spent like a week with them over there practicing against them. So I'm on the field, and that was the biggest thing for me. I loved working against these teams, and our players would get work and all this, but I was evaluating the other coaches.
Oh, cool.
So I'm standing there, and I'm evaluating the Steelers staff, and Cowher and I are buddies to this day and friends, and I'm watching the guy that's working with the quarterbacks and it's Chan Gailey. I'm watching him, and he goes to Dallas, and it didn't work out with Troy, and so he got released at the Cowboys, and I called him right away. The timing was perfect, and I brought him in for an interview and hired him.
I was in Miami when Chan was there for that year.
Oh, were you?
Yeah. We never connected that.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, Coach, I feel like Gabe and I are victims of this too, but we're talking about this season like it's over. Like they got a game to play.
Right.
Sunday. What's your message as the head coach this week to these guys in this locker room to go out there in Lambeau? It's going to be cold. It's going to be loud. You've got nothing to play for except your pride. Like, what is your message to the locker room?
You are playing, guys, let me tell you something. Whether you understand the rivalry with the Bears that's not the issue where we're at right now. The most important thing that I can tell you as a head coach is that this game, you are being evaluated by 32 teams in the NFL. You are putting your craft, your trade on tape, whether it's for the Bears next year, to get a new contract, to stay with the Bears, to go to another team. This game is important because it's going to be evaluated. People are going to see how you respond. And that's all you can do at this point as a head coach.
Yeah, and it goes for the coaching staff as well, right? Yeah. They understand that same thing. They got to put that.
Absolutely. The toughest thing is for the families, Gabe. The wives at home and, and the kids at school and all that stuff.
Because they're getting made fun of?
Well, not being fun of,
wow.
but your wife knows that you're going to, and that can be good and bad.
They know they're picking up and moving their families soon, probably.
Yeah.
Like that's brutal.
Absolutely. And it's a mess. It's a mess. It's a life we've chosen. You know. That happens when you move. When my kids were when I took the Bears job, one was like 10 or one was in junior high and one was in high school. I can't remember the grades. And the oldest one, man, she had boyfriends in Dallas, and she was, and I'm buying cars, I'm buying plane tickets for anybody. How many people want to, anything I can. And I told my wife, I can't hear her cry. I just can't have her be upset.
I think that gets kind of downplayed. People are like, well, these coaches are compensated, like they're paid to get fired. Like they're
sucks.
Like the lowest level quality control coach is not making a lot of money, and he doesn't know where he's going to be next year. Like that kind of gets over.
Right, his family might not even be in Chicago,
right?
For that
matter.
Oh yeah,
100%. It's probably not. You're probably not. So anyways, you deal with that, and that's part of the profession.
It sucks to be in that situation for those coaches, for everyone, but they still have to come out and play. But they're going up against a Packers team who seems pretty solid in their positioning. Obviously the Commanders are right there above them. They both play at 12 o'clock. It's not going to be a scoreboard watching situation, but you want the Bears to still end on a high note, and I think these guys still feel like they can get a victory.
Yeah, I do, and the last one came down to the last kick, right? I mean, they're watching that tape also. I would say on that two things. One, and a question for you: Can Green Bay, other than winning, just getting another W? Can they help themselves with any of the standings in the playoffs by winning or not?
They're tied with the Commanders.
Sure, right?
They're tied with the Commanders, though, for the last spot. So
Right.
they can change their seeding where they play the Rams as opposed to the Eagles. So if they end up 7, they play the Eagles. If they end up 6, they play the Rams. So I'm sure they want to win so that way they can get out of the Eagles' warpath.
But that's their only – I mean, over that, they would probably try to be healthy. I'm going to bet that Green Bay, in the back of their mind, they know they have to have Josh Jacobs healthy. I'm just talking out loud. You got to have Jordan Love healthy. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. I mean, are they all in the whole game? Does that mean as much to them? And I'm asking this. I don't have an opinion.
You're the coach. You got to have the opinion.
Yeah, you got to be healthy. If you want to have a chance to beat, I don't care who you're
So first half, we're spreading out the carries throughout the game. Kind of like rotating guys, and not Jordan Love, but Josh Jacobs for that matter.
Yeah, I mean, if you play him once, maybe you play him a half and see how it goes. I don't know. I mean, you're going to be playing next week. I might not play anybody. Okay. I mean, I might not. I
think you might. Coach is going to throw the ball 40 times. Coach is going to throw the ball 40 times.
I'm just telling you, the biggest pressure in this game is it's Green Bay and the Bears. If Green Bay is playing anybody else, I'm not sure. And maybe they won't. Maybe as coaches and players, they shouldn't put that in front of the history and the tradition of the Bears rivalry. I don't know. All I'm saying is, what gives you the best chance to play next week? You're not going to get a week off, right?
Right.
You're going to be playing. You better be healthy, and you better be. And I don't know what the injury situation is, and half those guys are playing with little injuries right now. With that, nothing gets talked about. But guy's got a little bit of a sore ankle. His shoulders bother him a little bit. An extra week would do wonders. I promise you.
Something they're going to need.
Best case, they go up 40-0 in the first half and pull everyone in the second half.
You mean the Bears?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
On the other side, we are going to talk about what position group Coach feels like is most overrated on this Chicago Bears team. It's Gabe Ramirez along with Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh. We got Coach Wannstedt in studio talking more Bears on the other side right here on 670 The Score.
Beat the Packers!
Do you know we found this, Anthony?
It depends on what this is.
Well, so Big Ant,
yeah,
you've got the photo in your home. The time you sacked Tom Brady.
I do have that photo.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what? Take us back to the date. What was the date on that game?
It was at Kinnick Stadium. It was a home game. I was with the Iowa Hawkeyes.
1998
locations.
We're looking for dates. Yeah, I thought it was something that was meaningful. I mean, if I had a picture in my home, I'd remember the date. Regardless,
it was in the 90s.
I've been asking you for the VHS or the DVD of this for a long time, right? And Ant had told me, maybe my parents have it at their house, but I have no idea. I had never seen this clip on YouTube before.
This is Iowa football against Michigan football when Brady was the quarterback at Michigan. Ant was at Iowa.
Yeah. And so we've tracked it down for you, and so the Score audience, I believe for the first time, can hear you taking down the legend, the GOAT, Tom Brady. And, even though you bus-tossed me earlier in the show, I will do something nice for you and something to uplift you. I guess it's an apology for me not doing my job as well in the first segment, but here we go for our listening audience, Ant's big sack of Big Tom Brady.
You are looking live at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City, Iowa on a rain-swept Saturday afternoon. A year ago, the Hawks forced... Now let's take a look at our Chili's starting lineup. Tom Brady, 15 of 26 for 208 yards a week ago. Brady couldn't find an open man. He's going to be sacked from behind at the 24-yard line by Skip Miller. And Anthony Herron receives credit for it. Real Real tenacious job by Anthony Herron, number 99. Good job in the secondary, apparently, for the Hawkeyes. There's Herron. He beats the block of Backus and stays on his feet and chases the quarterback down. Almost knocked the ball away from Brady.
Wow! Is that cool? That is Brent Musburger and...
It sounded like Fouts.
I'm trying to place
I've
the
already
analyst.
forgotten.
Yeah, you're probably right.
I think, because
Yep.
it's not Gary Danielson.
Right.
It's not Todd Blackledge.
Right.
Fouts is a pretty good call. I think that is Dan Fouts.
Yeah, I think that's a good call.
Tenacious job by Anthony Herron.
Or by
Apparently
Skip Miller.
by Skip Miller.
We don't
Yes.
know.
Right.
So
Could have
we
been
have
that guy
there's
too.
no way to know. Skip might have done it, but Ant got
Right.
credit.
Skip Miller, the whitest of white guys you've ever met, or me. It could have been either one of us.
A
who
sack by
sacked
Skip
Tom
Miller.
Brady.
No, I'm sorry. It was someone darker than that.
Right. The complexion a bit different than the guy I mentioned a moment ago.
Come on, Brent. Come on, man.
It
Don't
was a
flub our
rainy
guy's
night.
sack.
It was a rainy night.
You love a
at
rainy
Kinnick
night.
Stadium. Yeah, a rainy night at Kinnick.
Man, you almost knocked the ball away.
Gotta get that ball out next time, man.
Come on.
I know.
Next time you get a chance.
I recall
need
a
that
clip
ball out.
of me on the sideline screaming at someone about that as though they should have gotten the ball out. That's what it looked like. I remember the clip afterwards, watching it back. First round pick, Jeff Backus, by the way, the guy I'm beating around the corner there, as a side note. But then I get to the sideline. There's a clip of me screaming at some teammate just because I'm just, so overcome with the fervor of the moment. And I get I almost had the ball out. Like,
It's in your
why am I
scouting report.
angry?
Bad guy. Bad guy. Bad
Exactly.
teammate.
.670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. The Winter Classic today from Wrigley Field as the Blackhawks face the Blues. 4 p.m. puck drop from the friendly confines. Bears interim head coach Thomas Brown announced yesterday that all starters, including Caleb Williams, if they're healthy enough to play on Sunday against the Packers, they will play on Sunday against the Packers. And college football, we have number 4 Penn State taking on number 9 Boise State in the college football playoff at 6:30. And 11 o'clock kickoff between number 11 Alabama and Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl. And Monday Night Football, the Lions took down the 49ers 40-34. This scoreboard update, the Score Update Studio, is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. And this hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Dave Wunstead hanging out with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Remix, New Year's Eve edition. Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky from Chicago Sports Network hanging out, filling in for Mully and Haugh. And we still got our regulars, our usual suspects. Dave Wunstead in studio right now, hanging with us. Coach, Before we get to college football, I am curious what you think is the most overrated position group of the Chicago Bears. This is a team where a lot of people thought Caleb Williams was walking into the best case scenario. So many people know that you can upgrade the offensive and defensive line, but when looking at everything else, when you look at these groups and you say to yourself, man, even though people think this is good, it could probably use a little help.
Oh, I hate to say this because they've had some injuries, but you got to look at what's required at that position with a team. And by that, I mean, if you're running a blitz defense, your defensive linemen aren't as high priority maybe because you're bringing a lot of linebackers and safeties all the time. So they're always going to be one-on-one. They're not going to be asked to beat the blocks to make plays. In the scheme that the Bears run, the success of their defense, in my opinion, is predicated on what your defensive linemen do. In other words, they would just like to, because it's kind of a combination of what we did at Dallas, and I've talked to Flus about this, and what Tony Dungy did at Tampa. Rush 4, multiple coverages, okay? With a little bit of blitz. And that's what Flus did and did a great job of it. But to be successful in that scheme, you have to have your defensive line be playmakers. And I really think that Dexter, Big Dex, that he made strides there. Mm-hmm. We had about a 4-game span. Remember when he was making tackles for loss, he was getting sacks.
Oh yeah.
And that's what you need. You need that out of your tackles, okay? And then obviously your pass rushers got to be impact guys on the edge. You got to be getting sacks out of those guys. I mean, if you want to run the scheme correctly, that's what has to happen. Okay. The best year I had with the Bears is that first year with defense. I had, God bless them, Steve McMichael and Fridge and Zorich were the tackles, and they were playmakers. And I had Richard and Trace at the ends, and that's a heck of a group. Yeah. And we weren't a blitz team at all, And then at Miami, it was the same thing. Everywhere I've coached, you're going back to the University of Miami, Russell, Maryland. A Chicago guy. So we had playmakers at those tackle positions, and then your pass rushers have to be on the edge. Aaron Donald when I was at Pitt, So I mean, that to me in this scheme of defense, your defensive line has got to make a lot more plays. God bless Edwards, TJ Edwards. He's my favorite player on defense. The poor guy makes every tackle. If he don't, it'd even be worse.
All right. Think we should move to college here a little bit. Before we get into the playoff and the games coming up here, I got to get your thoughts. Cam Ward pulling himself out at halftime. You're a university. You're the U.
I'm the U.
You are the walking U.
Even though I'm wearing Naz sweatshirt, I'm a U, yeah.
Because it's polarizing. I think some people are like, it's the Pop-Tart Bowl. Who cares? But it still maybe says something about his character, maybe? What do you think?
100% no.
Okay.
100%. In my opinion, I get it. I get it wanting to break the record, right? Most touchdowns, I believe, was the record. Most touchdowns in the ACC. So I understand that. Once he gets the record, get him out. That would have. If I had a son or a grandson or somebody that was in Cam Ward's position, I would have said, don't play at all. If he convinces me I want to break this record, okay, but I'd be darn careful with him. I really would. The guy's going to be a top 5 pick. He's going to make millions of dollars. Look what Greg Schiano did. Cal Magun guy. I'm not pronouncing his name right. Manon guy, I think is probably pronounced it. The running back for Rutgers. Okay, he led the Big Ten in rushing last year. He's going to be a high draft pick. Greg he was on the sidelines for the Rutgers game and didn't play. And Greg told him, you know what? You've done enough for Rutgers. We appreciate what you did. Don't put yourself out there in jeopardy in this bowl game. That's how I would approach it with Cam.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting. I mean, you've seen a guy who's performed at a high level all year, probably bummed he didn't make it into the college football playoff. Wanted to have one more accolade on there.
Bummed. They made the biggest stink about it. the University of Miami. It's like, maybe don't blow it to Syracuse.
Yeah.
That's how I felt.
Take care of business at the tail end.
But you better beat Iowa State with Cam Ward or not. That's how I felt about it. After being mad about not making the playoff, please.
I'm so disappointed. I said it. Yeah, I could get into Miami right now, but
let's talk about the playoff. What are you looking forward to?
You know what? It starts tonight, right? Penn State,
Penn
and
State,
Boise.
Boise
I
State.
want to see Ashton Genty, the running back from Boise, who was as close a Heisman race as it's been in years, and he was right there. And this guy is going to be a first-round draft pick, the best running back in the draft. I want to see him tonight against Penn State's defense, which is number 7 in the country. And then the game tomorrow that I'm looking forward to, I'm taking Notre Dame to beat Georgia. I think Notre Dame will beat Georgia. Notre Dame, other than that Northern Illinois loss, okay, which happens.
Shout out to the Huskies.
I'll give you some love there for one game. Notre Dame has dominated every game that they've played all the way through. So I like Notre Dame in that one. Texas got so much more talent, I think, and they're mature, an older team over in Arizona State. And the other one that's going to be exciting, I'm taking Ohio State over.
Same.
Oregon.
I got Ohio State too.
When you play in these games, I added up because I did a Big Ten show the other day. I think I was in 9 championship games. Okay, I'm playoff games,
Okay.
including Super Bowls and 3 national championships at college. I'm lumping them all together, one and done type games. And it usually comes down to the team that doesn't make the most great plays, but the team that makes the fewest bad plays.
Yeah.
And when you look at the first game when Ohio State played Oregon, just hand me the stat sheet. Don't tell me who the teams are. Don't tell me what they threw for or rushed for. That's all very important, but just let me see the stat sheet. One team had 8 penalties, the other one had 3. The same team that had 8 penalties had 2 turnovers. The other team had 0. Who won the game? Championship game? Playoff game? I'm taking the team that had the least penalties and no turnovers. And that's what happened. It was a 1-point game, and they beat Oregon, or they lost to Oregon out at Oregon in their home field. Now they're playing neutral field. I like Ohio State.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, a lot of those teams, right, when you're talking about what that dynamic looks like. Boise State faced Oregon in the beginning of the season. Austin Jency ran for $192, right? So against a good team, what is that going to look like against
What
Penn
was the
State?
score that game? You looking at the stats?
Yeah.
What was the final score that game?
I think we lost by 3, 37-34.
Really? See, that's a good point.
That was the beginning of the season, like second week of the season.
Okay, I lost track of that.
If the game does come down to the end between those two,
yep.
What confidence do you have that Ryan Day can be the winning coach?
I got a lot of confidence.
Okay.
I do. I got a lot of confidence.
This is my Michigan coming out here, Coach.
I
hear it.
Oh,
Listen.
He was looking forward to playing Oregon in the playoffs. He didn't care about Michigan. Come on.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
And so does everyone there. So does everyone in Columbus.
I'm trying to give him a little. I think he hired Chip Kelly, an very successful head coach, as his coordinator. Chip's probably been good for him. Chip's been in this situation a bunch, so he's probably been good for him getting ready for this type of game.
Okay,
and I think the pressure to some degree is off. Last week, you want pressure?
No pressure on him.
Wait. Last week, guys, playing Tennessee, University of Tennessee, and all this SEC
of course you did.
talk, which I'm tired of. The SEC is the only conference. I mean, I'm tired of it, okay? I couldn't wait for that game. And Tennessee was 4 in the country in defense, and they were 8 in the nation in offense. They were a top 10 in offense and defense team. And Ohio State dominated them.
Yeah,
I mean, that was a huge, in my mind, pressure reliever to some degree for Ryan Day.
I agree.
Yeah, I think when you're looking at Tennessee, I think were they ranked number 1 or the highest 7th? Wait. No, okay, they were ranked 7th this season.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they had a good team. Everybody was talking about them all year long. I mean, obviously making it into the college football playoff in the SEC, but Ohio State came out and handled business. You knew they were going to have that kind of a bounce-back game after the loss to Michigan that they were going to want to play, and especially not playing in the Big Ten championship. That was a big win from them. That is the game I'm going to be watching closely. Oregon, Ohio State.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's going to be awesome.
I mean, they set it up that way so that Ohio State could face Oregon in the second round.
Go Ducks.
They needed some eyes on that game. It's going to be tough one. Coach, talk to me about facing a team for the second time, in the college level, facing a team for a second time in the same season, especially at the tail end, in something like the college football playoff.
Well, doing it in the NFL, I hated playing teams in the preseason that we were going to play in the regular season, and I hated on the second time around you're playing teams in the division. Division was a little different because you could rally with the division game. Okay, we're trying to win. But when you played out of division teams, and now all of a sudden, because it's human nature, you got to fight this as a head coach. Human nature says, oh, we beat this team the first time. They couldn't stop our running game. They couldn't do this. That's okay. We'll be fine there. And that's a trap. So you really, as a head coach, you need to convince your players and get in their minds that, hey, this team is very capable of beating us, and the first game means nothing.
But are you starting? Let's say if the run worked in that first game, and you said being mindful and not falling into the trap, do you still start with the run to see if, in fact, it still works, or are you being?
I'd probably start with a play action pass. Because give the other team some credit too. When you get into the playoffs, they got good coaches, and they're going to be whatever you did best. They're going to take that away.
Right.
So I'm not so sure that Oregon and the Ohio State, that both these teams come out and start with play action passes to kind of set up the run. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how I would look at it as a coach.
Get them off balance.
Yes, exactly. And because both teams have great receivers, as we know.
Another good one today, Coach. Illinois, South Carolina, 2 o'clock. Cheez-It Citrus.
With that game, here's what I'm
Love
looking
the
at
Cheez-It
there.
Bowl.
Yeah, is that what it is? The
Cheez-It Citrus Bowl.
Oh, that's right. The head of, the president of the Citrus Bowl called me, Steve Hogan, when he was having dinner with Brent Bielema. I'm good friends with him. Jan and I go
Love
up
it.
Yeah, we've known him. We go up and do a couple of charity things up for that bowl game. Anyway, what was I? Oh, so the game. As a coach, you always say this: we want to play our best football at the end of the season, right? Every coach says that. Well, Illinois won their last 3 games in a row. They finished with 3 wins, and Luke Altmaier, their quarterback's playing outstanding. I don't know, again, who left, who's back. I know their one top receiver's gone. But the point is that Illinois finished the regular season on a real positive note. Well, the other side of that coin, South Carolina, which just makes me nervous for Illini fans, they finished the season winning 6 in a row. And they've got a quarterback that's a dual threat quarterback that's a big time. So both these teams are, in my opinion, this is the highest ranked bowl game. They're both going for their 10th win. Both teams got 9. And this is the highest ranked bowl game when you get out of the playoff mentality. So it should be a great game today.
Yeah, the hope is that obviously both teams are playing at this high level right here and moving into that position. When you're talking about these young kids heading into the NFL draft, right, trying to get selected, the Bears have 3 of the top 50. I think we were talking about that last week.
Yeah.
Of these picks. When you've been in these situations, most Bears fans would say, yeah, go find, the best offensive lineman and defensive lineman and get them to the team, or first 3 picks, offensive lineman. Is that a reality? Is that something that can happen where you just look at a position group and say, okay, my first 3 picks are going to be that? Or are you still trying to fill in holes to that roster when you're looking at that situation?
One of you guys pull up the Pittsburgh Steelers' first 2 draft picks from last year. And one of the guys was my favorite, and I was beating the table for him, sitting right here on Talking Draft last year. And there's
Troy Fontenot.
What position?
Can never say it.
Tackle. He was my favorite tackle.
Center, Zach Frazier.
Zach Frazier, they said, is going to be a 15-year
West
starter.
Virginia.
Mean, nasty. He's Olin Kreutz. Good player. He's Olin Kreutz.
Give me one of those.
Give me both of those.
Yeah.
Both of them. That was I like that tackle from Washington because I thought he was the best athlete that had size, and you could see the production on tape. I watched him pretty close. But so my point is, Gabe, go back to your question. They took, I don't know, the Steelers know anything? I mean, they took 2.
All they do is win.
Yeah, they took 2 linemen right off the bat. A
20
tackle
and 51,
and a center.
yeah.
Boom, boom. Both lined up the first day and started.
Real quick, who's the best quarterback?
I like Cam Ward.
Yeah.
I think Cam Ward, he just natural. I don't know. I haven't studied them both that close, but
I like Shadur Sanders.
Maybe it's the Miami coming out of me too a little bit.
I think that's what it is. Because I think maybe it's my gambling that's making me say Shadur Sanders. I bet Shadur Sanders to be the number 1 pick in the draft a couple of months ago. Got it at 25-1. So I'm just in my mind.
Oh, do you really? Yeah.
He's dynamic, right?
Sorry.
No. I was just saying he's dynamic, and what you look for in the NFL now is that kind of
Well, he's not going to be the
playmaking
number
guy.
one pick because right now in New England,
Yeah, they're going to
right?
trade it.
Travis
They're going to
Hunter.
get a Hall coach.
You think so?
Oh, yeah, they don't need a quarterback.
No, I know
The
that.
Raiders need to go
Trade
up.
down, you get a Hall, trade down again if they
But
need a
Hunter's
quarterback.
supposed to be the first guy, isn't he? I mean,
not
much
if.
Yeah,
I don't think if you're New England, you're taking Travis Hunter.
I agree. You probably trade down. And,
I mean,
and he'll fall to 3 probably, right? I mean,
Shedeur, yeah.
Because there's 2 quarterbacks, right?
It's Cam and Shedeur.
Yeah, they're the 2 guys. So
Yeah.
they'll jump up to 1 and 2, and that's the problem with the Giants. God, the Giants were sitting right there to get a quarterback.
Isn't that crazy?
And they
But
win.
now
They
they
win
gotta
the
trade to
damn
get it.
game, and now it's going to cost them a haul to get a quarterback if they want. I you know what? I may take somebody else if I'm the Giants and sign Kirk Cousins or somebody. You know, I mean, I don't know.
You got Malik Neighbors. I mean,
It's
a lot
not
of
a great
quarterbacks would like
quarterback
to throw it to him.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You know,
absolutely. He's a difference maker for sure.
You'd want these guys to, again, you're looking at the top of the draft and what teams need. You see the Bears sitting at 9. You see the kid from Texas that they're saying, they should take as an offensive lineman. When you look back at the 24 draft with your favorite Troy Fontenot, would you have taken him over Rome Odunze now looking back?
Yes.
Yes.
I would have. My favorite center was the guy from Oregon. I think he
Jackson
went,
Powers Johnson.
Yeah, I loved him. But I love Frazier too, and I saw both those guys play a couple times. I would have taken an offensive lineman there.
Why was he so blinded, Ryan Poles, in that situation?
To do everything for Caleb, and in people's minds.
I think he thought he had Bates. He thought Nate Davis was going to.
Yeah.
He thought he swung and he missed, and I think he.
That's right. How many free agents did we sign? We signed Bates. We signed Shelton. We signed
Shelton has not had a bad year. I mean, he's been your most consistent.
Serviceable.
Yeah.
And you got Darnell taking another leap. He's always believed in Braxton Jones.
Yeah.
It's swing and you miss.
It tells me it was pass because we get rid of Herbert. We get rid of our running backs.
You got Swift.
Yeah.
Paid him a lot of money. Could have had Saquon.
But Swift, and I love DeAndre Swift. Don't get me wrong.
Same.
But nothing's changed. What he's doing now and what his strengths are, catching the ball, A+.
Yeah.
Running on the perimeter, screen, stuff like that, A+. Running between the tackles, C.
So they put too much faith in a guy like Roshan Johnson.
Yes, probably a draft pick.
Right, because they assumed that he was going to be the change of pace, bruising back. That was going to be consistent
I like
all year
Roshan.
long.
Yeah, so
I
do
wish
I.
they used him more.
So do I.
Got hurt.
So I don't. Did he have a chance? Could I evaluate him off of this year? No. Can
Who,
you?
Roshan?
Yeah, can you?
Well, I think the bigger issue
I don't
was
think
last
he had an
season.
opportunity.
No,
But I
agree.
think the bigger issue was last season when he couldn't spell Khalil Herbert properly. And then because Deontay Foreman was there, I was like, he couldn't separate himself in that running back room. And I think that was the bigger hindrance for him than anything else.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work this Bears team has to
They
do.
got a lot of holes to fill, Coach. That's what makes me.
Now with a new coach and a new offensive coordinator, does the guy come in and the first thing he says, offensive lineman, and we need another running back? We need a top-notch inside real runner? I don't know.
After Poles just paid Swift.
We don't have time to get into it, but that's going to be the other thing that we never mentioned that you might want to bring up to the callers here. You're going to hire Ron Wolf told me when he was at the Packers with Mike Holmgren. We were just talking about selecting players and GM relationship with coaches, and he says, let me tell you something, Dave. He said, I would never draft a player that Mike wasn't excited about. He says, because if we draft a guy and him and his coaches aren't excited about him, they're not going to put the effort in to coach him. They're going to have an attitude about him, and he's never going to get good enough to help us win games, and we're all going to get fired. So now you're going to hire – if you can go hire a coach. Pete Carroll says, I want the job. Well, you can go hire a guy like that right now. He'll take the job under any circumstances. But it's probably not the right move as compared to a guy who has opportunities. But now what you get into, if you want the guy at Detroit, okay, he's going to sit down and he may say, I want a fullback on the roster. I want this for me to run my offense, I got to do this. Is him and Ryan Poles, is it going to work?
Yeah.
Are the two of them going to be hip to hip? Because if it's not, then you are wasting your time. If Ryan's the guy, we're moving forward with Ryan, great. You're probably not going to get a guy that Bill Belichick's going to come in here. You think you're going to tell Bill Belichick, we're going to keep 5 receivers, Bill, and we're going to do this and we're going to do that? No. And maybe that's not why he didn't get the job or a job, but, you got to cook the dinner. What did Bill Parcells say? If you want me to cook the meal, give me an opportunity to go out and buy the groceries.
Mm-hmm.
It's fair enough. It's going to be interesting. I mean, he has a track record of it, right? I mean, with Flus, he did bring in Tremaine Edmonds. He did bring in TJ Edwards, guys that he wanted to run his defense as opposed to the offense.
100%. And I think Ryan's smart. I like Ryan. I think he's done a good job, but that's going to be something that nobody is talking about anywhere that I think is critical. If you want to just go hire a guy that wants the job, that's easy. If you want somebody that has 2 or 3 options, now you better make sure, and because everyone's going to probably say good things, and I don't know. I mean,
I hope
Kevin Warren, George McCaskey. Somebody's got to be sitting in on this stuff and hearing this conversation back and forth with guys that have other options.
I hope that they're looking at guys with other options because I don't really trust the Bears to make a decision that no one else wants to make.
I want the guy who has a lot of options, but also wants to be here and fix this organization and wants to take on that challenge.
And that's kind of what I'm saying. He says, "Hey, I can fix this, but I need to keep. I only want to keep 3 receivers active because I need that extra tight end. Whatever. Or you could do the same thing on defense, and that bridge needs to be crossed before anything is done permanent, and that's my thoughts.
Well, we'll be keeping a close eye on it here on 670 The Score and break any news that may come this way. Coach, appreciate you hanging out with us.
Love you, Coach.
We're no Mully and Haugh, but
I tell you what, you guys are outstanding.
You're outstanding.
It's raining out. I got my umbrella. And I listen to you walking all the way up from my condo.
We want you to listen all the way home too. All right,
I will.
Coach, appreciate you joining us. We'll take your phone calls. They are open 312-644-6767. Thoughts on your Chicago Bears, and we'll continue those on the other side. It's Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on 670 The Score.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations. Plus, an outdoor pet area. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
Get on the plane. We're heading to DC, and I'm not looking where we're going. We're sitting first class. I'm like, I got my headphones on. They didn't tell me to turn it off when we took off because I'm with my pops, and I'm just sitting there. We end up getting to DC, and we get our bags, and there's a black car waiting outside for us. And like 20 minutes after that, we show up at the White House and sitting there. And then about 10 minutes after that, it's just my dad and I sitting in the Oval Office, and we're just sitting there. And next thing you know, the door opens up, and H.W. Bush comes out, and he's like, Wally. And I'm just like, what? And he gives my dad this huge hug. He gives him a huge hug. He's like, you must be Jared. Let me take you around my house. So we start walking around the White House. He's showing me all the rooms. And then he looks at me. He's like, it's lunchtime. He goes, what do you want to eat for lunch? And I said, man, hot dogs and pancakes. And my dad looked at me with this side eye, like, what are you doing? So they made me hot dogs and pancakes. Then we go outside. He's showing us the renovations that's going on in the White House. And then a little bit after that, we jump on Marine One and we go to a golf course, and we're golfing. And it's somewhere in Baltimore. I don't know where it was, somewhere in Maryland. And next thing you know, it starts raining. So I'm driving around this golf cart. I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'm driving around this golf cart, and it's raining out, Secret Service everywhere. And the president hits this ball on the side of this elevated green. And he jumps into my cart and he says, "Young man, take me to my ball." So I'm driving him and I get on the on the side of the elevated green, and the cart starts to slip. And the Secret Service jumps out and they grab the golf cart. My dad is trying not to yell at me, but he's giving me that look. And I get over by him. He goes, "You are not driving anymore. No more." And the president looks at him and says, "Wally, let him drive." So I didn't know who to think. I'm talking about the leader of the free world or my pops, right? And my life was a movie. Crazy, crazy story.
Where were you when you heard the big news, Wally?
Oh, it's amazing. That's an all-timer.
Don't call me Wally.
Your dad did not let Mike Murphy call him Wally on the score.
Dude, but HW has more pull than
gets to do it.
Murph.
Hey, it's Gabe and Ruthie. Baby T didn't like this. Tyler Farragut producing mid. It was suspect, the whole thing. We are filling in for Mully and Haugh today. Just got done talking with Coach Wannstedt about the Bears and their happenings. And Ruthie, I have a list in front of me of Bears pending free agents.
Okay.
And I'd love to chat with you about who you think should remain on this team and who will be gone.
Okay.
What's interesting also about this list is that it's shorter than I thought. Where you tend to realize a lot of this roster will be back next year.
Yep.
A lot of this roster.
Right.
All right. So first and foremost, a name that a lot of people talk about. Even he himself said, I'm either coming back or I'm going to LA. And it's Keenan Allen. You've heard rumblings about him going to a contender in the twilight of his career, like a team like Philadelphia. Does it make sense for the Bears to bring back Keenan Allen?
Well, what's the price, right? Like, that's the big question mark for me. If someone's going to pay him a lot more money than the Bears are, I think you let him walk. I think if you can get him at a sort of a hometown discount, for me, you have so many other priorities, and you drafted Rome Odunze. So if Keenan Allen walks, he walks. If you can get him here for a reasonable price, what's reasonable? Like
13.
13? I'm not giving him 13. I'm not.
I know, I get it.
You know, it's like you have a lot of needs. And I think the lesson was hopefully learned this year that the weapons are not the priority at this point. The quarterback's got to have time to find them.
Got to have time. Keenan Allen, I mean, granted, you absorbed the majority of his contract because you were unsure if you'd have Rome Odunze or not. Then you get Rome Odunze. And if you're going to spend that draft capital, specifically a number 9 pick, then yeah, I mean, imagine Rome Odunze in the Keenan Allen spot, right? All season long. He would be equally as productive.
Yeah.
You know, you think that'd be the case. And
Probably
then,
not, maybe not equally. We're
maybe
talking
not
about a Hall of
equally.
Famer here, but you know, it could be close, and you got to
True.
give him that opportunity to be that guy.
Yeah. And other guys on the team too, right? You think about Tyler Scott, you know, the speedy over the top guy. Granted, people were worried about his hands, but that's one threat that you didn't see a lot for this Bears
Nothing
team.
at receiver.
Over the top kind of a guy. So Tyler Scott will be able to be something like that. All right. He was traded at the beginning of traded for at the beginning of the season from Seattle, and not necessarily first game made an impact, but not necessarily the impact we would have liked all season long. Darrell Taylor.
I think he's a good depth piece. I think that's someone you could probably keep around. It's sort of a mauler. Like he's got the personality that I think maybe this defense wants to personify. I like him as a depth piece for sure.
I think about Darrell Taylor and I say to myself, what defense are the Bears going to be running next season?
We don't know.
Right. And because if it is a 3-4, then I could see him being an outside linebacker that can contribute to the team, even though he said he'd rather rush the passer than, you know, drop back in coverage. But, you know, that's a lot of things. People aren't talking about that either. When you're looking at the makeup of this defense, someone could easily say, well, you know what? Our edges suck. So instead of trying to, you know, address it via free agency or the draft, you know, let me just change the outlook of this thing and get some speedy guys on the edge. It certainly could be a situation. Offensive linemen, Coleman Shelton and Tevin Jenkins. Both.
Tevin, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Can't stay on the field. You need someone dependable. Your best ability is availability.
Every week. And
the number of games, I don't have it in front of me. Your guy, Clay Harbor, has this number memorized, but it's the number of games that he's started and finished is such a small percentage for someone that you're relying on to be your left guard. Like there is no, and I know a lot of people say, maybe sign him to a 1 year, you know, let's see deal, 1 year prove it deal. No. This was your 1 year prove it deal. You knew you were coming in on a contract year. You talked about it all off season. You changed your body. You changed your regimen. You did this. You got to get an upgrade.
And your bar was low, Ruthie. All he had to do was be better than Nate Davis. And not that he wasn't, but I'm just saying, like, that was the bar for you.
It was to stay on the field, and he couldn't do it.
It was unfortunate.
And I think someone's going to pay him more money than the Bears are probably going to be willing. They're going to overpay him, and he'll take that.
And they're going to say, wow, this is an upgrade over what we have, and we'll give him money, and then he's going to be healthy, play 17 games.
And it's interesting because he was not a Ryan Poles draft pick.
No.
Ryan Poles inherited him. So.
Yeah, supposed to be a tackle, moved over to guard, couldn't necessarily pan out. Someone that is also a tackle that came from the previous regime, I believe, Larry Borum.
Yeah.
He's going to be an unrestricted
Oh,
free
I didn't
agent
talk
as well.
about Coleman Shelton.
Or Coleman
I think Coleman Shelton's interesting to entertain. Again, he was dependable. He was in every game. And, you know, obviously, I think it's another, what you would want him to be a depth piece. You don't want him to be your starting center next year, but it's someone that I think you may want to keep around just in case.
Yeah, having him be a backup center and a potential swing guard for you to fill in. I mean, listen, we've been having Matt Pryors and Jake Currens in certain situations. I think, you know, Coleman Shelton to be a swing guard wouldn't be terrible. Jack Sanborn, restricted free agent, but Jack Sanborn.
Oh, interesting. I think that goes back to what defense are you running, right? It's kind of interesting. I think he's a great depth piece. Again, I think you try and keep him, right? I'm a little. This is like the Chicago bias, like hometown kid, right? Like that's.
You know what it was is that the Bears were playing so much nickel this year that you didn't see a ton of Jack Sanborn as you had in years past, where he was able to fill in, and then you said, "Oh wow, he's a ball hawk. He's getting tackles for losses. He's everywhere." And then he didn't necessarily have the same amount of snaps this year, so he kind of got lost in that wayside. But certainly a guy that you can
good special teams player.
Good special teams player can fill in if needs to be. So I think they'll bring him back in like a friendly deal, where he comes in. Unless, like most linebackers from the Bears, they end up on the Raiders or something like that. I feel like that's the natural pathway. All right, I'll throw one more at you, and that is Travis Homer.
I'm indifferent.
You need a whole new running back room back there. Is that what it is?
No, you have DeAndre Swift,
right?
And you have Roshan. He's on a rookie deal.
Mm-hmm.
So, I guess if Travis Homer fits,
are the Bears going to draft a running back? Should the Bears draft a running back?
No.
I would have thought yes. 5th rounder, someone.
Yeah, I guess maybe late. Yeah, late.
They need someone else.
Sure.
They need someone else in that running back room.
Yeah, someone else relatively cheap, I guess.
God, there's so many holes.
They have so many holes. Like you can't run the ball if you don't fix the offensive line.
I feel like I've been saying the Bears have so many holes for multiple seasons now, and that's the part that's frustrating.
This is what you guys do here, huh?
This is what we do. We talk about holes, quarterbacks, and coaches. I said holes with an L, and I think that they exist at a high rate on this team. I mean, it's bad. Look, the Bears have a handful of really good guys, and then a bunch of guys that are outmatched every single week.
Yeah.
And so what the frustrating part about that is when Ryan Poles first got here, his job was getting bodies in the door, right? Like literally at the tail end, he was just like, we just need some offensive linemen here. And then he was supposed to build depth, right? You're supposed to have the top line talent, and then you're supposed to build depth. And now when we look at the roster, we're like, you had top line talent, but only at a handful of positions. And what you failed to do was elevate the play of the rest of the gang that was helping out. And I think that whether it was the offensive line, whether it's your defensive line that you neglected, but multiple offs. That's why I go back to the other thing where it's like, I want to give them, this is the Bear fan in me. This is why the stadium's packed all the time. Because I want to give them one more offseason. I want to say, okay, you got the quarterback, you got some receivers, you got your secondary filled out, your linebackers are here for a little bit. All you have to do, seems like, is put a bunch of assets on your offensive defensive line. And then I want to give them one more offseason to do that. And I think,
I think that's fair.
All right. We get to talk to Mike Florio about the impending offseason for the Chicago Bears. If he feels confident in Ryan Poles and his ability to put together the remaining pieces for the Chicago Bears team, or does he side with a guy like Bill Belichick, who says that Ryan Poles has had a disastrous reign from the very beginning? Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk joins us next. It's Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes.
And we've been compiling a list over these many years, and I love it when people tip us off, whether it has been our friend Alshon Jeffires, Ashlon Jeffires, or
Jeffries,
and Josh McGowan,
Kyle Orton. McGowan is a better fit than Jason Campbell because he's more cerebral.
Well, apparently Mark Grody last night took a call from a guy named Mike, who gave us one to add to the list.
It was Getsky, it was the line and receivers, and hear me out on this. He had 318 attempts. He ran about 11 times a game. 8 was because he decided to where he could have passed. So that's another 120. That means Getsky gave him the opportunity about 440 times, which is still 100 and something less than every other quarterback in the NFL, or about 25 to 30%. So where you guys are off, and I hear it over and over, it's 2,200 yards, he's this and that. And I don't blame Getsky. Getsky, you're right.
Hold on, I got to stop, because that's the 5th time now, Mike. It is Luke Getsy, not Getsky.
Getsy.
Gotcha. I want you to have credibility. That's all. Go ahead.
All right, Getsy. It was Getsky.
It's my favorite hockey player of all time.
I don't blame Getsky.
The great one, Luke Getzky.
Well, how do you think Trubinsky did overall?
First of all, it's not Ryan. It's Ryan. Ryan, not Ryan.
It was Getzky.
Getsky, the caller that gave us Getsky sounds like the same
other
guy.
Yes.
Trubinsky.
Yes, and there's Steiner math in there, too. That's the other thing. 20% of those would have been
But then you
six.
take my 75% chance of winning if we used to go one-on-one and then add 66 and 2/3%. I got 141 and 2/3 chance of winning at sacrifice.
And I don't blame Getzky.
Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com, NBC Sports, Twitter.com/ProFootballTalk.
Day by day, we get better and better. We can't beat me. Won't beat me.
NFL insider Mike Florio with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky from Chicago Sports Network filling in for Mully and Haugh today on 670 The Score. Well, we still have our usual suspects. And, of course, guests are brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire. Check them out at Atturo.com. Mike, I want to talk to you about, teams, not just the Bears, but across the NFL and their coaching search. In your view, which team appears to be the most desperate in their coaching search this offseason? And how might that sense of urgency impact their ability to make the right hire and set the tone for the future?
There's different levels of desperation, different reasons for desperation. Are you desperate because your team is dysfunctional and you know that your job isn't going to be attractive to a desirable candidate? Are you desperate because you think you have the pieces in place and you just need the right coach in order to get it done? So, the Bears are the latter, the Jets are the former, and the word is getting out that they will interview two-time former NFL head coach Ron Rivera. They'll interview former Jets head coach Rex Ryan. They don't have a GM either. I don't know if the cart's before the horse or the horse is before the cart. I don't know what they're doing. I feel like they don't know what they're doing. And they seem the most clueless. See, that's the thing. Sometimes you're desperate, but you don't know you're desperate because you don't really know what you're doing. I feel like that's where the Jets are. To me, the Bears should be. And I would say, especially after last night, but even before last night, they should just give Ben Johnson a blank check and say, whatever it takes, come coach our team, develop our quarterback, do for us what you've been doing for the Lions for the last 3 years. He's so highly regarded in league circles. He should have his pick of jobs. Last year, there was a report that he scared teams away because he wanted so much. Well, whatever he wanted last year, double it, and he's worth it.
I mean, it's fascinating because you look at the Ben Johnson situation, and also things are starting to get out about wanting to be aligned with the general manager. Does this mean a Ryan Poles extension is in place? Is he safe? What are you kind of hearing, Mike, about the situation with the front office? Who's running the search? How is that going to impact who comes here and who maybe doesn't want to come here?
Well, alignment is critical. And I have argued for years that in any football operation at the professional level, the general manager and the head coach need to have equal accountability. There can never be a scenario where if things go poorly, and they will at some point, the longer that a coach and a GM are in place, one of the years you're going to have a rash of injuries or just bad luck or whatever, and you're not going to win as many games as you should. You don't want the coach to think that he can blame the GM. You don't want the GM to think he can blame the coach. And one guy can save his butt by throwing the other guy under the bus. You want both guys to know you either both stay or you both go. That's alignment. And, the question of who's got the contractual final say. If you are ever having the conversation in a football operation where one person is saying, this is what we're doing because I've got fun, you're already lost. It's a collaboration. It's a partnership. It's a relationship. You don't force a guy onto someone else by just playing a card that I'm in charge. You build a coalition. You exercise leadership. You persuade people. You get on the same page. And if you're on the same page and if you are aligned, you don't have those issues. And that's the difference between functional and dysfunctional football teams. So if that's what Ben Johnson's looking for, good. That's what every coach should be looking for. You want alignment. You don't want two separate silos.
Yeah, and when talking about top-end coaches, you floated, Mike, the idea, at one point the Bears potentially trading for Kyle Shanahan. Let's say they were to give up draft capital to make that happen. Do you think it'll be detrimental to the team's ability to, rebuild the roster and support Caleb Williams moving forward?
Well, I mean, it is no more potentially detrimental than trading draft picks for a proven player. You are taking lottery tickets and you are exchanging them for a proven commodity. And you don't know what the lottery ticket is going to say. It could be a loser. It could be a huge jackpot winner. But you're getting a proven commodity. And if that's what it takes, and my argument was and still is this, we've got three different ways that teams in the NFL fill coaching vacancies. One, a coordinator who's never been a head coach before. Two, a head coach who's been fired and is available for that reason. And 3, a college coach. 4 should be, is there a current coach out there with another team who's proven he can get it done? And maybe that relationship is beginning to fracture. Let's swoop in now. Let's get it done. And whether it's Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, John Harbaugh, whoever. And I just threw out names. And it's funny how the Shanahan thing just took on a life of its own. But I think that all teams should at least consider the possibility, make the phone call. It tells me even more strongly there's collusion in the NFL. And that may be one of the reasons I brought it up, just to stir the stuff a little bit. That there's a wink nod understanding. Don't come after my coach. Let's not pay coaches too much money. The whole Ben Johnson thing, putting the word out last year that, he wanted too much money. They've managed to keep the expenses related to head coaches down. There's no salary cap, but there's no salary floor. And I really do think there's collusion. And the fact that those phone calls aren't made tells me that there's like a gentleman's agreement as to what we're going to pay and how we're going to go about hiring and keeping our head coaches.
Mike, watching the Lions last night, watching the Packers and the Vikings go at it this weekend, I got to ask you real quick. I mean, who the heck wants to come here? Who wants to take this on and face these 3 teams for the next, however many years?
Well, it's got to be somebody who loves Caleb Williams and believes in Caleb Williams and thinks that he can be turned into a franchise quarterback. And look, there's no, this is just one weird blip of a season where you've got 2 14-2 teams in the same division and an 11-5 team that was not that long ago right up there with the Lions and the Vikings. But I thought this year would be the year the Vikings fell behind everyone, finished in last place, because coming into the season, the Lions are great, the Packers are great, and the Bears are getting all the hype. But yeah, if you're giving someone the pieces that makes him believe he can turn his team into a contender, then that's the key. And quarterback is the most important part. Every team that doesn't have a franchise quarterback wants one, and most teams don't have one. And if you believe Caleb Williams can be made into a franchise guy with your influence and guidance, then that's a job that a good offensive coach will want. And I still continue to believe they have to go with an offensive coach in order to get the most over the long haul out of Caleb Williams. Because if you get a defensive coach, whoever the offensive coordinator is, if it works well, then that guy's going to be a head coach somewhere else.
Yep, you got to be thinking about that future for your team, and hopefully they can make the right decision. Mike, appreciate you jumping on with us, and look forward to talking to you again soon. Have a happy new year, all right?
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, Mike. Thank you.
Mike Florio from Pro Football Talk hanging out with us here on 670 The Score. Gabe Ramirez along with Ruthie Polinsky. He brings up a great point. We talked about this, right? Like we've been saying, we want someone that can walk in the room and say they want this job. But I'm going to go back, when I leave here and look at all the coaches that are on that list and see what they've said about Caleb Williams coming out of the draft. See who truly was in love with him.
Yeah, and Ben Johnson talked about him leading into that game and had a very high praise, but I don't know who's not going to praise him right now. I think everyone sees the potential.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Checking out what they said when he was coming out of the draft.
Oh, interesting.
Before he had a team, to see who was salivating over a guy like that. All right, coming up, we've got Jarrett Payton joining us to break down the state of the Bears, from Caleb Williams' development to what needs to change this offseason. We'll get his take on where the team goes from here. Jarrett Payton joins us next. It's Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
The Score.
Americans are playing at any time and any place they can. From driveways to airports. From parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No. These are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
No.
boy.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Keeps getting worse.
I traveled through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball with Beantowns. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard Update.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Last night on Monday Night Football, the Lions outlasted the 49ers 40-34. They set up an NFC North championship showdown on Sunday night against the 14-2 Vikings. The Blackhawks and Blues will face off in the Winter Classic later this afternoon. 4 p.m. puck drop from Wrigley Field. And in college football, number 4 Penn State takes on number 9 Boise State in Glendale, Arizona. The first quarterfinal played in the college football playoff. And this morning, number 11 Alabama faces off against Michigan in the ReliaQuest Bowl this morning from Tampa, 11 o'clock kickoff. Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
Jarrett Payton.
And I hear my name again, and I'm like, who's calling me? So I look back at the people working, and it's not them. It's this guy that's sitting down right by the door, and he goes, Jarrett, man, I love you on the score, man. It's so awesome. I was like, I'm going to be on at 9 o'clock. Tune in.
The son of sweetness.
One man, one career, one team for 200.
Walter Payton, 13 seasons for these. Deanna.
Who are the Chicago Bears?
The Bears, yes.
Sports anchor for WGN. Former running back great.
Payton again, already 2 touchdowns. There it is. There's the touchdown. The Jarrett Payton show today.
Jarrett Payton with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
No Mully, no Haugh, but you do get a Gabe Ramirez and a Ruthie Polinsky from Chicago Sports Network. And we get to hang out with our next guests. And, of course, guests are brought to you by Atturo, your all-weather tire. Check them out at Atturo.com. You get to hang out with my homie Caitlin Sharkey on WGN. I get to talk to him right now. Jarrett, welcome to the show.
Good morning, you two. How you guys doing?
Morning.
Hanging in here on
You
this.
don't get to claim Sharky.
Oh, come on.
Come on, Gabe. Yeah, man. You can't do that, man.
Okay, sorry. I don't know if you guys remember this, but I did a TV show with Caitlin Sharkey for 4 years called Bears Unleashed.
Listen, the three of us can get in a fight.
Before she got over to WGN, her and I were kicking it on Fox 32. Hold on.
I know. You know when it's. I get you. You are right. Okay. But you need to bring her over to the, to the good side over there. WGN.
I see her smiling a lot over there, Jarrett, and it's not because of the Bears. I'll tell you that. But let's get into the team. All right. For you yourself, I mean, obviously you had your own expectations heading into this season. You and I have yet to have a chance to talk about this Bears team. What has been the most surprising thing, right? I mean, obviously there's been some jaw-dropping moments from this Bears franchise over the course of the season. But for you personally, when looking back to what your thoughts were going to be for this team and where they're at right now, what is the most jarring for you?
Okay, Ruthie, it's kind of, I think about, for me, the most jaw-dropping was leaving from overseas with all of the expectations of coming back stateside and, a bye week, and then how the rest of the season was going to go, because I was always focused on, how the schedule was situated for the Bears, and, looking at some of the games, especially early on before the bye, that they were going to have an opportunity to win some games. And then, the tough end was going to be at the bottom half of it at the end. And so could they come out in these division games, and with the way that these teams were playing and looking at the Lions and then also just looking at the Packers, knowing who they were, and man, the Vikings just kind of surprised me. And then I was thinking that, man, I can't believe we're at where we're at right now, like this losing streak. Like if you would have told me after that bye week, I would have told you going into that Washington game, I would have told you there's no way that this team was going to be on this type of losing streak. So that's what's jaw-dropping to me because of the expectations coming into the season. But I think everybody had expectations, but we also knew that there was holes to be fixed and filled on this roster still. And I think you were coming into the season, especially on the offensive line and defensive line, kind of praying and hoping that, Ryan Poles was right, that he did, especially on the offensive side of the ball, that he had depth at that offensive line. Lo and behold, I mean, we're not there yet. And so you kind of built this thing from the outside in. And to me, that's not how you can't win a championship that way. You can't be a playoff team and have sustained success if you don't have built inside out. And I think that's the hard part.
Jarrett, where are you on the Ben Johnson situation? I know we're talking a lot about him today, I think, after watching last night. Obviously, the Bears playing the Lions. Where are you on the offensive mind coming in here? There was the report yesterday they're leaning away from the, quote, leader of men, whatever that means. What's your take on who should be in here, and should it be Ben Johnson if he wants to come here?
Just seeing what Ben Johnson's done for that Lions squad is unbelievable. I give him so much credit because I watch some of these play calls and I'm just like, holy cow. And yes, you would hope. I see a lot of people on social media saying, I want him to bring that play here. Can he bring that play, the stumble bump, bring it here? Well, yeah, also too, look at the roster that the Lions do have, especially on the offensive side of the ball and all of the weapons at the disposal. The offensive line is great, gives a lot of time to Jared Goff to be able to sit back in the pocket. So yes, I'm all up for Ben Johnson. If I know it's going to be a lot of money, so are the Bears going to be willing to pony up what he's going to ask? And I know everybody's talking about a blank check. That's not normally what they do. But if you're trying to get this thing to where you want it to go, offensively, and what he could probably do for Caleb, to me would be phenomenal. But that also comes with who's going to be the GM building this thing too. I mean, I've been listening to you guys this morning, and I really believe that you got to have a head coach and a GM in line with one another to kind of figure this thing out. That's what frustrates me the most is that the timetables are off.
So, Jared, would you be disappointed if Ryan Poles got an extension?
No, I wouldn't be. I wouldn't. No, listen, I like Ryan Poles. Everything right now is being magnified by him because of where this team is, and when you're having success, you get a lot of praise. When your team is not having success, you're gonna kind of get those mean tweets and all the bad phone calls coming your way. I think it's rough. If I was a head coach coming in, it would concern me a little bit. It really would. It would concern me about not knowing the kind of the future of the GM, which we on the outside see is probably on the hot seat, but we're not on the inside, so we really don't know. And Kevin Warren gave his vote of confidence. So as of right now, it seems like he's going to have that opportunity. I still think that for Kevin Warren, this is a big deal of what he does with the GM position and this head coach. Because, like I said, all eyes are on him right now because he's the guy that's in charge.
Okay, I'm going to go off topic here for a second, JP, because I want to ask you about your Miami Hurricanes. It's a hot topic.
With his 305 area code that I'm looking at right now.
Well, JP, I before I was here, I worked in Miami, covered the Canes for a little bit, covered Cristobal getting hired, everything. What are your thoughts on Cam Ward sitting out in the second half? Pop-Tart Bowl.
No issues.
Yeah.
No issues whatsoever. College football is where it is right now. And because of, just with NIL and the opportunity to be able to hit that transfer portal, if you feel like it, there's a lot of money to be made. I'm surprised that he played the game. Right. But I know what kind of dude he is because I talked to people inside that locker room and people down in the 305. They talk about him. When I hear a guy like Dan Lebitard say, who, when it comes to Miami football, has been around a long time, and when he says this is the greatest season from a Miami Hurricane that he's ever seen, that's saying something. Because I was around guys that have gold jackets that I've seen have amazing years, and so what Cam has done to re-energize that our university, it means something. I just wish we were able to have a defense so we could actually contend and be in this college football playoff. I mean, offensively, what we were doing is phenomenal, and to watch him, I thought he was going to come back I thought he was coming back in that second half. Because if he comes back in that second half, I think the Canes win that one, man, and we over here eating more Pop-Tarts. So, but it is what it is. This is what we get. We've opened the door to this for these young men, and I just wish I was in college right now because I'd be getting a bag.
Of course.
Yes, you would, my friend.
Of course. That's why there's all these old ass college players because they know they're getting paid, while they're out there, man. Jared, were you disappointed that Miami didn't make the playoff?
Just a little disappointed, Gabe. But you know what? No defense. I don't want you in the playoffs. It wouldn't make sense. You got to be able to win a championship, man. Whether we're talking about college football, high school football, NFL football, you have to. And I say this all the time on these airwaves. You got to be able to dominate the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball. And if you can't do that, then you're not in that. You shouldn't be in that conversation.
Then why do you think when looking at the Bears, right? A lot of you heard Bill Belichick come out yesterday talk about the reverse nature in which the Bears created their roster. You look at where the gaping holes are for this team. Yeah. Why do you think Ryan Poles took that approach with this squad?
I heard something that Coach Wanstead was talking about. I think a lot of it was going to get Caleb, and a lot of the decisions that were made to be able to make sure that he was comfortable and that he felt good about this situation. And in some ways, I do believe that some of the stuff that Colin Cowherd was talking about when it comes to regards to, like maybe some of the back channels talking about Caleb and them trying to figure out what, if he was feeling good about Chicago and his camp was feeling good about Chicago. I think some of that stuff was true. And hence the reason why I'm really proud of the way he's handled himself through this losing streak and through these tough times. And so I think a lot of the decisions were made offensively were like, we're going to make sure that he's good. That's the reason why you go get Rome Odunze to make him feel comfortable. And I'm all for that. I love Rome. But I think the smarter decision probably would have been to really beef up your offensive line and add to your offensive line. If you really want to protect Caleb Williams and you really want to do right by him, that's what I would have done. And I'm not mad about Rome at all. Love Rome to death, and I think that connection is going to be great. But when I was saying a week ago about that we're behind, I feel like we're behind the eight ball here. There's talent on this roster. I'm going to give Ron Poles credit for that. There's talent on this roster. The way that it was constructed, I think what we're all seeing is not right. That's the reason why a lot of question marks are, what is his future here in Chicago and why people are talking about it so much, and rightfully so. Because over 3 years, when you look at the situation we're at right now, this is not where everybody in Bears fans thought we would be at this moment.
And it's not that he necessarily neglected the offensive line. It's just, I think that he missed, right? Like the Nate Davis,
Ruthie.
Ryan Bates, right. The Darnell Wright has been the one piece that's kind of panned out.
Yeah, and you're hoping for long term. And I think if you're going to get a franchise quarterback that you believe in, you got to be able to protect him. Yeah. You have to. You have to. And the Nate Davis thing gets me, man. And I think that's the reason why the question marks are there, is because I made phone calls to Tennessee. That's my old stomping grounds when I was in Tennessee. I made 2 phone calls to 2 people that I trust there. And they gave me the dirt on Nate Davis. And Foles has more resources than I do.
I hope so.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's not a knock. I'm just saying, like, the 2 separate people told me the exact same thing about him that we saw here. So that it's those things where some of the information that I get, it throws me off a little bit of why decisions were made. And that's what's hard for me. So I'm not giving out any contract extensions anywhere. You know what I mean? Like, if that's what Kevin Warren does, it's all eyes are on him. He believes, as of right now, from last time we heard from him, that he believes that Ryan Poles is going to be the guy to be able to help kind of pick out this next head coach. Well, we'll see how that all kind of pans out going into this new year.
He is Jared Payton. I am Gabe Ramirez, along with Ruthie Polinsky from CHSN. We're filling in for Mully and Haugh today. Jared, I mean, obviously you have a lot of familiarity with the running back room. When you're looking at that of the Bears, obviously I, myself included, thought, the Bears are going to get a ton out of DeAndre Swift. He's going to be a solid weapon for Caleb Williams. Been a bit underwhelming, and I think it's more so because of because of the running back room. How do you think the Bears get better in that space with the run game moving forward? Or is it just as simple as getting a better offensive line?
I think it's just a scheme. Really, Gabe. With Roschon and both with Swift, I think when you saw Swift coming into this season when he was Philly, that offensive line kind of catered to what he was all about. It makes it a lot easier for him. He's a second level guy. So, for him to run in between the tackles, he can do that for you, but that's not his game. That's why you see a lot of either the outside zone or the tosses, because you want to get him into space to be able to get him to get his wiggle on so he can get to that second level, and that's where he's dangerous. Roschon, I think we didn't see the most of Roschon. Some of the injuries were some of that issue, but, not using him a lot as well. A lot of the usage for him was down on the goal line area where, he could sniff that 1 yard because he runs hard in between the tackle. To me, it was the scheme and how they run the football with both those guys. And they've never really committed to the run. And I've always said from the beginning of the year, the identity of this football team should have been just running the football. And I know there's issues with that offensive line. Totally get it. But if you can't establish the run, man, you can't just be going out throwing 40 times a game with Caleb Williams.
Asking too much from him.
It's too much, but also it's too much how many times he's been sacked this season as well. And I'm not putting all that on the offensive line. Some of that's on him too. It's a mixture. It's 50-50 here. But if you want to protect a young quarterback, man, any quarterback, you got to be able to run the football and be able to establish the run. And they were never able to really do that. And I think that was another big question mark that's always been over my head. And I thought that would change. I thought that would change with Matt Eberflus being fired. And but it hasn't changed. It hasn't changed.
It's hard to run the ball when you're playing every game down 2 scores. I mean,
well, yeah, Ruthie, that's the thing. Your defense, you were always relying on your defense to be able to hold up. When you're down 14-0, it is hard.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't, and especially on the offensive side of the ball where you can't start out fast and have success early on in the first 2 drives of the game and you're already down a score. Yeah, it is hard. Yeah. Offensive coordinators they don't want to run the football. They're trying to catch up, and I get that. But the roster, the way that it's built, this offense, the way it's constructed, it's not built right now to be able to play from behind.
Yeah, it's a tough one. That's why tonight everybody in Chicago is going to be drinking. Not only is it New Year's Eve, but people want to forget about this entire football season. Jared, what you got on tap for New Year's with you and the fam?
I'll actually be working tonight. I'll be with K Shark tonight on set on WGN on GN Sports tonight at 10:30. So we'll be popping bottles on set, hopefully, and we'll just be talking about things that we're looking forward to in 2025 and things that we're looking to leave behind in 2025. Yeah. So it should be a good time. But hey. Happy New Year to both of you guys, man, and everybody listening here on The Score, the whole entire family. I'm looking forward to big success for everybody in 2025.
Including the Bears?
I think we make some good steps moving. Yes. It's hard to say with the way that the division is right now, Gabe. I can't look at it. It's too difficult. The division's too good, but it starts with the head coach and figuring that out. And if they can do that and get that right, then yeah, maybe we're looking at some success. Better than 4 wins this year.
Oof.
It's got to be better than that. That's for sure. Jared, appreciate you hanging out with us, man. Look forward to talking to you again soon.
Happy New Year. Send my love to our girl.
Guys. My girl.
I will.
My girl.
Our girl.
Send love to my girl. No, it's fine. All right, Jared. Talk to you soon, man. Jared Payton hanging out with us here on 670 The Score. I mean, it is that. I mean, look, when you think about the new year and your New Year's resolutions, what should the Bears' resolution be? Too deep of a question for this team.
Where do I begin?
It just all right. If you're Ryan Poles,
hire the right coach.
Yeah,
hire
all of the above.
The right coach,
all of the above.
And everything else hopefully falls into place.
If Jared Payton can make one phone call and get information about a player, and figure that out, I mean, come on.
Well, that wasn't. Yeah, I mean, that was well known. I think that was a very open dialogue about Nate Davis and why I think they were willing to let him go. But I think when you're a GM, you're always looking to give a player a second shot, a fresh start, a new environment. Like those things happen, right? Like he swung and he missed, and it is what it is.
My brother just texted me. He said the New Year's resolution is get Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
Get Ben Johnson and don't.
It's going to be fascinating. Like we just don't. There's so much unknown with Ben Johnson. There's so much unknown.
The thing is, people are going to assume that if it's not Ben Johnson, then the Bears are settling, regardless of who the name is. Right?
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, I guess this Mike Vrabel, Ben Johnson, and then it's like
the guys.
Who else?
The guys. I mean, you heard
like
Coach Wannstedt say he'd love Kellen Moore, right? And it's like if he got put to the podium, I think people will be like, "Wait a second," right? I think that's just it. I think Bears fans have a vision in their head. And it is Ben Johnson. It is the leader of people, all people, human beings. And then, then everybody else.
Yeah.
Until we as analysts begin to seriously talk about true contenders and what their traits are that can contribute to a winning franchise. All right, we want to take some calls on the other side. We also want to fill you in on all the happenings in Chicago when it comes to sports here in our town. We'll do all of that on the other side before we get to transition with Bernstein and Heron. All right, it's Gabe Ramirez. It is Ruthie Polinsky from CHSN filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Bernstein and Harris.
It's the grand opening of Raymond Kia in Antioch. Our new lounge is over 4,000 square feet with multiple TVs and workstations, plus an outdoor pet area. The best part is we have more space for basketball. And more Kia models. Right now, get grand opening savings like this. Come in today and ring it up at the grand opening of Raymond Kia on Route 173 in Antioch.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
That's right. Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh today. Ruthie, you'll be back on Thursday as well, right?
I will, with Mark Grody.
The Groats. Wow. And I thought this was going to be your best show of the week, and then you get Grody. It's tough competition there. I do want to mention the fact that, we were talking about Ben Johnson beforehand and whether or not he'll be here. You've heard some reports saying that, Jacksonville might be the spot for him. But we have some a nice little clip from Tom Pelissero on Good Morning Football about Ben Johnson and his future.
They kept saying, Peter, on the broadcast last night, he was a hot candidate last year. It really dates back 2 years ago when the Panthers were set to fly him into Charlotte, and he decided the night before he just felt like he had unfinished business in Detroit. He's loyal to Dan Campbell. He wanted to be a part of going to the playoffs, which he had not done before, decided to stay. Last year, he would have had strong interest from the Washington Commanders, but it just got to the point where he didn't feel comfortable with the situation. My understanding is Ben Johnson's in a much better place in terms of thinking about what he wants in a head coaching opportunity. It doesn't have to be the perfect job, but he does want a place where he's got alignment and the opportunity to build something with sustainable success like they have in Detroit. The job that comes up more than any other is within the division. It is with the Chicago Bears. I am told that Ben Johnson is intrigued by that job, and when it comes his time to interview, which the cadence of that is going to depend on whether or not the Lions have the bye, he is going to listen. He got a lot to like in Chicago. With Caleb Williams, the raw talent there. They got a ton of cap space. They got extra draft picks. Big market. They're hoping to break ground on a new stadium in 2025. It's not to say that's the only job that Ben Johnson would consider. But right now, Peter, if you're asking me where does Ben Johnson end up if he takes a job, right now I would say your best bet is Chicago.
Oh, every Bears fan that loves Ben Johnson's like going crazy right now when they hear something like that. I mean, very vague stuff, right? Is he intrigued by the job? Sure. He's an offensive coordinator who is being courted by many or will be courted by many. So, yeah, he's intrigued. Does he like what he has here? Sure. It's Caleb Williams sitting there. But again, I want everybody to remember, and I'm not trying to be the cynic Bears fan. It's like but you got to remember, you cannot expect mirrored success in Chicago when a guy like Ben Johnson gets here. There's so many moving pieces when it comes to something like that.
Again, where can he bring Penei Sewell? Can he bring that whole entire offensive line?
Does he want Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery back there?
I mean, it's just going to be a process. Like, that's piece one. That's the middle of your bingo card. Like, that's where you start. And then you got to keep going. And there's a lot more pieces that need to fall into place. And I think that's great. You kind of get the weird. I understand, you pull out of the Panthers interview, last minute you pull out of the Washington interview. Like, what's going on there? I don't know. It's just it's a little funky. I think like it's a little unusual for that to happen 2 years in a row. I forgot about the Panthers situation.
Yeah, it's more Benny Hill than Ben Johnson. I think the issue with that is that a lot of people aren't talking about the inexperience. It's like, wasn't this an important issue for Bears fans and Bears brass that someone have experience because of how the Bears have been burned with that scenario prior to? So I don't know. It's weird to me because, again, the assumption there is that he will bring success, and it's a lofty assumption with a guy who's never coached in the league before. But I get it. I mean, I get why people want him, right? I get it. But I feel like there's other candidates out there. Like, why isn't Cliff Kingsbury, who has head coaching experience
and failed,
but head coaching experience nonetheless? Any head coach you're bringing in that has experience has failed, right? If we're looking at it like that at one point or another. But Cliff Kingsbury, I mean, he's called the offense. He has a rapport with Caleb Williams. I guess I just don't understand why they're not equally as loud.
Yeah, I think because you're seeing what he's doing with the offense in Detroit, and it's so appealing to the eye. I mean, that's sexy. Like, what he's doing with that offense is like jaw-dropping. It's cute. It's sexy. It's like flexing your muscles like against everyone you play. And that's, I think, really attractive for any team that's looking to have succce. I look at Cliff Kingsbury and I say, you tried to be a head coach. That didn't work. Mike Vrabel, coach of the year, went to the playoffs. Like, obviously it trailed off. Like, but I think that's why people look at him. another former head coach, and Brian Flores, back-to-back winning seasons in Miami for the first time in 20 years. Like he got fired for really dumb reasons. So like there's a lot of like other people that have experience that I think are getting the kind of like, the attention. Whereas Ben Johnson, I think everyone's just ready to crown him the next Kevin O'Connell, the next Matt LaFleur, the next whoever you want to call, which he might be. And that's why I think everyone wants
But
to see.
are the Bears an organization that can afford that risk, right? Where like, granted, the ceiling might be exceptionally high on Ben Johnson, but it still comes with a risk.
Yeah.
A risk that he might fall on his face. A risk that in 2 years he might go back to being an offensive coordinator, a really damn good one, because he can't be a leader of people, a leader of humans. It's tough to
Matty
think about.
Eberflus, really good play caller, not a good head coach.
And he will be a defensive coordinator.
He will
in 2 years,
if not next year.
If not, he might want to collect that check for 1 year and just kind of chill out on that one. All right, Circa Sports Illinois invites you to join the Score at Trace in Wrigleyville today from 2 to 6 p.m. You ever been to Trace, Ruthie?
No.
I've never been there either. Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi will be broadcasting live before the Winter Showdown on New Year's Eve, celebrating the Outdoor Hockey Classic between the Blackhawks and St. Louis. That's Trace in Wrigleyville today from 2 to 6 p.m. It's all brought to you by Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. And then Alyssa Bergamini, I mentioned earlier that she'd be, out there, our very own Alyssa Bergamini on 670 Score. She's going to be emceeing and hosting the NHL on TNT Barn Burner.
Ooh.
Outside of Gallagher Way. So if you want to go ahead and say
what's
up to Alyssa there. All right. Are you a big hockey person? You tuned in with the Blackhawks right now?
I'm a little tuned. Obviously, Chicago Sports Network. We love the Hawks. Obviously, I think it's hard. Obviously. Love hockey. Covered a lot of hockey in my career. Covered the Bruins Blues Stanley Cup run when I was working in Rhode Island. That was an absolute blast. I grew up in St. Louis. As many people don't like me to remind on this radio, but I grew up loving the Blues. But I am enjoying covering the Blackhawks here. It's, you lose your fandom a little bit in this industry because you root for the teams you cover because my job is more fun when those teams win.
True.
So you kind of lose it a little bit in this industry, unfortunately. But I was going to try and get out there today. We'll see. It's raining. What happens when it rains in the Winter Classic? Like the ice has to stay
that's right.
frozen.
I didn't even think about that.
Yikes.
It should not be
It'll
raining.
be fine, though. I'm sure they have a plan for that.
Chicago, blow a wind in the middle, first period, and then everything will be, okay after that. But
it looks awesome, doesn't it?
Dude, I think, listen, hockey, I'm not in tune with hockey as much. I mean, I love Pat Boyle. He's amazing. I watch him, as he covers the Blackhawks. But when you're talking about the team as a whole, I mean, it looks like a spectacle, right? It's brighter than you've ever seen it. They zoom out. I mean, it looks like you're like a high school, it looks like something that would happen in high school. Like they just throw a rink in the middle of the whole thing. That to me would be interesting right there. But another team in Chicago that maybe some people are out on, not me though. The Chicago Bulls got themselves a victory yesterday. It was an ugly one. Talk about ugly. I mean, somewhere in the middle of the third quarter, Bulls were down by 8 points. And then Charlotte went on like a 5-minute drought without scoring. Bulls couldn't score either. It was like turnovers. But then all of a sudden, Torrey Craig comes in, hits a bunch of threes, and then the tide changed in that one before it gets sent to overtime. Did you see how it went to overtime?
Yes.
Dude.
Booch.
Come on. Two free throws? Who you're getting paid millions of dollars. I get it if you're a bad free throw shooter, which he's not. But he's not. And I get that. But damn, 2 in a row?
I know. I saw Casey Johnson tweeted something. He's like an 85% free throw shooter, and he missed those two in the moment. In the moment.
Ruthie, I'm watching the free throw happen, right? And he's on the second one. And I know he's thinking because he's bent all the way down to the ground, and as he's getting his little pre-dribbles in. And on the last dribble before the second free throw, the ball kind of scoots forward and he kind of has to go get it.
Ugh.
And I was watching it in real time and I was like, oh, he's going to miss this.
You're like, that's doesn't
his
look
rhythm.
right.
That's his rhythm.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he misses it, puts his hands on his head. And then Miles Bridges has an incredible pump fake off the opposite leg 3-point shot to send him to overtime. I mean, the Bulls, is Lonzo Ball going to Charlotte?
Is he?
That's what I've been hearing rumblings. They got to get rid of all these guys. I mean, like if they want to accomplish what they want to accomplish. I enjoy watching the Bulls, but you know, when you're looking at this team, it's just like you play down to your competition, you play up to your competition because you got guys that, you know, really want to win and are high quality guys. But there needs to be a direction for the Chicago Bulls team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what is the direction? I think right now it's you play well so that you improve the draft stock. I mean, you improve the stock of these guys to get, you know, picks or whatever it may be in return. Players, who knows? I don't know. You want to make sure that when you're trading Zach LaVine, it's at an all-time high, right? So
I feel like we're here.
Yeah,
I feel like we're here. Zach's at an all-time high playing well. Vooch is at an all-time high playing well. Yeah. Can't really get much for Pat Will. Is he a bust? Is he Velus Jones Jr. of the Bulls?
I wouldn't go that far. Velus Jones, they had to change his position. And that didn't work. Velus Jones.
Really?
Hold on.
A guy who gives you a couple of exciting plays, but you can't depend on him to be consistent.
Velus wasn't even not consistent. He was literally losing you games. Like he was fumbling and teams were returning it for touchdowns. Like he was so much worse than Patrick Williams. I'm not going that far.
Patrick Williams like that?
I'm not going that far.
Someone needs to. Listen, we can't.
Where's Dustin?
A little disappointing, okay, but Velus Jones.
Pat Will has been so disappointing. Listen, and you're talking about someone who loves Pat Will's game. Like as a basketball player, playing above the rim, this guy should average 8.7 rebounds a game. Doesn't. Should be hitting the mid-range, hitting 4 middies a game because of how high he could jump. This guy should be. He's a specimen. It's what everyone thought. That's why he was the number 4 pick in the draft.
Would you put different expectations on him though? Because Patrick Williams got drafted as a young project. That was not the case with
Modest
Velus Jones
Buzelis
Jr.
is young. Oh, you're talking about to the Velus Jones
Jr.
Jr.
Yeah.
The 815 says Patrick Williams is more like Tevin Jenkins.
Okay, little injury can't get you there all the way.
That's an interesting comparison. Like you see the potential. Like
right.
You see it. Okay. It's there.
High draft pick.
Yes.
Okay.
Lots expected.
That. I think, and with Patrick Williams, it's like you have a really great coach in Billy Donovan, someone who can develop, and I have faith in developing young talent. And the fact that it hasn't worked has just been disappointing.
This man already got a new contract.
Right.
You know, we're not talking about young guys anymore. I tell you the biggest issue with Pat Will. And when you compare him to a guy like Modest Buzelis comes in and he's like, I'm going to be rookie of the year. Can't nobody stop me. I'm the coldest person on this court. Zach LaVine, give me the ball when there's 2 seconds left. I should be the one shooting the 3. That's the difference. Where Pat Will is not that dude. He does not have that mindset. And I think that's where he lacks. If he had Modest Buzelis' confidence, then he'd probably play like the Pat Will we want him to play like. And I think that's the biggest component that's missing from him right there. But you heard Kobe White in the post game yesterday really trying to, pump Pat Will up when they were talking about his career high in 3-pointers, 5. He shoots over 40%, led the team in 3-point percentage for like the last couple of years in a row, and his career high is 5. And then even Kobe was saying he got to do more. Oh my gosh.
But then you're also telling me you don't want this team to win. So what are we talking about?
I don't. Trade him too. Trade him too. All right. We're going to get into a little bit of crosstalk on the other side, which is going to be very interesting. We got a Dan Bernstein. We got an Anthony Herron that'll be hanging out with us. Just Dan Bernstein. Sorry about that. We got Dan Bernstein coming in to hang out with us, do a little bit of crosstalk. We'll pick his brain. I know he loves basketball. I'm Pat Will, but also Ben Johnson, and if that's the right move for the Chicago Bears. Dan Bernstein jumps on for some transition next. It's Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky from CHSN filling in for Mully and Haugh right here on The Score.
This is Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio or through the Odyssey app. AUDACY. We are 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
These 26 players got here because of the will to win. The fact is that they never gave up on anything. And if they take that attitude each and every day, you can't erase an 8-game deficit. You can't erase 9-21 in one game. But you don't have to do that. All they have to do is win today. And to a man, they have to go out with the idea of winning today. If they can do that.
Did he just give us both TW, and Wint? Let's go! White Sox! Yeah!
That was the moment that it all came together.
TW, and Wint.
Yeah, let's bring that back. I got to make sure that we got
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
Today!
Right now.
Wint!
Whatever is necessary today.
Our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today.
No, that'd be Wint. That's not win, Coach.
That may be one of my favorites. Like, of the oldies, that is my favorite goodie.
Let's go!
We are joined in
TW.
studio by Illinois football coach Tim Beckman. What is an Illini fan? What is it fair to expect? Short-term, long-term?
You'll never say or ever get a number. I mean, this is the game of college football, and there's so much that's involved in each and every football game. But I want to see consistency. We were not that at all last year on the football field. Let's get better every game, and our models win, and that is whatever is necessary today. And we're taking one day at a time to get ourselves better.
How have you been received with the coaches?
Wint?
Yeah.
Win, W-I-N.
But the today
whatever
makes it
is
wint.
necessary.
How have you been received by these coaches in Illinois?
I just love the fact that you called him out on it.
You're such a penis.
Well, and his boss is sitting next to him. Mike Thomas, the AD,
wouldn't it be
was.
Wint?
Well, because
he was saying whatever is necessary today.
But
not whatever is necessary today.
But it didn't work for me.
Went none of the stuff that he did works for anybody. That's why he's not going to be here anymore.
Gabe Ramirez, Ruthie Polinsky filling in for Mully and Haugh today, and it's been a speedy show, Ruthie, to say the
Flew
least.
by, really.
I know. Once we got the microphone thing
New
figured out.
Year's Eve, trying to party.
Quickly, too.
To my bed.
Headed to the Walnut Room after this. Gonna have some good brunch with the family on New Year's Eve, so that should be a good one.
Did you get that reservation like a year ago?
Dude, we tried to get the like princess holiday Christmas one for my daughters. That didn't work, so then all of a sudden New Year's Eve brunch sounded like a good idea for everybody. So
hey, getting in there is a big deal in this city.
It sure is. One time somebody asked me, because they're like, Gabe, you know everybody, you know somebody. I said, oh, for sure I can call somebody at that Walnut Room. I called my buddy. He was like, absolutely not.
We never, it's one Chicago thing we never did with our kids.
The Walnut Room?
We never did it. Like we did the Disney princess stuff and all that, but we never did that sort of lovely kind of. We did high tea at the Drake. I would recommend for the little kids.
Gotta go to that.
For the young ladies, yeah.
There's a couple of those out there, man. Got to touch on those during the holiday season for sure. All right. Before we get out of here, want to thank everyone that has helped out on the show today. And before doing that, I do want to remind you guys, if you are a local business owner or an employee, how would you like to have your commercial aired during Super Bowl 59 right here on The Score? This is your chance. We brought back Score Big for Your Business, the contest where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on The Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 59 from Westwood Run. All you got to do is log on to 670thescore.com/contests to enter now and to learn more details. The deadline to enter, because I know that's the most important thing for you procrastinators out there, January 19th. Want to make sure you guys are in for that. All right. Want to give my thank yous, specifically Matt Anaya on Twitch and video stream for helping us out today. We appreciate you. Want to thank Alex Cohn, our executive producer today. Ruthie was doing a lot of that.
No, those are boos.
During the show.
Those are boos.
Actually, in fact.
I disagreed with Dan at first when he would say that, but I have found out those are actually boos.
I've worked some shows with you, Alex. I can agree. No, just like, all right. I also want to thank Tyler Farringall for helping us out today. Baby T. I said that's his radio name. Who gave you that name? It was me. That was probably one of my most embarrassing moments.
Baby T.
He's like, Baby T. I'm like, who gave you that nickname? He's like, you did. I was like, oh.
I was going to say, it sounds like something you would do.
Because he used to come in late nights, the hat turned to the side. I had to give him some street credibility, and I felt that was important. All right. And coming up at 10 o'clock, you will get a handsome golden voices of Anthony Herron.
Thank you. I didn't know where you were going with that.
I didn't
either.
You're drinking already.
That's why I said 10 o'clock when it happens. But right now, hanging out with us for transition is none other than Dan Bernstein.
Yeah, sorry.
No booze there, though.
You can send your year out on a low note.
I thought that might be the case. Dan, you're a fan of hockey. You're going to be watching the Winter Classic today.
I don't know if anybody's going to be watching the Winter Classic today. It's fan of hockey, kind of meh. I don't know. I think we're kind of over the outdoor hockey thing.
It had its run, and then all of a sudden,
But I did go skating a few days ago, though.
At Wrigley?
No,
or Millennium Park?
At McFetridge.
Okay.
My son felt like he wanted to get back on his skates.
Was the ice choppy?
We get there right away. We get there like 20 minutes early and make sure we're first out there.
Smart.
So we get like the first 40 minutes of decent ice.
That's so on brand for you.
Before it gets all hashed up. But it was nice. Thought I was going to be really sore, but I wasn't. But what we're hearing the latest is they're monitoring the weather very carefully. It remains possible that they could push this game to tomorrow, is what I'm told. They don't want to, obviously. Right. They don't want to go up against New Year's Day college football.
Yeah.
But if it's not playable and people aren't going to be there to buy the beer and everything, I don't know how they're going to handle it. They've got enough delay. They think the temperature may drop enough as the day goes on that the rain will change to snow, in which case it's fine. It's going to be
that would be cool.
20-mile-an-hour north winds isn't going to be anybody's idea of a great time outside.
Right.
But it might be playable, but it is touch and go right now.
Could you imagine the guy that has to make that decision? Like that's waiting in the balance. You're the dude who I am asking whether or not this weather is going to be suitable for this game.
Well, and I wonder too, it can't be one person, right? Because your hockey people, you're going to have an ice guy.
Right.
You're going to have one of these, Canadian ice father guys.
Yeah.
Temperature is right. Yeah. You're one of the guy in Edmonton is supposedly the guy who is the ice master, cold miser, or whatever he is. And so there's going to be, how these teams are. They're trying to play an actual
They wanna
NHL
play.
game.
Yeah.
So either it's playable or it's not, and then you've got the marketing aspect. So I don't know. I don't know how it's done.
They can't just put some blue salt on there and make it freeze or some kind of trick that they have up their sleeve to make that happen. Should be a good game nonetheless.
This is why all sports should be played indoors.
Every single one of them?
Maybe not baseball, but yeah. I mean, football should always be in a dome.
Ugh.
Always.
Ugh.
Because this is the reason.
Did you hear
This is when it's awesome. This is when football's awesome. Like, you can't, even in
Too
the
much at
rain,
stake.
in the slot. I mean,
too much at stake.
that-
These athletes are too good.
Yeah.
They train
They're-
too
no,
hard.
I hear you, the injuries.
And I don't want to watch a guy slip. They work too hard and they're too spectacular. The NFL players are some of the greatest physical human specimens in the world, and to watch them slip and slide is fun for a few minutes.
After watching the Jameis Winston Snow Angel event this year and seeing how much fun they were having like they were little kids, I was like, this is awesome. I mean, that was just magical.
Jameis Winston from down south. Whenever he sees snow, he feels that way. There was a team, I can't remember who it was, I'm trying to look it up, that was going up against the Packers. Maybe it was the Saints, and they said that they were looking at their plays in the meat locker or something like that.
Yeah, it was the Saints.
It was the Saints.
And then they
Is
lost
that-
like 50-0. The first shutout of the year. How'd that go? Oy.
Like I'm trying to.
Thanks, coach.
Yeah,
good call.
It was
Thanks, man.
Andrew Janocko was the quarterback's coach here. He's the quarterback's coach in New Orleans, and he took them into the meat locker to throw around.
I could just.
I mean, that's a cute idea.
It's cute. I mean, it's tough when you have the quarterback situation that New Orleans has also. Let's give
But
them
there's no wind chill in there. There's no, there's certain things. But I get what you're doing. It's like Ohio State coming down, taking off their shirts before the game to let you know.
Especially because in the NFL, what percentage of actual NFL players are from Florida, Louisiana, Georgia, Texas, California, Arizona?
Right.
I mean, nobody likes being cold and wet.
We don't like being cold here in Chicago, let alone talk to some high school teams that have to play in late November out here in Chicago.
Talk about the high school baseball teams that have to play here in March.
Right.
It is definitely not fun. Let's switch over to basketball. I know you're watching the game intently last night.
I was actually, because we got to do the Organizations Win Championships podcast. Is we're all tied in knots because we don't. It's yay, no, bad, boo, yay, win, bad. No, they made. What did we miss?
It's like they can't put it together at the same time. I made the comparison with Pat Will being Velus Jones of the Bulls.
Ouch. No,
That's too low.
He's better than that. No, he's significantly better than that. And I do think he would have value on the trade market. I mean, Velus Jones was a waiver pickup, and this guy's making $20 million a year.
What do you think like a second round pick? They're not going to get. I mean,
I do think he'd be attractive to somebody depending on where the medicals are with his healed foot, because he's still 6'8" and 240 and can still guard multiple positions. If you could just make him really want to.
That's what I
Is
said.
anyone going to want his contract though?
I think it's a really
It's friendly.
Okay.
friendly contract.
It's friendly.
Not as friendly as Ios, but it's friendly.
Right, because you have teams that have 3 max contract guys. The majority of teams have 2 or 3. And then there are teams that have like those fill-in guys, and Pat Will could certainly fit into that
NBA
space.
money. $20 million is nothing.
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 Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I mean, people think about it. It's just, guys are making $70 million a year. It's.
Is it as simple as a confidence issue for Pat Will?
No, I just think it's a motor. I think it's a motor issue, and he's also maddening in that for a guy built like that with his skill, he's a terrible dunker. He's a terrible.
He'll try to get to the rim.
He's a terrible finisher, and he can't. He's that first dribble. And
Powerful.
He's a bull. I mean, the guys bounce off of him, but the moment his targeting system, once it gets into the micro of he doesn't zero in the basket like that. Like if he were in the trench in Star Wars at the end, he would just like bounce off the wall, and one of the TIE fighters would hit him, and he'd go careening into space, and he'd blow up like the fat guy.
Yeah.
I can't hold it. Like it was the fat guy. Remember that Red 6 or whatever it was, and he blew up? That would be Patrick.
I feel like when I watch him play, he needs a little Anton Jameson to him. When you're talking about finishing around the rim, just like a little smoother. As the mid-range is there. Obviously, he can shoot the 3 when he's open at a high clip. But you're right. It's around the rim and just the motors. It's frustrating for me because I really want great things from Pat.
And he's a sweet kid,
Yeah.
and maybe too much so. But what makes me crazy are all of these Florida State guys that come out with the same kind of body type, the same scouting report, and they're the ones that are screaming in people's face and dunking on them and racing down the floor and throwing it behind their head. It's like every year that program disgorges two of these guys. And, of course, the Bulls picked the wrong one.
It has to be that kind of luck that they get. 63-pointers yesterday?
Keep firing, man. I mean, that game was horrible.
It was bad.
It was the quality of basketball was just
Atrocious.
it was so bad. I mean, they're missing good players, but they had it. They let him hit the tying three. You're like, okay. All right, you can lose the bum game, and no, the other team,
strength of schedule.
You got outbummed.
Yeah,
you got brutally outbummed. It's too bad.
We're talking about how bad the conference is too. It's like hard to suck.
Other people are better at
Charlotte
sucking.
sucks bad. Like their team is.
Washington's coming up too. Now they got Washington.
It's gonna be something else.
Washington, they don't even know like how to dribble. There's some seriously. It's like, no, you can't. That's against the rules. You're running with it again. Oh, I didn't know.
They had no Kuz and no Jordan Poole the other day, and they battled it out against the Celtics. It's just like teams like those are the games where you're like, what is going on here? What do you guys got coming up in the show?
Well, we're going to be busy. I think the stuff that Brad Biggs was saying with you guys is worth a revisit. The stuff about polls and a possible extension and just how backwards this sort of anti-logic is, or logic in the world of the Bears that doesn't make sense in the real business world. Well, are you going to fire him? Well, we're either firing him or we're extending him. What? But that's where we are. That's really where
and
we
no
are.
one knows the actual answer.
In no other business would the choice have to be, well, I got to get rid of this guy. He's bad. Well, but if we keep him, we got to keep him for a long time.
Gotta line him up with the coaches.
And also the indecisiveness. It's like, are you waiting to see what Ben Johnson wants you to do? Or like, if you're going to extend him. Like, let's go. Make the decision. Stand in your ground.
Or if you're going to fire him. But they don't do, the Bears are the best at dithering from the top down. This has been going on for 50 years. They are great at not doing things. And then they realize, we really should have done that. Next time, we'll learn from our mistake. Okay. We're going to bring back some of what Carmen Vitale had to say about that when she was on the show yesterday. Did you hear or did you play Dan Campbell's postgame from last night?
It's awesome.
We were listening to it, but we didn't get a chance to play it.
It's awesome.
I love him.
He's like, did you see his halftime interview coming out of the locker room? I felt like he was emotional. Like, he is so real and so vulnerable and so authentic.
I know.
It's just beautiful.
I know. My wife doesn't even like football. She has the biggest crush on Dan Campbell.
I love it. My mom
she
too.
Loves
That's such
Dan
a mom
Campbell.
thing, I feel like.
Well, she has the Dan Campbell Eras Tour shirt, which is the Taylor Swift Eras Tour shirt, but it's Dan Campbell photos at various points of his pro and collegiate career. It's great. I want to talk about this Derrick Rose night that's coming up too, because thankfully it stopped short of what I thought might happen. And they're doing the right thing by not doing something I thought they might do that he doesn't deserve. We will discuss the most disappointing and encouraging Chicago Bear from this season. We'll do high noon. TJ Edwards will join us at noon. We'll talk a little bit of baseball, the Roki Sasaki sweepstakes, and more. Tim Jenkins at 1 o'clock.
All right, guys. Have a great show. Happy New Year to everyone. Ruthie, it's been a pleasure.
Happy New Year.
This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
What do fish sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Porkins, the Jedi. I know it was Y-Wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Porkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
Oh, the actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like, I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh, and you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
Sexy. We got some breaking news on the Bears coaching search. Albert Breer has posted an article that's got all kinds of interesting information in it. The biggest question that prime candidates have is about the role of team president Kevin Warren.
We just talked about it with Carmen Vitale.
And I think the McCaskey family is aware of that, which means he knows the McCaskey family is aware. To that end, GM Ryan Poles is set up to run point on the search, and I'm told it's because that's the way ownership wants it. Warren will have a seat at the table, and a major say, of course, but Poles will too, as the McCaskies seek alignment on the football operations side. This makes me want to tear my hair out and run screaming into the hills, because that paragraph right there is an out-of-towner not realizing that that is the essence of Bears. Oh, that makes me so crazy. You saw that press conference with Warren and Poles, and now it's like, well, Kevin, you have a seat at the table. I thought I was in charge of everything. No.
If that's the case, then that means that it's not Ryan Poles' search.
No, the McCaskies seek
It's like Ryan Poles is going to do all the work, and then Kevin Warren says yes or no?
This paragraph is the modern Bears in a nutshell as described by an outsider.
I believe they call it the essence.
The biggest question prime candidates have is about the role of team president Kevin Warren. Nothing that follows after that sentence addresses fixing that or answering that question. That's the problem I have.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Happy New Year almost. Morning. Welcome. It's really gross outside today. Stay in bed. Don't go anywhere. Even if you got to go to work. Unless you're like an air traffic controller or something. I can't get you out of that. Or, you have to perform an emergency surgery or something. Or fix like a downed power line. You know it if you're really a
firefighter.
Yeah, right. If you're
essential personnel.
Yeah, so if there's a fire and you're in the firehouse and you say, no, Bernstein told me not to go anywhere today. No, that's not going to fly. But
Bernstein gave me the day off.
I can do that. I have that
Let
power.
it burn.
I have that
Let
power.
it burn.
I am allowed to say, hey, you don't have to do anything today. This is a day to just crawl under the covers and stay there. And then go downstairs and eventually make a huge bowl of cereal that's horrible for you. Just a big bowl of sugar.
Only the worst of cereals.
Yes. Just make a big bowl of sugar.
Cafe La Bernstein has only the worst of cereals.
And to me, the worst sugared cereal I've ever had is Quisp. So if they still make Quisp.
You just made that cereal.
No, I didn't.
There is no cereal that exists or that has ever existed named Quisp.
What are you talking about? Quisp and Quake. They were rivals. You were either a Quisp person or a Quake person.
Not a real thing.
They were rivals, and
you're
it's
inventing this.
I think like 2 bites, you immediately get colon cancer.
This is you improving about cereal.
No,
these cereals did not exist.
Oh, Quisp and Quake were. Yes, they were a
Quake.
market. It was considered actually in advertising circles. I'm gonna actually take the fun out of it now. But it was considered like one of the first branding pretend rivalry things. They were the same cereal in different boxes. Look at
it. Kind of like when Armageddon came out at virtually the same time. As Deep Impact.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, whoa! Joe Bartosh has just appeared with a box of Quisp. I am not making this up.
Wait a minute. So he's in on the bit?
No.
You drew something on a box.
Joe, I'm saying it's okay.
And then Joe was just standing outside the door waiting for you to start your bit.
Wow.
And somehow.
This is an actual Quaker Quisp box. As bad as it looks, it tastes worse. And the same goes for Joe Bartosh. All right, here. This is so cool. Yeah, there it is.
How did he just have that on standby?
I don't know. He had it.
Joe Bartosh is a cereal
it's
man.
Out of production. Completely out of production. It should be.
He's a cereal man.
I think every government agency that still exists has shut down the production of that cereal. And once Musk and Ramaswamy get done with it, it'll roar right back into the public consciousness. Trust me. Thank you, Joe Bartosh. Yes, also tastes worse than he looks.
Comes from a long line.
And I would know.
Long line of other cereal men.
There was a time we had a box of BoJack cereal in the studio.
Not bad.
No, you
remember
cool with that?
Remember, I ate it because
you ate it.
Because Eddie Jackson, once he got his 4th interception, right?
Yep, that was it.
I said I would eat a bowl of that expired cereal once he got his 4th interception, whatever year that was, and he did. So yeah. Hey, Anthony Herron, how are you?
Hey, Daniel. There's no real danger in expired cereal.
No,
I don't think
there's much danger in expired anything unless it smells bad or looks bad. I do not.
Usually what I trust.
I refuse to recognize expiration dates as anything other than a marketing scam. It's a ploy for planned obsolescence to make you buy more.
You refuse to recognize them. You're just going to be on a private island somewhere
with
all your
seriously
expired goods.
No, seriously. If it smells, you're
going to secede from the food union.
I will.
And just go somewhere by yourself and eat expired goods.
The human sensory system was designed to tell you whether or not something is okay to eat. If it's covered in green fur,
well,
don't eat it.
I'm not completely disagreeing with you because I'll eat usually not drink, but I'll eat some expired stuff. But the date that's on the packaging is not necessarily designed to thwart any attempt to consume it. It's just a warning. Hey, we recommend that you either sell it by this date or don't consume it after this date.
I disagree that it's a warning. I think it's for liability purposes. I think it's for grocery stores to say, you've got to move these all. Because I've seen them come in and do it. Just, I'm about to buy something, and they like take it out of my hands and sweep it off the shelves. And like, no, I want that. I'm not allowed to sell that to you. Like, then I'll just take it. They just give it to me.
Well, once they start selling it for less than its full value, once they start decreasing the price,
then I'm in. Then I'm in.
That's when you're looking for it.
That's when, if it's got a Mariano's discount sticker on it, I may not even want it. I go and rescue things and bring them home and adopt them, just because
rescue expired foods.
I do. I like the little tiny pecan pies.
Expired
you know what I mean?
food shelter.
You go, no, in the back on the cart and you go in the back and there's like the little pecan pie there, and it's so lonely and all it wants is a home. And
who's the lady? Is it Enya or Sarah McLachlan or something like that?
Sarah
where there's
McLachlan.
like the sad music and there's a bunch of expired cereals and gray meat on the shelving in your home.
Yeah, like
somewhere.
weird cuts of meat or miscut meat, or like the steak that they just sort of did it on an angle. And yeah, they're sad and lonely, and you can make a home for them for only $19 a month.
Save your expired meat.
I'm right here for you.
Meat's just got like a tear in one eye of the beef. It's just there waiting to be consumed.
Hey, I'm your Huckleberry.
That's Dan's favorite thing to do is get expired meats, Big Ant. He goes to the grocery store.
And the thing is, more than once, someone has found me in the back of a grocery store picking over the day-old baked goods and or the expiring meats, and it said, "Oh my God, it really is you." And I said, "What did you think?" It's that's not a bit. Yeah, no. Here I am. That's if you really want to find me and come ask me a question you've always wanted to ask, your best sports question. That's where you find me, and I will answer. I will answer your sports questions there.
The expired meat Santa. Everybody's just trying to lurk around and discover you somewhere, just hoping to catch a glimpse. And there you are, especially in the holidays when there's extra time available to do it.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm easy there. It's just that's my happy place in the world. That is the voice of Anthony Herron, and this is the Bernstein and Harris Show as we broadcast live from the Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. We're busy today with all kinds of Bear stuff. Brad Biggs mentioned something earlier that I think we need to address. It's increasingly in focus as we look to the future of your Chicago Bears. We have TJ Edwards joining us at noon. I've got an absolute humdinger of a high noon story for you today. It is an annual story, and Layla wanted me to do it yesterday, but I chose not to, out of just the goodness of my heart. She's like, "Come on, do the story today." I'm like, nah. I gotta wait till the 31st before I do it. And Tim Jenkins at 1. So Anthony. You
just reminded me of my high noon story I didn't get to the other day, by the way.
Okay, well, good. That's sort of the purpose of it. So
I got to do
it. I'm trying to think. When does Illinois play? Today or tomorrow?
Today.
Okay.
They play today. They play this afternoon. As soon as we're off the air.
Okay. So is it a big deal that they're in the Citrus Bowl?
It is. It is. It's been a really strong season for the Illini. Frankly, one of the great seasons in program history that very few people are paying attention to because of the expanded college football playoff, because of the amazing season that Indiana has had, and they made the college football playoff. So there's a lot that's overshadowed the Illini. But, as far as Brett Bielema goes, in a few years he's been running the program, it's definitively the best season they've had. They're a top 20 team at 9-3, getting ready to face in the Citrus Bowl a South Carolina squad that's in the top 15 that was right there in the college football playoff mix. So two very similar teams. Both were expected coming into the season to be like right around a handful of wins, maybe squeak into a bowl, and both just got better and better throughout the year. The Illini were winning early in the season, but by kind of narrow margins, and then by the end of the year, they're taking down Michigan, they're blowing folks out. They had a surprising loss to Minnesota. They were a surprising loss to Minnesota away from being a team right there kind of in line with Indiana in the CFP conversation, but the Minnesota loss is mainly what kept him out of that conversation from the regular season. But, Brett Bielema is kind of doing what he's done at multiple programs. Now, Wisconsin was already a program in place when he took that over and was leading them to Big Ten championships, but, it's kind of from Illini football from that standpoint, it's kind of a hallowed ground they can get to here. Illini football doesn't have double-digit win seasons. They've never defeated an SEC team in any venue, in a bowl game, a regular season game, nothing else. 0-6 all-time against the SEC. So this Citrus Bowl game today can really be the capper to what's been a remarkable season for Illinois. After a couple of years ago, they lost so much NFL talent from the other team that Brett Bielema led to a bowl a couple of seasons ago. All those defensive backs, and then last season, multiple defensive linemen into the National Football League. So this was a team that no one really knew what to make of them. And Luke Altmaier, their quarterback, played at a remarkably consistent level throughout the season. He's got continuity in his coaching staff with his offensive coordinator, Barry Lenny Jr., and defensive coordinator, Aaron Henry, that took over and ran a really good defense. And so, this could tie. If they get to 10 wins, it would tie the most wins Illinois has ever had in a single season.
That's pretty cool.
It'll be one of the great seasons in program history if they can pull this off today.
I was thinking of this, too, that in our era of the transfer portal and NIL, where all of these quote-unquote meaningless bowl games that are just for show, they're exhibition games.
Mm-hmm.
But in the true meaning of the term exhibition, when you're putting your uniforms, your brand, your fans, everything on display, does it matter more to present as an advertising opportunity for your school at a time where anybody can turn on the TV and go, hey, I might get, they looks kind of cool. They're offering me. I'm in the portal, or I'm going to get in the portal, and if they offer me, I just wonder what the marketing value is of some of these bowl games that makes them more meaningful at a time where players can go anywhere they want.
Well, like most things, we've gotten gluttonous with the bowls. Like in the late 90s and into 2000 when I was playing college football, there was, I think, 20-something bowls. Now there's somewhere in the mid-40s in the total number of bowls that are available. And
right.
This wasn't one of those years where 5 and 7 teams make it, but we've gotten to a point where, sometimes you'll see a team with a losing record get into a bowl just because there's not enough tie-ins to qualify. But that being said, the reason that folks tend to be so eager to invent a new bowl is because we're at the point in the calendar where, because football has become so dominant and our ravenous hunger for more football is never satiated. So in the month of December, here's an opportunity just for more exhibition games. And a team who's even been decent, they're going to find more platforms to put them on. It'll be on, a television network, and there's going to be all kind of branding all over the place where you're going to see, your favorite team playing in front of a lot of signs and logos and emblems of folks who've paid a bunch of money for folks who are going to come, the fan bases that are there. They're going to use the hotels. They're going to consume the products that are in the area. This one is at Camping World Stadium. It's the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. So there's going to be Cheez-Its all over the place. Whichever coach wins this game.
No. Cheese Citrus Bowl?
Cheez-It. The Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. So there's going to be
a
bucket full of Cheez-Its
but it's
dumped all over the winning coach.
But it's the Citrus Bowl. There should be a bowl of citrus.
It's just like squeeze orange juice.
No.
Like grapefruit.
No,
just, squirt them in the eye with grapefruit.
That's a mistake. Now we got to think about the cross-pollination of Cheez-Its and Florida citrus.
So you're looking for more of a Pop-Tarts situation.
I'm looking for
you just want the winning squad to be in line with what the main brand is.
I thought if it's the potato bowl, they dump potatoes. Citrus bowl, they should dump citrus.
The dumping a potato or slinging potatoes at people, that does sound a bit dangerous.
But no, they did. Thomas Hammock got the French fries dumped on him.
Okay, French fries are fine. A potato product.
It is actually the Cheez-Its Citrus Bowl?
The Cheez-Its Citrus Bowl.
I love Cheez-Its, and I love citrus, but I don't want to think of them together.
You love expired Cheez-Its.
You're damn right. Today. Right. And, or even though they have extra toasty Cheez-Its now, that's because there were some of us who were occasionally getting the regular Cheez-Its and then putting them on a cookie sheet and putting them in the broiler for like 2 minutes and then getting those burnt edges on them. And now they realize, wait a second, people have found a hack here to make it even better. Well, we at Giant Food are gonna steal that from you and sell it back to you.
Big Cheese, Big Food.
Big Food. Yeah. Whoever owns Cheese, Nabisco or ConAgra or whoever owns it.
One of those.
When we come back, I want to play some of this sound regarding the future of Ryan Poles. I want you to hear from Brad Biggs. I want you to hear from Carmen Vitale, because the logic is so... It's football business logic that doesn't seem to apply in large part in other aspects of our world because football's weird. So we'll make that case next on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the number one and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
You already mushed the Bears, and like the whole year seems to be, it has the backdrop for a lot of people that you were the one responsible for getting the hope up. It's been just referenced so many times. You've avoided that wrath for the most part, or has it found you that you're responsible?
Yeah, because I'm not talking Bears and having my social media bombarded by both Chicagoans and people who are introduced to my particular brand of likability on the national stage. Yeah, I've completely avoided it. No, it's gone poorly. Because there was a lot of audio of me loudly proclaiming that Shane Waldron would be my first choice for Bears offensive coordinator. But it was under the guise of if they had to keep Matt Eberflus, like I wanted them to fire Matt Eberflus. Listen, we all get things loud wrong, right? Some of us more than others. I'll point a couple of thumbs on that one. But, so I'll wear some of the mush powers on this, but Spiegs...
I would think long and hard about firing Matt Eberflus to retain Luke Getsy.
Oh, that's going back.
It's true. It's true. But I will say, listen...
doing this to
I
him?
know. I didn't even do that one. I didn't do that one, Danny.
Listen, we all have our misses, right?
Yeah.
Lawrence had Bryce Young as Drew Brees with mobility.
I'm not giving up on that yet.
You shouldn't. He's looked pretty good since he was benched. He's looked pretty good. I've been thinking about you a lot and that take since he's been benched. He has absolutely looked better. Speaks, are you still enthusiastic? or has your enthusiasm waned?
It's been a tough year
Danny,
for me
I
too.
gotta tell you,
it's been tough out here.
Watching the heel turn that's gone on here with this guy over the last 7 weeks has been amazing.
Yeah, it's true. Because I turned, Danny, I turned and I was like, I pointed a thumb though, Lawrence. Remember, I pointed a thumb and I said I was wrong. We should have fired Flus, and I was wrong in the offseason.
That this is happening. That was such a great question.
Middays 10 till 2.
Only a Chicago sports radio show. I'm so thrilled. That was a very
We're well-rounded crew around here.
On Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The next item I want to make sure we're clear about is Ryan Poles is the general manager of the Chicago Bears, and he will remain the general manager of the Chicago Bears. Ryan is young, he's talented, he's bright, he's hardworking. He has done everything in his power on a daily basis to bring a winner to Chicago. And I'm confident in Ryan. My faith remains strong in Ryan. And as leader of our football operations department and as our general manager, Ryan will serve as the point person on our coach for our upcoming search for a permanent head football coach.
And then he patted him on his cute little head and he gave him a lollipop. Cherry, his favorite flavor. Come on, man. Kevin Warren is still navigating his way through his job. And as is typical with the Bears, they hand out jobs and then those jobs change. And you try to figure out who does what and when. And more importantly, when it comes to the history of the Bears, who hired who as what, empowered to do what and when and why. Dan Bernstein here with Anthony Herron on the Bernstein and Harris show. So where do you want to start here, Anthony? We can start with Carmen Vitale from Fox Sports NFL talking about Poles and his view of his own job, or what Brad Biggs had to say this morning.
I think starting with Carmen would be good.
Okay.
And then we can feed into the Biggsy.
All right, let's listen in. This was Carmen Vitale yesterday with Layla Rahimi and me, saying that he may be rethinking what he got himself into here.
Another kind of dynamic to add to that is, does Ryan Poles still want this job as much as he did initially before he had someone above him before ownership? I mean, Ryan Poles was hired before Kevin Warren and didn't have anybody to answer to other than ownership. And is that really what he signed up for, was to kind of have this checks and balances, or have his every decision that he makes questioned, evaluated, all that? Now you can argue that that might be a good thing, but when you're hired for one role with one expectation, how does that change? How does your motivation change? How does your process change? How does all of that change when now you have to answer to somebody else? And what is that relationship really like? That's kind of my question in all of this is, not only do you need to decide if you're the Bears, like you said, is he going to be here? Is he not? I think a lot of that is leftover kind of PTSD from, all right, that was the decision that needed to have been made with Matt Eberflus before this season, because I was very vocal about saying, all right, if you keep him on this offseason, then that means you're signing up for Matt Eberflus for at least 2 more years, because you can't keep doing this. And lo and behold, they're still doing this. So I do think that that's a huge question mark. But I think at the other side of it is, does Ryan Poles still have, the same lust for this job, or does he have the same motivation for this job, knowing that the process has completely upended? And I do think that there's a lot. Kevin Warren is responsible for a lot, and that was again my concern too this offseason when he was hired before this offseason was being over business side and being over football is not a common thing in the NFL for a team president to do, to be that hands-on both sides of the team. And that's a lot for anyone to take on, especially when the Bears are trying to build a stadium and have all of this kind of, that's not, there's so much going on the business side, and now there's so much going on the football side. I just don't know how you spread yourself that thin. This job, and for that reason, this job, I don't know how attractive it is. And from what I've heard around talking to other coaches and talking to coaches that have interviewed with the Bears before, they recognize there's a lot of dysfunction here. And for guys that know better, that aren't necessarily enamored with being one of 32 or have already done it, is that worth it to them? Because at that point, I think coaches learn to kind of interview the organizations as much as these organizations interview them. And that's what's kind of concerning. Now, can you get a guy like Pete Carroll who wants to come out of retirement? Maybe. Same with Mike Vrabel? Maybe. If you want a guy like Ben Johnson, you're going to have to pony up for that and basically make him an offer he can't refuse.
So that's the question, that even if they were to say, hey, Ryan, we're going to make sure that you and our new coach are aligned, maybe the new coach doesn't want to be aligned with him regardless of the length of his contract. And Ryan Poles doesn't have the same job he had before Kevin Warren was hired.
I guess, but I'm not under the impression that Ryan Poles took this job thinking he wouldn't have a boss. So, how has the working relationship with Kevin Warren gone over, what's been now, a year and a half or something like that they've been working together? Then could that be something that feels like a bit of a deterrent to, his desire to stay in his role? I suppose, but I don't think when he was hired by the Bears, Ryan Poles was under the impression that they weren't going to replace Ted Phillips, that it was just going to be him reporting directly to the McCaskill.
That's what they said, though. They said that under the new structure, Ryan Poles would report directly to ownership. And that's changed.
But not that there wouldn't be another senior executive hired.
Correct, but not necessarily one above him for football. And now it seems that Kevin Warren is making it clear that he's going to have a say in football decisions.
Okay. I mean, I think that some of it might be semantics or minutia. My impression is like Ryan Poles is the top football guy, and he also has an ownership structure to answer to.
Mm-hmm.
So, Kevin Warren is essentially the owner representative in this case. And so the day in, day out communication with Ryan Poles. Ryan's going to talk to Kevin about it. Kevin, hey, I don't think that's such a great idea. Well, yeah, maybe try it this way instead. And then George and Virginia and whoever else is going to hear directly from Kevin Warren on this. That's my impression of the structure.
See, I think on paper, yes. On paper, I think that's absolutely right. But I think it comes down to, and I agree with you, he didn't take this job thinking that he had, unfettered power. Of course he's got a boss. There's an owner. The owner's always the boss. But it's how many bosses, how many meetings. If I do this, if it's approved by George, does it have to be approved by Kevin now? Does George say, well, what does Kevin think? Because that it's in that nebulousness where things get bearsed.
And I certainly don't know. My impression is Kevin Warren didn't get to tell Ryan Poles, well, you shouldn't hire this coach because I don't like the way that he runs the outside zone scheme. There may be a question about how much continuity is there with the current personnel that we know is going to be here next season with what that coach will do schematically, and just get an explanation of that from a knowledge-based perspective. But I don't think Kevin Warren is going to try to out-football Ryan Poles, but just talking through the structure and whether or not the actual procedures in place make sense and what type of personnel needs to be involved in this. That's to me what makes sense. What I don't necessarily get is, for one, why the contracts need to be in alignment. And also, if the Bears do go down that road and say, all right, let's align the contracts, and that requires some sort of an extension for Poles, I don't feel like the history of the Bears has shown us that that's been a big factor in somebody keeping their job longer than they're supposed to. Like, I feel like they've been willing to fire people.
I want to make sure we have time for both of these chunks of sound. So let's try to squeeze these in and react as needed. So first, let's catch everybody up on what Brad Biggs of the Trib said regarding an update on a possible extension for Ryan Poles. This is with Gabe and Ruthie this morning.
No, I haven't heard anything new on that, but if you're going to keep Ryan Poles, you're probably going to give him an extension. You're not going to have him on some short-term deal. You're going to look to have him aligned on the same timeline or very close to that of your new coach. It just makes sense. And there could be people throwing their arms up in the air right now, but if they keep him, I would expect him to have a new deal. Yeah, like that's just how it goes.
You think the extension happens before the head coaching hire, so that way they can put that on the table that there will be some continuity?
That's possible. That's certainly possible. Or they talk about it with the new head coaching hires, like this is going to be the guy, and we're focused on our coaching search now, and we're going to get to him. That's a good question of the timing of it, but it only makes sense if you're going to keep him for him to have a new contract.
It's a great follow-up by Gabe there.
Yeah.
Great follow-up on the when, because the when has been half the problem as much as the who. Not the band, the Who, because there's only two of them left. Because
is that it?
Yeah, right. Just Daltrey and Townsend.
All right.
Unless you count like the other people who've been through the collective, like
are there some ancillary Who's?
Yeah, Kenny Jones and Pino Palladino and their keyboardist John Rabbit Bundrick. I don't know how deep you go on members of the band, but yes, John Entwistle is very dead. Keith Moon very dead. He's like
super dead.
He's super dead. Yeah, he's like right. Double dead. Although Entwistle went out better though. He
all right, that's good.
He went out in the hotel room full of hookers and drugs. So that's
all right.
He had the rock star death. The old ox.
That's the way you want to go out.
Called that man the Ox.
We'll take that note.
So,
how Bernstein
but that's been the problem. So think about this now. Let's go back.
Okay.
This is something that Ray found a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month ago. This is the Excellent Leadership podcast from back in September. And this is Ryan Poles, and he's being interviewed by, what is it, Chad and Schmad? Who's the other guy? Chad and Andy?
Quisp and Wisp.
Quisp and Quake. No, who's it? No, it was Chad and Mark. Chad and Mark. That's who it was. They were the bros that hired Kevin Warren for the Bears. And this is what he said. This is what Ryan Poles said about his relationship with Warren.
And that's been really big for us as an organization to pull football and business together. A lot of times it's two different entities.
Disjointed. Yeah.
And we're heading in a really cool position here where everyone's linked together. We have priorities, we have values. You can feel it in the building, and it doesn't feel separate anymore, where it's the two different groups and we work differently, like we're together.
How has it been with Kevin coming in the building? And I think originally you were reporting directly into George, and now you're kind of on part of Kevin's leadership team.
Yep.
How has his presence, his vision, his experience impacted what you're doing on this side of the house? How do you guys work together? Because it's not actually a lot of NFL teams and professional teams in general don't have that org chart. It's a little bit unique for this place.
I'll say I'm so blessed to have him here, because it's not just my boss, but it's a mentor. I am very comfortable with telling him, hey, I don't know what to do here. I need some help. I need resources. Who can I go to gain some more knowledge? And his Rolodex is unbelievable. There's 5 names that are coming your way to call. A lot of the times it has to do with like innovation, like trying to get AI going, like where do we need to go, take performance to a different level. Here are more contacts to reach out to. So that's been huge. And we get together once a week, but we're bumping into each other every day. And just giving him updates of what's going on. He gives me updates on the business, sitting in the business meetings and getting updates from that executive group has been incredible. Again, it allows us to link together and how we can help each other. If we're bringing in partners, let's create a program where they can come in and, I can sit down with them or one of my staff members and go through a couple of players and the evaluation, just kind of get a peek behind the curtain.
Really, even potential sponsors.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yep. So
I've never heard of
that. That's where
happening.
that relationship can take an organization to a totally different level. So I'm here for him, and he absolutely has been there for me, and he wants to do whatever he can to put our football team in the best position possible. And he's done that so many ways. I mean, down to new technology. Our new punter and our kicker Cairo asked for a TrackMan, the golf TrackMan.
Yeah.
There's a TrackMan for kickers now.
Oh,
So,
very cool.
it wasn't in the budget. It's a pop-up deal. I get it. But like, this is going to help give them instant feedback so they can be better. And, we talked through it, and he allowed us to get that done. So that partnership has been incredible. And it's deeper than just work too. We do a date night with our wives together, probably once every 2 months when we can make it work. So that bond's strong, and it's been a game changer for me.
Hey, Kevin, fancy seeing you here. They're just bumping each other around the
Hey!
office. What are you doing
What's
here?
up? Using the finger guns. Big guy!
What's happening, man?
And then Kevin walks over and hands him a Werther's original that he pulls out of his pocket. Here's a little candy, young man. You're doing an excellent job. Kevin!
Hey!
Did your skin crawl when the chads were like, oh, yeah, potential sponsors, too. Hey, yeah, football side. I didn't even think about that. Oh, wow. Hey, that's synergy. We call that in the corporate world.
Is that what that is? That's synergy.
It's
Yeah.
got like oozing like McKinsey consultancy vibes there. Hey, we can merge those departments. We could fire half of the people here. Really cut down on our expenses. Anybody think of that?
Cut down on our overhead.
Ooh,
Nobody wants
oh,
overhead.
That's just so oily.
The dreaded overhead.
It's so oily. I don't even think of that. Hey, I didn't think I really buried the football side with the sponsorship opportunity. That's pretty good stuff there. This is the Excellent Leadership Podcast. We're going to upgrade you to the Awesome Leadership Podcast next. Oh, God. Let's keep talking about this because I had something else I want to do here, but now I don't because I think we should discuss this further because I find it really interesting, this concept of fire or extend.
Mm-hmm.
What Big said, if they keep him, they're going to have to keep him longer.
It confuses me.
All right, well, let's sort that out next.
Yeah.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score. Former Bear Kyle Long.
Yeah, the number one priority in my mind is finding a way to protect Caleb Williams' established.
As I'm talking to DJ Moore with other reporters about winning your one-on-ones, because Thomas Brown made a big deal about that. If you win your one-on-ones against Detroit, the first half won't be as atrocious as it was on Thanksgiving Day. So here's DJ Moore. What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup?
Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
The idea that Groats is now working on material in the Bears locker room. He's got everything he needs for a hot five over at Zany's this weekend. Let's go.
I would have loved to have seen Grove's face when he asked that question, too. Like, did you give him a look while you kind of leaned into it? Did it please you?
I loved the way he was gratifying. Do you think, again, he thought it was some promiscuous sexual comment?
I don't know.
That he's here. I want to hear that. Listen again and listen to how he takes the like he was appalled by me saying that. Go ahead. What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup?
Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
That's got to be a drop. What?
Seriously.
That's the fan.
Gross. The best part is that just from the beginning of the season, when I said, "Does it please you?" he understood what I was saying.
He was in on the bit at that point.
Well, he did laugh, as you might have been able to tell. I don't know if you could. DJ Moore does have a cold, so that's why he sounded a little bit off, and he just gave that little courtesy laugh to me. Please, oh yeah, I remember.
A texter says that you earned a bear with that.
Oh,
and I agree.
Okay,
add that.
right.
He gets a bear for that.
Someday I will reveal just how many bears I have. That is the biggest secret. Since I invented the bear system, it's really out of control. But sometime I'll let you guys know.
Quit yelling.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
No, I haven't heard anything new on that, but if you're going to keep Ryan Poles, you're probably going to give him an extension. You're not going to have him on some short-term deal. You're going to look to have him aligned on the same timeline or very close to that of your new coach. It just makes sense. And there could be people throwing their arms up in the air right now, but if they keep him, I would expect him to have a new deal.
That was Brad Biggs earlier today on the Mully and Haugh Show with Gabe Ramirez and Ruthie Polinsky. Kudos to Tyler Buterbaugh on the song choice there. That is mwah. That's just perfect everything, and it's even the 4 original members too. That is all just right.
Don't get fooled, girl.
Yeah, but the Bears will, and we know that. And thanks to the texters pointing out that here's Kevin Warren, who has an apparent endless, bottomless budget for the business side and for the stadium effort, right? So he can pay all the taxes he wants on land they're not using. Millions and millions and millions and millions. He can pay lobbyists to argue on the Bears' behalf in Springfield and elsewhere. And he can lard out their staff with all of these new hires of executives making $750,000 a year.
Never heard it used that way before. He can lard out the staff.
But when Ryan Poles wanted to buy a TrackMan, want to go to Dick's Sporting Goods and get a TrackMan for his kickers for a couple grand, Kevin had to approve that?
What? Yeah, that's not like Ryan isn't the money guy. Like Ryan's the salary cap guy.
Yeah,
like here's the constraints you operate in financially for the roster.
Wow, but he's got a couple $1,000s on a TrackMan rises to the threshold. Kevin's got to sign off on that. That's like petty cash for lunch for an NFL team.
I guess Ryan could have gone out and bought it himself. Or, hey, I'd like the McCaskies to buy this TrackMan. Kevin, get the McCaskies to buy me a TrackMan.
Should that be in his budget? That should be a rounding error in his budget.
I think you can make that case. Yes, you can make the case that should be a rounding error in the budget.
Wow, that's just crazy to me. So
let me get a new jugs machine. You want to buy it, Ryan? No, I want the owners to buy it. All right, owner rep, can I get it?
He can buy it out of his pocket like a kindergarten teacher buying disinfectant wipes.
There's so much of that out there.
Oh my God, that's incredible to me. That's amazing. So how is it that the Bears could be in a position where they don't know if they want to fire their general manager or extend him?
I don't know that's the like. I don't quite understand the logic of it. Why do they need to extend Ryan Poles? I don't even know how long his deal is. I was saying this yesterday. Like if Brad Biggs doesn't know how long someone's contract is with the Bears, I don't think it exists. I'm not confident Ryan Poles has a contract. It might be a handshake deal. Because all these years we've been wringing our hands about not knowing the coach's contract, not knowing the GM's contract, the length of it, the money associated with it. If Biggsy hasn't found this info yet, I don't think it's out there. I don't know that either Matt Eberflus or Ryan Poles or whomever is going to be the next head coach of the Bears actually has a legitimate contract.
Not knowing the lengths of deals is something the Bears have tried to keep up. They've tried to keep us from knowing the lengths of these deals.
Somehow very effectively pulled that off.
They have. And I wonder why.
Yeah. And in the end, I don't know why the GM's contract needs to be lined up with the next coach. Who does that benefit?
Right. That's what I'm asking. And for a coach coming in, as Carmen Vitale was saying, these coaches are interviewing them as much as the Bears are interviewing the coaches. So if Ryan Poles keeps you from getting your best choice as coach, you're telling the world that then. I mean, if you publicly announce an extension
but why
beforehand,
does it? And I'm not even making the case that it doesn't. I know I'm pro logic, and I feel like Biggsy's kind of pro logic too, but I don't see how that tracks. Why do you need to extend the GM to hire another coach?
Because the presumption is, the answer to that is we presume that any quality candidate wouldn't want to enter an environment this inherently unstable.
I guess.
But it still doesn't make any sense. That's just a football thing.
So, and I don't like if Ryan Poles has one more year on his deal or 3 more years on his deal or whatever that is. The next coach that comes in is going to want at least likely a 4-year deal. So you need to add another, like if Poles going in the final year of his deal, you need to add another 3 years to his deal just to hire another coach.
I'm not sure.
I don't think that tracks.
I don't think so either. Is that the kind of thing that is just considered conventional wisdom because of the Ernie Accorsi's and the Bill Polians of the world have been telling the Bears that this is how you do it?
I guess maybe it is. And then if you're comparing apples to apples, some other opportunity that a coach might consider that's viewed as being, on par with the opportunity with the Bears, because this is a good situation. There is talent on the roster that was very mismanaged. There's a talented young quarterback that's here. There's going to be a bunch of coaches that are really confident they can come with the roster in place, with the quarterback in place, with the available cap money to spend and turn this thing into a winner. Now, the division they're in, that could end up being a deterrent. And the lack of success that's been here in recent years, that could certainly be a deterrent.
It's a bigger climb. It's a much bigger climb than it may have appeared now.
But my impression is most of the highly competitive type A dudes out there that are going to be evaluating this job are going to say, all right, I'm looking at that film. I see something I can work with that quarterback. I see receivers I can win with. I see DBs that are uber talented. Yeah, there's money at linebacker. One of them overperform, one of them underperform. We're in a good shape. I think that's how a lot of coaches will view the current roster and the available capital available via the draft and via the finances. Just whether or not Ryan Poles is here, and Ryan Poles is the one who put this stuff together. If the Bears decide to fire Ryan Poles, there's a case to be made for that. I don't see a case to extend Ryan Poles right now. I don't know who that benefits. Does that benefit the incoming coach to extend the GM who he doesn't even know, presumably? I'm not sure how that tracks. I don't understand the logic there.
We'll know how it tracks when we go by a track man. I'll do it during the
There
break.
we go.
I'll come back. We'll have a track
Is
man.
it in your budget, though? Where's Mitch?
We'll see the trajectory. Oh, as far as this, are you kidding? I mean, you've seen what the rules are for our expenses. I don't know if you've ever traveled on the company dime before, but man, they go through tooth and nail.
Hey, man, you out of Circa. I've seen you out of Circa.
I know.
I know you're doing big things out there.
But Circa pays for everything.
That's on Circa's dime.
I can go eat whatever I want. Circa doesn't care. Like you go to Derek and he goes, whatever you want, go ahead, fine.
Well, I stand up in the studio. I can't even get the microphone to raise near my mouth. I got to squat down when I don't want to sit down in the chair. So, yeah, let's up that budget.
When we come back, let's talk about what the Bulls are doing for Derrick Rose on Derrick Rose night that thankfully stops short of what I was worried it might do. That's next on The Score.
Check out Bears legendary center and score football expert Olin Kreutz talking Bears 2 times a week on The Score on Football Mondays with Mully and Haugh at 7. And then Olin gets you ready for the game on Football Fridays at 4 with the Spiegel and Holmes show on your ride home.
The guys that kept showing up there in the suites, I'm sure it's comfortable. Right? I'm sure you got good.
All right, so can we talk to you about your relationship with Mark Grody, our Bears beat reporter?
Oh, Mark.
Go.
All great things. He told me earlier, I'll say all great things.
He said to say great things. All right, because we wanted to ask you in particular, because you guys have had a few interesting interactions. Like he asked you about the baked potato at Wendy's. That seemed like a ridiculous question to us. How did you feel like when he asked you about the baked potato?
Oh, I never even heard of that. I didn't even know it was a possibility. I didn't even know it was a thing.
Right. It's just it was a bizarre follow-up question.
So Baconator, large strawberry lemonade, large fry, get a 10-piece spicy nugget, and then for filling it, maybe a frosting.
Baked potato.
Like, what a ridiculous thing to ask.
Yeah, I never heard of anybody getting a baked potato at Wendy's before. Shout out to Mark with all that. He put me on a baked potato at Wendy's, but I don't think I'm gonna get it anytime soon.
Yeah, because you're not eating Wendy's these
you're
days,
eating healthy,
right?
Exactly.
Oh,
hey, I'll try my best.
Good for you.
Hey,
don't we all
have a cheat day once in a while?
Yeah, don't we all, Tevin? I feel you.
What's your cheat day these days? What does that look like?
You just heard it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's still the cheat day. Okay, my bad. Thought maybe better restaurants in Chicago had upgraded, but all right. Then wanted to play because this was an old one with you and Grody, and we still make fun of him to this day with how he ended this interview.
Well, give your fiance a big hug and take good care of her. And I really appreciate your time, man. Thank you so much, man. Let's do it again soon, okay?
Yes, sir. I really appreciate you.
Did Mark Grody need to remind you to give your fiance a hug?
Or did you hug her for Mark Grody? That's what we've been trying to figure out ever since.
Hey, come on now. Hey, he's trying to help me out. He's trying to help me in that part. I'm giving Mark all the doubt right there. Hey, I understand. I believe him. And I love that he reminded me. Hey, everybody needs that reminder.
That's good. Yeah, you got to express love, right? Affection. That's good. And now she's your wife, so it worked. Maybe Mark Grody's advice helped in that way.
Good point.
Hey, guys, I'm telling you. You might be onto something.
Mark Grody has wisdom.
football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
The Bernstein and Harris Show.
This is much more fun.
What, the Midwest?
No, the radio. Hanging out with you, Dan, from 10 to 2 every day.
On Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Heinrich, good defense. Lead pass. Stop it! Stop it! Do not do it like that! What are you doing, Dragons? Did you not get the memo? Derrick Rose can go upstairs.
Indeed, and Derrick Rose will be celebrated on January 4th. The Bulls have announced that their game against the Knicks at the United Center will be Derrick Rose night. They announced this yesterday. And I saw this, and there had been some inkling, there had been some rumor that, maybe they're retiring his number. And I feel very strongly that he is nowhere near deserving of that. He's not even on the radar for deserving of that, ahead of many, many, many other Bulls who are much more valuable. Now, what they're doing is perfect.
I'm going to let you finish.
What they're doing is absolutely perfect. It'll be a celebration of his retirement from the NBA, his memorable career, and his contributions to the Bulls and the city of Chicago. Special moments throughout the game, recognizing Derrick, his family, his teammates. There's going to be T-shirts, and there's going to be the Derrick Rose Atrium experience that they got all sponsored out with memorabilia, like kind of a museum exhibit. And fans will have the opportunities to walk away with a memorable themed item, courtesy of Adidas. And all fans will get a commemorative Derrick Rose themed T-shirt. And then starting at 5 p.m. on January 4th, fans can purchase exclusive themed retail items. Okay, so the Bulls get to make a little money, and they get to honor Derrick Rose as he retires from basketball. Great.
They are going to retire his jersey at some point.
Well,
so I guess if there's a brief,
why do you say that?
Because he's one of the greatest players in franchise history.
No, he's not.
That's why.
No, he's not.
And that's what they do.
He's not.
With those who are amongst the great players in their franchise's history.
He's not. He's one of the most famous. He had one of the best years.
He is one of the most celebrated players in franchise history, one of the most accomplished and awarded players in franchise history.
That's not how this works. To retire one's, do you know which Bulls have their jerseys retired?
Not all of them, no.
There's 4.
Okay.
Can you name all 4?
So Jordan.
Correct.
Let's see who else would it be? Because I guess it wouldn't be Scotty.
Scotty.
Okay, Scotty is there then. All right.
Jordan, Pippen.
Who else would it be? Not Jerry Sloan.
Jerry Sloan.
Okay.
And one more. Only one other Bulls player.
I'm probably underappreciating the extended excellence of Jerry Sloan by questioning that.
Hall of Famer Jerry Sloan. Yes.
Yeah.
I guess so. And the other is the recently deceased Bob Love.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's it. Sloan, Love, Jordan, Pippen. And that's it.
And D Rose is nowhere near any of those guys.
Nope. Not and he's certainly well behind many of his own teammates as far as value to the Bulls. And the thing about retiring a number, it is a body of work award. It is for your overall body of work of what you've done for the franchise and what you've achieved for the franchise. It's at least the way the Bulls have set up what it means. It is an incredibly high honor. And the list of people who are more deserving of that honor ahead of Derrick Rose is a long one.
A long one.
Yes.
Even amongst his teammates who he played with here in Chicago.
Chet Walker's jersey isn't retired. Artis Gilmore's jersey isn't retired.
How many, and this is the most simplistic version, how many MVPs did either of them win?
Artis Gilmore? Well, he was I can check, but that was one great season.
Yes, that was surrounded by other great seasons. That was his greatest individual season.
It was other good seasons. I don't think people realize what some other Bulls have done. I really don't. I think this is a short memory or recency bias.
So is your case that Derrick Rose wasn't excellent, or is your case that other Bulls were also excellent who should also be honored?
My case is, by the Bulls' standard, he's not even close. If Sloan, Love, Jordan, and Pippen to this point, with other Hall of Famers whose jerseys have not been retired by the Bulls, and we can use any metric you want if you want to go by the actual accomplishments or however you measure the statistical accomplishments of players. I think the way they are doing this, the way they're choosing to do this is a great idea. Is an outstanding way of...
It's the first of what will be several steps to repeatedly honor Derrick Rose. This is not going to be the only or final honor.
Then you got to honor a lot of people then. Because then there's an incredible injustice here. Just going by win shares, just overall contribution to winning as a Bull. Here's your list. Michael Jordan is at 204.5. Scottie Pippen at 99.7. Hall of Famer Chet Walker, 67. Does not have his number retired. Artis Gilmore, 66.5. Does not have his number retired. This is how much they contributed to winning as a Bull. Horace Grant, 62.4. Luol Deng, 58.4. Joakim Noah, 57.3. Jimmy Butler, 49.3. Bob Love, 48.2. Jerry Sloan, 48.1. And it cuts off at 10. But I looked at some other names. Kirk Heinrich is at 47.6. Taj Gibson is at 36.8. Derrick Rose is at 31.4.
And how much of that is negated by the limited length of his Bulls career?
That's part of it, though. That's part of greatness. Longevity, durability is part of greatness. Greatness is rewarded.
I don't disagree that that's part of greatness.
So
there are limits to how high his stature should be with the Bulls by comparison to guys who were here and elite for longer. But I think it goes too far to say his jersey won't end up or shouldn't end up in the rafters. Because there was, what was it? Let's call it a 5-year stretch where he was one of the most dangerous players in the NBA. He won an MVP. He repeatedly led the team deep into the playoffs. He was, all NBA and Rookie of the Year and All-Star on a perennial basis.
Chet Walker's a Hall of Famer. Chet Walker's a 7-time Bulls All-Star.
So if your case is Chet Walker's jersey should also be up in the rafters.
No, but that's not my case. My case is their standards. I mean, good Lord, man. You start looking at Artis Gilmore, was an ABA MVP, second in vote, and then he was a multiple-time NBA All-Star. His career with the Bulls was the peak of his games. NBA. He retired as the all-time NBA leader in field goal percentage. Artis Gilmore is a Hall of Famer, all-time great. His number should be retired before Derrick Rose as a Bull. I mean, it's just it's not even close. I understand people love Derrick Rose.
Why do they love him?
Because people of a certain age were enthralled by him in the post-Jordan era. He was really the first post-Jordan player that felt transcendent and felt special. It was more than Ben Gordon. It was more than Kirk Heinrich. It was more than that. It was the first player that gave people that sense of, oh, hey, he won the MVP. And that's great. And people love him. And they should go to this night and they should love him.
But he should not be hailed as one of the all-time great Bulls.
He does not rise to that. His achievements as a Bull are well down the list. If you retire Derrick Rose's number for what he did as a Bull, Jimmy Butler's got a beef. Luol Deng's
the franchise has a beef with Jimmy Butler too. But you want to make a Jimmy Butler case? Make a Jimmy Butler case too.
Jimmy Butler was a more valuable Bull.
Jimmy Butler was a better basketball player. a better all-around basketball player than Derrick Rose, but the height
was a more
of Jimmy Butler
accomplished Bull.
never a more accomplished in what way? Like Jimmy Butler was never an MVP. Jimmy Butler was never a multi-time all-star during his time with the Bulls.
Jimmy Butler was responsible for more win shares by a mile than Derrick Rose. He was more valuable. He did more to help them win. And so did
I think
so
the
many
win
others.
Shares metric argument is not. It's not a blasphemous argument to make. But my point is, it doesn't negate how Derrick Rose was hailed in the NBA.
You can hail him
like
all you
Bulls
want. He was
fans
famous.
Didn't vote for NBA MVP.
And they don't.
The media and his peers did.
That's fine. And you know how that gets rewarded? That gets rewarded by his $400 million Adidas deal and everything else that he got. It is not rewarded by retiring one's number
But he
for
did
this
that
team.
as a member of the Chicago
But you
Bulls.
don't retire numbers for hype. You don't retire numbers for
MVP
brief
is not
excitement.
a hype award, Dad. MVP is not a hype award. It's for his individual excellence and the team accomplishments surrounding him. Like, if Derrick Rose was even a guy who was like, you know what, his individual numbers are amazing and the team was losing, that'd be one thing. The team was winning a lot while he was at the height of his powers.
He's a local kid, and people love him because he's from here, and that's great.
But that's why he won MVP of the National Basketball Association.
But not every MVP. Does every MVP have their number retired by the team on which they won MVP?
I don't know. We know everyone's in the Hall of Fame, right?
Right. Rose won't be.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
But it's the same as the Sammy Sosa thing. Like, Sammy Sosa not being in the Cubs Hall of Fame as a first ballot guy.
Well,
that to me is silly.
No, I
Him
think,
not being in the Baseball Hall of Fame as a first ballot guy. Okay, from a broader perspective, I understand that there's a deep amount of gatekeeping with that.
well, that's also
But
very
the
different.
gatekeeping for like a jersey going into the rafters for the Bulls, that to me is silly.
I think
because he was the youngest MVP in NBA history. He was on the all-rookie team. He was Rookie of the Year, repeatedly led the team deep into the playoffs until he tore his knee up. I don't think there's much question. Derrick Rose's jersey is going to be in the rafters at the UC at some point.
I think
this
that's
is just the first of several steps.
That's a miscarriage of justice. It is immensely unfair to numerous players ahead of him on the list who deserve to have their jerseys retired. And I think it is provincial bias. I think it's recency bias, and I think he's got a certain vociferous subset of fans that is unaware of
that
Bulls,
had their eyes open during his time with the Bulls and were observing him play basketball.
Unaware of Bulls history and unaware of NBA history.
But I think you're pitting the two cases against each other. A case for D Rose is not a case against Artis Gilmore, and I feel like that's how you're presenting it.
Then
you're the one making the
I'm
case
just talking
against
about-
D Rose.
I'm using the Bulls standard. The fact that Chet Walker's number hasn't been tells you that Derrick Rose's shouldn't be. There is no argument that says if Chet Walker doesn't rise to the standard, if Artis Gilmore doesn't rise to the standard, then Derrick Rose certainly doesn't rise to the standard.
I have more Artis Gilmore knowledge than Chet Walker knowledge. I'm not old enough to have really witnessed either one of them. But
And
Artis Gilmore, I got a sense for Artis Gilmore.
My God, Horace
Are
Grant.
you about to say Horace Grant's jersey should be retired before Derrick Rose?
Hell yes, it should. Hell yes, it should. And you don't tell me Horace Grant wasn't a much greater, more accomplished basketball player.
Horace Grant was not a much greater or accomplished basketball player than Derrick Rose.
As a bull, a more important bull.
Like put John Paxson's jersey up there, put Bill Cartwright's jersey up there too.
See, now you're making my case.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Your case seems to be centered around the idea that the guys who were just with the team longer deserve to be there over D Rose, which doesn't make sense.
Not necessarily with the team longer.
Because there's a sliding scale here. How excellent, how elite were you during what? Sure, if we're going to call that a finite amount of time, and I mean, he was with the team for longer, but as far as at the height of his powers, with his full health, being on the court, what we call like a 5-year span or something like that. So during that 5-year run where he was amongst the elite playmakers in the NBA, one of the most explosive talents in the entire sport, one of the most that we had ever seen, and the individual accolades went with it. You also had the team success alongside of it, and him being the lead within that, him being the guy at the top of every opposing scouting report during that run of excellence that the Bulls embarked on while he was their point guard. Horace Grant was never at the top of anyone's scouting report. Bill Cartwright was never at the top of anyone's scouting report.
How many All-Star teams do you think Derrick Rose made?
I mean, at least 3, probably 4.
3. You want to go through the list of Bulls 3-time All-Stars? It's a long list.
I'm sure it is for guys who played healthier for longer than
Yeah, but health is part of greatness.
It's part of it, yes. But you're using it as like
as
the sole.
No, I'm just
using it as the sole discriminator against D. Rose's excellence.
It sucks that it kept him from being great. I'm not arguing that he wouldn't have been great, but he wasn't.
Was he great during that 4 or 5 year span?
There's a lot of guys who are great during a 4 or 5 year span. He wasn't as great as some other guys. I'm just saying that health matters. And we always talk about the NBA. You're always defined by how good you are after that first injury. You say that about any young player. Any young player. What do they come back? How do they look after that first serious injury? And that's what defines you as a pro. That somebody who can recover. And he just never was the same. And it's too bad.
Well, I agree with that. If he never dribbled another basketball after that first 5 years with the Bulls, if that first 5 years went exactly the same, his jersey's going to end up in the rafters at some point, like it will.
But it doesn't make any sense.
This is just them milking it.
He can't.
Here's the first night we're going to honor D. Rose. Come back next year and we hang his jersey in the rafters. Come back the year after that and we build him a statue.
When he came back, those last 3 years were ridiculously ordinary. He wasn't a great player.
I agree.
When he came back?
And he was never a great player again. He got back to above average during a little bit of that time with the Knicks.
With the Knicks, but from 2013 to 2016, he was an NBA guy.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
And
the first 5 years.
And he was accruing win shares in there. First 4 years. He had 4 years where he looked like an ascending potential superstar.
What year was the injury? Because he came into the league, 08, 09?
He got injured in the playoffs in 2012 against Philadelphia. And he didn't play in all of 2012, 2013. Then he came back in 2013, 2014. He played in only 10 games, averaged 15.9. In 2014, 2015, he averaged 17.7 points, shot 40% from the field, 28% from three. In 2015, 2016, he averaged 16 points in 66 games and shot 29% from three. Okay.
Derrick Rose, bad three-point shooter, but amazing basketball player for that first handful of years in the league.
Yeah, for the first 4 years, he was great. I do think he could have been great if healthy, but he wasn't healthy. And you can't.
Grant.
Horace
you
Grant
got me out here slandering Horace Grant. Horace was one of my nicknames. I had the Rex Specs and everything in high school basketball.
Brilliant.
But you try to make the case that Horace Grant's jersey to go up before D. Rose is absolutely ridiculous.
I think people are forgetting Horace Grant.
Well, trust me, I am not forgetting Horace Grant, but I know Horace Grant was the third or fourth best player on the Chicago Bulls. So that guy doesn't get his jersey in the rafters.
Let me ask, what do you think his Bulls career averages were?
I'm going to say...
Just points. Just give me, what do you think? What do you think Horace Grant averaged points per game in 406 Bulls regular season games?
I guess he averaged like 17 points, 9 boards.
Yeah, he averaged 19.7 points.
Okay.
Which I think is more than people expect. No, excuse me. Hold on. Wait. Sorry. I looked at the wrong page. I got that wrong. I was wrong. He averaged 8.6 rebounds. I have the wrong thing highlighted.
Okay.
In 17 total years, he spent 7 with the Bulls, and he averaged 13 points and 8.6 rebounds, 2.4 assists, while shooting 53% from the floor, and being a defensive player of the year. He was an all-star in '94 and was a defensive player of the year candidate in 4 of those.
I was going to say, Horace didn't win a defensive player of the year.
He didn't win a depoy.
Okay.
He'd win a depoy, but he got votes as defensive player of the year in 4 of those years, and I believe made...
there's too many great power forwards and centers for Horace to win a defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
An excellent basketball player, a great piece in 3 championships that he won with the Bulls.
4-time champion.
The idea that his jersey would go up before D. Rose is ludicrous.
He was a 4-time...
where's Chris when we need him?
4-time NBA All-Defense second team.
And again, I'm a Horace Grant guy through and through. One of the many nicknames I've had in years past was Horace. When I had my rec specs on at Bolingbrook High School and I was rebounding and defending and yelling every time I blocked a shot into the stands, I was thinking Horace Grant every step of the way. But Horace Grant over D Rose is just
he was a more valuable
illogical.
He was a more valuable Bull. He wasn't as famous. He didn't have as great a peak as Rose had.
How could he possibly be a more valuable Bull on a team that had Michael Jordan sucking up the majority of the value and then Scottie Pippen sucking up a lion's share of the remaining value there, and then everybody else kind of ancillary pieces? And Horace Grant is at the peak of those ancillary pieces that are there with the Bulls.
Because there isn't
but his
a
overall
finite
value to the organization.
It's not a pie.
Greatly pales in comparison.
There isn't a finite amount of value.
It is a pie, because if there's 5 guys on the court, there's one guy who's the most valuable of those 5 dudes on the court. Everybody else is less valuable than them in that given time. So the value that D Rose had to the Bulls during his career very different than the value Horace Grant had to the Bulls during his career.
But Horace Grant was valuable for champions.
Okay, so if D Rose was the point guard on those Bulls teams, they wouldn't have won anything?
They didn't. As soon as he reached the peak of his powers, LeBron James kicked his ass.
Let's make sure Luke Longley ends up in the rafters at the United Center as well.
If you want to go down that road, at the peak of Derrick Rose's powers, LeBron James walked into that room and kicked his ass.
Because LeBron James might be the greatest basketball player of all time.
And that's how it works. And that is the cruelty of basketball.
So that should Charles Barkley not be in the Basketball Hall of Fame?
No, I'm not talking about the Hall of Fame.
Or Reggie
I'm not
Miller
talking about the Hall of Fame.
But you start asking
him with
about a player who's greater.
You're saying that Derrick Rose would have won championships. I'm not saying Derrick Rose would have needed a lot of help to win championships.
The fact that a greater player existed does not eliminate him from the discussion of greatness.
I'm not saying he wouldn't have been great. He doesn't deserve to have his jersey retired by the Bulls.
But Horace Grant does?
Yes. If you're going down that road, the Bulls, what I appreciate is the Bulls get it. The Bulls understand. We're not talking about Hall of Fame.
Trust me,
we're not talking about team.
His jersey's going up in the years to come.
Well, we'll see who's in charge of the Bulls. But I don't mind them marketing off of this, because there's all of the Derrick Rose people are going to spend a lot of money on a lot of cheap crap. And they're going to make a lot of money off this, because Derrick Rose has a lot of fans with still enough disposable income to go buy a lot of stuff. And
how many franchises have NBA MVPs?
We did this as a trivia question of which franchises do not have an MVP. A lot do.
It's a significant honor for an organization to have your best player win that award.
Give him a laurel and a hearty handshake. It's not enough to retire your number.
They're going to retire his number.
If they do, I'm just saying. I'm not arguing will they or won't they eventually. If they do, it's an immense injustice to a lot of other people who are far more deserving.
They should do Artis next after D Rose.
Hell yeah, they should do it for Artis, because Artis is 76 or whatever he is.
You know what? Artis can jump him in line, but they're going to retire D Rose as number 2.
They may, if it's going to make them money. This segment is brought to you by Horwitz and Associates, fighting for the injured for 100 years.
Got me out here slamming Horace Grant.
I didn't see you slamming Horace Grant. When we return, this was I think a good idea on your part to name, while we're naming things and bestowing honors, most encouraging Bear of the Year, most disappointing Bear of the Year.
January 3rd and 4th, don't miss the Frozen Confines College Hockey Series, featuring 6 Big Ten teams in 2 action-packed doubleheaders. Friday's doubleheader features a matchup between Ohio State and Michigan, followed by Penn State battling it out with Notre Dame. Saturday's games heat up with a women's college hockey showdown between Ohio State and Wisconsin. Cap off the doubleheader with men's hockey featuring Wisconsin.
Yeah, well,
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
Yeah, well, this one is miss a little, miss a lot. And this is Dustin Rhodes' takeaway from the Bulls preseason opener win against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
And I was disappointed. I'll raise my hand. I was disappointed to not see Ball out there. I mean, what are we waiting for? What are we doing?
Lonzo Ball?
Right. He's practicing. Put him out, even if it's 5 minutes. Have him break a sweat.
He's got COVID. He's got COVID. He had a setback. Tested positive for COVID.
Oh boy. Well, I guess then maybe you should put him on IR, and we should just maybe we'll see him in 2025. Maybe we'll see him in 2025. Get COVID.
Get the whole team sick. His conditioning is affected. I can tell you, when you get COVID, everybody can relate to that. You're knocked back. If you're a casual jogger or an NBA player, you're knocked back. Your conditioning is affected.
You just coughed. Do you have COVID, David?
Wow. I coughed. I got choked up talking about the Hawks.
You need to be excused?
Oh, man.
Okay, let's just hear from him in 2025. He got COVID.
What is going on in the world? That's why he didn't play.
Okay, we'll see if he plays Saturday night, or what's the protocol now? What's the government say? What's the rules now about COVID?
I'm not quite sure.
I think you try to.
Well, some people had it. Some people had it memorized.
You try to steer clear.
So
of people
I want to know what. I want to know
If he
what it
plays
is.
Saturday night with a mask, we'll know.
Mask on his knee.
That's a great question.
He's lashing out in every direction.
Jeez. What's he so mad at?
Oh, well, he wanted to see Lonzo Ball, and he's disappointed.
He thought this was about the cadaver stuff in his leg.
In his knee.
And ended up...
He was told it's about COVID. He was like, well, that's ridiculous. I still wanted to see Lonzo Ball.
And then he kind of
now I'm
did
rolling.
Did a little COVID thing there.
Yeah, now I'm rolling and the microphone is open. I'm staying angry.
Real close to doing old school COVID bit there.
I think it's a new school. Old school is new school now. On the COVID front.
I think he was embarrassed.
Right up to the line.
Embarrassed that he missed the news that Lonzo had COVID, and he was just clawing and scratching, trying to get out.
That's it. You heard him clawing.
Just taking shots. I mean, I appreciate the strategy. You got to fight, brother.
Yeah, he was fighting.
COVID-19 is still out there.
OJ knew.
But he's not.
Oh, rest in peace.
You know, this conversation would have happened a lot sooner had I not won, back-to-back COVID MVPs.
Oh, no, that's a good point, Lawrence. I don't necessarily need OJ to rest in peace. He can rest in something else.
Bernstein and Harris Show. Middays 10 till 2 on 670 The Score.
From the 45, Williams, another nice throw. Keenan Allen, touchdown. Back-to-back outstanding throws by Caleb Williams. Hits Allen 45 yards, another Bears TD.
This ended up being a more difficult assignment than I thought, Anthony Herron. By the way, Anthony Herron is in for Marshall Harris on the Bernstein and Harris Show. I thought when you brought this up,
which end of this is more difficult for you?
Well, see, the question is, do I go with what I immediately thought, or do I Bernstein it and overthink it?
The answer is yes.
Which one? Both?
Both.
No, So how did you have a definition for how most disappointing and or most encouraging?
So fair question. The most encouraging Bear from this season. The idea here is, we're at the end of the year, and people tend to sort of take stock of things. I think I was talking with either you and Layla or you and Marshall last week, just about the idea that this roster, kind of the guys at the middle of the roster, the bottom of the roster, there is a lot of evaluation that the last few weeks of this season matter to that, because 2025 and the season to come for the Bears, you do want some of those players that are here to emerge as contributors. And then just kind of thinking through that, I was like, well, all right, are those guys apparent? If they are, whether it's the guys at the top of the roster or the bottom, who's really performed at a level that we feel like in the seasons to come, the Bears should be very encouraged about. Like, it's one thing to pay big money for somebody that does okay, but by definition, at least the way I'm viewing it, I wouldn't necessarily call Montez Sweat the most encouraging Bears. He's one of their better players, sure, but his value right now to the franchise, what he's being, compensated at, I don't view him as what I would define as the most encouraging of the Bears this year. To me, it's about in the seasons to come, who are you excited about what they have done this year that makes you excited for what the future holds for them with the Bears?
Wow.
That's how I would define most encouraging.
Okay. Well, here's what's amazing. Guess who I wrote down as the most discouraging?
Who you got?
Montez Sweat.
Oh, yeah. That's a reasonable way to view the season.
That was that's unbelievable. Like I wrote it down. Like if you can see on the camera, for my most encouraging, I wrote Caleb.
Okay.
Because it's Caleb Williams, and he's the quarterback, and the whole reason for hope is that he can still be great.
Now, despite some of the obvious inconsistencies in his performance.
I'm cool. He was bad last week. We'll talk to Tim Jenkins about that, but still, it's still Caleb. He just has this outsized significance. And then I was thinking about discouraging, and I thought Tevin Jenkins would be on there just because of availability and not being his lack of reliability. But it's Montez Sweat to me because of the contract and because this was a year of his prime. You traded for him, you extended him, and now you were supposed to be winning this year because of him. And he might not have been bad, but how do I know going into the next couple of years that sort of defined the championship window, he was supposed to be a lot more impactful?
And he hasn't been. And yes, he was banged up throughout most of the season in general. After he got past the halfway point, he, at least to my eye, looked like he was starting to move better, and he was harassing the quarterback a decent bit. And sometimes when you have a great group pass rush, then that can lead to individual players getting more sack numbers. And, for a lot of games, Montez Sweat was the only guy sniffing the quarterback, let alone actually hitting him. So there's some explainable reasons for why his numbers were even lower this year than they had been. But as far as being, discouraged by what you saw from Montez Sweat this season, I wouldn't make a strong case against it. I do think there are certain guys that, might fall into this category where I would more strongly try to defend what we saw from them this year. But Montez Sweat, for what he's gotten paid now, how he's been compensated, the expectation there, my expectations personally were still a bit muted, just taking his full career into context. And what we saw the second half of last season was not what we've seen the majority of Montez Sweat time in the National Football League. So to kind of ramp up toward being amongst the 1%ers as pass rushers in football, you normally see that a little earlier in someone's career. So I don't anticipate seeing that moving forward for Montez. Like Khalil Mack stepped onto the field in the National Football League looking like a shop wrecker. Montez Sweat stepped onto the field looking like a guy who is an above-average defensive end that has certain games where he splashes more than others, but not a consistent week in and week out guy who just shows up stuffing the stat sheet.
So it's my fault, is what you're saying. So the level of discouragement is on me. I shouldn't be that discouraged because I expected too much of him.
Well, you could say it's Ryan Poles' fault, even more than yours.
But as far as my selection of him in this case, that would be my fault. So,
sure.
All right, who are yours?
So my most encouraging is a player that I was hopeful for, who's banged up a lot last season, but we saw a healthier version of him this year. And he's a player who doesn't consistently stuff the stat sheet, but just fills this really nuanced role for the Bears defense, and it's Kyler Gordon. Because what he showcases at the second level, at the third level, sometimes at the line of scrimmage, the most impactful, the most consistently impactful blitzer that they have is Kyler Gordon. What he does in covering the slot, he has at times in his career when they've been banged up outside at corner, been tasked with doing that as well. Didn't have to do it as much this year because you got Jalen Johnson and Tyreek Stevenson and Terrell Smith. You got enough outside corners, and Kyler Gordon has really learned and refined his ability to continue to play that nickel, that slot. And he's not just consistently a cover guy in that role. He's physical enough to support the run. He's got enough anticipatory skills of the snap count and enough maneuverability as a pass rusher where he's really impactful in that regard. And then also, yes, why he gets drafted to the National Football League is his ability to cover. And he shows he can do that also, both in the slot and outside. So I've been really encouraged what we've seen this season from Kyler Gordon. And I don't know contractually whether or not there's going to be like an eagerness or a desire to get something done. I would imagine his representatives have approached the Bears about something. Does Ryan Poles have a bunch of other stuff on his plate where he's not looking to lock that down yet?
What does the future of Jaquan Brisker hold as far as, is he going to play ever again? And what does that mean when they start looking at how much they pay certain positions?
That's a fair concern. I even beyond question, a fair concern. My complete guesswork is that it got to a point this season where, they just decided that caution was better than the opposite in a lost season. So no point in kind of forcing Jaquan Brisker back into the lineup. So next year will likely end up being kind of a prove it season for Brisker. He hasn't had the severity and the frequency that rivals Tua, but he's had several concussions, and he plays a position that is going to be even more difficult to avoid being concussed than Tua, where he's looking for impact. Right. He is bringing the violence, is Jaquan Brisker. So, how long will his NFL career continue? That's obviously, a story to be written later, but I do think he's going to be back on the field. That's just complete guesswork, but his passion for the game, his personality, he hasn't gotten that second deal yet. I think there's a bunch of extenuating circumstances where we're going to see Jaquan Brisker again and just kind of hope for the best for what that means. But for Kyler Gordon, where Jalen Johnson's already gotten paid, Kyler Gordon's kind of the next guy in line there, and I do wonder how he'll be measured against the other nickel kind of slot defenders in football, because he's a really impactful guy. And I'm encouraged by what I see there, and I do think it'd be a big loss if they didn't find a way to get him locked up. On the discouraging end of it, this is one I do kind of blame myself for, in a similar fashion to your expectations with Montez Sweat. I had high hopes for Nate Davis. Wow. And he's not even with the Bears anymore.
That's a big admission, actually. But because we forget actually that we were excited when they signed him.
And I defended him for a little while. And part of that was just through the lens of thinking, if he's not practicing, and all these people are giving him a hard time about not practicing, and last season he's got the death in the family and everything else, and, okay, well, yeah, we see him standing on the sideline sometimes. Last year there was the death, and then he ended up playing, and once he got into shape, played okay last year. And then this year he's out of the lineup again. And in my mind, I'm just thinking, in this most pivotal of seasons for Matt Eberflus, there's no way he's just watching Nate Davis stand around for no reason. Like that. Again, I'm pro logic. So me, through my logical brain, is just thinking they wouldn't just be watching him stand there if there wasn't something legitimately wrong with Nate Davis. And then, more and more the reporting about, here's what he's like in Nashville. Here's what he's been like with the Bears. Okay, apparently they're just kind of watching him stand around. But that didn't really occur to me as a legitimate possibility that they were just kind of watching Nate Davis stand around.
And no, Torrey Taylor does not count as encouraging. He's a punter. We have High Noon coming up, and this is an annual story that I do. Usually it's whatever my last day is before the new year. And this comes from when the folks at the Defector, the former Deadspin, put together data from the U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission's database of emergency room visits. So if you know what we've done in the past, you know the list I'm about to bring you. Data from a year's worth of emergency room visits. What items were improperly placed in a cavity? What items needed to be removed? That's next.
Hey Cubs fans, Cubs Convention weekend passes and hotel packages are now on sale. Enjoy the chance to meet and get autographs from your favorite past and present Cubs players. January 17th through the 19th at the Sheraton Grand Chicago. Purchase now at Cubs.com/convention.
I'm PJ Glasser, helping you beat the books with BetQL. College football playoffs are in the quarterfinals.
King Cobra, $42 right now.
Okay, so here, because what? Wait a damn minute. How do you have King Cobra with you?
Okay, so this is a studio prop now, although it is real beer in here in this King Cobra 40 ounce.
That's malt liquor. You put some respect on that liquid.
That's malt liquor. That's right. And I got this for Jay Zawoski on his 40th birthday, 40 ounce for his 40th. And it still resides here in the studio. So
see,
we're talking King Cobra. We got the prop now.
This is the truth.
Oh, God.
New look, same taste. Don't threaten me with a good time.
While he's looking at the King Cobra bottle.
You ever do Edward 40 hands?
No.
You don't know that? You want to talk about dumb white guy? Sorry.
Well, see, double him. See?
How did you drink that 40 ounce already, Dan?
You put the King Cobra in his hands, and he already went there.
I can't believe it.
Sorry.
I can totally believe it.
Edward 40 hands.
Oh, the people on the stream got a treat.
So what you do is, this is total stupid white person stuff. 40 of your choice. You get one in either hand. Roll a duct tape.
And then the other one.
And someone duct tapes the two 40s, and you are that, and the duct tape does not come off until the 40 is empty. So you can free one hand, and then you go to work on the other.
It's a
then, right there, out in the street, in front of the Palace Saloon.
Yeah, right. When? High noon?
Time for High Noon, your last High Noon of 2024. My goodness, you better enjoy it. We talked a lot about the future of Ryan Poles and what could be in the offing as the Bears begin what will certainly be a failed search for a head coach. Carmen Vitale's words came back from yesterday about how bad does Ryan Poles want this job now, because it's changed so much since he took it. We played what Brad Biggs said about a possible Poles extension. We argued about Derrick Rose. I'm complimenting the Bulls for not retiring his number and having on the 4th, having a big Derrick Rose night, which I think they've handled deftly to say, hey, hooray, Derrick Rose, and everybody who wants to come back and say hooray. Anthony thinks it's just the first step toward eventually making the terrible mistake of retiring his number. We also discussed our most disappointing and encouraging Chicago Bears. All right, I have to tread lightly, as I do each year, but this is thanks to Barry Pachetsky, who takes a great deal of pleasure in publishing this each year with actual x-rays of these things, often that this is the 12th year that they've run this series, and this is the weirdest things that have entered America's orifices. I'm going to skip 2 of the orifices and get to the one that all of us as human beings have in common. Because 2 of the orifices we do not. And this one, they say they're like elbows.
The mouth.
They're like opinions and all this stuff. Yes. No, it's not the mouth. It's not the mouth. Not the mouth. Not the mouth. So here is the list of things that got stuck in a dark place officially from emergency room data. Xylophone mallet. Foam ball. Patient states that he and his wife got carried away. Portion of a plastic screwdriver handle. 12-inch ratchet extender, comma, doesn't know why, in quotes. Cylindrical wooden block. Can of cooking spray.
Huh? There's Pam up there?
Pam! Get out of there, Pam! Pam, we talked about this.
I mean, the spray itself is one thing, but the can of Pam?
Pam! Come on, Pam! I used my safe word, Pam. Shampoo bottle. Can of lotion. Can of deodorant.
The can's here, man.
This is my... broomstick. This says, shoved a bag containing 20 hydroxyzine pills there for, quote, street cred.
Not distribution, but just credibility.
Hey, what do you think, guys? Do I get my new nickname now? Oh, sadly you do. Wait, hold on. We're just getting started. 3 AAA batteries. Well, I mean, if that's what it takes, whatever it says in the specifications.
Just right? To power you up correctly.
Right. 2 AA batteries is another instance, and 1 D battery.
D, Mickey Ficky, D.
D, Mamma Jamma. A 50-cent piece, sort of quaint. A scrub brush. Plastic baby bottle, 2 plastic bottles, and a shot glass. I'll get another one up there. That's not enough. Tail of toy dinosaur. Patient states he tripped in the shower and fell backwards, landed on a shampoo bottle.
Oh, yeah. Sure he did.
Of course you did.
As happens to the best of us.
As one does. Patient states slipped and fell in the bathtub, landing on a toy shark.
Bathtub shark,
Rectum shark, Cigarette lighter toothbrush holder. Light bulb, comma, broken.
Wasn't that in like a Mike Myers movie at one point?
Right. I have an idea. How do you know? Trust me, I know. Oh, you better believe I have an idea. It's a good idea. Bottle of GHB, board game piece, metal toilet paper holder, motorized tire pump, marbles, darts, plastic lemon, fake banana.
A fake one? Why a fake one?
Right. Go, what are you doing here?
Right.
Aren't you all
You're
natural?
gonna do it. Commit to the bit.
A Jell-O mold. And the last one, it just says, patient reports, I just got married. And he presented with a sex toy that was lodged there. So what if you just got married? Like, that's how you celebrate?
Hey.
Just married sign in there?
To each
so who's
their own, I guess?
I'm not sure our winner is. I think it's either, it may be bathtub shark.
It's Colonel Mustard in the rectum with
all kinds of, with a can of Pam.
So you do this every year. Okay.
It's not the same people every year.
Can of Pam guy just shows up every year.
Here comes Steve again. He's, what is he? Tale of Dinosaur guy.
Hey,
it keeps happening. I got so many toy dinosaurs lying around. Yes, as far as we know, they're different people.
Oh, man.
Ow.
Yeah.
Okay, TJ Edwards will follow that. He's going to join us next on The Score.
The nuns would have loved you.
Your business could win a 30. You do not want that at that time.
But what if it was Robot Bigsy?
Yeah. I think Robot Bigsy would be fine. I think Robot from the press box. I could see
Brad,
him.
what do we do here? Brad, what do we do?
Morning, boys. What's going on?
No,
we don't have time for hello.
I would take advice from Robot Bigsy because Robot Bigsy on a Sunday is somebody you'd want to take advice from. They allowed maybe the Bears defense to get their best personnel on the field, perhaps, but there wasn't a situation.
Oh, what the heck was that?
What was that?
Holy cow!
Something just.
Did you see me jump?
Yeah, I did see you jump.
Like, what? I immediately got into like a Karate Man pose.
What happened there?
I don't know, but someone could have gotten hurt. Honestly, something just collapsed somewhere.
I don't know what collapsed.
Did you guys hear that?
I heard it and I looked up. I mean, is there anything laying around you right now?
There's a body. Does that count? No, I don't know. I don't know what that
Something
was.
fell out below me, I think it was.
It was the banging.
It was like
That's what happened. He was pounding the table.
I barely pounded the table.
You pounded it with your shoe.
Maybe it had something to do with your read.
All right. That's it.
We digress.
That I literally, I'm sure that will sound funny because I did let out kind of a surprised yell.
And
go ahead.
You're overstating how much I pounded the desk. I was just kind of.
No, you're like gently touching.
I don't want to touch anything else. I'm going to fix the desk.
David is going to repair whatever damage he's done. I'm gonna yell. As a texter said, I yelled like Homer Simpson. Don't. Yeah, it was pretty funny.
670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studio. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Cars for Kids. TJ Edwards.
We were serious about the Bears growing up. Like my dad, my mom, every Sunday. I don't know how many times I've had to listen to actually this show in the car.
Linebacker for your Chicago Bears.
Edwards fills the gap. That is the 14th tackle today.
Yeah, I had the Hester jersey. I got a picture somewhere with Urlacher. His rookie year, he had like a meet and greet or whatever, so I got to meet him. I was a big Briggs fan, Mike Brown, like all those dudes. Me and my buddies would just kind of emulate them growing up in the backyard, messing around. So it's surreal that it's all kind of come full circle like this for sure.
Former Lakes Community High School quarterback.
Edwards back to pass. Down the middle, he's got Spencer, and he makes the catch at the 40.
TJ Edwards with Bernstein and Harris on The Score.
What a time to talk to TJ Edwards, who joins us on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa Sports app today. The Bears linebacker is on Twitter at TJ Edwards8, the numeral. And he's on Twitch TV, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Anthony Herron in for Marshall Harris here on Bernstein and Harris. TJ, how are you?
I'm good, man. How are you guys doing?
Good. Did you have a lovely Christmas with your family?
Yeah, really didn't do much. My parents are in Florida, so we had a little FaceTime and stuff like that. And then kind of just hung out, man. Took the dog for a walk, and that was about it.
That's actually, I must admit, a little bit surprising, even with the folks being down in Florida. You're able to just lay low on Christmas.
Yeah.
I guess you had some activities coming up the following day where you're probably trying to rest up a little bit. But I would imagine there's some expectations between the holiday and playing in your hometown and everything else. Folks just left you alone, huh?
It was it's one of those where I wasn't too upset about it. Obviously, with the game being the next day, it's a little different scenario. We had to go down to the hotel that night and everything like that. But it's a blessing, man. Got to see them, via phone and all that. And hope you guys had a good Christmas as well.
It'll never be as sad as a Christmas my rookie year. I was in Detroit, and we didn't play on Christmas, but it was one of those where we had a game,
Yep.
Christmas adjacent. I went to the Greektown Casino and was just hanging out on Christmas Day by myself in the Greektown Casino in Detroit. Just 'cause I couldn't think anything else better to do my rookie year. So my Christmas was a lot more sad than yours sounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll take the dog over that, I think, but it's all good.
I stayed in the Detroit Greektown Casino. I actually had a lovely time there. So
Yeah, it's not bad.
It's not bad.
Not where I planned to be on Christmas.
You could certainly do worse. The Bears' performance on Thursday night was, to be kind, lackluster. And you all heard it. You all heard, TJ, how dissatisfied the fans were. And I'm sure you were dissatisfied, too. It's just the latest necessitation of your ability to compartmentalize, I guess. And you've been remarkable at it all year, sort of understanding how the fans feel, while also knowing you got to keep going out there and doing your job.
Yeah, I mean, it's you feel, obviously we feel the same, right? We feel the same kind of frustrations and disappointment, and obviously Chicago is a very passionate place, right? It's a city that cares about its teams a lot, especially football, and they want to see good things happening. And of late, the last stretch of years, it hasn't. So when you get a passionate city like that, and they're expecting good things, they're not happening, you're gonna hear it. That's kind of how it goes. But I think that's a part of me, right? I want to be here for when that ship turns, right? When we can do those things to flip the script, because really when you're winning, there's really no better place to win than here, for sure.
What was better about the brand of defense that you guys played? Seattle went into that game. Yeah, it's a short week for everybody, but all that talent they have on offense, quarterback who've been putting up millions of yards, it felt like, and a game they needed to stay alive in the playoff picture. You held them to 6 points. What was better about the execution in that game than it had been in recent weeks?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we got off to a great start. I think with that first drive, they're able to kind of do some things, some unscouted looks, and kind of that first 15, right, that you see every week. So you kind of have to be prepared to kind of just play rules at that point. But I felt like from there we got settled. We were able to, I don't know, kind of just lock into what we were doing, right? They were giving us certain things. We made really good adjustments on the sidelines and at halftime, and we were able to kind of correct the things that we were doing. And I just thought guys were making plays. I think Kyler's fumble was huge. I think the D line, their pressure on the quarterback was big all night. DT with a sack there too, and getting the ball out. Just anytime you can kind of make plays in those type of games where you need momentum, that's all you can do. Is try to give the other team, try to give our offense, extra possessions and things like that. And unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. But I was part of the battle, man. Obviously it was a tough environment where as expected, where things aren't going well. And we just kept battling till the very end.
When you say unscouted looks, how common is that? How often do you guys have to sort of look at each other like, ooh, boy, this wasn't on one of the cards during scout team. We have to figure this out. Is that common in the NFL? And going back to your experience with Philadelphia, is that how you guys consider how well you're being prepared?
Yeah, I mean, I think, right, there's only a certain amount of things that you can see from your coaches during the week, right? You're never going to be able to see everything that's going to happen. You're never going to be able to, rep every play that you're going to see. It's impossible. It's not how it works. And I feel like, with our calls, it comes down to us understanding our rules so well that if we get a play that maybe we haven't seen, we're able to still, run that play correctly, based on our rules. And they're running just a little type gap scheme that was a little different for us, and we were able to, we saw it once, and then after that, we did well with it, but it gave us some issues to start. But I think it's a common thing. Every offensive coordinator is going to go in with their favorite plays of versus what they think we're going to play, and from there they kind of get into what's worked and what hasn't, and then they kind of just repeat those plays. So it's a little bit of a chess game, I think, to start, but once you kind of get rolling and in the rhythm of the game, it's just football.
I'm happy to get an opportunity to talk to you because there's a supposition that I've been kind of posing on the station here in recent weeks where the best defenses that I was ever a part of, great defenses throughout the sport, tend to have a couple of jerks on them, like guys who play with just a certain temperament that's going to get under the opponent's skin, maybe even get under their own teammate's skin, but kind of walk that line of is it in the rules, is it out of bounds, that sort of thing. I don't know if you want 11 of them on the field, but there can be quality defense that benefits from having a couple of them. You're obviously a very physical player, and you play with your hair on fire week in and week out, and it's why you've been so productive. Do you feel like that particular temperament, kind of the appropriate level of disdain for the opponent, is that something that can enhance the way that a defense performs?
I mean, absolutely. I think, like you said, right, I don't know if you want 11 dudes who are just, but like you said, it's good to have a couple. And I think we do have guys who kind of just love to compete, right? Honestly, I think Jalen Johnson is like that. I think he's the guy who, no matter what, he just wants to beat the dude in front of him. No matter what it looks like, he wants to, embarrass him because honestly, Jalen's that good, right? Where he can do those things. And, but I think as a defense, we have kind of that chippiness, you know what I'm saying? And where we're frustrated, we're not going to go out there and just, lay down and let the other team, do whatever they want. I think it comes down to, and to me, I guess, that's football for me, right? I believe that it's imposing your will on another human being and being able to beat them snap after snap. And obviously that's not how that goes in the NFL because everyone's good. But I think having kind of that mindset of you're not going to be able to, take what's mine. I think that's big time in this league, and I think that's why guys stick around and understand that every week you're going to be tested on that. So I think we have that type defense. I think again, it'll be a great test for us this week too, going into Lambeau and everything like that against a team that's beaten us a consecutive amount of times now, and something to prove for sure.
I remember covering some teams. It was back when we'd be allowed on the field at the end of games and stuff, and just being around some Bears teams where every once in a while there would be a player who was legitimately scary, like an actual scary guy. And
Yeah.
when you talk to Anthony's point about sometimes you're like, dude, like this dude's like legit crazy, and sometimes it's your teammate and sometimes not. And sometimes you're the guys who have to get kicked out of a practice every once in a while. And it doesn't mean they're like that off the field. It just means when they get to that certain arousal level, you're like, holy crap, he's in a place. Have you ever had a teammate like that at any level where you just were kind of like, oh, okay, this guy's different?
I mean, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I think honestly, for a football team, that's healthy to have someone like that, to have someone kind of spark. Maybe it's a lull in camp or whatever, and that guy's gonna kind of just either spark some competition, maybe a fight, but just to get things going. I'm trying to think. I mean, I feel like there's a number of guys who can get to that level. You know what I'm saying? Who, if pushed in a certain way, can definitely get to that level.
I mean, people used to say it about John Randall, who was like a Hall of Fame level Pro Bowl player, but would get into such a frenzy and such a lather, and would go through the media guides and the bios and learn the names of his opponents' kids and pets and wives, and talk about who he was going to kill and dismember. And I'm like, my God, man.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if I've ever been around anyone like that before, or had that on my team. Because I haven't seen anything to that extent. But I definitely know there's some, to play this game, you kind of got to be wired differently anyway. To be able to go, try to run through somebody every single play is a different mentality. But I've never, to that extent, I've never, you hear the stories of. When I was in Philly, like Brian Dawkins and all that, and I've never got to see that personally, but I definitely know that it's out there for sure.
What were the stories? What was the best story?
I mean, I think honestly, you just kind of, when I was in Philly, you kind of heard the legacy, right, and just then you see the clips of kind of just the person that he turned into. You know what I'm saying? When he was about to run on the field and like kind of turn into Weapon X and all that, and like. I guess I didn't know. I knew of him and all that, but until I got there, I didn't know like Weapon X had like his own locker, like in the locker room and all that. Like I didn't know it was that serious. But it's what makes those guys so great, to be honest with you.
When you're reading the run game for an opponent, and it strikes me that one of the things that's made you so exceptionally productive is the way you can anticipate certain moments in the game. And it almost feels intuitive, even though there's obviously a lot of homework you're doing during the week to prepare for certain moments. But if you can't, talk us through those times when you're going to do a run through, when you feel like you've diagnosed a run, the back has declared, because especially with a lot of these zone schemes that teams will use, it isn't always defined where that back is going to declare. And when you guess, you got to guess right when you're going to go get it. So what's that like for you? And what's the process that you're going through both mentally and physically to go make a play on the other side of the line of scrimmage?
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of it is, film study in that sense, in terms of just understanding teams' kind of favorite runs, and especially runs that they like against certain fronts. And, and I think it's also understanding how the guys in front of me play, right? I know if we get a outside zone type run to the 3-tech side, I know that there's going to be some type of wash to where I can kind of fold in and kind of replace that gap a little quicker than I would on just an inside zone play. And a lot of it is also just kind of getting a feel for the game as it's going. I mean, Seattle was hitting us with a certain play where they were running a type of bubble, and then with a little kind of either gap scheme away from it or something like that throughout the game. They hit us 3 or 4 times with it, and then that was that 3rd and 4 that I kind of heard something similar that I heard on a check, throughout the game, and was able to kind of just anticipate. And as soon as I saw the back kind of go flat, I knew what play it was, and I was able to just kind of shoot the gap and go make a play. But I think a lot of those things come with, now that I have played a good amount of ball, I kind of understand how things fit, but also understanding kind of how the opponent's trying to attack you too.
All right, let's talk about this upcoming game. And you have spoken at length about your unique perspective, considering your time in Madison and marrying into a Packer family. So what does this week mean as a Chicago Bear, especially it being the last game of the season, perhaps the last chance for you guys to go out feeling good about yourselves with a win?
Yeah, I think that's all that's on our mind is we just, I feel like there's been so much that we've gone through this year. But to go out here and go put a complete game together, go put a great performance together in front of a hostile environment, and again, a team that's beaten us consecutive amount of times that that hurts, man. And me being from here, that nothing pisses me off more. And so kind of just understanding that too. And, best believe the family group chat's been rolling a little bit this week too. So it's been all good, but we're definitely excited just to, again, one last performance with this team, understanding kind of perspective wise too, that it's the NFL, right? And things change so quickly. So understanding that this group won't look the same next year. So going out there, to Lambeau, noon, gonna be cold. Go out there and put a complete game together, right, for the last time this year, I think is nothing better than kind of, where we're at in the season too.
Helmet communication gets discussed largely just through the quarterback position with the offensive play caller. So once Matt Eberflus gets fired, you've got a different voice in your ear on defense. And now it's been several weeks of Eric Washington as that defensive signal caller for you guys. Is there a rhythm for defensive players, for green dot guys on defense with a different voice, a different signal caller in your ear that you feel like maybe you guys are starting to find something?
So I've had this in the past, on my past team where, you change the signal callers, and I think it takes a little bit. But I also think that, the defense is the defense, right? So being able to kind of anticipate, how things are being called, I think is huge. And I think Tremaine has done such a good job with that, these past 2 years that I've been with him. And I know that, me, him, and Coach Washington have a good understanding, and kind of, even after every series, we're coming off the field and we're talking about what could possibly be up next, and kind of what Coach Washington's thinking, what we're seeing on the field, in terms of how they're attacking us and how we can maybe switch up things to kind of get different looks. But I feel like Tremaine has done such a good job of kind of commanding that in a sense of whether we're getting the call earlier, whether we need to maybe talk about our, situation that's coming that we're, going into on the field. And I feel like we've all been on the same page, which is, that gives you the best shot, right? I think that's one of the easiest ways to lose is to be yourself. And that's not being ready. That's not understanding what you're doing. And, I don't think we've had that. It's just kind of, we got to go out there and execute a little bit better at times, but I think the communication's been really good.
Bears fans always like it when they feel that the Bears actually understand and embody the local rivalry. And in the past, not every year, but in the past, I know sometimes whether it's ownership or some level of the Bears management has brought in some old timers, some to say, hey, this is still meaningful, this means something. Do they do that? Is it still reinforced, or are we just so far past that now?
I know what you're saying. I don't know if there's any, not that since I've been here, been guys like come in and talk about the rivalry and things like that, but I feel like we understand it here. I think I remember the beginning of the year, the first time we played the Packers, we kind of had a little defensive film, just like watching some of the highlights of the game to kind of get people to understand, what this means. And, and again, I think my mindset's a little different too, just because I've lived it, I've been through it, I've seen it firsthand, and understand how important this game is. And I think it's just a pride thing too, right? Like it's a division rival. It's a team that has beaten you again for a while now, and it's kind of just understanding that. There's people that aren't expecting a lot from us, and what are you going to do about it? I think that's what's exciting to me is, being counted out and being able to go out there on their home field and go out there, compete to get a win.
Matt LaFleur is hailed as one of the best play callers in the sport. Certainly got quality personnel over there. From a defensive perspective, what are going to be a couple of the keys to you guys going out and performing well at Lambeau?
Yeah, I think they're very explosive offense, and I think they do such a good job of their play action game, their screen game. Kind of getting guys out in space, just to kind of isolate matchups and things like that. But no, it's with a great run game now too. I think Josh Jacobs has done really good things for them. He's quick, he's powerful, with a O-line who's played together with some time now. It's a really good offense, man, and they understand kind of where they're at on the field, how to attack certain defenses. So you can tell that they're operationally very sound. It's going to come down to who makes more plays. It's plain and simple. There's going to be one-on-ones that guys have to win. There's going to be pass rush that guys have to win to kind of make Jordan Love as uncomfortable as he can, because I feel like when he's poised back there and able to see everything, they're hard to beat. So we got to try to speed him up a little bit and kind of hurry that count up just so that we can kind of react and go anticipate and go make plays, man. And at the end of the day, bring our own juice. I think, especially going into this stadium, I think getting momentum early will be big time for us.
Do you guys get to sleep in tomorrow, or is it business as usual?
Business as usual, man. That's how it goes. It's I was just talking about that with a couple of guys. It's like New Year's and all that, but I'm like, it's also a Tuesday. That's what's tough. It's just a tough day, to be honest with you. There's really nothing we can do.
Hey, if we're being honest, though, seriously, so we're having people over, which means I have to stay up until midnight. Just because we're hosting people, and I'm just like, oh my god, how am I going to do this? It just seems so, for we olds. I'd like to be in bed by 10, and now I can't. So I'm actually envious of you.
Get your afternoon coffee going, man. You'll be all right.
Yeah, whatever. All right, TJ. Thanks as always. Happy, healthy New Year, and here's to closing out the season on a positive note.
Absolutely, happy New Year to you guys, man. Talk to you guys next week.
Thanks, TJ.
That's TJ Edwards, who has been a delight all year.
Did you just call TJ Edwards old?
No, I said we olds, as in people my age.
Okay, not the collective we.
No,
we was
no.
you.
No,
okay.
we and my fellow olds.
Your fellow olds. Gotcha.
Yes, but I'm not allowed to be tonight. I got to pretend to be a young tonight. So that means either coffee or nap. But you know what's going to happen? Have you seen the movie Slapshot?
Oh yeah.
You know when he tries to nap?
No.
Do you remember when Reg Dunlop? It's the big game. It's the day of the big game.
Okay.
And he's in his Spartan little apartment, and he's lying down, and he's in his boxers and his T-shirt, and he puts his the sock over his eyes. And every time he's about to fall asleep, another issue comes up, or another something happens, and the dog comes over, or the phone rings, and somebody's got to. So all he wants to do in the world is just nap.
I'm just a bad napper.
I'm terrible at it.
Awful at naps.
I'm the worst.
Oh man.
Some people are so good at it.
I'm so envious. It is if sleeping on airplanes, like moving vehicles, I can fall asleep in a moving vehicle no matter how tight and cramped and uncomfortable I am. If it's an airplane or a bus, you name it, I fall asleep.
I can't.
But when it's just nap time, if I'm motionless and you just tell me to lay down and nap, cannot do it.
Well, some guys, Drew McGarry always brags about his napping ability. The writer, he says that the key is having a hoodie that you can just kind of pull down over your eyes. And I can occasionally do it like a golf nap on a slow, like a non-football weekend where you just hear like the ASMR of the gnat sound of the golf and kind of drift off.
I feel like Lawrence talks about quality naps. Am I remembering that correctly?
He's good at it though. Yeah, I think he's actually good at it. I've always struggled, and then I get in my head. I'm supposed to be napping, but I'm still up. I should be asleep by now.
Yet?
Now I only have
your eyes.
Now I only
Shut
have an
your eyes
hour.
tighter.
Right now I only have an hour and 20 minutes left to nap. Damn it! Now I only have 68 minutes left to nap. Well, now screw it. I'll go work out instead.
Who wants to nap for 53 minutes? Just get up and do something.
There's no point.
Go live your life.
God. Now I'm all screwed. So now I know I definitely can't. I guess I'll have to do the coffee. Whatever. It shouldn't be this difficult, should it?
Have your wife put you in a sleeper hole.
I'd love to. When we return, the Cubs' pursuit of star Japanese pitcher Roki Sasaki is very interesting, as is, I think, a minor trade that they made that I think might matter. So I want to touch on a little baseball when we come back on The Score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Bears corner Jalen Johnson.
We all need a quarterback to lead our team and to put up points. I don't think there's any team that's won a Super Bowl that didn't have a quarterback to get them there. So to me, it starts with stability and having a head coach or offensive coordinator that you can build with. I do think that Caleb should have somewhat of an input as far as who he likes, what he likes about him, and then ultimately the decision maker's got to make the decisions.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Rally House, shop every team in town, college and pro. Come on, it's time to
It's a winter classic wonderland at Rally House Wrigleyville. Shop the best in Blackhawks and Blues gear with Rally House before the puck drops on December 31st.
Bears, Cubs, Bulls, and White Sox. Illinois, Notre Dame, and the Blackhawks.
Rally House. It's your city, it's your house, it's a Rally House.
Prizes, games, and more are waiting for you at Rally House Wrigleyville.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-518-3899. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-518-3899. That's 800-518-3899. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson, the Settlement Specialists, LLC is responsible for the content of this ad.
Attention former childhood residents of juvenile detention centers in Illinois. If you were housed at any juvenile detention center in Illinois and were a victim of sexual abuse, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation. If you were born after July 24th, 1983, now is the time to come forward to seek justice and a financial settlement. Call 800-279-7570. Illinois Department of Juvenile Justice faced complaints about rampant sexual abuse for decades and failed to protect youth inmates in these facilities. If you were housed at an Illinois youth facility at any time and were subjected to any sexual misconduct from staff members, you may be entitled to substantial cash compensation. Call our Illinois Juvenile Detention Helpline now at 800-279-7570. The deadline to file a claim may be close. Call now to get the justice, closure, and the financial settlement you deserve. Even if it was 2 decades ago, call our Juvenile Detention Sexual Abuse Helpline right now at 800-279-7570. 800-279-7570. 800-279-7570. 570.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on 2 wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Cars for Kids, your trusted charity for car donations, also accepts donations of boats, RVs, motorcycles, and real estate. Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Get rid of nagging joint pain without drugs or surgery. Now there is a better way. All natural treatments. Call QC Kinetics 312-809-5955.
I'm Jordan Mack with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by AutoZone. Get in the zone, AutoZone. If the Tampa Bay Bucks win the NFC South for the 4th consecutive season, there should be one individual recognized most for that repeat champ status. Quarterback Baker Mayfield having a career year. With a week to go, Baker has over 4,200 yards passing, a real shot at 40 touchdowns thrown, numbers you'd expect from a number 1 overall pick, just not with his 4th team. I'm Jordan Mack.
You're listening to Bernstein and Harris. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
At Uline, they know firsthand the road to success is an uphill climb. Uline started in the family basement, and through hard work is now North America's most trusted shipping and industrial supplier. They get what it means to have the support of reliable, hard-working partners. So they keep 41,000 items ready to ship. Whether your company is still in a basement office or expanding cross-country, Uline will be there on your road to success. Visit uline.com.
Get 5 quarts of O'Reilly Full Synthetic Motor Oil and a MicroGuard oil filter for $29.99. In-store only. Limit supply.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. The Bernstein and Harris Show.
There will be on the non-relaxed brain show no self-congratulation.
I mean, it's still early in the offseason, and certainly there's a lot of players out there, and our team's not complete, so we'll continue to make a lot of moves. So I think that we're not done. We have to continue to round out the team to get better for next year, and we'll work on that for the next couple months.
Well, let's see what kind of big splash moves are left for the Cubs after they make the move to trade for Kyle Tucker. They still haven't extended him yet, so we will see if that's a one-year rental or not. There was a minor deal that they made that I kind of liked. That in an exchange of disappointments, they went to the Marlins and they swapped out Matt Mervis for Vidal Brujan.
That has to take place during the holidays, right? The exchange of disappointment.
It's like an O. Henry story. The gift of the Magi, the exchange of disappointments. It's official. But Vidal Brujan has some value. And you may remember that for a long time he was I think a top 100 prospect out of the Dominican Republic. He's 5'10", 180. He plays every position. And he's still only 27. But other than catcher and pitcher, he plays every position at a pretty good level. And that's valuable. If this means that you've got a better version of Miles Mastrobuoni, a better version of Madrigal, if this guy can be more speedy, athletic, and if they could figure out the bat, because that's just what hasn't been there, is the batting out of the bat. The glove is there, the athleticism is there, everything that scouts have seen, but I like it. I don't mind if you think that this guy is a fair shot to be your super sub, every man, give Nico Horner a break every now and then, give Dansby Swanson, anybody. He can play anywhere.
Now, being willing to see this through a positive lens, is that with the idea that another truly big move is on the way as well, or are you just able to view it through the context of here's this move in its own prism, and this is a serviceable player that's a better, like, enhanced version of your movable chess piece within the infield and outfield, or does the other big move need to happen?
Not necessarily, just in and of itself. I just think there's upside. I don't think Mervis is going to be very good, and if he is, more power to him, and literally more power to him. But if he can end up being what they saw, great. This could be a win-win trade for both teams. There's really no risk to it. And I'm just an upside fan of that kind of athleticism and versatility as a 25th, 26th guy on the bench. Now, the big fish, the only other move would be if Roki Sasaki buys the Cubs pitch. Because this guy, oh boy, is he a talent. And this isn't like Shota. This isn't a guy who's 30 years old, who is coming over after already spending most of his professional career elsewhere. Roki Sasaki is 23, and he is one of the best pitchers in the world. He throws 100. He has a split finger. I don't know if you watch the videos, if you go to Pitching Ninja or
check him out.
Codify and the other stuff. I've been watching Roki Sasaki Pitching Ninja videos for 2 years now.
Oh.
And like real-time stuff where they give you the batter's approximation of what it looks like, all sorts of the overlays between where he releases the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, where he releases the splitter. I don't know what you do. I don't know how you hit him. And he's going to write his own ticket. We'll see if it's the Cubs.
So if he's put his short list together, reportedly, I mean, when we talk about the Bears, we kind of know how the Bears would likely package what makes them appealing to the next coach or to a free agent. We got money to spend. We got a young, talented quarterback. We got a passionate fan base. What's a part of the Cubs pitch? They've had success with international born talent, with Japanese players, pretty frequently here, especially of recent vintage. So what would the the key elements of the Cubs pitch to Roki Sasaki be?
I think it is literally the pitching. I think it's their pitching infrastructure. I think it is pitch lab. I think it is their understanding of pitch engineering. A lot of stuff that's made baseball unwatchable in the eyes of many.
Nouveau riche, and that actually being viewed as a strength for them, though, right? Because they went years without actually developing young arms.
But they've done it. They've done it. They have now, and been able.
Years.
They've been able to trade away some of their developed assets or developed enough assets. And this is what the agent for Roki Sasaki, Joel Wolf, had to say. And he said that market size, living dynamics, and even tradition of winning won't be the foremost priority.
Gambling advice will. No, he didn't say that.
According to ESPN, he said he doesn't seem to look at it in the typical way that other players do. He has a more long-term global view of things. I believe Roki is also very interested in pitching development and how a team is going to help him get better, both in the near future and over the course of his career. He didn't seem overly concerned about whether a team had Japanese players on their team or not, which in the past, when I represented Japanese players, that was sometimes an issue. That was never a topic of discussion. He also apparently gave every team with which he met a homework assignment to say, look, here's something I want to know. Here's a problem to solve, and say, how would you deal with this? And we know the Cubs were among those that was granted an initial meeting. None of it's been confirmed. People are saying it, with all this and all this smoke, it's still going to come down to Dodgers and Padres, just because of how many Japanese players like the proximity to cut another 4 or 5 hours off the flight if they want to head home. But this is I until the Cubs aren't in it, I'm going to presume they are. I don't think Shota is going to have any bad things to say after the year that he had. And even if it is not necessarily important to him in his official criteria, I think having a countryman speak to him in a way, understanding certainly colloquially and idiomatically what his experience was like, would be a positive.
Would Yu Darvish be a comp? They seem to be of similar stature. If he's got immense velocity and some of the kind of nuanced finesse aspects of various arm slots and those types of things that we kind of think of with Japanese-born pitchers, is Yu Darvish a decent comp?
I think Darvish is a unicorn just because he's got 16 different pitches.
Okay,
and that's Sasaki's a little more traditional in his setup. It's mostly fastball splitter, where the embarrassment of riches that Darvish has to throw at you, that he can work. He can say, look, I'm choosing pitches 1, 6, 9, and 14 today, or this time through the order. And he doesn't always have command of all of them, and sometimes it makes it difficult just for catchers too, just to be like, dude, concentrate on something.
Yeah.
But I have not heard a Darvish comp on him, just because kind of it gets facile just because they both happen to be from Japan.
Yeah, right.
But this guy's power. So we'll see. It would be a hell of a get for the Cubs, and then I would wait to see. I think the posting fee is already up, and I don't know exactly what the number. I don't think he gets the big deal yet. I think it's just international bonus pool, because he's not a true free agent yet, and that's why so many teams are coming after him, because more teams can afford him right now.
So at 23 years old, if his agent is saying that he's not that concerned with having other Japanese or Japanese-born players on the roster already, would that be viewed as a newer thing? Just is that kind of this next generation of Japanese-born talent is going to be less concerned with the transition to playing football or playing baseball in the U.S., whereas historically?
I don't know. It's a smaller world, right?
Yeah.
It just is in general.
Yeah.
I mean, distances don't seem as great. I think the overall connectedness of everything. I definitely think American fans are kind of well past the idea of, the exotic, inscrutable player coming over, the mystery man. And they're just enjoying these guys on their own terms, especially what Ichiro and Nomo and so many of those, particularly Ichiro, once people realized that he is just a funny, normal teammate.
Right.
Everybody loved the guy, as well as being a super dedicated player. And then now we know that the greatest player on the planet, and maybe the greatest player ever, happens to be a Japanese player.
And that would stand to reason, right? If the younger, this next generation, after watching for decades now, Japanese-born players come to the U.S. and be able to have success, and a number of them even dominate the sport here and find comfort, in playing baseball in the United States. Doesn't mean it won't be difficult, but that if this generation is going to find it less daunting and say, you know what, all right, I don't necessarily have to have, Japanese-born talent that's already on that roster. I'm going to be willing to join up with them. I think it would stand to reason just for that to be the evolution of this as more and more Japanese-born talent comes here to play baseball.
And more of it can be decided by money. You can buy your own comfort level at some point, and
But that wouldn't be the new part, though, right? I mean, the money's been there for a while.
Yeah, it comes down to the individual. It always does. It comes down to that individual comfort level that you can't quantify, and that sometimes you don't know. It's like sending a kid off to college. There's a leap of faith, right? And sometimes you get it right on the first try, and knowing from experience, sometimes you get it wrong on the first try, and you figure it out. And he might be in a situation where he and his agent, and look, like you say, Joel Wolfe has represented a lot of Japanese players, so he knows what to ask. He knows what issues his other clients have had. So I don't think it's going to be for a lack of being informed. I'll say that. I don't think he's going into some wide-eyed kid jumping into this like, oh boy, I'm just so happy to be playing here. It sounds like he's asking the right questions, and I hope the Cubs can answer him correctly.
That'd be nice. They could use him. They use an arm, man. They could use a powerful arm.
Go click around on just some Roki Sasaki stuff, and he's got just remarkable ability and an easy. It's a low effort delivery too. It doesn't look like he's a maxed out effort guy. So that's always something you look at to see. Yeah. But it's, and I say that I sound like an old baseball scout, but it's not predictive of future injury. But it's still something you like to see because it shows that the guy can operate under control. There's usually less that can go wrong with somebody who just looks like he's playing catch and it's going 102. When we return, you want to run through a wall?
Only if motivated in the proper way.
Well, I'll see if this rises to that level when we come back on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Get organized with a new Dakota closet system on sale now at Menards. Dakota closets are versatile and can be installed in any room, from home offices and laundry rooms to walk-in or reach-in closets, and even kids' playrooms. Dakota closets are available to take home today, giving you more time to organize. Pick up a wooden laundry closet system. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey Chicagoland, it's Joe Aurelio, and Aurelio's Pizza is celebrating its 65th anniversary. We are Chicago's oldest pizza chain, and I want to thank our 5 generations of loyal customers for your support over the years. Join us at one of our 37 locations as we celebrate. Don't miss out. Keep informed of our special events and giveaways. Download the Aurelio's Rewards app today and follow us on social media. Aurelio's Pizza, celebrating 65 years of memories in every bite. It's the sauce.
Want to give yourself a gift that you will love for a long time? Call Comer & Cross and fix that ugly-ass garage floor you have with yours all chipped and cracked. Comer & Cross is installing gleaming new garage and basement floors, and you'll love your winter price, starting with just $500 off. It's going to be your favorite home improvement. Family and friends will go, oh, look what you did. Because Comer & Cross concrete floor coatings are the gold standard. They're guaranteed they won't chip, they won't crack, they won't show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever, especially if you're a car guy or if you've got the workbench there and you just want to keep things nice and clean and you want to get all that fixed. It's one day they're in, they're out. They fix your cracks and pits perfectly. They're all certified employee pros, no freelancers, and they take your stuff out for you. The number could not be easier. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Got it? Schedule your complimentary garage floor or basement floor estimate now. There's never any sales pressure with Comer & Cross, so don't worry about that. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or COMER cross.com.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 50% off all windows plus no interest or payments for 2 years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
You hear it all the time. Lawyers talk about all their experience. Many years of experience with the insurance companies, and experience in the courtroom. But what you don't hear much is about the results. At Lerner & Rowe, we're proud of our results because that's how we measure our success. We've helped over 150,000 people recover billions of dollars. When you want results, call Lerner & Rowe.
Lerner & Rowe are the lawyers for you. Call 222-2222.
Multi-state settlements. Jonathan Faust, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
There she is, founder and CEO. High five.
Dave can't stop celebrating with every business owner in town.
All right, Baker Man. High five.
He's sharing the excitement of big savings with the Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee.
Up top, bike shop.
Yeah. It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
Quick, high five.
5 years of advanced security.
5 years.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Yeah, law partners. Chamberlain, Messelthorpe, Dubois.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability. Switch today and get the 5-year price lock guarantee.
5 years.
It's back, but only for a limited time.
Woo!
Powering 5 years of savings, powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
Can't forget you, voiceover guy.
Ah, thanks, Dave.
High five.
Ends 3/9/25. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Dan Bernstein and Marshall Harris will be back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
The election is finally over, and with a new pro-business administration about to start, at Swish Funding, we're committed now more than ever to help America's small businesses come out of the surviving years and into the thriving years. Whether you need funds for cash flow, expansion, or new equipment, Swish Funding will always have your back, with flexible funding options from $25,000 up to $2 million. At Swish Funding, we know time is money, so we designed our process to be fast, easy, and hassle-free. You could get a decision in just minutes and cash in your account in as little as 24 hours. With financing at rates as low as 8% and flexible payment terms tailored to your business needs. It's no wonder our clients call us the small business owner's friend. To qualify, you must be in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of $50,000. It's that simple. The time for your growth is right around the corner, and at Swish Funding, we're here to help you succeed. Apply today at swishradio.com. That's SWISH radio.com.
Dan Bernstein, Marshall Harris. The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 till 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
We're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
No one's laughing at Dan Campbell now, damn it. Say what you want about the guy, but he is. What did Ruthie say about him? Just about his authenticity. Earlier today during transition, you were busy. Yeah, she just talked about how genuine he is, how authentic he is, and I can't speak to the way a player would really feel about him. I can speak the way I feel about my bosses and leaders for whom that I've worked, and it's always different. You are a former player. Mm-hmm. You're a former Detroit Lion, in fact.
Right.
This is the speech that Dan Campbell gave to his team after the game last night, remembering that the game didn't mean anything. The outcome didn't mean anything, and he played his guys, and they won, and here's what he said.
I got an unbelievable amount of respect for you guys. I know what this was, and there's all these arguments about what did this game really mean, because the next week, I respect the out of you guys. I respect the out of how we roll the ball out and you guys just go out and compete. I can't even put it into words, man. I cannot put it into words. I love the hell out of you guys. I love the hell out of you guys. Listen, we did some things. We got 14 wins. All right, we already talked about once we got to where we were at 13, that we franchise record, 14's a franchise record, 8-0 on the road. Franchise record. All right, 8-0 on the road, which tells you at its worst, we can go anywhere and win, gentlemen. That's the bottom line. Listen, you can't ask for anything better. to be able to have the division and the 1 seed on the line back at home. Guys, this is what it's all about. This is why you're in this profession, man. This is as good as it gets. We're so thankful for this opportunity. This can be unbelievable. Appreciate you guys, man. It's a hell of a job. It's a hell of a ride, and we got one more. Break it down.
Where does that stand on your scale?
I like it. I mean, it's one of those chicken or egg types of conversations because the Vikings' successful locker room and hoisting Sam Darnold up on their shoulders, the Lions' successful locker rooms where, Dan Campbell just sounds hoarse and is using, colloquialisms and is just talking about love and things that, would likely be scoffed at if it wasn't such a successful season. But when you're in the midst of that and you can see, and like the term Ruthie used there, that it comes off so authentic, his passion, his love for his guys, and for what last night's game was. I spoke to you guys about it a bit yesterday. It was just, it struck me as such an awkward game because there's a variety of ways that game could have been approached. If, Hall of Famer Tony Dungy had that game awaiting his team, he'd have sat everybody. And
it would not necessarily have been wrong.
You can make a logical case for why that makes perfect sense, because if Jahmyr Gibbs gets hurt in that game last night where he runs for over 100 yards, or if Jared Goff gets his ankle turned by Nick Bosa bursting into the backfield, beating somebody on a block, and now your end goal is jeopardized because of that. Next week is jeopardized because of that. But that's just not how Man Campbell rolls. When there's a game to be played, when this roster is available to him to go out and play some football, he's going to put his best on the line to play football. And fortunately, they came out of that game without what appear to be any significant injuries, and they're ready to close out the NFL regular season with the division title on the line in the best division in football, and that's who that squad is. I respect the hell out of it.
So I found something interesting to pair with this, and it's a comment that Cole Kmet made. And the reason why I find it interesting is when you read it, and if it were coming from a commentator or an analyst or a talk show host, it would hit differently than it does coming from a current player, a current captain of a team in the division, talking about the success that other teams have had in this division.
Obviously, 3 really good coaches, and like I said, 3 different styles, but all styles that that have great buy-in from from those players, and they're executing at a high level. So, obviously, I'm sure here they're hard at work trying to find the next head coach here, and it's obviously it's a tough challenge coming in here with the division that we got, but also a great opportunity, and looking forward to see where it heads in terms of that direction.
So here's what I underlined: there are 3 different styles, 3 styles that have great buy-in from those players. That's a current player saying that.
Yeah,
I found that meaningful.
Yeah, very much so. And I was in a Lions locker room that was not bought into what Marty Mornhinweg was doing, and there was a bunch of veterans who weren't digging it. There were young guys like myself who were confused at the direction things were going, and I know what that feels like. I also know what it's like in the early portion of Jim Mora's time in Atlanta, where he eventually making an NFC championship game, and how exciting that was, and the energy he brought to things, and all the buy-in that was there in those initial seasons that he was running things with the Falcons. And it can feel dramatically different, and it doesn't guarantee you sustainability because there's so much that has to go right to have sustainability at the level the Chiefs are in the midst of right now, or we've never seen anything like what the Patriots
special.
were.
So I'm like, aspiring to that is great, but that is the kind of thing that even if you recognize it as it's going on, you know how remarkable it is.
But to get a moment in time, like right now for the Vikings, maybe this is just a moment in time. And for them to do everything they can to seize it and capitalize on it, they got to be bought in at least for this year. And then 2025 is going to be its own little microcosm, its own little vacuum, its own season that is going to be very unique and different from other seasons. But for this year, that buy-in matters. And it was so obviously not there for the Bears. And the players recognized it. And then at the time they were trying to do anything about it, it was obviously painfully too late to try and course correct at that point.
And it also tells you that they'll know relatively early, they know who they're going to follow out onto that field.
There will still have to be
care
tangible
about
results, though, because that enhances the buy-in.
Yes.
Things were awful for like a year and a half in Detroit when Dan Campbell was first there, and then the tangible evidence of results enhanced. They supported what he was putting out there. They supported his approach to things because the team developed and they began to win. And so all the other stuff that maybe was worthy of question, and you're wondering how much of this matters, and schematically, is he going for too many fourth downs because they were going awry at first and the defense was giving up chunk plays?
Yeah, he looked reckless and stupid until he didn't.
Until he didn't. Exactly. So you have to find that marriage. The buy-in and the belief matters. There was buy-in and belief closing out 2023 with Matt Eberflus. And then it got to a point pretty early this year where there was just no there.
Do you think there was, though? I doubt that. There might have been from above Eberflus. Because I don't know.
Why would you doubt that when you look at the results at the end of the season last year? They were playing good football. So that was there.
But I think the point you made is that it's chicken and the egg. That sure, they might have been playing good football, but we don't know what starts what. And maybe they started playing good football and they got excited for the next year. Like, all right, now here we go. Yeah. But then their effort wasn't necessarily reciprocated from coaching doing right by them. Certainly in the hiring that the coaches made, however you want to define coaching. So I always would be curious about the extent. Were there always doubts? I was like, yeah, our coach is kind of an idiot, but we'll be fine.
I think they were all growing along a path together. And there were other headlines and shiny objects like what's going to happen with Justin, what's going to happen with the top pick, and whether or not there were other things to kind of track within the locker room and externally. And as they're all growing together, they're winning. And those matters. Like, I know you played back some of the Eberflus post games where they were joyous after a win and like, you know what? All right, this doesn't sound too bad. I think the players, there might have always been a question mark at the end of it to a certain extent, but they were in the process of building something. You recognize that when it's happening. The Bears defense was certainly bought in, and then there was just too many boneheaded late game decisions and the mismanagement of so many things. So yeah, you can definitely be out after you were previously in. They were definitely out, after a little time in this season here, but I think last year they were bought in and then things went awry.
Tim Jenkins will break down the latest Caleb Williams performance and will take his temperature on how he's doing being a Bears fan or against his will. It's really quite a science experiment that's going on here. So we'll check in with it next.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Jared Payton. I'm all up for Ben Johnson. I know it's going to be a lot of money, or the Bears going to be willing to pony up what he's going to ask. And I know everybody's talking about a blank check. That's not normally what they do. If you're trying to get this thing to where you want it to go offensively, and what he could probably do for Caleb, to me would be phenomenal. But that also comes with who's going to be the GM building this thing too.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you do the math, you choose McGrath.
McGrath City Honda has your new vehicle today. Zach Zaidman here. Visit McGrath City Honda for the best deals and selection in years. Find instant savings on Honda vehicles when you shop with McGrath. Great deals at McGrath City Honda on Grand Avenue in Chicago and at McGrathCityHonda.com. When you do the math, you'll choose McGrath City Honda in Chicago for the best prices and selection in years. Unlock instant savings today at McGrathCityHonda.com.
Hey fellas, did you know your testosterone starts to decline in your 30s? If you're feeling a loss of energy and drive, it could be low T. Well, the answer is simple. Get checked at Synergenics Testosterone and Weight Loss. Don't put it off. But not all TRT is the same. At Synergenics, you'll get a personally optimized TRT treatment from providers who specialize in testosterone therapy. You can also be evaluated for treatment with GLP-1 weight loss medications. So book your appointment at SynergenicsHealth.com. That's SYNERGenXHealth.com. Testosterone and weight loss.
You wake up feeling like you just boxed 12 rounds. Some wake up sweating with sore jaws, headaches, and a lot of our patients complain of brain fog. I'm Dr. Madan Kandula, and these signs, often joined with snoring, are sleep apnea symptoms. And if this sounds like you may have been in a struggle last night between you and this serious disorder. Many people aren't willing to fight back. But the fact is, you can't go through these nightly struggles without ramifications that each night chip away at your life's expiration date. I get it. You don't want to wear a CPAP mask. You may find out you don't need one. We have every effective sleep apnea solution available. And believe me, the mask is the last resort.
It's time to take action to stop your sleep struggle. Go to adventknows.com to schedule your appointment because Advent knows when you breathe well, you live better. Results may vary. Most insurance accepted.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
We'll be right back with more of the Bernstein and Harris Show in 60 seconds on The Score.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppables bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppables, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
Have you ever tried something for the first time and then wondered how you ever got along without it? That's how thousands of new Navage users describe their first experience. Once they feel sinus relief and can breathe clearly again, many wonder why it took them so long to experience the Navage difference. Navage uses refreshing saline and gentle suction to quickly suck out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Stop suffering from congestion and start feeling better again with Navage. Brand new look, same great product.
This is where Chicago goes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is brought to you by Rally House, Wrigleyville.
Tim Jenkins.
I've got people real mad at me in Chicago that how dare you? There's a radio guy up there, Mike North. He was real mad, and I tried to handle it gently. The first thing in his bio was he was born in 1952, and if my grandpappy's on Twitter roasting somebody, I hope they handle him gently, and I tried to.
Founder and CEO of Jenkins Elite.
There's ebbs and flows. There's times where when I watch the Chicago Bears, I think, man, we drew up some diabolical stuff. This was perfect. We knew what look we were getting, and we drew it up. And there's other times where I'm like, oh, wow, we're just running like a preseason play.
Breaking down the positives and negatives.
Unfortunately for the Bears, it seems like we're not going to go just pay top dollar. So if we're not, then guess what? We got to actually be good at interviewing coaches, which turns out maybe we're not good at either.
It's confirmed.
You're sounding real bearish right now.
With Bernstein and Harris on 670 The Score.
Let's jump into the film.
Tim Jenkins has gotten a full-blown Bears baptism this year, and that is not necessarily a good thing. It can lead to wisdom and life experience through trials and tribulations, however. And Tim Jenkins has been our quarterback whisperer here on the Bernstein and Harris Show, which today has former NFLer Anthony Herron sitting in. And Tim Jenkins joins us on the Score Hotline, brought to you by Circa Resort and Casino, circalasvegas.com, and twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. You can find him on Twitter at TJenkinsElite. Hope you had a very Merry Christmas, Tim. How are you?
It was great. It was great. The, 4 kids 8 and under. They did a great job taking turns, rotating, opening presents. It was a beautiful morning at the Jenkins house.
Outstanding.
4 kids 8 and under. So I got one kid who's 7, and he seems like quite the tornado usually. So for us on Christmas morning, there's a lot of that happening. How organized are you? Are you almost like drawn up plays for who's in sequence, opening which gifts at which time?
Yeah, we're letting them know. Hey, listen, here's how it's going to go in the morning. We're going to go oldest to youngest. And it worked out that our 4-year-old boy, he's the one. My 8-year-old boy, he's a really good boy. He's gonna study the playbook. He's gonna do a good job. My daughter, she's a princess. I'm not telling her anything. My 4-year-old's the one who's going to throw a touchdown and flip Matt Nagy off when he does it. He's going to change the play, and he's going to throw 4 verts, and it was supposed to be a run play. He's going to check to 4 verts, flip him off as he throws a touchdown. And then my youngest, he just had no idea what was going on. So we did a good job. We released the
That's
depth
the one
chart
the Bears
after.
are going to sign.
Yeah. But yeah,
4-year-old's going to yell over the mountain. Tell Dad I
was
said bleep
definitely
him.
That's
dead last. So yeah, it was good. It was good.
So you are continuing to endure Bears football, and that one Thursday, wow, man. A lot of times you can tell me what you thought they were trying to do. And when I started looking at some of the next-gen stats that crossed about just how long it took for a ball to actually travel more than 6 yards through the air, I can't figure it out. I don't know what they thought they were trying to get done.
Yeah, it was tough. Obviously the biggest, and you didn't have to be former quarterback or anything to understand. We didn't have a cover 0 answer, right? And not even 0, right? But we just didn't have a pressure answer. And the truth is Seattle didn't really give us 0 that much, right? Because they just gave us a bunch of simulated pressures and dropped guys underneath. With that being said, we just had no answers for it. We had our guard chasing guys that our back was going to. To me, it's just the way I've always thought the way you solve pressure is you over communicate it, right? You make it abundantly clear. Hey, who do we have mic'd in this situation? Where do I want my line going? I talk to my back. Hey, listen, this is where I want you. So at least I know who's coming free. What I think worries me is it doesn't seem like Caleb's over communicating it. And I don't mean that as a dig at Caleb. What I'm worried at is that we're not running it through him. What I'm worried is that we're simplifying this and running it through maybe our centers dictating a lot of this to where then you're kind of back there. You're a quarterback, you're back there. My center's doing something. Hey, the play clock's ticking down. I can't really override him. And then you get in this situation where guess what? My back chased the same guy, and now we're turning one of the closer guys free. And you turn one of these linebackers free at the NFL level that start at the line of scrimmage, I don't care who you are, you're going to end up retreating and throwing the ball up. And unfortunately, that's what happened. And, Caleb, to his credit, is so athletic, he can hold onto the ball and spin out of there. My ass would have just been on the ground. So, at least he can do that. But it was just no plan for pressure. And then from there, it stems to, there's a lot of situations where you watch the concept and you go, I got no idea where you're supposed to go with the football on this play.
From a macro evaluation of Caleb's rookie season with a game to go here, there are some games where I do feel like we consistently see him in rhythm. It feels like he's seeing the field well. It feels like he's, a lot of the sacks that have gotten taken this year, you can certainly credit to him just holding the football, not seemingly having that clock in his head. Has there been a consistent difference in some of those games where his clock seems to be functioning at a really high level and where things have more consistently been on time?
Yeah, I think you nailed it, which is you've seen ebbs and flows of it, right? You've seen, to me, that London game was about as good as it got, right? And we just wasted it all overseas. We just went over there, traveled. The guy's got a great experience. And to me, that was when I thought he played the most on time. I think the interesting thing is if you were to say hey, what's the takeaway from Caleb's rookie year? To me, the thing that's interesting, it's almost like comfortability and chaos. I almost feel like if we could turn someone free on him, it's those are the play. The last drive of the game, right? It's when he's retreating, he makes the incredible throw to DJ Moore. He makes the throw to Rome. And then it's then we run 4 verts. We run 3x1. We got Komet working across. We used to call it a cricket 9 where you're really trying to work to that opposite hash. And Komet's wide open. We miss him, and his eyes are on him, and that's pure in the pocket. So it's interesting because to me, Caleb's really good at the stuff that I've always felt is the hardest to coach. Where he's struggling, I feel like, is the most coachable aspect. I guess my only worry when it comes to that is, we're 20-something years old. Is that the wrong time to start to get good at that stuff, or are we maybe seeing a Josh Allen development curve where actually we can dial in our footwork? Because, you look at Josh's footwork was terrible, but his biomechanics weren't great either. Caleb, the difference is I think Caleb from a true
I don't mean like he's not athletic from his feet. I mean just like true tying his feet to his progression. I think it's bad. But to me, that's coachable. And his biomechanics are tremendous. So to me, it's like it's almost Josh Allen, but you have one less thing to do. And then guess what? We also have all the other stuff, and he's proven that he can do that week in and week out. So to me, I'm optimistic going into the offseason. I think the biggest thing is who the heck do we get in that building? I think that's probably my biggest fear with the Bears.
Something that came up after this game, and I think it was Olin Kreutz that started talking about it, and based on some things that Chris Beatty was saying as well, is Caleb at this stage of his NFL career really learning what it means to watch tape and how what is meaningful and what isn't meaningful. And the idea of not just sitting in front of a screen and saying, "Oh, I'm doing prep, I'm preparing," and I can't speak with any sort of conviction of how good or bad he is at it. I just know there's a learning curve for a lot of quarterbacks, especially for what it means to watch tape. When you advise younger players, or whether high school or college, how do you teach someone how to watch tape meaningfully?
Yeah, that's such a great question. Here's what I'll tell you that I think the best thing Caleb Williams could do. You don't do it until you're a coach, which is what they call padding a game. You watch a whole game and you draw up what every single person on every single play does. If Caleb was going to come to us this offseason, Caleb would pad all 17 of his games this year. Because is that like a great is that like the best use of time? No, but to me, it's brute force of learning the game, right? It's that no matter who you are, if you were to sit down and pad 17 games, your football acumen grows so much. And it's just by like brute force. It's not by like, hey, here's some special way. And then we would get to the conversation of like, hey man, what does your week look like from a prep standpoint? The best thing we do is you just sit in there and you give the kid the clicker and see what he does. How many times do you watch a play? Hey, what are you looking at? Hey, we moved on to the next play. What did they run? What coverage was it? Oh, I don't know. Well, then why the heck do we move on, right? Like, to me, I think you kind of turn it over to him, see how he's doing it, and then you start breaking up the week. A lot of this, too, though, comes, certain quarterbacks, like Peyton, right? Peyton showed up in Denver. Peyton had the way that he broke down the week, right? Peyton, you started on red zone. He wasn't like, hey, I'm not waiting until Thursday or Friday to do red. That's where he started, right? I think a lot of that goes back to 18, probably was going to get you down to the red zone no matter what, right? So to me, it's like, that's probably why he starts there. But a lot of it has to do with what do your coaches want to do too? Because, hey, if we're doing third down, I got to make sure I'm versed in third down before we enter that day. My thing is, and I know guys speculate, right, of, hey, is Caleb, what's Caleb doing? To me, I haven't seen anything that jumps off the tape where I'm like, man, he's struggling processing. I think you haven't had the game to just grow his general football acumen, because no matter what, you're never ready for the NFL. I don't care who you are. But I do think, I'm not really worried about him from getting to the right spots, especially because I just feel like a great coach helps you so much early in your career. Like, an example of this is like, let's take it to the high school level. A really great example of this is like you sit there and you run, two receivers on each side. You got smash on one side, and then you got highway on the other, right? Double verts. And you say, hey, against single high, we want to work highway. Against two high, we want to work smash. That's like so great in theory until you actually get out there and you're like trying to snap the ball and the strong safety's at 10.5 and the free safety's at 12. And you got no idea, hey, is this sophomore just dumb and he lined up in the wrong spot? Or are we actually rotating coverage? To where like that's when I've really grown on, and I know different guys have different opinions, but I've really grown on this pure progression with coaching points, with strict addendums. Like, for example, hey, get them into 3-by-1, run timber, which is the two outside guys on unders, the number 3 on a corner. We read it under to the corner. Hey, with an addendum against what we called Afro, right? Off coverage, away from rotation, we'll throw DJ Moore. Okay, that to me on the backside one-on-one, that to me is how you help young guys play with confidence. Hit your back foot, let the ball go out. And I know people trash the pure progressions. They think we're not teaching guys. I just, Stafford's running pure progressions a ton in LA. And I tell you that I think he's probably one of the more knowledgeable guys. So if we've decided, hey, Matt Stafford and year whatever he's in can still excel in this. I don't think it's a bad thing. So to me, it's like, I'm not as worried about him from his film study as much as it's like, let's get someone in building who can help him play fast. And then obviously this offseason, he needs to go and he needs to really dial in, hey, what am I watching? How am I watching it? How do I want to attack my week? And then from there, I think it's all about who they get, right? It's all about who gets in there and helps the young guy kind of grow as a true pro.
There's certainly no one perfect path for a number 1 overall pick or for a first-round QB, a guy who's going to play a lot as a rookie. But Caleb, by comparison to some of his contemporaries, Jaden Daniels had just played a bunch more football, had a bunch more time on task at the collegiate level, a lot more competitive snaps in critical moments in game. Bo Nix has played so much football. Yeah, they're older entering the league, but they just played more, where Caleb is 3 years removed from high school football. How big of a factor is that on the development arc, where it's no doubt in my mind Caleb's ceiling was the highest of the 3 going into this draft cycle, but as far as the comfort as a professional quarterback in their rookie season, I think we're seeing the difference just in age and time on task.
I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more. And then I also think it's even deeper than that. It's not even just the time. Think of Bo Nix's career. How many different offenses has he learned? Whether it's a coordinator change or a full-blown, hey, I'm leaving and going to a different school. Same with Penix. Right?
Yeah.
Penix, you got the same thing. You get Jay. So to me, it's like, Caleb, if you look at it, he left, and then all he had was Lincoln, right? He left, and all he had was Lincoln. And I'm not taking a shot at Lincoln because I think he does a good job at the college level, but we haven't seen Lincoln Riley quarterbacks come into the league and be ready to handle 97 different protections, right? That's not their expertise. Their expertise is, hey, let's play fast. We'll force the defense's hand a little bit, which is okay too, because, hey, we need to play fast in a 2-minute, right? So there's certain things where it comes. But to me, I think you're dead on. I think having more reps is going to be great for him. Unfortunately for Caleb, the more reps are coming in a market in which we are not ready for another. It's going to take a while for this quarterback, right? That's the one unfortunate thing for him. What I will tell you, though, is I think you're dead on. It's always funny how many quarterbacks get cut right when we were figuring it out. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I just started figuring out the dang game, and I'm out the building. And to me, I think Caleb, this next coach, he has time. I do think you're dead on. I also think when you look at the rest of the class, the situations they walked into, Bo Nix with Sean Payton. Listen, everybody knows Sean's a dick, right? But when it comes to coaching quarterbacks, man, awesome from that standpoint. Then you look at, Cliff Kingsbury. Say whatever you want about him from when he's the head guy, but dialing it up an offense that a quarterback feels comfortable in, no one's ever questioned that. So it's like, I just think when you look at the environments they've gone into, and then you look at Penix, and I thought he's come out great, but shoot, he was sitting for how many weeks, right? And it's more learning, more reps. And again, Kirk's another guy. You can say whatever you want about what you think of him as a quarterback, but from franchise guys who have gotten paid that much money and to have humility when that move gets made. And again, you never know what someone's like behind closed doors, but it seems like he's been about as supportive as you're going to get from hyper-competitive people. So to me, it's like, I just think the environment that Caleb's in has been drastically different. But yeah, you're dead on it. Just more reps are always going to help these young quarterbacks develop.
Hey, Tim, let me ask you this. Theoretically, if you were brought in by the Bears as a candidate for, call the job whatever you want, whether you're the offensive-minded head coach or whether you're the offensive coordinator for a defensive-minded head coach, what are 3 questions? And it's just you and Caleb. And at this point, you're a finalist, and you get to talk to Caleb. And it's not necessarily formal. There aren't other people around you. It's the two of you. You're either driving somewhere or you're having a beer. What would you really want to know, and how would you ask it?
The first question would be, how are you doing? I want to get to know the guy, right? Like, hey, how are you holding up? How's this been? What I'd love to hear is that, kind of like I've been humbled, but like I'm ready to get to work. That's what I would want to hear, right? The second thing would be, draw up your favorite high red zone play and how are you reading it? Because what I want to know is, how has he been programmed? Has he been programmed to where every play has unlimited options based on the coverage. Because that's my feeling, is that Caleb's his whole career is every receiver's always been eligible. And if that's how he's been programmed, man, I feel great, because we're going to come in there. We're going to come in there with some clear criteria on how we're going to read plays. And you're going to see Caleb Williams getting the ball out of his paw with conviction, right? That's the second thing. And then the third thing for me is going to be talk me through base protection. Base protection. I would kind of like to go one more, which is, hey, give me your favorite run bubble run game check. Because I want to know how versed is he at understanding, hey, we only like open side zone against an overfront. We don't like, hey, they kick it to under. We can't run open side zone. We got to kill. We got to get to Bruce, right? I just want to know where he's at, because then I can stack rank what we're going to work this offseason, right? Because the first thing, the how are you doing question, I need to know during OTAs, do I need to rehab this dude mentally?
Yeah, would you know if he's lying, though? If he's like, I'm good. If he's like, I'm good,
Oh, yeah.
I'm good.
If you're good after what you just went through, hey, we got to get a shrink in here, right? Like, but to
Masochistic.
me, like, yeah, like I think we can, to me, it's like OTAs. Hey, how am I coaching you? Is it a little bit light? Like, am I building you up, or are you ready to roll? Because if you're ready to roll, we're going to hit this thing running. Then it's going to be, hey, then the focus is, here's how we communicate pass plays. Here's how we attack the defense. Here's how we play with conviction. Then you get into protection. Hey, here's how we're going to make sure you're blocked up. You get into that early training camp, because we got live bullets coming now. It's not just OTAs. I got vets running around tapping each other's ass. We're going to hit a little bit. And then you get to run game, which is, do I need to make sure we're calling in runs and I can't trust you? Or are you going to help get us into the right run play? Because if I go into year 2 with a quarterback and I can get him playing with conviction in the pass game and protecting himself, I'll live with runs where we gain a yard, right? If that's what I got to live with, I got to live with it. I got to be a better coach, make sure I'm calling in better plays. But, man, if you get all three where, listen, Caleb can get us in and out of the right run play, he's going to block his ass up, and we're going to make sure that we're playing with conviction, I'd be pretty darn excited going into next offseason.
To use kind of a crude or basic parallel, I feel like there's times where my 7-year-old son, because he's got a big vocabulary for a 7-year-old, I almost forget that he's only 7. So I start talking to him like a grown-up sometimes, like, well, why don't I? He's only 7. I think Caleb is such a mature communicator and has this very adult demeanor about him. My impression is that it's almost difficult for those around him to diagnose what can he really handle? What is too much for him in certain moments? Like all these sight adjustments where between him, you've heard veteran receivers talking the entire season about we're not on the same page. He and Rome Odunze, who are probably less on opposite pages than he and the vets, but even he and Rome just don't always connect in game, where you can tell Caleb's spot throwing it somewhere where he thinks the receiver's going to be, and they're just not there. How difficult is that to massage within a passing offense with so many seemingly sight adjustments built into it?
Yeah, you're dead on too. That's such a great point, because like you're saying, and it's not just the sights, right? It's not just like, okay, hey, we got the backside breakoff, but now also, hey, are we blocked? That's a perfect example is when he took the sack. I want to say it was like they're in the middle of the field. They got the free runner. It was when Amazon went crazy, right? Because they highlighted the guys or whatever before they blitzed. Well, the backside guy was DJ Moore. He was on the breakoff, and Seattle dropped underneath the breakoff. But I'm sitting there and I'm going, we don't even have a hot front side. Like, imagine playing quarterback where you're sitting back there. It's third down in the NFL. Basically, everyone's eligible to blitz because it's a great coach defense. And you're sitting there and you're like, I'm not really sure which side my hot is. Like, come on. You can't. I mean, it's like, to me, that's like, it just, you can't do it. You're dead on, though, of like, I almost think over complicating the heat periods. Like, hey, we're going to take a 7-on-7 where we're just all pressure and I got to make sure you know where you're at, would really benefit. My worry, like you said with Caleb, where he's probably such a good communicator, probably can grasp so much football. My worry is that he can grasp a lot of football maybe on the whiteboard.
On the grease
and
board,
then you get out there and you go, hey, it's one thing to know you're hot off a two front side. It's a whole nother to see, and you know how it is. How many times are those safeties going to kick it one way and then snap and the blitz is coming from a different side? You've never seen that in high school. You know how it is. In high school, it's like half these kids aren't ever going to play football again, so they don't even know how to disguise. Then you get to college, and everyone's so scared that their job's getting taken that they don't disguise. Then you get to the NFL, and you go, oh, my gosh, actually the safety knows as much football as I know. And a rude awakening for a quarterback is when you start talking to other players in the NFL, because you've always been smarter than everybody. And then now you're going, not only am I not as athletic as everyone, but guess what? They know ball too, right? That's when you're in trouble, because it's like, you better really elevate. And I think that's where Caleb's at. I think he probably knows a lot of football on the whiteboard, but I do think where he needs to grow is maybe those just veteran understandings of, okay, hey, they're moving this way, but we can still bring it this side. Hey, how am I going to protect myself with my hots and my sights? And then worst case scenario, do I need to dirt it here? Is this just a throwaway versus a backpedal and create? And that's just, I think, communication from your coach of like, hey, it comes into your headset, right? Hey, twins right gun, scat right F shit. You know, hey, 3rd and forever, you can create if you want. Or, hey, we're in field goal range. If you don't like it, get it out, right? Like there's certain things that I think those great play callers put in your head as you're walking to the line versus maybe just cut and dry only the play call.
Tim Jenkins, have yourself a happy and healthy new year. Don't overdo it tonight. Your work is appreciated as always.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
That is our quarterback's coach, Tim Jenkins. By the way, if you're a local business owner or employee and you want to have your commercial air during Super Bowl 59 here on The Score, this is your chance. We've brought back the Score Big for Your Business contest, where you can enter to win a 30-second Super Bowl commercial on The Score's broadcast of Super Bowl 59 from Westwood One. Just log on to 670thescore.com/contests to enter now and learn more details. Deadline to enter is January 19th. We are the Bernstein and Harris Show. Anthony Herron is in for Marshall. We're going to be sending you out to Trace in Wrigleyville in just a little bit for Lawrence and Layla for what we believe is still going to be the Winter Showdown Outdoor Hockey Classic. We think that they're going to try to get this in as far as we know.
They're going to swim.
That's coming up in just a bit. When we come back, I have like a humble brag, or maybe kind of more of a brag, and an appreciation for somebody I'm usually making fun of instead of appreciating. That's next.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
Americans are playing it anytime and any place they can. From driveways to airports, from parking lots to home garages. There are pickleball songs.
Yeah, let me introduce you to this thing called pickleball, where you use these paddles and then oversized pickleball.
And pickleball weddings. And a whole following of folks who say this game has changed their lives.
What was your life like before pickleball?
It was black and white before pickleball, and it was living color after pickleball.
I bet it was.
Pickleball is dividing people all over the country.
Dan, you got bad allies. You have got the worst collection of allies. Mary Carrillo, like, I can't concentrate because this pickleballing is too. A former, like, world-class tennis player is out here like, I can't concentrate with all this pickleballing going on. Come on, fam.
That's the worst part of it. No. No. That has to be burned.
No, these are your allies.
No, not
these are
all
the people.
of them.
These are the people that you are in bed with, sir.
I will be happy to align myself with people who don't like the noise of it, because the noise it's objectively bad. It sounds bad. It's sort of like it's Radiohead. You're like, oh, Radiohead. No, that sounds worse than pickleball. That's worse. That's worse.
Yeah,
no.
boy.
Oh, no.
Once you start playing it, it's highly enjoyable.
Oh, no. It keeps getting worse.
I'ma bring a tribe back because the highlights are phenomenal.
I travel through enough neighborhoods where there are other sounds that are going on that are a lot more disturbing than having
that was
white
texted
people
yesterday.
playing pickleball.
That was texted yesterday. It said pickleball sounds are white people gunfire.
I'm told by Adam Sunzinski, who frequently is a producer on Bulls Radio, that Chuck Swirsky and Bill Wennington are big pickleball fans.
I'm not surprised by that. I don't, Mike. I don't even have to turn around. I can see you reaching for the drops.
Let's play some pickleball with Beantown. To the NFL draft, when it comes to the NBA draft, when it comes to seeing somebody who playing in college or elsewhere and saying, you know what, this guy's going to be really good. And I own up to my Christian Hackenbergs.
Oh boy.
No, I do. I do.
Right.
I absolutely own up to him, and it's rare that
you weren't alone.
I know. Well, I was eventually. It was as we all are. We all die alone on our hills of bad picks, the graveyard of horrible picks. But it took Danny Parkins to remind me of this via Twitter. But after the Caleb Williams discussion, everybody knew they were going to take Caleb Williams number 1.
Mm.
But I said with that 9, if he's on the board, I'm taking Brock Bowers.
Oh, okay.
And it's not the biggest deal in the world because he had a can't-miss grade from a lot of people. But that's every time I saw Brock Bowers coming back from injury or just like I said, there's no way this guy's not a star. Like, I don't care what team, I don't care what system you're running, I don't care what else you're doing. That dude is an absolute win because of star football player at that position. And like I say, every once in a while, I'm allowed to get one right. So I kind of felt good. I haven't watched a ton of him. You see all the highlights. Did you see that he broke Ditka's record?
Oh, he did end up breaking it.
So
I knew he was like on pace.
Brock Bowers. And so part of this is a Ditka appreciation that I think that Ditka has become this cartoon character. That even, I'll admit that even as a Bears fan, and even as somebody who, grew up a Bears fan and then had the privilege of being a Bears reporter and to this day, getting paid to talk about the Bears, I didn't appreciate Ditka's greatness. He, in 1961, up until this year, had the standing rookie receiving yards record of 1,076. Okay, think about that. Think about how many games they played then. That was 63 years ago. That record has stood since the Oakland Raiders were only in their second season in the AFL. That's how long Ditka's record stood. And as you know well, the tight end was not a receiver. The tight end was tight to the end of the line. He was a blocker, a tackler, a blocker and a run, an occasional outlet, an eligible receiver, but a guy who was there to maul people and shove people backwards and get out there on the edge and pave the way. They were glorified tackles in like the Mike Martz sense until Ditka did that. And that record, even through Tony Gonzalez, through Antonio Gates, through Kellen Winslow, Ben Coates, I don't care what era and all of the tight ends, or Kellen Winslow Jr.,
Rob Gronkowski.
Yes, that record stood. That record stood until this year, when the forward pass was something that everybody thought was generally a bad thing. That's amazing. We're getting various reports about Ditka's health or status of compos mentis, but I hope that Ditka was able to reach out to Brock Bowers. I really do, and I hope that Brock Bowers understands what that means.
Right.
I don't even think there are Bears fans that know that for in this game, for a game that's entirely different, the season is 17 games long. And the forward pass is now the dominant mode of movement. We've got tight ends with how many catches? They had 110 catches. They had 97 catches, 104 catches. Shannon Sharp. Name anybody you want, even these glorified wide receivers that play tight end.
Yeah.
That record has stood for 63 years. That's older than I am.
I mean, the amount of games being different, and it makes you respect what Mike Ditka was able to do back then with how football was designed. And, of course, Saquon Barkley has a great opportunity to break the rushing record. And it's more games than Eric Dickerson, but Eric Dickerson was playing more games than his predecessor as well, than O.J. Simpson. So, these things are going to continue to evolve over time, but that type of weapon, I'm not going to say the Bears are hoping Gerald Everett would be Brock Bowers, but
Gerald Everett. There's your most disappointing name we didn't come up with.
Yeah, exactly. The hope was that they'd get some receiving production, some route separation, some run after catch in a way that was just going to be different than Cole Kmet. And they certainly haven't gotten that from him. I still probably would have as much confidence as I think there would have been in Brock Bowers as a playmaker in Chicago. That would have felt gluttonous to me too, just like the Rome Odunze pick. I called it gluttonous at the time. I still think I like Rome's potential. There's a lot of growth that needs to happen there when you compare him with a Brock Bowers or Malik Neighbors or a bunch of the other guys, rookie pass catchers in this draft cycle who just look like a problem right now. I don't look at Rome Odunze and say, all right, that's a problem. Defense looking at film like, how are we going to deal with that guy? He's a touchdown waiting to happen. So some growth potential that's there, but right now it's more potential than actual production from Rome. But Brock Bowers, that's made man right there. It's an amazing season he's had.
So let the record show on this show, I have said nice things about Mike Ditka. I started out by complimenting Illinois football.
True.
And,
yeah, look at you.
And Anthony Herron hates Horace Grant. It's amazing.
Who'd have done it? After all these years, it finally came through.
Circus Sports Illinois invites you to join the score at Trace in Wrigleyville today from 2 to 6 p.m. Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi broadcasting live before the Winter Showdown on New Year's Eve, celebrating the Outdoor Hockey Classic between the Blackhawks and St. Louis. That's Trace in Wrigleyville today from 2 to 6 p.m. Brought to you by Circus Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be. When we come back, something happened in an NFL game that I'm hopeful is going to trigger a story from you. Fair enough?
I'm guessing it will.
Okay, good. That's next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score. Former Bear Kyle Long.
Yeah, the number one priority in my mind is finding a way to protect Caleb Williams' established dominance on the line of scrimmage. I heard Brad Biggs talking about this, and he said, look, it's oversimplistic, but you have to bolster your line of scrimmage. And we've got a young quarterback. I think the only way to be in football games is to dominate the line of scrimmage and go get yourself some more offensive linemen.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you think about your financial future, do you have peace of mind? Do you think, oh yeah, we're in good hands. We know where we're going, and we're well on the way to get there. Well, you should have that feeling because Trajan Wealth can help you have it. Trajan Wealth is a fiduciary firm. They're family owned, they're veteran led, and as fiduciaries, they always put the client's needs first. So what does that mean? It means when you make more money, they make more money.
Every team has their team doctor, and they have a couple of trainers, and they have a few of the medical people around. And I'm wondering, when Haugh goes down there, what exactly is he going to do? I mean, is he going to stitch him up if he needs it? Is he going to hold his hand? Is he going to tell him to rub some dirt on it and suck it up, pal? I mean, I don't know exactly what he's going to do, but I do know that he was gone for a little bit longer than he probably could have been. But again, I don't know what's going on down there. So now he comes back.
I just saw him.
I'm sure. What's that?
He said, I just saw him. And your response to this day, we play it all the time. Your one-word response is priceless. And
well, he didn't say anything. I mean, if he's going to go down there, I needed an update. I needed a medical report. I needed something. I mean, was he dead? Do we have to alert the family? Is he going to be out for the rest of the year? Because when he said, I just saw him, and he sat there. That's what I said, And I mean, come on, give me something else. You've been gone for 20 minutes. You got to give me something.
Not just you, us,
all of us.
Us.
It was that was one of the highlights. That, and when there was a weather alert in Granger, and he looked over and he kind of circled his finger like, you take it. Then he took out the Tupperware thing that he put his headset, loaded it up, and just left. He was going to check on Eris, his lovely wife, and he drove back to Granger in the middle of the game. It was like, wait a second, that's a weather report. It was, so look, everybody thought that we were complete enemies, but we had some wonderful times in the booth. He was a truly unique character, one of the legends of the game. I worked with two guys in Harry Carey and Hawk Harrelson. We're never going to see the likes of those guys again. And some of the things they did were absolutely priceless. And, I've done play-by-play, so I could pick it up again, but it's just really strange. Bad weather report, boom, he's in the parking lot and gone.
What I liked was the name of your book was Where's Harry? And you could write another version, write a sequel. It's like, where did Hawk go? All right, so tell me if you've heard anything like this before, Anthony, ever in your career or beyond.
All right.
So Justin Jefferson apparently had a diamond necklace. He was playing NFL football wearing a diamond necklace worth $1 million. And it broke during the game. So he shoved it in his pants. And he played, was it the remainder of the game, or at least the remainder of the half, or whatever it was, with $1 million worth of diamonds shoved in his pants.
Oh.
Have you ever heard of anything like that in your life?
And they won. So, I mean, he's got to keep the tradition alive then.
I don't know if that's the most baller thing I've ever heard or the craziest thing I've ever heard.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. I've had a teammate who didn't take his engagement ring, wedding ring, who didn't take his wedding ring off ever, and got his ring finger, collided, sandwiched between a couple of helmets, and it bent the ring to the point where he couldn't get the ring off. So his finger started to swell, he couldn't get the ring off, and had to go and actually get the ring removed, like with tools removed before his finger, I guess, exploded or something. I don't know if his finger was going to spontaneously combust or something like that. But he got his finger lodged between. He never took his ring off and got it smashed in between a couple of helmets. And things got kind of dangerous for him for a moment. But fortunately, he was able to get it removed and had to go get a different ring and everything else. I was actually just telling this story yesterday. I bought my wife's engagement ring years ago. It was in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and it was during my rookie year, September 11th, and 9/11 happens, towers come down, NFL cancels the following week of the season. I'm on the practice squad in Green Bay at this point, so I'm on the sidelines for the game. It's the first Monday Night Football game, getting ready to play Washington, and so I'm thinking, you know what, we had already been together for years. We've been together throughout our entire collegiate career. My wife's an athlete at Iowa. I'm an athlete at Iowa. So we together that whole time. My rookie year, she's back, she's off working at some TV station, radio station somewhere. Mm-hmm. I'm bouncing around a couple of different teams. So I'm doing my playing thing. She's still, living in Iowa, working in the media at that point. And so we're going to meet up for the first time in the regular season for my birthday. And my birthday happens to fall on that first Monday night after September 11th. So the NFL canceled the previous week, and they're going to make a big deal out of it. There's going to be the American flag out at Lambeau Field. One of our teammates, Gizzy, who was in the military before he played football, before he came to the NFL, he's going to lead us out with the American flag. We're all going to be out there waving the flag on the field beforehand. So it's, for obvious reasons, dripping with sentiment for the, so much of the pageantry surrounding the game. So there's this opportunity to take advantage of that. I've decided I'm going to propose anyway. Let me go out, get this ring, and propose on national TV on Monday Night Football. I try to pull this off, but security is tight at Lambeau, even in the players' parking lot.
You smuggled a ring in?
They're using the mirrors under the car, the bomb sniffing dogs, everything in the players' parking lot.
Are we back to high noon with this?
I, unfortunately, did not have to smuggle the ring in with me because I went to get it resized. I tried to figure out the size of my, at the time, girlfriend's finger by taking off one of her Big Ten championship rings and putting it on my pinky just to see how it fits. And I can tell, no, this is not the right size for the ring I bought. This isn't going to work. So I don't want to be on international television on Monday Night Football with Melissa Stark getting ready to have the mic in my face while I'm proposing, and I got a ring that doesn't fit. So I got to send the ring out to get resized, and I'm hoping that the jeweler at the time will be able to get it resized in time. They tell me they're going to make this happen for Monday Night Football. I give it back to them. They take it. I have to get security now set up to be able to allow this ring through the post 9/11 security at Lambeau Field. So communicating, I do not communicate with Mike Sherman, my coach at the time, but I communicate with the field level security at the concourse that the jeweler is going to bring it to the parking lot. One of the parking lot attendants in the players lot is going to bring it to the top of the gate. The gate person is going to bring it to the top of the concourse. The concourse attendant is going to bring it down the stairs to the Lambeau Field tunnel, where I will meet that person at the tunnel to get the ring and be prepared to
This is
finalize
like
this
a
proposal.
Hitchcock movie.
Yes, and everything would have been spectacular if they would have gotten the ring done in time, which they did not. So I'm just sitting there. I've gotten her a front row seat behind the D-line bench. I've told Gilbert Brown about this. I've told Santana Dotson about this. Kabir Bajabiamila, everyone is turning around. They're bringing her hot chocolate. They're waving. She has no idea why she's the star of the show, but everyone on the sideline is prepared for me to propose to her on Monday Night Football, and the ring never showed up.
Oh.
And I damn sure wasn't about to apologize on international television.
That's a good
with no
story,
ring.
though. You should have done it. I mean, it's the least romantic way to do it. But if you want to
Right,
take
right.
and say, well, no, so the way I did it was, first of all, she was dropping hints for a while and saying, like, hey,
Okay.
you know, like, and she's like, if you're in the market for a ring, this is exactly what I want. This is where the baguettes go. This is the size and shape of the diamond, and this is the whatever.
Now, did you already know about all the C's, the color and cut and clarity and all that?
Oh, yeah. Oh, are you kidding? Come on. Like, and so she's kind of dropping, and then like, look, I don't want to get this wrong. Give me the ring. Give me all the sizing information.
Mm-hmm.
Give me you give me every single specification of everything.
Okay.
And then give me what, if there's any aspect of this in which I have any creative control whatsoever. And she's like, well, no smaller than this, but no bigger than this. Maybe this shape or this shape, depending on quality. So it's like, it was all done already. So there was never a sizing issue.
Okay.
There was never a sizing issue. And then, of course, because, I mean, look, sometimes, jewelers, and you have jewelers in the family. And then I get this call from my dad, and he had like this special package sent to his office. So I come downtown to the high rise, and we sit at this glass table, and he's got 6 different stones there, and a jeweler's loop, and all the information, all the certifications on every stone, and the settings. So I was like, hey, I thought what we'd do is we'd set each diamond in each one of the settings, and then figure out which ring is better, and then see which one, so you could actually see it. And then we package it all up. We put it in the secure thing. We give it to there's like a truck waiting downstairs. Then that goes back to Omaha, and then the ring will come back to us. So we put this, and then the idiot leaves a message when we finally get the ring. He leaves a message on my voicemail. It's like, it's your father. That item that we had discussed has been is ready. And I get home, and I don't know that she had listened to the messages.
Okay.
She had listened to the messages already. I'm getting
like
home
old school answer machine.
Old school cassette answering machine. I get home from playing basketball, and I'm gross. I come upstairs, like, hey, how's it going? She goes, where's the ring? I said, what ring? She goes, the ring. I know there's a ring. There's a ring in this apartment. There's a ring here. I can smell it. So you can smell diamonds? So your dad left a ridiculous message that makes me think, just, where is it? I'm like, you're really doing this? She goes, yeah, I'm really doing this. I said, fine. And I go, and I get the ring. And it was hidden in my office behind a book, right? So I get it. And here. I said, well, yeah, here's the ring. You want to marry me? And she's like, get on a knee. I'm like, you really want me to get on a knee?
It's not very ceremonial yet.
Oh, she goes, oh, wait, call my dad first and ask permission to marry me.
There you go.
She said, you don't get to do without my dad's permission. Her dad was in London. And there's no cell phone. So I'm calling the hotel and like, can you please see if there's, if you knock on the door of such and such, and finally get him on the line. I'm like, you're not going to believe what's going on here. I don't even know what time it is there. Can I marry your daughter? Of course.
Your daughter has bullied me into a momentary proposal.
Yes. Thank you. Love you. Bye. Then I get down on one knee. And I'm still haven't changed out of my clothes from just having played basketball. And that was that. And that was 25 years ago, going on 26.
So it worked. It worked out.
So far, I guess. Yeah, Happy New Year with that. Your story would have been so much better.
It would have been good. I mean, I did end up proposing before she left town because, didn't know when exactly I was going to see her again. I did propose without a ring, and it just didn't happen with the world watching. I figured if I'm going to propose without a ring, I'll just wait and do it. I did the same thing, though, where I forgot to call her folks. And so now we're just sitting in my little studio apartment in Green Bay. Mm-hmm. We're playing board games. I'm like, wait a minute. I guess if I'm going to do this, I should sneak into the bathroom and call her parents at like 2 a.m. East Coast time. As I do that, I'm whispering in the bathroom. Her mom has the phone to her dad.
What's wrong with him? Why is he?
Yeah, exactly. Like, is everybody okay? Like, what's wrong?
But she'd give me all these rules. She was just like, look, when you ask me, she's like,
When you ask.
No sporting events. No, if you dare drop it in a glass of champagne, I'll throw it in your face.
Oh, man.
She was like, don't do anything stupid. Don't do anything cheesy. And I was like, okay. So it's all good. Everything was pre-planned. So that's why she's now a wedding planner.
Well, she planned her proposal.
She plans it for other people now. Buy her own diamonds now. So when we come back, we will send it out to Wrigleyville, where our friends Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi are waiting at Trace for what we still think is a game that is going to be played. So that'll be fun next.
Check out Bears legendary center and score football expert Olin Kreutz talking Bears 2 times a week on The Score on Football Mondays with Mully and Haugh at 7. And then Olin gets you ready for the game on Football Fridays at 4 with the Spiegel and Holmes show on your ride home.
The guys that kept showing up there in the suites, I'm sure it's comfortable. Right? I'm sure you got good food. I'm sure it's warm up there in the suites. The suits look nice.
A horse got loose on an airplane.
Get off my plane.
I've never understood having to turn around for something like that. Why not just continue going to the destination? It can't be much farther than turning the plane around to bring the horse back to New York.
Depends on how far they're going.
Well, it's a New York to LA flight.
So yeah, I don't know if the dispatcher really did anything for the guy. Like, yeah, you're clear to land at Kennedy. And so yeah, what about the horse back?
Got it.
Damn it, get it back in his stall.
You got this.
We have live animal horse on board the airplane.
It's good clarification by the guy. We got live animal lizard. Right. We got live animal. I'm tired of these mother bleeping snakes on this mother bleeping plane.
Yeah. We got a live kitty cat that's just loose here. All right, keep flying. Why are you calling me?
Don't bother me. You got a 2,000-pound horse on the loose, though.
Bigger issue.
I'd want to tell somebody too.
Yeah.
What that story doesn't say, though, Danny and Shane, is that the pilot made several attempts to try to get someone to help.
Really?
But thankfully they were able to get it, but it took a few tries.
Is there a horse trader in here? Like just on the plane, the pilot's just announcing, hoping someone's gonna be able to come in and subdue this horse?
Yes, sir. We are a cargo plane. We have live animal horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall.
How the hell do you get a horse from Ireland to here and ready to race?
We don't have a problem as of flying-wise, but we need to return back to New York. We cannot get the horse back secure. Horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall. But I'm healthier as like a baby horse. We don't have a problem as of flying-wise.
Do we need to explain these references to Anthony Herron?
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I'm enjoying them.
Okay.
So I don't get them all, but
Okay.
so don't feel like you need to slow down and explain them. But
The second one was when we had Valus Jones on the show after he was drafted.
All right.
But the questions were about, how old he was as a rookie, and he said that
But I'm healthier as like a baby horse.
Which makes a lot of sense now, right? You've seen how wobbly the legs and arms are of a baby horse, right?
Yes. Makes sense now.
Yes.
It does.
Wobbly like
Guy
a
can't
baby
catch
horse.
anything.
I'm all about context. That does add up now.
Right. And then do you know
4592, guys. Yes, sir. We are a cargo plane. We have live animal horse on board the airplane, and the horse managed to escape his stall.
The hell with them. And the horse that rode in on that.
Thank you, Grabber.
Yeah, perfect.
No one here is as good at their job as Tandy as it is.
Obviously, yeah.
Not even close.
Yeah, no, it's not close. But my favorite one still is Connor. It's still Connor McKnight.
How in the hell?
He's asking, they're doing a story for they have a guest on for the Kentucky Derby.
Okay.
And he's asking how you get the horses there because it was an international
Ron Majors was the guest, by
Yes,
the way,
Ron
which makes it a really nice wrinkle to this whole thing. Yeah.
How the hell do you get a horse from Ireland to here and ready to race?
Well, it's even more interesting than that. They fly them. They put them in a plane.
Put them on a plane. That's how they get here, Ant.
It's still so interesting.
It's the most
What's
interesting
more
part
interesting
about
than
it.
that?
As opposed to them swimming.
Yeah, exactly.
670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
A new year. Exciting, isn't it?
Dump them.
We had to do that already today with a guest. Had to use the old big red button today. Thanks to everybody who was a part of this on this New Year's Eve day. Anthony Herron, thanks for sitting in today. Much appreciated. Thanks to Ray Diaz, to Tyler Buterbaugh, to Robbie Triano for, I don't know, like 10 minutes of work. He came in here, gets the full credit. I know they were scrambling around trying to get all the video stuff done today, so thanks to Matt Anaya and Connor O'Donnell for their very hard work in that regard. And now out to Trace we go. And it's Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi on the Spiegel and Holmes show. Hello, folks.
Yeah, we got the partner swap going on today.
That's inappropriate, but a good way to end 2024.
It is. So, yeah, we are here at Trace watching all of the people kind of mill around Wrigley Field, figuring out if there's going to be hockey.
Yeah, when do we know?
I don't know. I mean, it's still raining. And the temperature's going to drop, so that's probably good. But people that I've been told that there is a window that closes at 6 p.m.
Is this a Roger Bossard window, or is this a non-Roger Bossard window?
I think this is the Roger Bossard, but the window is like either you play it by 6 o'clock or you play it tomorrow, which the forecast is much better for hockey. But if you're TNT, you're like, oh, now I got to go up against all of the bowl games.
Well, you decided to play in the elements. The
It's
elements are going to tell you who's boss.
Isn't there an ice expert from the Edmonton Oilers? Isn't he the Roger Bossard?
Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know that he can fix weather, Dan.
No,
I don't know literally raining.
No, but he would. He may not be able to fix it, but he also would be able to know like what's salvageable and what's not, and how to back time everything.
How soupy is this hockey?
And how to turn up the compressor to a certain or down to the compressor to a certain temperature.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm not a weather expert, but there's a lot of stuff going on. Like one, it's still raining now, right? And then in a couple hours, we're supposed to get into the low 30s. So that'll be perfect for the ice, but it won't be perfect for the ice if it's destroyed, which ideally with it raining and being 42 degrees today, it's rough. But people are festive.
If it's cold enough, the rain will turn to ice, right? It's not that simple.
Yeah, you need to be at 32 degrees or some such.
Correct.
Around there.
Ideally, they would like for that to happen by 6 o'clock.
I, for one, don't prefer it, but I understand it is necessary for this situation.
Yeah?
I don't want to skate on soupy ice. I know that.
No.
Yeah, he was a great comedian back in the 1920s.
There was a rapper, I believe, actually.
He's soupy.
So I want the let the record reflect, Layla, that the high noon story that I said I was going to save for today, I did indeed.
I heard the tease. I did not hear the high noon segment. I have to go back on rewind and listen to it, and I'm not happy about it. It's because you were really, your mind was already there yesterday. Like there wasn't even a doubt about that.
What was the story?
Well, it's the end of the year, and Dan likes to get into a little bit of Yaha time, a little bit of sports time. And Dan likes to do the annual, what things were found inside someone's person in an inappropriate place to end the year.
Oh.
They do it.
First time experiencing it.
Yeah, the former Deadspin guys now with Defector collect all the official data from the emergency rooms with the descriptions and everything and or the x-rays that are taken. And it was a long list of things found in various cavities. And we did only the one that all human beings share. Because there were others. But that's the and oh boy, were there some winners. I don't want to spoil it for you.
After having been your radio partner now since the latter part of 2020, regularly in some way, shape, or form, I can safely say that I know that much about you, that it was on your mind from the beginning of the week.
Maybe. Maybe
Don't
it
lie
was.
to me.
Maybe it just was.
And
It's about knowing your people.
It's true. Did I hear you tell the ring story again?
I did.
I never heard it.
Yeah, this was the Justin Jefferson put his $1 million chain in his pads. So yeah, I went with the ring story again today, just as a jewelry offshoot for a personal experience.
Is there anyone that would have been on any of the staffs that you worked for that you would have trusted with that necklace?
Yeah.
Knowing how much it costs.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's usually somewhere in the hierarchy of organizations, there's a requisite amount, like a balance of respect and fear that's there for certain, aspects of the team, like someone on the athletic training staff or like an assistant strength coach who, is enough of a peer while also kind of recognizing that if they mess up, then something could go horribly wrong for them. That type of vibe.
So Big Dom, you're looking for a Big Dom type.
Yeah, some at least a Big Dom archetype. Someone along those lines. Yeah, you can find someone trusted enough for that.
I had there was a guy on one of the teams, the minor league basketball teams I worked for, who the trainer would collect valuables before a game because guys, wherever we were in these rinky-dink arenas where you never trusted anybody, and the trainer would keep it in a lock bag and bring it out to the floor with him. So he's like, "Hey, anybody have any valuables they want me to lock up?" And the guy's like, "Yeah, my Rolex." So he walks over and he's got this, and he hands the Rolex to him, and the trainer takes a look at it and goes, "This is fake, right?" And I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "This is it's a really bad fake." He goes, look at this, look at the second hand here. He goes, that's not how a Rolex second hand works. And he went, one of the former NBA guys had an actual Rolex, and he's like, "See, that's your second hand is going tick, 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 tick." And the guy's like, "I'll be damned." I thought it was a good price.
You know what? The older I get, the less I care. Like if people want to wear what they want to wear, and it's
so you don't care about like name brand, like
the sourcing of it. Like I just don't. Who are you trying to impress? If you want to impress yourself, good, great, do that. If I care about your accessories, I have the problem. You know what I'm saying?
Well, a good watch appreciates in value, though. It's
if you get ripped off, that's sure. But if you get ripped off, that's one thing, right? If you pay too much and it's essentially stealing. But in the case of if you like it, I don't care.
Yeah,
it's on me. It's on me if I do care.
That's healthy.
Buying something within your budget is always a good way to operate, but from an investment perspective, which some people will view the diamonds as investments, then I get trying to pay for quality or pay for something that's going to either appreciate or hold its value or something like that. I haven't bought a lot of jewelry over the years, but try to go ahead and I guess get something quality when it's there, just to make sure it's going to hold up over time. But yeah, it's been a minute since I've had to think about entrusting someone else with it, like I did on that fateful night in Green Bay.
And it all ended up working out. See,
it's worked out well so far. So far, it has. Yeah, I had some different personal history today, where Dad had me badmouthing Horace Grant for the first time. I've never badmouthed Horace Grant before.
Jeez,
but
add him to the Brad Pitt list.
No, you didn't badmouth him. This is because I know how things get, and I know how people hear what they want to hear. You didn't badmouth him, to be fair. I was just making fun of you.
Hey, what's your beef with Horace Grant?
No, I put together the list of people. First of all, I applauded the Bulls for not retiring Derrick Rose's number on the 4th.
It's ridiculous.
I applauded the Bulls because that is there are at least 7 off the top of my head, 8, maybe 10 in front of him that deserve it more.
And he has Horace Grant on that list.
And Horace Grant is absolutely on that list.
Well, because he's going off of a statistical list based on win share.
No, that's part of it. It's also just being better and more important.
But
was Horace Grant the youngest MVP the league has ever had?
No, but that's not what you retire. That's fine. Then you give him a little special place and you have a plaque.
But you base it off win shares.
Aren't you one who says
not MVPs,
do not
but win
compare
shares.
eras? Aren't you that person?
Yeah, but he wasn't that good. He wasn't a good enough player to deserve having his number retired.
But Horace Grant was.
Yes.
All right. So that's just a silly argument. It's just a silly case of making.
Who do you think has more win shares as a Bull, Reggie Theus or Derrick Rose?
I don't care.
Well,
who meant more to the Bulls and who meant more to Chicago? Reggie Theus.
But that's the meaning something to Chicago is not why you retire a number.
I'm sorry. What's the first name of the Chicago Bulls?
Yeah, but that's not. That's
a part of it.
It's not a criterion. If he were from Cleveland,
you're making up this criteria. We can make whatever the hell we want.
Well, that's a dumb reason for retiring a number that a guy happens to be from here.
No, we're adding that to him being the youngest MVP in the league.
It's still he's not even close to being eligible or being worthy of it.
According to who?
Well, so far, according to the Bulls' logic.
Okay, so far. That doesn't mean that
the Bulls are going to retire his jersey.
it.
He's going to be in the
Then retire Chet Walker, and you better hurry to retire Jimmy Butler, Chet Walker.
We're either
Luol
one of
Deng,
those players
Kirk
the youngest
Heinrich.
MVP in the league.
Okay, but that's an arbitrary achievement.
No, it's not, Dan.
It's one remarkable
It is
achievement.
concrete.
Yeah, but
It is
so
one remarkable
for a
achievement.
year.
So how
the
many?
league-
7
Dan, for the-
All-Star teams for Chet Walker?
Yeah, but there was never a point where Chet Walker
He's a Hall
was
of
named
Famer.
the best player in the league.
He's a Hall of Fame. Chet Walker's in the Hall of Fame.
Dan, I understand that, but for one season, Derrick Rose was the best player.
That's
in the league.
not worthy of getting your number retired. That's worthy of having a night where people can buy things with your name on it.
I think there's a question. There's a deeper question here, and it actually springs a lot of topics to me. It's the dominance you had in a shorter amount of time versus the amount of time people did play at a certain level. And those you can compare and contrast. But to me, that man was unstoppable.
If you want to go with peak value, there have been a lot of Bulls that have had some pretty spectacular
But
seasons.
not like that.
There have been a lot of Bulls that have some
Compared to
spectacular
the rest
seasons.
of the league?
Look at the year Nate Thurmond had as a Bull.
Some of the names that came up on the text line were names like Gale Sayers, being in the Hall of Fame. Terrell Davis, of course, making it in with the Broncos over more of an abbreviated portion of dominance, still getting into the Hall of Fame in their individual sports. And D. Rose did end up playing again afterwards, but he was never the same after the knee injury. So, I mean, I think in perception, you could almost make the case that if he hadn't played again, but just had that 4 year, or whatever it was, 5 years to start his career, and then was just never able to get back onto the court, then in perception, he'd be perceived differently than being a lesser version of himself for, whatever it ended up becoming, another 6-7 years after that.
And frankly, I do measure the intangibles here. I do measure that he went to Simeon. I do measure that he came out of college out of Memphis the way he did. I do measure the fact that he represented this city, that he took that on.
Well, that's great. It's just not enough to retire a number. Not if the numbers you have retired are
according to you.
But Sloan loved Jordan Pippen. That's it. Sloan loved Jordan Pippen.
Okay, nobody's
I have
taking
no
away
problem
from
with
that.
those guys having their number retired.
Yeah, but Derrick Rose shouldn't be mentioned near any of those guys.
All right, I think that's just silly. That's just silly talk.
He doesn't deserve it. He shouldn't be mentioned next to any. He shouldn't be mentioned the same breath as those guys.
How many more years? I don't know if you've evaluated this or not. How many more years of being that version of Derrick Rose would it have taken?
It doesn't matter. He didn't. He wasn't.
Okay.
There's also
but I'm
something
just
about
saying time seems to be largely a part of what you're basing that off of. Where
He got hurt.
You admit he was elite.
It sucks he got hurt, but he got hurt, and great longevity and durability is part of greatness.
I agree that that's part of greatness. Would 6 years have gotten it? Would 8 years have gotten it?
I don't know. I didn't see those, so I don't know.
Okay.
I also think that there's value to the individual team. We are talking about a Hall of Fame discussion right now. We're talking about the individual Bulls and what people meant to that team.
All right. Well, they didn't win anything. And
he won a lot. He didn't win a championship.
Because
LeBron was in the league.
Because he ran into the real one.
Yeah, there was a player who was decidedly better than Derrick Rose. That doesn't mean Derrick Rose wasn't great. But yes, LeBron was obviously better.
I'm not saying you didn't have a great few years, but that number should not be kept from other people wearing it.
I don't think the Bulls are retiring LeBron's number.
It's going to happen.
I'm not saying it may happen, but it would be for cynical pandering marketing purposes. It would be a grave injustice.
What other
people
reason is there to do something like that?
If you really think it's a true deserved honor,
then if they think it's a true deserved honor, who are you to say he's not worthy?
Because he's not. Because then I'm there for Artis Gilmore. I'm there for Joakim Noah.
Great.
I'm there for Luol Deng and everybody else who should have their.
You can put your soapbox out. And you can make that argument for them.
And
I would imagine that those guys are not going to have their numbers retired since they aren't retired so far. And if it happens for Derrick Rose, it doesn't invalidate the guys whose numbers are already retired.
No, but
it doesn't invalidate those guys that you would put your soapbox out on the street corner and argue
I think it's short-sighted pandering that cheats greater players out of an honor that they deserve.
Okay. I disagree.
Okay. So did Anthony. It was good. We spent a half an hour talking about it. It just
I didn't think somebody was ever going to give me the bad mouth Horace Grant, but that's where it ended up. Somehow Dan accomplished that.
You didn't badmouth Horace Grant.
Horace was my first basketball nickname. Horace. I had the rec specs. Somehow Dan got me out here hating on Horace.
Oh, you got the rec specs. I was trying to figure out why.
Is that when you ended up on the donkey?
So that was actually, that was a football event somehow. The donkey ball thing was a football fundraiser where a bunch of football players were on donkeys playing basketball.
Ray, you've never heard this?
I have not either. And I hadn't heard the ring story, by the way, either.
No, Anthony tore up a floor. He owes Bolingbrook High School a basketball court or something.
That court got ripped up, too. Because donkeys, I don't know if you know this, donkeys are famously stubborn. And so my donkey didn't want to run down the court. You had to be on the donkey to advance the basketball. My donkey got to a point, maybe it was because I was just big and heavy, or he decided he wasn't going to carry me around anymore. So I had to hop off the donkey, and I'm dragging the donkey down the basketball court at Bolingbrook High School just to get near the action. And, I was Quadzilla back then. I was a Quadzilla, so I was able to drag the donkey by the reins down the court so I could get involved in the hoops action. That was me back then.
Do you remember that donkey's name?
I was just going to ask.
Oh, no. Unfortunately
Abigail?
not. Abigail? Could be.
Where I grew up, the children's home in town had a donkey named Abigail, and she drank Dr. Pepper.
I thought
she lived a long life.
I thought you were going to say she drank.
Period.
Technically, yes, but just Dr. Pepper.
Well, Abigail, she's seen some stuff. And
I would not have guessed donkeys were supposed to drink Dr. Pepper.
She did. She was fine. She lived a good life.
I don't recall the donkey's name.
Somebody knows it. Doesn't the old AD there know it probably?
Elvira.
I don't think he ever did that event again after what I did to his basketball court. So he may have blacked it out at some point.
All right, well, I hope there's hockey. I hope people are rewarded for soldiering through everything that they're experiencing today.
They should. They're out here.
Yeah, it was packed on the red line getting to Trace today. A lot of St. Louis Blues fans on the red line. So good for you guys. Good for you guys to get the Chicago experience, take the red line, live in convenience, milling about smartly. There's people here.
Do the St. Louis Blues fans know that you're not allowed to smoke in buildings here? Because my experience around them is just they all smell like ashtrays.
I mean,
know that about Blues fans.
Every Blues fan I've run into today has been pleasant. So
that was not the smell I partook on the red line today.
Right. Well, the red lines, you're not going to ever smell. You will smell something.
The substance is technically legal in the state. I don't think it was being consumed at the time in the car.
Got it.
But yeah, for the record.
So we're going to have Jay Zawoski. He's going to join us and talk hockey with us in about 20 minutes.
More or less.
We are also going to talk with Lance Briggs about your Chicago Bears. Jason Leisure joins us at 4 o'clock. Layla and I have other stuff that we want to get into, and we will do that after Sean's Open. Next, here on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
As I'm talking to DJ Moore with other reporters about winning your one-on-ones, because Thomas Brown made a big deal about that. If you win your one-on-ones against Detroit, the first half won't be as atrocious as it was on Thanksgiving Day. So here's DJ Moore. What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup?
Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
The idea that Groats is now working on material in the Bears locker room. He's got everything he needs for a hot five over at Zany's this weekend. Let's go.
I would have loved to see Gross' face when he asked that question, too. Like, did you give him a look while you kind of leaned into it? Did it please you?
I loved the way he was gratifying. Do you think, again, he thought it was some promiscuous sexual comment?
I don't know.
That he's here. I want to hear that. Listen again and listen to how he takes the like he was appalled by me saying that. Go ahead.
What's the key to winning a one-on-one matchup? Being creative, winning at the line, and then just going from there.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What?
How gratifying is it? Does it please you?
Man, when you win your one-on-one, it's a big play to be made because, you just got that one person to beat. Once you do it, you got grass to run.
That's got to be a drop. What?
Seriously.
That's
what?
Gross. The best part is that just from the beginning of the season, when I said, "Does it please you?" he understood what I was saying.
He was in on the bit at that point.
He did laugh, as you might have been able to tell. I don't know if you could. DJ Moore does have a cold, so that's why he sounded a little bit off, and he just gave that little courtesy laugh to me. Please, oh yeah, I remember.
A texter says that you earned a bear with that.
Oh,
and I agree.
Okay,
add that.
right.
He gets a bear for that.
Someday I will reveal just how many bears I have. That is the biggest secret. Since I invented the bear system, it's really out of control. But sometime I'll let you guys know.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
Tonight, the Discover Winter Classic, which traditionally is played on January 1st, moving to New Year's Eve. That's right. Yeah. You should just buy this tuxedo.
Well, I won't be hungover.
Yeah. Well, maybe. We'll see. All right. The game will be played at Wrigley Field as the Chicago Blackhawks take on the St. Louis Blues.
Here's Hamlet down the left side with the drive. Take rebound. Right foot went over net. Score! Chris Bernstein, the leading rookie scorer in the National Hockey League, gets the first goal of the 2009 Bridgestone Winter Classic on the power play. 1-0 Chicago. Drive it in. And the crowd reacting to a hit right here by the Chicago bench as one of the Detroit players ended up in the bench.
What a hit by Seabrook on clearing.
A goal is scored on a hard shot from the point. The drive came from Michael Kempney. And it is 1-0 in favor of the Blackhawks, a minute and 2 seconds in.
Dylan Security says, oh, Perlini scores!
From behind to the front, and Perlini has gotten the first one here at Notre Dame.
But hey, as they say in hockey, let's do that hockey.
It's time for the Circa Winter Showdown with Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi, live from Trace in Wrigleyville before the 2025 NHL Winter Classic between the Blues and the Blackhawks. It's brought to you by Circa Sports Illinois. Sports betting the way it should be.
On 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Yeah, we are doing our best here at Trace because the weather is not really cooperating with the Winter Classic over at Wrigley. We'll get an expert point of view on that in a little bit. Jay Zawoski is actually here at Trace. If you are coming down, if you were lucky enough to be like, man, I can wait a little bit and see how this goes, and you want to come and hang out here with us at Trace, you can. 3714 North Clark. That's the spot. We are here thanks to our friends over at Circa and Circa Sports Illinois. So we both have been to Circa. We both love it. Stadium Swim. We were actually talking with the fine folks at Circa about Stadium Swim. It'd be perfect to be there right now.
I have friends there right now.
Do you really?
Yes. I have two friends. It's a married couple friend of mine who I've known for a really long time. They had asked me about it. They're like, is it as good as it looks? And I'm like, actually better. My social media posts don't do it justice. So they had a great time, and then a couple months later, they went back. So they're back there for New Year right now.
Get a little double sun action, too, right now.
No kidding.
Out there, too, off of the building.
And whether the game is played in an arena or at a baseball stadium like it is today, Circa Sports Illinois has great money line splits on tonight's match and every hockey match this season. Derek Stevens was actually here for the Lions game, too. He was one of the many Lions fans that was in town for the game.
At some point, we should have a conversation about Lions fans.
Oh, yeah.
At some point. Maybe not today.
No.
But at some point we should, because they've gotten real puffy-chested.
They should be happy, and I appreciate that. You got to celebrate the wins, which is why
I like their organization. I love their coach.
Yes.
I like their quarterback. I like pretty much everything about them. Fans getting a little chesty.
What are you talking about? What? Lions fans getting chesty? What are you talking about?
I moved here from Philly, and I'm from Dallas, so that's all I'm going to have to say about that. The Eagles are somewhere in the conversation for the top 3 teams in the NFC. Okay, I know we don't have a lot of time for this next segment, so I'm just going to blow some smoke here really quick.
Go for it.
The discussion surrounding possibly extending Ryan Poles to sign a better head coaching candidate. We're not talking about a rookie quarterback here who needs guidance and they hadn't been in the league. We're talking about a grown adult head coach. If that instability and not knowing who the GM is going to be concerns you, then perhaps that is a separate issue. I am not going to reward someone with an extension for not having achieved his goals. Okay? The mental gymnastics on this is rich, and I understand that it is part of the discussion. I'm not saying that we shouldn't discuss it or talk about it. I understand that it has to be addressed by reporters, by the beat, given who is talking about what head coaching candidates want. But the concept by itself of rewarding somebody for not having succeeded and arguably failed portions of the program is not something that I am here for.
I'm with you on this. To me, it's it's similar but not the same logic as people being like, you shouldn't hire a really talented offensive coordinator because if they have success, then they're just going to leave. Flip that, invert that.
If you have to talk yourself into hiring a worse candidate to make yourself feel better, then the problem is on you.
If you invert it and say, oh, the Bears got better next year with Ryan Poles, considering what the last 3 years have been, is someone going to pluck Ryan Poles away from you because he had one good season in 4? No, they're not. That there shouldn't be an extension out of fear. It should be because he accomplished something. And as it stands right now, he's accomplished nothing.
And if you're a head coaching candidate, you know that that's a possibility. Similar to 1-1s, rookie quarterbacks who get drafted first overall, you know you're coming into a team that is likely struggling. And unfortunately, we thought that wasn't going to be the case as much this year, but it still happened. So to me, a grown adult who, if they're a leader of men, or even if they're just a capable head coach who is confident in their abilities, then put something in your contract if you're concerned. You know, but don't. And if that is a concern for you, then that team doesn't fit with you.
And if it's that level of concern with you, then Ryan shouldn't be your GM.
Bingo. And I'm not going to reward somebody, though, for not succeeding and arguably failing so far in their objectives. I'm just not doing that.
That's how, I mean, I'm with you on this. Like, to me, it makes no sense to be like, well, we've got to match up the GM, the coach.
I am hiring your agent, though, because that is some great shifting.
Yeah. Trace Armstrong, and maybe just go ahead and just make him the GM of the team. But if you end up in a space where you think that you can only do things if Ryan Poles is like, I can't even, if I'm a candidate and I'm going, okay, so what's the deal with Poles? And I'm looking at the moves that have been made, and to make me feel better, you're going to extend him. What if I don't like what he's done? I'd rather be married to him for 1 year, knowing that everyone has to do what they have to do to succeed, than, oh, well, you gave an extension to this guy, and I don't like the way he operates, and now I have to be married for him for at least 2 seasons.
It's a college football discussion, and it used to make sense when you were talking about extending a head coach for a recruiting class.
Season, yeah.
And the head coach was the director of player personnel. That wasn't 2 separate roles back in the day. Then it made sense because stability did matter, and you didn't have the transfer portal, and you didn't have NIL and all of these things. But in the NFL, bravo to the hustle. But this is just not something that I, on business, can stand for.
No, it would be a really, not that we would know, because that's the other part. The Bears have been really good about keeping what contract length has been under wraps. Like, it's taken some really good reporting to even give us an inkling of what's going on contractually.
And I would argue that in the spirit of team accountability, us being part of it, that maybe they should publicize it to hold us all accountable.
Yeah, well, holding us accountable is not the issue. Them holding themselves accountable is.
Hey, I have to sell this somehow, okay?
Don't sell it. Don't sell that.
I'll sell we and not just you or I.
Him.
Yes.
Well, I'm going to sell that Jay Zawoski's going to join us because he's handsome and he's here. Well, people will be able to see it because we're rolling on Twitch.
Yeah, the camera's like up in my face right now. I'm sorry. That's a lot of chin for you guys. I apologize.
But Jay Zawoski is going to be here. As a matter of fact, he is here, and he's going to be standing right next to us, and we're going to talk hockey with him, and whether or not there's going to be hockey today with him. Next on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m. Jared Payton.
I'm all up for Ben Johnson. I know it's going to be a lot of money, or the Bears going to be willing to pony up what he's going to ask. And I know everybody's talking about a blank check. That's not normal.
That is Anthony Herron. What's going on over there? What's
I don't know. This is strange.
Is that a dead body?
I don't know. I don't know. But here we are on the 9th floor and looking out over an empty lot, and there looks to be something close to that in the empty lot.
I'm asking you, is that a dead body out there?
It's concerning looking out that window.
Was Shane did Shane go down there and check it out? So, Shane, what's going on down there?
Oh, it is a dead guy.
It is?
Yeah,
Oh, no.
Either dead or very
sleepy,
passed out, but he's face down, and there's some kind of darkness around his head. I don't know what kind of fluid that is, if it is a fluid, like blood maybe. I can't speculate.
Because if that's the case, that's an execution, because it's not like somebody jumped.
You can't speculate after just speculating.
We're like a quarter mile away, Dan.
I did go check, and it is absolutely a dead guy. Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
I do think I need some help. I think it's probably time.
All right, we'll help out Dan, and we'll report back on whatever situation is occurring on the other side of the street. It's the Bernstein and McKnight Show on 670 The Score.
All right, we have an important update.
This is incredible.
This I've never seen anything like.
Nope.
Okay, so we had a dead body down here in the empty lot here off of Stetson at lowest Wacker.
The very lowest.
The very lowest.
That's important to remember here as we tell you the story.
Off of Prudential Plaza. So the guy's lying face down in the dirt. And the cops came, but the cops were on the wrong level of lower Wacker.
They were on the middle level.
They're on lower, but at lowest Wacker. So we saw the SUV pull over to look down a level at him. The lights are going, the blue lights are going on the SUV. So he's still lying there. Then the police realize they're not on the lowest level to go investigate the body. So they leave to ostensibly to go in the intervening time. From the time the SUV leaves, the body
which was motionless.
But motionless, face down, like nose down,
face
lips
into the
dirt, face in the dirt. He gets up and then calmly and with a purpose walks to a hole in the fence of this fenced-in area, gets under the fence and walks west. Shortly thereafter, for the moment he leaves our sight, the SUV with the lights going pulls up, drives right past the spot in the fence, drives apparently right past that guy, and they get out of the car and they look at the fence expecting to see the dead body. But they had just driven by the guy who was the dead body, and now the cops are standing around looking at each other.
They missed him. Way to go, not dead guy.
Whoever not dead guy is.
Fire truck pulling up now.
Uh-oh.
Once he got up, he did a little bit of a Travolta Pulp Fiction, looks this way, looks that way, and then walks out.
I would love to know the chatter between the officers, between the time.
Oh, on the scanner?
Between I get down there, and I look over the ledge, you know what I mean? And the guy's laying there, face down. So I gets in the car, we drive down there, and now he's gone. So I came back up to where I was before, thinking that perhaps if I come to the second level again, he'll reappear, and he's still not there. I am stumped. I'm absolutely stumped. It's so amazing.
the back of the net. 6 seconds into the power play.
It's the Circa Winter Showdown with Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi, live from Trace in Wrigleyville
on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
Everyone wants to see Connor Bedard play this afternoon. That's why they have come to Wrigley Field. Their folks are leaving here at Trace, so if you want to come get a seat at the bar, you can. A couple people walked out. You can walk in. 3714 North Clark. It's Lawrence Holmes. It's Layla Rahimi. And Layla had the bright idea. She's like, we should invite Jay Zawoski onto the show. And I was like, hell yeah. He's very handsome. It'll be great for the people on Twitch. Our Twitch numbers will go up.
I don't know about that.
And they have.
Well, my mom signed on, and my wife, so there's two.
We thank them very much. We love the Zawoski household. Jay does an incredible job of covering the Blackhawks for CHGO. You all credentialed and stuff.
I know. Look at this.
Look at you.
I know the sweater is really nice. Look at the lanyard.
Fleece lined.
The
Oh,
what?
Come on, Marshalls, let's go.
You're living in 3008, and I am 2000 and late.
I really am.
It's a good call.
I do love the special lanyards you get for covering special things.
Yeah.
You know, they kick it up a notch. Like, this is a very nice, it's got the Blues logo on one
Well,
side.
usually you get the
Hawks logo
dual.
on one side.
Like you get the dual clips.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
he's got the dual
For
this
the
is
special
not your
one.
everyday run-of-the-mill credential. Not
But
for the
see,
special stuff.
The problem, though, is I have all these very cool lanyards from the draft and all these things, and they're all the dual clips. But now for my standard lanyard, it's just a one clip. So they just hang in my basement. I don't get to wear them. I don't get to rock
you can
different
just
lanyards
hook
every
the
night.
one. You can hook the second clip into the one, and then you. That's why we're here.
That's the sound of my mind blowing.
Happy 2025.
Thank you.
2025. That's
You've
why we're
changed
here.
my life once again, Layla. Thank you.
If we go back to the beginning of the NHL having the outdoor series, were you for it initially?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Why?
I just think they needed something to get them some eyes that typically wouldn't be there. And what cooler way to do it than to play a game outside? And, you know, the Hawks have played in a million of these, and I think when they got named in this Winter Classic, considering where they are in their rebuild and that they've been in so many, there was kind of an eye roll. But the atmosphere the last 2 days here has been incredible from Blues fans, from Hawks fans, from people working for both teams, from the players for both teams. It's a very special event, and to them, it's really meaningful to be part of it, to the players especially.
As much as we criticize, say, Major League Baseball for not doing enough with marketing, hockey has tried a lot as a league the past few years. The ESPN deal was huge.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just little things like you'll be on the app and NHL scores are the first thing you see. Those things do help, especially when you're like scrolling to another, NBA scoreboard or whatever. I think the Winter Classic fits into that. Like they've done a good job with hyping it up. They do the things like the entrances now, the themed entrances. Like what was the entrance today? Because we're on our way to the Wrigleyville, and we can't see it.
Yeah, so it was awesome. They came out of they took the red line from Fullerton to here. They all came out in matching like warm-up suits, sweats, and pants as a team. It wasn't individual arrivals like teams have done in the past. They had their sticks with their skates over their sticks, and they were escorted by a bagpipe band.
That's really cool.
That's awesome.
All the players had on their sleeves Chicago Police, Chicago Fire, and Chicago Office of Emergency Affairs patches, and then the charity of their choice on their hats, and they all wore red, white, and black dunks. It was a good look. It was cool, and I wasn't sure what to expect because you've seen, in Fenway, the Bruins showed up in Red Sox uniforms, or at Notre Dame they were wearing kind of like the Peaky Blinders kind of a look. This was more of they wanted to arrive as a team kind of a thing. It wasn't what I expected. I knew they were doing a train. I found that out yesterday, but I thought they'd all be kind of, decked out like a little fancy. They were in sweatshirts, sweatpants, gym shoes, sticks over the shoulder like they were going to play an outdoor game, which I thought was a really nice touch.
It was so interesting to I drove over here today, which was probably a mistake, but seeing how far, because I used to live not too far from here, so I know a couple of ways to get around, and I went all the way to Montrose and then came up because Irving Park was a nightmare. Belmont was a nightmare. And it was just cool to see people, because we're used to it for Cubs games. We're used to what a Friday afternoon Cubs game crowd is like. Layla and I have done a bunch of shows from Gallagher Way. It was cool to see everyone in their sweaters. to see people coming here, seeing folks that maybe they've come up for a Cardinals game, maybe they haven't because those tickets are really super hard to come by. And they're like, let's go see the hockey teams play. I really have enjoyed the vibe. The temperature was good for that. It's going to get worse, like as the night goes on, which is great for the hockey. But I enjoyed the fact that people were. I saw folks on bikes, Jay.
Yeah,
like
it's like opening day. It's
Yeah.
opening day weather.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're
40
not
and rainy.
wrong.
Yeah,
no, you're not wrong at all. But it's nice to have that as an event, and I think the city enjoys having that as an event.
100%, and it gets to show off one of its crown jewels in Wrigley Field, especially over the last 5 to 7 years.
Isn't it still like the number one tourist attraction in the state?
It has to be. But with the addition of Gallagher Way and all the stuff around there, it's changed it from the 09 Classic. There's so much more to do. They've got so much more of a footprint here. It's great. And I think, too, I was talking to Mitch about this off the air. Like, hockey fans they're very, what's the word I'm looking for? They don't welcome a lot of new people, right? And I think you're seeing, despite like the intense rivalry between the Blues and Hawks, you're seeing them coexist today because it's like, this is a day for our sport, so let's celebrate this together. Now when the game starts, it'll be different, I'm sure, the first time there's a big hit or whatever. But it just has a very community feel to it today. Similar to a Cubs home game, but just you never really see Hawks fans and Blues fans coexisting very well under normal circumstances, and it's happening today, and it's cool to see. The NHL's knocked it out of the park. I am so impressed by, even from my standpoint of just navigating the press box and knowing where to go. Like, everything's been beautifully executed. They're doing a really great job with this, and you can see the smiles on everybody's faces here. Everyone's ready. Everyone's excited. It's 2 hours before puck drop, or an hour, 15?
Yeah.
And people are making their way over early because they want to be in the building.
Is it an hour and 15 before puck drop?
I have not heard. They update us on weather all the time, and we've not gotten a single weather update.
Well, it looks like the rain is stopped, so
and
that's
you could do
good.
it
Or
with
at least pause.
as long as it's not pouring, you can do it. This is playable, what they're in right now.
That's what I thought. With the temperature drop, this right here is playable. But, like, when I got here and it was still 40 degrees and raining, like, that's rough on the
it
ice.
was pouring, yes. What's the shame of it is last night would have been perfect.
Ideal.
The weather was perfect. Everyone was saying that last night, like, boy, missed opportunity. We got to see Chance the Rapper do his sound check last night. Like, so as people were skating on the ice, Chance was doing, like, a sound check for, like, an hour and a half. Just doing his set over and over again, practicing where he's going to go. We got a free Chance concert for like 15 of us. It's been amazing.
Isn't
Did you
that
see
the
Smashing
best?
Pumpkins?
I have not seen them yet.
Oh yeah, that's before the game, right?
Yeah. And then
That'll be
Chance's first
interesting.
intermission, I think.
That'll be interesting to see because from what I understand, you could get a ticket to the Smashing Pumpkin show and not have a ticket to the game, but you can't stay. So I want to
you
see
gotta
how
get
they
out.
move people in and out.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah, because I saw they were appealing for people. Like, hey, if you want to just watch and stand on the field and cheer, you can do it. We'll pay you, and then you got to leave.
It is a great atmosphere, though. Like, this doesn't take much hype. The train had a buzz, like I was saying, and there are smiles on everybody's faces walking by, despite the weather being what it is. Like, this is an enjoyable event. I have to ask you about some things that aren't as enjoyable.
Sure. Like the Blackhawks season.
Yes. Now,
yes.
Do you think the performance has been, even though they're still at the bottom of the division, of course, and still one of the worst teams, record-wise, points-wise, do you think that there's been enough out of Anders Sorensen so far to see justification for letting go of Luke Richardson?
I think it was time to move on from Luke Richardson, yes. I mean, and look, he is the nicest guy in the world. He played a million games. He knows the game well. I just think that after a while, when you are losing and losing and losing and no solutions are presented and nothing has changed system-wise, the players get frustrated. And they clearly, after the move was made, it is something they had wanted. As far as I know, they weren't asking for it, but when it happened, they weren't surprised and they weren't necessarily disappointed in that news. So I think what he's done really well is gotten the offense moving forward. They were so passive, and that's why people are like, what's wrong with Connor Bedard? What's wrong with Connor Bedard is the system. Is the second the Hawks have the puck in the zone and they lose it, the defensemen run back to defend because they'd rather lose 2-1 than lose 6-5. Fans want to lose 6-5. If you're going to lose, they want to see Connor Bedard scoring points and the young players making a difference, and that's been, to me, the biggest difference with Sorensen.
There was such a slog, too, when it came to shots on goal to begin games.
Yeah.
Like, that was a major concern to me.
Yeah. The other thing that, and this has been, drives me crazy, they've been doing this for years, is the more they struggle, the less likely they are to shoot. It's almost like they get in this mindset of we have to make the perfect play all the time, but they don't have the talent to make the perfect play all the time. The Dynasty Hawks used to do that too. In the rare game they would struggle, they would try to globetrotter it. But they had, probably 5 Hall of Famers on that team and then 3 Hall of the Very Good players on that team. So they were able to do that most nights and make it work. This team doesn't have that. So until they get that mindset of be aggressive, attack, shoot, put the puck on net, that's something Sorensen's really pushing. And it will take some time to get through, but it feels like it's getting through.
I feel like there is a book, a long-term series, plenty of things for you to write and to podcast about as it pertains to Jonathan Toews trying to find himself and his health. When you see the stories of him, like, going to India and traveling the world, and what comes to mind? Like, this is one of the greatest players in NHL history, and he hasn't been healthy enough to come back and play, and it seems like he is truly searching for something.
Yeah, and first of all, the thing that I want for him most is health and happiness.
And peace.
And it feels like he's getting there. And I read the GQ article, and it was some of the stuff he went through was harrowing and scary and a little bit weird, but, like, this is a guy desperate for a solution, willing to try anything. What I hadn't realized, and he said this in a GQ article, is that he started feeling this stuff in 2009.
Oh.
So think about all the great years. He won 3 Stanley Cups with these symptoms, and eventually at the end it got so bad that he just couldn't manage it anymore. But it's been something he's been dealing with for a long time. So I hope this works for him. I hope it's a long-term solution. I selfishly don't want to see him in another team's uniform, but it doesn't sound like he's done playing. He's going to do everything he can to get back. I just don't know if there's an NHL team that's going to look at him and say, oh, you missed the last 3 years and 4 of the last 5? Like, yeah, come on in. We're going to, in a hard cap world, I don't know if anyone's willing to take that risk on Jonathan Toews. But.
And they're different circumstances, but it is interesting to me that this is what he's dealing with, and it does in a way remind me of the oddity of why Marian Hossa had to retire, which a lot of people were skeptical about. You know, if you recall, like, was this a cap move? What was the situation there financially? But it's just frustrating when these are the things taking away people's careers.
Oh, it's awful. And the Marian Hossa thing, I know a lot of people had that thought, like, that's cap circumvention and all those things, like you mentioned, Layla. But he details what he went through in his book, and he was taking chemo-strength medicine to keep him on the ice and was destroying his body. And, again, that's a guy who looks at his young family and looks at what he's accomplished and says, what more do I have to prove here? And I hope that Jonathan Toews, when he gets to that point, maybe he has a conversation with Hossa to say, like, how did you find peace after the game? Because Hossa's he's started a food company in Slovakia. Like, he's an entrepreneur now, so he's found something to scratch that itch for himself after the game. I hope Jonathan Toews looks to him for that a little bit, too, because I don't want to see him go back to where he was just for some last grasp at what? At a chance to, be a third line center. I don't know what that accomplishes for him. When he's already proven everything he needs to prove, the day he retires, he'll have his number retired and he'll be a Hall of Famer as soon as he's eligible. What more do you have to prove to yourself?
There is a part of me, though, that I love it because there's so many hockey players and ex-hockey players that don't let us in.
Yeah.
I am enjoying, as a fan of Toews, him being like, no, this is what I'm doing. Like, this is what I'm going through, and him sharing, because it's always team first. They've been raised that way since they were on a pond. And to see him be like, yeah, I'm kind of going through some stuff, and I'm okay with sharing it.
I am glad he's sharing it, too, because you don't hear from him for months aside from a random surfing photo here or there, and he's like, here I am in India. You're like, what? What are you doing? He's like taking a picture with a bowl, and he's wearing a skirt of some kind, preparing for his treatments. Like, wow, it was just a very shocking revelation from a guy who was always thoughtful and always had interests outside the game, but was also, like most hockey players, a closed door personally. So I'm glad he's opening up. I just hope whatever it is, whether he plays, whether he doesn't play, that he just finds happiness and finds health, and because he deserves it, man. He's given the city every ounce of himself and more in his time with the Hawks.
Jay, we don't get you very often on the score. We love to have you, but this is also a very important date on the calendar.
Yeah.
Friday represents a very important anniversary. Do you know what it is?
What's the date? Friday is
I don't even know.
The 3rd?
Friday.
Oh, it's the score anniversary, right?
The 2nd is the score anniversary.
Oh, the second
this
is
is
the score
even
anniversary.
maybe
This is
more
bigger.
important.
Is it when you started full time?
No. I
don't
don't
know.
even remember what day that was.
I don't know.
Not dead guy.
Yeah.
Oh. Boy, that was cold for that guy then.
I think it was actually kind of warm that day.
Well, that's how it is these days.
So I just, it's one of my favorite bits on the score.
How many years ago was that? Do we know?
Was it 5?
5, because it was right before COVID.
Okay, yeah.
Was Not Dead Guy patient
4.
0?
No, 5. No, 5.
Did we ever find out?
0.
Yeah, I mean, if they would have caught him.
That despite the fun we had doing that segment, the moments before he left were very harrowing. Like, looking out the window, too, that is a dead person.
Shane came back and told us it was a dead
laying
person.
in a parking lot, face down. He hasn't moved in any way, shape, or form in 45 minutes. And now all of a sudden, he just stands up and just walks
He's
away.
like, I'm out.
It was the weirdest
You're not going to catch me up.
But it was a sense of relief. Like, okay, he's not dead, but what was he doing there?
Face down in the muck.
Yeah, that was weird.
An
I think about that a
introspective
lot.
look back at Not Dead Guy.
Yes.
Jay, you're the best. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for thinking of me.
We love you.
I love you guys, too.
We're happy to see you.
And Ray's over there. I didn't know Ray was going to be
And
here.
Tanny's
Tanny
here.
came here.
Wait, were we not supposed to say that? He is on vacation.
Uh-oh.
Don't worry, Mitch left. You're fine.
Yeah, he's not
Shriz Shmirda Brill is here to stop by.
Have fun with the hockey.
I'm gonna. Let's do it. Let's do that hockey.
Hey, I know him.
Oh, not this guy.
What do you know?
Is that for me? Oh,
Look what's happening.
he got this from across the street, I'm guessing, after Alabama wet the bed against Michigan.
Hey,
again.
By the way, Lawrence, look at the Illini score. Let's go.
Illini up on South Carolina. Jay Zawasi's going to go cover hockey at Wrigley Field. Chris Ranji has made an appearance. At some point, we should probably just talk to him, too. A lot of weird stuff is going on here, Trace, but I'm loving it.
Surprises. You know how we always say surprises along the way?
Yeah.
They're actually happening.
Yeah, it usually means we don't have anything yet.
Don't tell them that.
It's all
No,
right.
Blue
We've
collar.
got stuff. Lance Briggs, as a matter of fact, is going to join us next here on The Score.
Go Irish.
The Bernstein and Harris Show, middays 10 a.m. till 2 on 670 The Score.
TJ Edwards. You never know what you're going to get on this show. Miss a little, miss a lot. That's what I'm trying to say.
Twitch stream suggesting an I'm a Fat Fish podcast coming up. I like this idea.
I don't know how to interview a fish.
Just make it up.
Who's going to voice the fish?
Somebody at our station.
I think you can do it, Layla.
Wow, what
You
do
can be a
fish
guest.
sound like?
You could be the second guest on Between Two Fats.
I've wanted to be on the I'm Fat podcast for a while. I
You're-
think I even asked about this in like 2018 or something.
You are not qualified.
I need you to find the actor who played Porkins, the Jedi. The I know it was Y-wing fighter. Was he in?
Gonna blow up the Death Star.
No, it's on Porkins. The photon torpedoes. It's a design flaw. Many Bothans died to bring us this information.
His real name is William Hootkins.
Fully operational.
That's a great name. And he won't be on because he's dead. He died in 2005.
Oh, the actor died?
Yes.
Parkins from Star Wars.
From Star Wars. Mob. Like I always wanted the I'm Fat podcast to have, the fat X-Wing fighter guy.
Oh, and you lost me to Parkins from Star Wars.
Please make this personal.
Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR in Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
Let's take a look at that Chicago defense. Lance Briggs, Desert Swarm, Arizona.
Lance Briggs.
Bears bring 4, now 5th, and it's Lance Briggs!
For him to come here and secure his name in the history of the Chicago Bears as being one of the greatest to ever wear the 55 jersey.
Chicago Bears linebacker for 12 seasons.
Run into the hands of Briggs, and Briggs is going! And Lance Briggs with a second defensive score of the night for Chicago!
7-time Pro Bowl selection.
Lance Briggs tumbles into the end zone! Touchdown!
A monster now. You turn his film on. You want to watch a guy you enjoy watching play football. Turn Lance Briggs' film on, man. He is a maniac out there.
3-time All-Pro.
Lance Briggs and Brian Urlacher. Those two guys quite likely will be visiting each other in the Hall of Fame.
I played alongside this beast for 10 years. He made me a better player because if I didn't play well, he'd make all the plays and I'd just be a guy out there.
Football analyst for CHGO.
It's an entire group of men that have been in an era. And I don't know what year it began, what year it ended, but it's an entire group. And I see a lot of guys that can dress their ass off. But I need you, but they don't show up on doggone Sunday.
Lance Briggs with Spiegel and Holmes.
El Boogie dances in!
On 670 The Score.
It was probably a mistake on our part to book Lance for today.
On New Year's Eve?
Yeah, like in retrospect, that's on me. That's on me.
I hope he has a lovely New Year's Eve.
He's probably someplace very sunny and warm, having a beverage.
Can I tell you something about Lance since he's not on?
Sure.
Lance will copy me on his tweets about the grades, and I'm like, aw, thanks for thinking of me, because he knows I like his football grades every week.
Yeah.
It's the little things.
He likes to share them with his teammates. I've always found Lance to be an excellent teammate.
That's it, right? It's like knowing that you're a part of their team. I'm like, aw.
Yeah, and it's on me, because as his teammate, I should have known that this was a mistake.
Know your personnel.
Today. Yeah, that's a KYP moment, and that's on me. I'm not even putting that on Lance. That's on me. I should have known better.
Like, the more you keep talking about it, the more I'm like, yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
You're right. So we're stuck here. No, but we're good. And you know why? Because we keep getting visited.
Yeah. Ranji found out somebody was doing a show at Trace, and he just knew in the ether.
Ranji gave me this.
Oh,
for those of you who are on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 Score, I got a Roll Tide shirt for Ranji. It almost feels though he was mocking me because yet again, they cannot beat Michigan in a bowl game, which is very frustrating.
It's kind of awesome for Michigan, though.
I had a very famous Michigan grad hit me up after the game went final, rubbing it in too. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. I'll tell you during the break.
Uh-huh.
Oh, you know, I can write it down. Here, I'll write it down for you.
Oh, yeah, I have a pen.
You do.
We also want to say thanks to Circa Sports Illinois. Circa is the reason we're here at Trace. That's what got us out of the house, which I love. And people ask me, they do, Lawrence. They're always like, hey, Stadium Swim as good as they say it is. Yeah, it's better, actually. I will think of Stadium Swim right now. The Stadium Swim in my heart because it is cold outside.
Stadium Swim is amazing. Like, honestly. Yeah, that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But they
typical.
But the other part about Circa too is the lines that they set, especially for hockey, for example, authentic lines. They are the app for bettors of any wager, which I appreciate. So
I love
nice
that Circa
they are here
is
and supporting.
Yes, and now that they're here in Illinois, everyone can get on the Circa Sports app, and that's what they should be doing their betting on.
They put their money where their mouth is. Yes.
100%. And you're right about Stadium Swim. And you were the first person to explain that it was like Tatooine and that the double sun, you have to be careful when you're out there because of the double sun.
Well, the staff told me that because they'll let you in on the secrets. They don't gatekeep over there. They want you to have a good time.
I'm looking forward to the next time we go back. There's actually some parts of Circa that I haven't explored yet that I'm looking forward to. But that's neither here nor there.
Yes, thank you to Circa. Tanny was there one time. Tanny and I hung out at the pool at Circa.
Oh, you should have seen it. That was my favorite thing from the trip. The last trip that we took, we watched the Patriots game there at Stadium Swim. And
it was a beautiful scene. It just wasn't a beautiful game.
Well, that's the best part because Tanny, I was surprised. He was like, I'm not allowing them to ruin this for me. And the game ended, and he was like, bleep that, and got in the pool. He's like, he's like, I'm not going to let the Bears ruin this for me. It's 75 degrees out here. The sun is out, and I'm going to jump in the pool. What better place to do it than Stadium Swim?
Absolutely. And the views from the Legacy Club, my friends who are there right now sent me pics. They can see the Sphere.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can see it from there.
So it was all lit up like a smiley face?
You can see all sorts of stuff over there. And
Good
you can see like that route, too, that basically the helicopter tours go on.
Mm-hmm.
There's that part of it. So, what was I thinking?
I don't know, but according to a tip I just got, we might get more celebrity guests.
Here?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
So sorry to Lance, but
Billy Corgan going to stop by?
that would be neat.
Chance the Rapper? Because they're both over there.
That would also be. I used to see his brother at the gym from time to time. Does that count?
Taylor?
Yes.
Taylor's a really good rapper. I
It's
saw
a talented family.
Taylor open for Common at Ravinia a few years ago. Yeah, and it was a dope show. It was the first time I knew that Taylor rapped, and I was like, Taylor's kind of dope. And
yeah, Taylor performed at the Foundation to be Named Later benefit.
Yeah,
at the Metro, just up the street from here.
So that would be dope if he stopped by. I got lots of questions that we can ask, but yeah, we're hanging out here on New Year's Eve. And it's nice here at Trace.
It is. They got the lights up. They have the old school Christmas lights, just the big multicolored bulbs. I love those.
I feel like at some point, though, it's just going to be the four of us. I think eventually it'll just be the four of us here that are in Trace because everyone will head on over to Wrigley Field.
Makes sense.
Which is fine.
Yeah,
they want to watch the game. I think this is the best place to hang out, though, until we know for sure the game's going to start on time, though.
Can I warn you about something? Because
Sure.
I'm filling in with you on Thursday and Friday as well. You know what you have to deal with on Friday? North Texas in a bowl game.
Is it going to be on during the show?
Layla.
Okay.
We're playing Texas State, our natural rival.
Well, I got a text from Manley. Manley was at the Alabama-Michigan game.
He was?
Yeah, his daughter goes to Alabama, so he's like full Roll Tide now. Like that's his whole thing now. Is that? And he was like, "How's this happening?" And I was like, completely uninterested. And he thought I meant me, and I was talking about the team. They were completely uninterested in that. And I hope that next year things are better because this league is not for the faint at heart.
You and I were having a
Roll Tide.
discussion on the phone before the show to do a little pre-show meeting. And I know we're going to talk about it in a future segment coming up. But
yeah,
I think,
our whole thing is collapsed because we're going to put Ranji on the air, unfortunately.
when do you want to do that?
In the next segment.
Let me consult my little... Oh, also, Robbie Triano, you cracked me up on the Twitch thread because he said, they say you're supposed to act like you've been there before, but I've never been there before, so I don't know how to act.
I figure we put Ranji on in the next segment, and then he can go to the hockey game. But you never... Like, when Ranji's in town, you never know why he's in town.
No,
You know?
no, you do not.
Yeah, talking to you, fella.
He just shows up.
He did.
Announces that he's going to be in town. It's, I don't know, the moon's out of phase. Like, what happened
No,
today?
we're happy.
St.
You know
Louis
me.
is there, so you're like, I hear the call of my people, so you had to be up here? Yeah. Or it was Trace. I do always think of you when I think of Trace.
I was listening.
He frequents Trace.
I was listening to Ranji when Eberflus got fired. That was a good show. Yeah, it was a good time.
Alex Kuhn with the breaking news on the score.
We got breaking news?
No, he was the one who broke the news.
Oh, that's
that
right.
day.
He was the breaking news guy. I thought he had more breaking news. That would have been fun. Anyway, here's what we'll do. We'll take a timeout. We'll come
I have
back.
to tell our other possible special guest who's stopping by.
Oh, you're not going to tell me?
I'll tell you, but what if it's a surprise?
All right, wait, so let me see.
We know him.
Oh. All right. Especially when you're talking about Circa.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That'd be fine. Whenever he wants to stop, but we'll make it work. We'll shuffle Ranji. He's got nothing to say.
It's holiday time.
Shuffle him in and out, and then that person will.
He's the most successful radio host I know who doesn't actually have a lot of hot takes.
He's the most successful radio host in St. Louis, period.
Also, Dan calls him
Chicago.
a dry martini.
Because.
No, he is.
Oh, his sense of humor?
Ranji's a dry martini.
I call him Mr. Handsome.
I call him other things. Jerk.
Wow, that took a turn.
I'm just being mean.
Well, he deserves it.
Nobody terrorizes him. We have to.
I feel like we all pretty much terrorize him.
But he doesn't react, so we have to bring out bigger weapons.
That's true.
Like,
and you're definitely the big weapon. Like that is the big weapon right there.
I want that as my nickname.
I like that actually.
Because it's actually pretty not true. I'm ineffective.
Against him you are. He's the only one that's scared of you.
He's the only one who's scared of me? I
Yeah.
have one person.
The rest of us, we're just on your side. He's like, hey.
You know what? Actually, okay, yeah, 312. Excellent question about the North Texas Bowl game, because I did tell the tale of the not real bowl game in 2021. Did you know about
Was
this?
that against
Miami of Ohio.
Oh, I was going to go with like East Carolina or, College of Charleston.
So, wait, did you hear about this, though? Do you know why it's...
Was one of the teams 5-7?
So it was a year where they had an odd number of teams in 2021, and that was like the COVID winter that was really disjointed.
Oh, so then they go to like the academic thing.
No, I can tell you right now, as a North Texas alum, I don't know that academics was involved in this at all. It was availability. So Texas was more open at the time.
Yes.
And the infrastructure was as such, where they could host more events. And even in a really crowded restaurant or something in a North Texas suburb, it's not like here with personal space. You just don't even think about it. Like, I remember sitting at a restaurant with my friend and being like, oh yeah, I'm 6 feet away from everybody, including my friend at this ridiculously large booth. You just forget about that kind of calculus. But so Texas had more venues, and they had more people working more venues at the time. So they were readily available. So Miami had qualified for a bowl game, but they needed a place to host it. So Frisco, they ended up hosting it there, and they called it a classic.
Not a bowl game or an exhibition.
So it was called a classic, and I don't even remember the name of it was the Frisco Football Classic. Could not have been more generic. And I'm like, wait, we're playing in this? And this is on a random day, and my friend was a sideline reporter, Tiffany Blackman, my former coworker at CSN Houston. So she was there. My buddy came down to watch the game because he's a Miami alum. And I'm like, we're all going to just participate in this fake bowl game where North Texas just agreed to play Miami so they could play another game in their season.
It's ridiculous.
And then I have shirts. He sent me a shirt for Miami winning the fake bowl game that we played in. But I've never been more proud of my school being on brand than being in a fake bowl game. This is a real one. It's the Serve Pro First Responder Bowl, and it is on January 3rd at 3 o'clock. But you don't have to go far. It's at SMU.
All right, but you're going to be distracted.
Uh-huh.
Well, we're going to take a break. When we come back, Mr. Handsome himself, Chris Ranji, is going to join us. And then he might get bumped if our other secret special guest comes by.
Or maybe it all happens on the score.
Maybe. Next on the score.
Layla, go ahead. Call me daddy.
Check out Bears legendary center and score football expert Olin Kreutz, talking Bears 2 times a week on the score on Football.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products, like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
From the Chicago Wolves Update Studio, I'm Chris Ranji. In regard to the Bears' offensive line, something has to change, and coordinator Mike Tice knows that, but says that changing personnel really is not an option.
We have other guys on the roster, other guy on the roster. It's not like at this point of the season you could take a James Brown, who I'm very high on. Of course, I'm very high on all the players because they work so hard, and say, okay, you're the guy now.
Broke them.
I did not see that coming at all. That was great.
Roger's drunk.
Speaking of James Brown.
Yeah.
He's been elevated to the 53-man roster.
Who's that?
James Brown.
Dumbass.
Oh, Dwayne Wise coming back for a year. This update brought to you by the
The worst update ever.
If you couldn't find joy in that, you can't find joy in anything.
Doesn't matter how many times I hear that.
It makes me laugh every time.
Because there's layers. Like, for me now, it was the first two laughs after the drop was played. Like, the pause is like, and it's like, nope, you can't hold that in.
Tanny being relentless with it, too. Who was that player that you said? You know, like, just going back to it. That's one of the great things about, like, this place, that every now and again you'll see it happen on TV. Like Bob Lee, like when he went into his laughing jag and couldn't spin out of it on SportsCenter. It's such a great moment, but here we can lean into it and pile on.
That hockey.
Yeah, we're the score. We're doing
Hi,
the show
hockey
here.
friends.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's great.
We're just hanging out with people at Trey's.
Not
before
him
the
though.
game.
Not him. He's from St. Louis.
Yeah.
All right. Well. See, now you got to take your high five back.
Hello,
That's
Bob.
how it goes.
These are nice jerseys you guys. Like the sweaters are solid. These are nice that you guys have on.
Fans just walked in. We do have to pay some attention to the listening audience. They don't know because they can't even see it on Twitch.
Oh yeah, that's true.
But we had a
Camera
couple of
faces
fans
the
that
other
just
way.
recognized that we were on the score and they wanted to say hello. So they gave us high five and they gave Ranji a high five, but he's from St. Louis. So they had to take it back because the Blackhawks are playing the Blues.
Boo to that.
And
Yay
boo to St.
you.
Louis. But yay to Chris Ranji, who is here. It's the Spiegel and Holmes show. Layla's in for Speaks. I'm Lawrence. That's Chris Ranji, who you can often hear. Who you can often hear on the score talking about Chicago sports and whatnot.
Yeah, what's up, guys?
And whatnot.
And whatnot, a lot of whatnot.
Wait, are you going to the game?
No,
What?
I wasn't invited.
Why are you here?
Well, because we did the show down the street at a different bar.
Oh, you guys did your show.
Well, I did it. I
You
decided
did
that,
a show at a bar and you're calling it a show where you're just talking to people?
Yeah, no. My partner was in St. Louis. I came up here. I wanted to be in the thick of it. Wanted to be in the mix.
You
wanted
wanna
to
be
see all the
where the
winter
people
classic.
are?
Where the people are. You know how I feel about people. So, yeah, I came up here. I did the show at a bar down the street, and it was good. A lot of Blues fans came in. A lot of Blackhawks fans. A lot of Alabama fans. There's an Alabama
were you
bar.
at
Roll damn
Greystone?
No. Almost home.
Oh,
which
of course.
is right down
yeah,
the street.
of course.
We're at
Yeah.
Trace, though, by the
We're
way.
at Trace.
3714
This is Trace.
North Clark. You
Yeah.
should come by.
I spent a weekend here one night.
That you did.
I did. Yeah.
It is a fun spot. Like, this is a good atmosphere. I love all the Christmas lights they have up, the holiday lights. It really makes me happy.
Let me tell you something about Chicago bars.
Okay.
Have done such a good job in the last 10 years of decorating for Christmas.
Yeah.
They're so much better than they used to be. Every bar does it. Every bar knows how to do it. It's so great. I love it. I love Christmas lights. I'm a big Christmas guy.
Long
like
time.
Wait, how long did you
time
keep
Christmas
the
guy.
Christmas tree up this year?
Oh, it hasn't come down.
Wait, what?
So I put it up last Christmas. It's still up. And I think I'll keep it up through my birthday in March.
You never took the Christmas tree down?
That's right. That's right. I love Christmas. I love the tree.
Do you have guests? Like, do you explain this to them?
I love lamp.
Yeah, like,
Look,
what
it
happens?
doesn't-
Are you like, hey, happy June 23rd. This is my Christmas tree.
This is my Christmas in June tree. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Anyway, how are you guys doing? I miss you. I love you. You both look great.
Oh, thanks, man. It's good to see you. There were some guys that were behind us, and then I had the Twitch stream up, so they were like looking at themselves on the Twitch stream.
Yeah.
It was a little awkward.
Like when department stores in like the 90s when the video cam display would be there.
I'm sure
And
that-
you'd walk by the video camera and then you'd like wave to yourself on the
You
the
never
TV.
ran into this doing reports? Like people, you had to have
Oh,
done
of
like
course
live
I-
stand-ups where folks were just like, hey,
Do you-
how's it going behind you? Hey, what's going on?
Yes, but you know what I would do is I would drive into the chaos because that's what I do.
You
Or
love the chaos.
I do love chaos. Or
Yep.
I would yell at the kids. So I'd be like, listen here, kids. Like if I was at some sort of high school football game, which is typically when I would go live, I'd be like, we can't be put on the TV unless you guys all do what I say. They will not do it, okay? And I just scare the crap out of them. And then they would do it. It would look awesome. They're like, that was great. I'm like, I know. So yeah, that's how you do it. You just have to work with them, not against them. Like when the people were walking by making faces, I just made faces back.
Oh, all right.
Are we still talking about children? Yelling at children? Is that what
Yeah,
this was
I mean,
about?
we can. Yeah, it's all kind of the same,
Yeah,
really.
okay.
We are in extended adolescence.
Yeah, we are.
You and I. Lawrence is
Yeah.
more of an adult.
I don't know, man. I think Lawrence is kind of with us.
Lawrence owns a house. Like, we don't have that.
Oh, he does have a house.
Yeah.
That's true. Must be nice, huh?
It's not bad. There was a time I had two.
Oh, wow. We had a house. Oh, yeah, two of them right in Arizona.
At least, right? Like, at least for me, like, I've been married, so I've got that kind of, like,
The late aughts
adulthood,
were
like,
great.
Oh, man, the late aughts.
The notch, right?
They're late.
Yeah. I
They're
stayed
so
at your house
late.
once
Ray
in
has a
Arizona.
cat.
Yes.
Ray's responsible.
Do you know that house now is worth $250,000?
Of course it is.
It's ridiculous.
Of course it is.
Every time.
It was a great house.
No, it really wasn't. It was just a nice condo.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
My place in Arizona.
In Arizona, yeah.
Not the old house. I mean,
in Phoenix. Just what was the?
Ranji stayed in my
Peoria?
place. No, it was in Phoenix. It was on the
Phoenix?
northwest
Okay, yeah.
side of the city.
Yep.
It was basically in the equivalent of Albany Park.
I definitely thought you were talking about the actual other place.
No. And Ranji stayed there for spring training.
It was nice. Nice place.
But now it's worth. I sold it for way less than $250,000.
Yeah, price.
And now it's worth that much. We'll see what happens with the bubble.
Yeah, I know.
But then again, I've been waiting a long time. Anyway, so what's going on, Handsome?
Oh, nothing, man. Just came up here. I love coming up to the city. I love being a part of the whole thing. I heard you were here, so I insisted on coming down to see you. So it's nice to be here. I love you both. You know that? Yeah. Are you guys ready for the last game of the year? Let's go.
Very much so.
You got a little surly on the social media watching that game on Thursday.
Let me tell you something about this Bears team. Since I'm not really working right now, can I say whatever I want?
Yeah, say what you want. And
absolutely.
you are wearing a Bears cap. You realize that, right?
I know.
All right, go ahead.
This will be the last
wear
time.
the hat of his people.
Look.
Anything
wear that you say is not going to be any different than any Bears fan is going to say about this team. Is it?
Well, I was going to use bad words. What I'm saying is, can I use bad words since I'm not actually working right now?
No, because then we get suspended.
Oh.
But you know the bad words you can use.
Yeah, it is. Let me tell you something, man. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but that football team sucks. Do you guys have you been watching? Have you been seeing all this?
They
have.
are. That is accurate.
Dude.
Chris, if we're doing post-game, I did post-game Thursday night last week. If we're doing post-game for a 6-3 game on the score,
Oh my God.
what do you think we're talking about? It's
baseball.
not football.
Yeah, baseball. That's a baseball score.
Every single time I was like, welcome into White Sox post-game. Wait.
It was literally a baseball score because the White Sox lost to Seattle twice, 6-3.
Yeah.
Oh, that was one of those was the old Kopech Grand Slam.
Yeah, that was the Kopech. I'm going to throw it as hard as I can.
Hey, Michael, how about you just mix in one other pitch?
Just one slider.
Just one.
You'll be fine.
Or a changeup. Just like something a little different. Boom, Dodgers. Title.
Well, honestly, what is the equivalent of what this Bears season is to something that you can relate to a Chicago sports year? And the only thing I can think of is, you remember the White Sox all-in year?
Oh, yeah.
It's not. This is not the same.
No.
This is totally different because this one was that all-in season was supposed to be a last hurrah. We're bringing everybody back. We go get Adam Dunn. They're going to be great. He can hit 40 home runs. This team's going to rake. This is supposed to be the beginning of something huge and sustainable. I cannot think of a bigger, worse, disappointing Chicago sports season than this one.
It was supposed to, not just that, it was supposed to be a coming out party for Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
And that Bears fans have been told for years that everything was going to be fine if they just dropped the quarterback in.
This was supposed to be 2015 Cubs. That's what this was. A team that's not going to win the World Series, but going to be pretty good probably. And the following year, that's really the year, right?
Yeah.
That's what this should have been.
We were promised jetpacks.
Yeah.
I don't know on the scale how disappointing it is, given that I've only lived here for 9 years. All I know is
you've seen some stuff.
We have we took the tone of what was set before us by the executives who were in charge, which was, it's going to be hard to make the team. This is leveled up. They got all this talent. It's not going to be just your typical rookie quarterback who's the first overall pick situation. Unfortunately, none of that played out.
They were the ones with expectations.
They told us the expectation.
100%. So they can't go back on that now. They can't flip it now and be like, well, it was all noise from the outside. No. The calls were coming from inside the house.
But you know that we're not stupid, and I think we all agreed with it, not because they convinced us, but because it looked pretty good. I think we all had questions about the line. We knew the coaching was an issue before the season started. I hated the fact they brought everybody back. Didn't make any sense. And here's this idea of, and I've heard this a lot. And this is one of the things that sort of infuriated me, and we heard it from some of our colleagues, which is that coaching staff in particular, Eberflus, deserved another opportunity. He deserved it because of the way the season ended. I hate that. What do you mean deserve? Did Rick Renteria deserve to be fired by the Cubs when Joe Madden became available?
No, he did not.
No, because you had a guy who was clearly better, and he was available. So if you can make your team better, sorry, Rick, that sucks for you, but the best in the game is available. We're going to go get him. And they didn't do that. They said this guy deserved. You ever seen the movie Unforgiven?
Yes.
You know at the end where he shoots Gene Hackman in the face? Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Why did you...
He says deserve. Guy's on the ground. He's about to get shot by William Money. Clint Eastwood, wacko Clint Eastwood, and he says, "I don't deserve this," and Clint Eastwood says, "Deserves got nothing to do with it." That's what this should have been. It didn't. It doesn't matter what you deserve. It matters what's available and what's better and what's going to make the organization better and what's going to make your young quarterback better. And they had an opportunity to get a guy. I know you guys have played this out a million times, but I haven't gotten to. So I just can't. I can't believe an organization with the opportunity this one had, with that quarterback, that number one pick, all of these other things going for it. Not a perfect team, not a perfect roster, but a lot of things going for it. And instead of saying let's get the best guy available to foster this, they said, the last guy finished pretty strong. He deserves it. He deserves a chance. What are you talking about? He deserves a chance.
I do think, though, present company excluded from this, because I'm pretty skeptical, and Layla can be ruthlessly skeptical.
I do the same thing to myself, to be fair.
I know you do. I think that there are a lot of players on the Bears that have been given the benefit of the doubt so much that people now think they're good. That there are players that are solid, and the solid player gets elevated to good. There might be a good player, and the good player gets elevated to great.
Yeah.
But to be fair, we also got that cue from the executive in charge of personnel. Like I said, I've been on this now for a few days because I'm obsessed. And here is our other special guest. David Haugh is here. And he brought people. So, surprise, David Haugh is here in the spirit of Circuit, Illinois. Vegas Haugh.
Vegas Haugh is
Vegas
in the
Haugh.
building. Well, he's not in the building because he's just David Haugh right now.
Yeah, David Hawes in the building. Vegas Haugh is not allowed in this time zone.
That's true.
So that was surprise. There it is. It's a holiday surprise for us all. I do want to go back to the fact that I have been on this for a while. You expect your 5th round pick to be your starting left tackle for this team. Then what the heck did you expect out of your 3rd round pick that you just got from Yale?
Yep.
Unfortunately, I think it was somewhat
He's one of the players that I'm talking about.
Yes.
Like Braxton Jones is okay.
Right.
But he's been and people will take his 5th round pickness and go, "Oh, well, that means the fact that he's still in the NFL means that he's really good." No. People keep grading him on a curve.
Yeah, take out the words for a and then talk about it.
Okay.
For a 5th round pick.
And
Take
so,
those words out.
But he's been elevated like he's a good player. And that's part of the problem is that a lot of these guys have been okay or even good.
They've shown flashes, but it's maybe not consistent. But the point is how much are the Bears roster-wise putting their roster together around that concept? And I think, unfortunately, it's a lot. Like, we're going through the 3 years of draft picks with Ann Herron last week, and what do we see?
Punters.
2 punters have been drafted by this team, and not a guy who's playing center unless he's listed as the 3rd string backup, now 2nd string, because another guy's on the IR. That's an issue to me.
Everybody loves a good punt. You can't argue with a good punt.
Yeah. Someone just texted me and said Braxton is Bears good, not actual good.
Well, okay.
I love downfield blocking Braxton Jones. That is my favorite version.
I
of
think
him.
Amagaji is a good run blocker downfield. But there are a lot of tackles in the NFL that can do that.
It's the other issue is it's the players who they got rid of who could have been cornerstones for this team, and you were big on this before anybody else was about the Spider-Man meme when it came to Roquan Smith, and what is happening now?
All I know is that because of some sort of weird personality conflict, you didn't want to pay him. And then,
Or did he come at the king and he had to miss?
Here's the flip side. They also did an effective job, and there were a bunch of people, some on our station, that parroted the idea that Roquan Smith wasn't good. Because then it became, well, who needs an off-the-ball linebacker? You need every all-pro that you can find.
That was one of the most confident sound bites Matt Eberflus had at the podium in his entire time here. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Oh, we wouldn't draft an off-ball linebacker at 9 overall.
Look, you do have to give them credit. They didn't burden themselves with Jalen Carter. Like that could have been really bad for the organization.
Yeah.
That they drafted him.
To have a Pro Bowl defensive tackle at the position of need that they absolutely need.
The game-wrecking 3 technique that needed to make the defense go. I also
didn't fit in their culture, though.
You don't need all that.
Culture guy.
Dude, I love culture so much.
Me too.
I'm so glad the Bears decided to go with culture
instead
of
of
talent.
wins. Yeah.
Oh, wait, they forgot the culture part, too.
They did.
You know what creates a good culture?
Winning.
Mm-hmm. That part.
Fun is winning, and winning is fun.
This isn't very fun.
No.
There's nothing fun about this.
No. Well, the fun part is that you're here, and we're appreciative of that.
Well, I'm glad I saw you.
Your time with us is over.
Yeah, that's perfect.
See? It all works out.
Perfect.
Ranji getting kicked
We're going
out
to make
of
some
a bar.
space, and hopefully David Hall will join us.
I've never been kicked out of a bar.
David
Never?
Haugh.
I behave too
David
well.
Haugh. Look, by the way, did you see the cute canine is here
I
from
did.
the CPD?
I did see that.
Look how cute.
And look at him wagging his tail.
Do not pet the dog.
No,
It's a
you can
little
pet this
golden
one.
retriever.
Oh, you can pet that one?
The officers allow people to pet the dog.
Yay, thank you, officer, for allowing us to pet the dog.
He can be petted?
Oh, okay. Oh, we can pet the
Wife
dog?
and teacher and dog mom.
Are we allowed to pet
And
the dog?
Hawks fan?
I love dogs.
Oh, okay.
See, Trace is fun.
Do I have a what?
No.
No.
Not anymore.
No, not lately.
This is
All
the
right.
criteria.
What's
Awesome.
the dog's name? Hi, Bravo.
Hey, Bravo.
Bravo.
Oh.
Such a
Good
sweet
boy.
puppy. Oh, and you have nice nails.
Oh, thanks, Bravo. It was very nice to meet you.
Bravo, look how clean you are. You're so well groomed.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
That is such a precious
I'm
dog.
going to let you two enjoy the rest of your show. Thanks for letting me hang out. I'm glad I got to see you.
Thanks for the shirt and the pom-pom.
You got it, buddy.
You know, roll tide.
Sorry about your tide today.
We're
nice
not
to
good.
see you, Chris. Happy New Year.
Thanks for having me.
So can I promote that David Hall is going to join us?
Does he want to?
David Hall is going to join us next here on The Score.
Hey Cubs fans, Cubs Convention weekend passes and hotel packages are now on sale. Enjoy the chance to meet and get autographs from your favorite past and present Cubs players. January 17th through the 19th.
Here I am talking about guys that people actually know. And positions? What is left base? That's not even a position.
Pablo Ozuna moves over to left base.
What the hell does that mean? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Was it left field or third base? Which
He
was
was in
correct?
left field. I don't know. Don't know. I think it was left field probably.
Finally, former Steeler defensive coordinator Bud Carson died today at the age of 75. Carson was the architect of the Iron Curtain, the Steel Curtain, rather.
When you did
God, I'm
updates, did you
stupid.
not have a script?
No, I don't know what I did, dude. I don't know what I did.
The Iron Curtain. That's great.
When he says finally he's dead.
Finally, former Steeler defensive coordinator Bud Carson died today.
It's about time.
You've been waiting for it.
Guy's
for a
hanging
while.
on way too long.
Finally.
Damn, I'm stupid. Don't listen, Danny. Don't worry about any of this today because I am way dumber than you are, and I've got years on you too. So I've spent a few more years of my life being stupid. So you've got a long way to go, and I think you can right the ship. It's too late for me. I'm
There is
done.
some good news, though. Leonard Floyd, who went to the hospital with a neck injury yesterday.
I remember that one. I like that Tanny, when I was laughing at the Iron Curtain instead of the Steel Curtain, was mad that I was laughing at the wrong part of the drive. Like, no, it's funnier that he was laughing at finally. Yeah. Oh, God.
So don't feel bad, man.
No, I know that you've probably been on a plane where you don't get peanuts on that particular day. They're not handing them out. That's because somebody on the plane has a severe allergy. It's really horrible.
Are we going to all of them now? It's 2:25. We got a long way to go, fellas.
We're trying to make Danny feel better, okay? So if you really want to make him feel better, just empty in the Ranji vault here.
No, you can keep some in the chamber, man.
Man.
This is good.
It's not like they get less funny every time you play it. Don't worry. We'll just play it throughout the day.
All right, good.
In Odyssey Station.
Let's do that hockey.
It's the Spiegel and Holmes show. Layla is in for Spiegs. We are at Trace, which is great. Circus Sports Illinois has got us here. Thanks to the fine folks over at Circus Sports. They're still hanging out. They're going to leave soon, though, because I told you this is going to be us. Like, this is going to be the four of us here.
I've
once
always
the
wanted
puck
to
drops
run the bar.
across the street, which is great. David Haugh from Mully and Haugh is here.
David Haugh.
I'm off. I'm off this week, but this is an event. This is fun. We are hockey people, so I'm looking forward to what's about to happen.
And you did bring up a good point of discussion. We do know that Ryan Poles' contract is 4 years with one left. And
Well, I was listening on the L, and I took the L here because I parked and I came just because parking around here is crazy.
You
and
did
I
the
heard
right thing.
your opening about the Ryan Poles question, and I could not agree with you more. That's got to continue to be amplified. And as far as the Bears go, it defies logic to reward somebody for doing the job poorly. And there's no real metric that you could point to after 3 seasons on the job as a general manager of a team that has lost double-digit games 3 seasons in a row and say we're going to reward that. If you do that, you are not serious about being in the football business.
Well, what cracks me up is that you fired Eberflus seemingly for his decision-making and his record. Poles' record is worse. It's 4 games worse right now.
Right, mathematically it is. It's in White Sox territory in terms of winning percentage.
Yeah.
So you are historically bad as a general manager. And so out of that, to suggest that a contract extension makes sense makes no sense to me. So that was good. You began the show very strong.
Strangely enough, White Sox with a better winning percentage since September than the Bears.
That's
I think
crazy.
the White
That's
Sox won
disturbing.
40% of their games.
That is
That's
really
crazy.
disturbing. I did want to make the point, though, that when it comes to the publicizing of the length of the contract, and that's what I was going with, is our Bears beat is fabulous. Intrepid reporting on everybody's part. People pick up the baton in the relay. And that's where you get the 4-year information.
Yep.
That's where you get the 5-year information out of Eberflus. But if they announce it, or at least they disclose it, I think there does create a little bit more self-accountability on their part, too.
Yeah, but it's contrary to everything they do and the way they've done business for years.
Amen.
It's systemic, the problems they have, because they're so protective of everything. So the 4-year deal, and Matt Eberflus was on a 5-year deal. They didn't want that to be known because Matt Eberflus actually worked his agent, which was the same one as Ryan Poles, got an extra year out of the Bears because the Jaguars were swirling, believe it or not, offering 5 years, so they used that as leverage to get a 5th year out of the Bears.
That might be what ends up happening with Ben Johnson, too.
It's good
very
business.
possible.
It's
It'd
good
be
With
good
that
to have-
specific team.
Yes, with that specific team. So, yeah, there's a lot of that, and you're right to point it out. You're right to be skeptical. They have earned the cynicism that's inherent about being around the Bears. But it's hockey, baby, and we're going to do some hockey.
David, I'm so look, I don't get to talk to you a lot because we're now in way different shifts.
Yeah.
Occasionally I'll run into you as you're getting ready to go do TV, and I'm coming in to do the radio show.
Right.
I love your approach right now. Like between the radio show and the TV show, it's almost like you're doing the stuff that you were doing when you were writing the In the Wake of the News column. You're getting everywhere. You're at Blackhawks. You're at White Sox. You're going to Cubs games. You're at, it's good to see. It's inspiring, honestly, because more hosts need to get outside the house.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's important to at least try to do as much as you can because, number one, it gives you a little more context when you talk about things as often as we talk about things. And when you have, 4.5 hours in the morning and another 90 minutes in television, you have to have you don't want to run out of things to talk about. But also, you know this, and I think you live this. If you're going to criticize people or even say things that it may be construed as criticism, you want to be there for them to approach you. Even if they say nothing, you're there for them to say something.
Correct.
And you want to be fair and give them that opportunity to kind of come back at you because you've had an open microphone for 90 minutes on television, whatever the case is, and without any response except for the callers who were great. Or Mully, who, it's a good conversation. But the thing is, when you show up, you show up. And there's got to be something said for that.
Agreed. And we appreciate you. I just
Thank
want to
you.
say
Yeah.
that.
Well,
Last day of 2024.
These Winter Classic games, you met my son, Blair. He's here with me.
I'm so happy to meet him, too.
We've done Nationals Park in D.C. We did Notre Dame when it was there. I've been separately to one at Yankee Stadium. And so Soldier Field against the Penguins in 2014. These are fun events. These are great opportunities to go out there and see something that you're not going to see again for a while.
We'll go and enjoy it.
All right.
Thank you,
Have a good
David.
time. Thanks for this, David.
Happy New Year,
You
David.
too. Happy New Year.
That's David Haugh. You can check him out on the Mully and Haugh show every morning on The Score. You can also check him out on CHSN because it is his network. That H does stand for Haugh.
Chicago Haugh Sports Network.
You better believe it. Oh, this is great. I feel like people just kind of stop by here at Trace.
Yeah, we
and
had
it
like
was beautiful.
a sip and see.
Yeah, it was almost like we were having an open house and all of our people just came by and hung out.
Yeah, are you familiar with that phrase? That might not be a phrase that's common up
I've
here.
never heard that.
So when you have a baby, you have
Oh,
a
you have,
sip and see.
Oh.
So people come to sip like tea or a soft drink or something and see the baby. So people stop by, they pop on, they
Want
stop
to
in.
see the baby.
It's like, yeah, you just stop by. So that's kind of what this is. Come and go as you please.
That's
and,
nice.
And we got to meet David's son. Like, that's great.
I've heard all the great stories about Blair. Now we get an opportunity to meet him. So
Blair,
that's very
you're doing
nice.
awesome work. Way to do something rewarding, unlike us knuckleheads.
Yeah. Actually out here
You too,
helping
Phil.
people in these streets.
Have fun, guys. Have fun at the game.
So that's good.
We can't-
Ranji's still here.
Ranji's still here.
He's.
If there's one thing Chris Ranji knows how to do, it's hang out at a bar in Wrigley.
Did Tannehill give us the Mitchie Shuffle?
I think he did. He disappeared.
Wow.
I wanted to talk to Chris. What the heck?
Wow.
Well, at least Ranji proved his worth by telling us Tanny's whereabouts.
Yes,
I feel like we need
you're a
callers for
legend.
White Sox postgame now or something.
No, let's not do that.
Like we've just delved into that mode.
No, we don't need to do that. You want to know why?
Why is that?
Because Jason Leisure is coming on the show. Yes. Him I don't have to worry about.
Let's talk to Jason Leisure about his time, getting into stuff on the afternoon show with people, which I feel like was really good. We got a lot of good audio and info. And then B, what he thinks about this whole extension business discussion.
Yeah, we're going to have a conversation with the Sun-Times Bears beat reporter, friend of the station and friend of this here show. In fact, he was hosting it. Ranji, why are you messing with Layla's nameplate? Just put it back.
Good God, I hate people sometimes.
I know. Jason Leisure joins us next here on The Score.
Remy Martin and 670 The Score want to give you a chance to play hoops on the United Center court.
So now you have a score tale to share with me, right?
So we were trying to come up with, and I don't know all the things that you have covered. One of my favorite things, and this is one that you have not, and it only happened for a short period of time when the Bors and Bernstein show was going on, and it was probably about, like 2004-ish, 2003, so it was a while ago. And everybody knows Score Hello, but it wasn't that. Before that was the Hello game, and every now and then, when they would take a phone call, they'd bring the person up, they'd say, Layla, you're on The Score, and the person would start talking. And then a few seconds in would think that they weren't on the air for some reason. They go, hello? And they have just a bunch of drops. Well, why don't you just listen to how the Hello game used to go down?
Northwest side, here's Gino. He's on The Score.
Yeah, hello, guys.
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, hello?
Yes, hello?
Hello? Hello there. Yeah, this is Gino, Northwest side.
Oh, for the love of God, speak to us.
Hello? 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 Yeah, this is Gino from Northwest side.
Cello, Jumbo.
Hey, guys, I love your show.
Hello.
Yeah, hello, yeah. This is Gino, Northwest side.
Okay, hello, everybody.
Okay, a couple of things, a couple of comments. Coach Trustman, is this guy in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
I said, Coach Trustman, is he in self-denial?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
God. Hello? Hello? Oh, they cut me off. Damn it.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Hello there.
Can you hear me?
Hello there.
How you doing? Yeah, hello, this is Gino from Northwest side.
How we doing there?
Okay, can you hear me?
Hello.
Good to hear from you again.
Hello?
I can't hear a word you're saying.
Oh, forget it.
Victim of his own that hello game. I mean, lost out to himself.
As good as the Hello game gets.
So
God,
many
that's so
references
great.
from the one clip. A lot of things make more sense now.
Oh, dude. Hello game was amazing.
Hello there.
That's it. That's the one.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Oh my
Dude.
gosh.
Oh, and there's Terry trying to give him an out. Just talk. You're on. Talk. We can hear you. And he still didn't get it.
Just hearing Terry makes me smile.
Yeah, he's the best.
Powered by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score! This hour is being brought to you by Rally House, Wrigleyville.
Did we see what was up your sleeve? Did you use it, or I don't know? What's up yours?
Jason Leisure is kicking Matt Eberflus's ass.
I don't know if I really look at it that way, Jay.
Jason
Leisure. You're right about miserable Jason Leisure. He joins us now.
I feel like Stugatz doesn't really like this segment.
I think you're great. I think you're miserable.
It might be the one thing that you and I have in common is that we both don't like this segment.
Right now, Jason Leisure and Dan Wiederer, they're just sharpening knives.
There's reporter for the Chicago Sun-Times.
You want to believe that they're telling you the truth and what they're saying is straightforward, but that, of course, isn't how it works here.
Jason Leisure.
You were reflecting and kind of trying to have some perspective on this run that you've had as interim coach, and fits into your career aspirations and things like that, your frustrations probably, I assume. What were your kind of deeper level thoughts about this opportunity on spot?
Yeah, I'm never frustrated by the future because it hasn't happened yet. And all I know is I just care about where my feet are and being present.
Jason Leisure with Spiegel and Holmes on 670 The Score.
It's always great to get Jason Leisure on the show, and he joins us on the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. We've got our Circa Sports people here in the bit. I'm surprised you guys actually stayed. I figured you guys.
Yes, Circa.
Shout out to Circa. This is why we have a wonderful partnership with Circa.
But just like how they accept bettors of all wagers, and I'm not just saying that, there's a reason. They're authentic.
They're
man.
Authentic.
Like you guys.
And
guys
they're smart because
people.
they're staying in the place that's warm instead of going to the place that's cold.
But you're also where people are at, and I appreciate that.
Yes. So we thank Circa Sports Illinois for bringing us here to Trace.
My friends are there right
3714
now.
North Clark. Absolutely. We thank you. And Jason Leisure is joining us here on the show, and you can check him out on Twitch too if you want. Twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. David Haugh has been on the show. Chris Ranji has been on the show. Chris Tannehill was around the show.
Jay Zawoski.
Jay Zawoski was on the show. So we've had like a nice little family reunion
It's been
going
lovely,
on here.
actually.
And in the middle of it, there's also been anger about talking about the Bears because the Bears are not good. And luckily, there's only one more game to go.
It's the thread, right? It's our common thread.
Yep. Hi, Jason.
What's going on, guys? You guys look good. You guys
Thank
look very
you.
stylish, both of you.
Well, Layla looks stylish.
This is a very old
No, I like
sweater.
your hoodie, too. Well, Layla always looks
Yeah, the
stylish,
hoodie
but-
is dope.
Thank you
Yeah, you
very
look
much.
sharp, man.
Yeah, 6 brand.
Yeah, people wanted to know.
It's got the Chicago flag on here, too.
I like it.
Nice.
Which is great.
So I was writing this down. So you had Haugh, Zawoski, Ranji, and I believe Lance Briggs. Was he on today? Or
He did not make
The
it.
concept,
Okay.
the concept of Lance Briggs was on the show.
That was a mistake on my part.
So out of the 3 so far, anybody happy with how things are going with the? Anyone think everything's fine, or was it over 3?
Oh no. Even Haugh, who is the most like level-headed person that you're going to meet, is like everything's bad and no one deserves an extension.
He was wroth.
Do you think? Could we? I mean, Briggs. Could we put Briggs down for a no as well? Could we just?
Yes, I feel very
Think he's fine
comfortable
with
with him not feeling good about how things are going.
What about Spiegs and Wani? Can we mark them down as not everything's fine? Okay. All right. Okay.
Yes.
This is the least benefit of the doubt giving I have seen Wani about a Bears season. Actually, like Wani will typically have some empathy and like a little, he has an understanding, the perspective. But Wani is he's not pleased.
The disappointment is hard to grasp, I think, if you're not from here. And I had someone who I was talking to someone just in the last few weeks that lives here now but hasn't lived here for very long. And they were just amazed by how deflating of an effect this Bear season has had on everyone they know here, on the city. And you've got to understand that there's basically like 3 kinds of Bears fans. There's one that always thinks next year is the year and is always feeling like this. And there are ones that think the next big year is never. So they're just kind of always down to begin with. And then there's the people that kind of follow the Bears like I do, where you have a lot of, some people will call it pessimism or cynicism. I would call it being very realistic. I am usually not expecting much from them, but I thought that they had it lined up this year. So every one of the three types of Bears fans it's just a gut punch to them. And for many of them, it's a gut punch they've been taking their entire life.
I would agree with that wholeheartedly. It's a major gut punch for people, and partly because of what we were talking about with Ranji a little bit, like the idea of everything was supposed to be fixed. This is one of the casualties of the Justin wars. Mm-hmm. Like, because everyone got so involved in the Caleb versus Justin,
it really was like the Clone Wars.
And they didn't realize that from Star Wars. They didn't realize that there were levels to that conversation. They just saw it as that guy versus that guy. That people then felt like, well, we won the Justin Wars. Caleb's the quarterback. Now everything is fixed. And then it wasn't fixed.
There are no porgs. There are no Ewoks.
Yeah, and
you don't get the other stuff to save you.
Right. And beyond it not being fixed, there are other elements that are worse. There are things that got worse, or things that weren't addressed, or things that were just like, that's going to be fine because Caleb's here. Well, your offensive line still doesn't look really good. That's fine. Caleb gets the ball out quick.
You know how I feel about this. You know how I felt. Is that he's not, one person on a football team is not going to fix all your problems, even when it's QB1. And the Bears have asked that guy to do that. And fans have too. Sorry, Jason, my timing is off.
No, it's
today.
okay. Go ahead.
No, that was it. That was the venting with a pause or two.
One of the concerns I have about their roster and trying to fix this for next year is, man, it's a lot to fix. And I don't know that there's enough resources to fix everything. But I think you guys were hitting on this earlier when I was listening in the car. The obvious problems, let's set those aside. Let's look at the players they think are good. Are those players good enough? Do you have what you need in DeAndre Swift, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore, Montez Sweat, Tremaine Edmonds? Now, some of those things, but offensive line is obvious.
Right, but I'm saying even the ones outside of Darnell Wright, the offensive line.
Yeah, but like kind of okay. Their offensive line is like it's like if your roof has a hole in it, and it's raining through. You know you need to fix that. I'm saying like your microwave doesn't quite work, your dishwasher is leaky. You're trying to figure out what's going on with that floor. Like there's some things that you thought were okay that maybe aren't. And like the big spend on DeAndre Swift, I don't know what you do there because I don't think he's a good fit for them. And he is like 19th on their list of problems probably. But
he was a
I
fit
don't know
for what they wanted to do.
I don't know what you do with him because you have to address all these other needs with your top 3 draft picks in the first 2 rounds and your 82 mil, and some of that's going to go to Kyler Gordon, and I don't know what they're going to do about Jaquan Brisker, but I mean, is DJ Moore what you need? Is Cole Kmet what you need? And we're just not seeing it right now because of the way he's just been totally abandoned this year. Is Sweat does he just only need another like a running mate, or is Sweat not what they thought? I mean, there's a lot of question marks on this team, and it's really hard to find a Roquan Smith level talent at any of their positions right now. Where do you look at any position out of their starting 22 and say, oh, that right there, that is, 5-star blue chip talent right there?
Given that we're already talking about potential contracts for players in the Poles regime, at what point do you start looking back and doing deep dive evaluations on the draft classes?
You're constantly doing it. And in some cases, I think it's a mixed record for him. I'm not going to get too preoccupied with anything after the second round, maybe the third round. Everything after that is kind of a project, and you're trying to turn those guys into maybe second string players, depth pieces. But your first and second round picks, including the ones that you've traded away for someone like Chase Claypool, what were those worth? What did you do with them?
Are you questioning? I can't believe I'm even saying this, but I'm just asking. I'm not saying, I'm asking. Are you even questioning what was given up for Montez Sweat? Are you questioning what was given up for even Keenan Allen, given that none of the receivers have been used to their full potential this season in a way that I think was visualized previously?
Yeah, Sweat. I mean, that's a good one. I don't really care if they gave up a 4th rounder for Keenan Allen. I don't really know, what they would have done with that, what any average team in an average draft would have done with that pick anyway. But to give up a 2nd round pick, I can't remember how high that was, but I want to say it was like maybe around late 30s. Pretty valuable 2nd round pick for Montez Sweat, and then pay him $98 million. And I think he has 5 sacks, 4.5 sacks, something like that right now. One of the things we talked about with Montez coming into this season is that he was going to be double and triple teamed, and that happens. That happens to Myles Garrett and Khalil Mack and TJ Watt, and those guys get it done anyway. That's what makes those guys all pro. It won't matter what you throw at them. They will get their numbers. They will get their sacks. And Montez wanted to prove that he was at that level, and he simply hasn't this year. I think that he is a really, really good player, and I think he will look like an all-pro if they have somebody else out there, either at defensive tackle or defensive end, that helps create space and opportunity for him.
That's one of the things that I hold Ryan Poles mostly accountable for, is that throughout this whole time, whether you're talking about finding Eberflus a 3 technique for a defense that is reliant on a 3 technique to work, or finding a partner for Montez Sweat to play off of on the other side of defensive end, he continues to fail to do that. A warning sign for me for this season was, strangely enough, Layla when we were together at Circa. Mm-hmm. And you're like, wait, they're still trying to sign guys it's Labor Day weekend and you're still trying to sign guys to make moves for guys to be the opposite defensive end because you don't have that person on your roster.
And this isn't the Bears team that we're talking about signing people who are starters, the previous 2 years. This is at a point where you've told us this is a serious time now. We're going to level up here. And that was a good red flag.
And it's crazy. Now you look at it and you go, throughout Poles' tenure, you name the secondary pass rusher that he's had, out there, that whether you're talking about interior linemen or people on the end, he had to go make the trade for Montez Sweat because he wasn't drafting and developing talent that was good enough to start.
Anthony Herron, Jason made a really good point on Sunday and on Monday with us, talking about how the draft picks that you have on your team and you try to develop, where are you at with Zach Pickens? Who finally has a decent game, and then you decide he's a healthy scratch next week. How's that guy supposed to, or not a decent game, but just progress for him? And Ant made the point, how are you supposed to develop that person if you're not giving them shots when they've shown you something? I didn't know if that stuck out to you as well, but I want to hear your thoughts on it.
Well, Dexter and Pickens are high draft picks, and those guys, I think Pickens is a third rounder, but I want to say he was the first pick of the third round or one of the first couple. He was barely a third rounder. So those guys need to be high production acquisitions for you. Other than that, when I'm looking at their draft, when I'm looking at their valuable draft slots that they've had under Poles, and remember, he didn't have what would have been the number 5 pick his first draft, which I think was Kayvon Thibodeau to the Giants. That would help right now. There's really only one that I think you can argue, and it's the one that Lawrence is going to be mad about for the rest of his life, and it's Darnell Wright over Jalen Carter. Other than that, you can't get pass rushers. You can't get game-changing defensive ends outside maybe the top 10 to 15 typically. Sometimes you're fine, guys. I'm not saying it's impossible, but typically it's kind of like drafting quarterbacks. You got to get them really high.
Well,
and if you
had a chance to do that this year too. And what'd you do?
Yeah, you took Caleb and Rome. I don't think I would go back on either of those. I don't think I would go back to 2023, keep the number 1 pick and take Will Anderson as much as I really liked him. I was so hopeful that the Bears, for their benefit, could trade back only a little bit and still be able to get him, because he just seemed like he was going to be a star then, and he has turned out to really be a star. The one that you can argue really debate all day is Darnell Wright and Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter, would be a difference maker on this defensive line.
You know what I thought about? I fell for it too because it made sense to me at the time. If you thought your room wasn't strong enough or your group wasn't established enough, and I hate to say it, but your culture was not what you needed it to be to sustain what Jalen Carter was at the time, it made sense to me at the time. But you know what I didn't think about is that was a red flag. In retrospect, I feel like I should have looked at that differently based on the explanation, even though logically it made a lot of sense to me. And I'm pro offensive line.
I wasn't worried about Jalen Carter, the person, really. I don't need everyone that plays on my roster to come straight from Sunday school. That's okay. But I was really concerned. There was legitimate hesitation from a lot of teams about Jalen Carter not being ready. I mean, he was not able to physically get through his pro day. He wasn't prepared for that at all. That was shocking that somebody as highly touted as him would have a pro day like that, where he just can't get through it. He's too fatigued. Something that he controls and knows when it's going to be and knows exactly what they're going to put him through. I mean, that red flag was warranted to me, that the Bears and other teams had on him. And Philly taking him at 10 with already the most talented roster in the league, because I keep arguing that Philly's had the best roster, the most talent each of the last 3 years, including this year. I think they have the most talent on their roster in the league. They could take Jalen Carter and have it not work out at all and be fine. They would have been fine. It was a perfect pick for Philly.
Yeah, it's worked out for them, and it's just when you keep doing that, when you keep feeling like you can do better than Roquan Smith and you can do better than Jalen Carter, and then the thing that you have to hold up as evidence is, well, we went out and made a significant trade for Chase Claypool. It's hard to take you seriously when you start talking about your evaluation. When you start talking about your culture and you bring in Chase Claypool, when you bring in Nate Davis, guys with bad football character, forget about the guy, but have bad football character, and you brought them into your locker room and didn't hesitate, gave away assets to do it, gave away money in Nate Davis's case, gave away draft pick, a valuable draft pick in Claypool's case. I have a hard time buying into your whole thesis of you're about culture and bringing about culture.
I'm scared by the poor research on Claypool and Davis and Shane Waldron, but I'm really troubled by, we knew about Nate Davis. There was word was out there about Nate Davis in Tennessee, and Lawrence, with Claypool, somebody that would have a very vested interest in having accurate information on this, sent me an NFL person sent me their draft notes on Claypool from his draft year. And it was very, very troubling how much all of the negatives on that draft file checked out with all the problems that he had with the Bears. And you have to be, for an administration that's been very conservative overall, I think, in player acquisition, to then take big, wild swings financially or trade-wise on Davis and Claypool without the right research, or by maybe, I guess, thinking we can fix them, like we've got the answers that Pittsburgh doesn't. That's really, or that Mike Vrabel doesn't. That's really troubling to me. I think. I'm still mad about Roquan Smith. You can still be mad about Jalen Carter if you want. I'm still mad about Roquan Smith, because if there's one thing that really offends me and angers me as someone who covers the team, and kind of offends me on behalf of the public, is you telling us something isn't what we see it as. when it's so obvious. And the Bears' mantra is always to tell you it's not as bad as it looks, even though you're watching it on Sundays. The truth comes out on Sundays or Thursday nights when it's 6-3. It is as bad as it looks. You have to stop telling people for 40 years it's not as bad as it looks. But I did not like them telling us Roquan Smith wasn't special. We saw it. He'd been here for 4 or 5 years. We knew. In fact, when they come in, they walk into a disaster. They walk into a football situation that has been decimated. Number 5 pick in the upcoming draft isn't there. The previous administration drafted a quarterback in the first round that this administration didn't think was good, and a lot of the league told you was a backup, and drafted Tevin Jenkins at the wrong position, way too high, and had overspent and gone. Ryan Pace had gone all in to go 6-11. So they walk into this terrible situation, and you say, "Geez, like what's right here?" Well, there's like 3 things that are right. Maybe you believe in Justin Fields, so there's something. You believe in Darnell Mooney at that point, and you definitely you've got a franchise cornerstone in Roquan Smith, who has proven to be even better than that for the Ravens, and is probably going to win a Super Bowl with them eventually. Isn't it interesting that, like, you think about respected organizations in the league, and like Pittsburgh, Seattle, Baltimore, the Bears didn't want to pay Roquan Smith. The Ravens paid him like the second he got there. You didn't even have to ask. They're like, "Here's your check."
I think there's a couple elements here that are worth discussing more, Jason, not just with you, but with us, with the other hosts on The Score, something that we'll do in the offseason. There are certain standard operating procedures teams have when it comes to availability of talent, how much they are as free agents. You know, how many times do we talk about, oh, well, that person's never going to get to the free agent market. They're going to sign them. You know, and you just have to know that you're going to have to spend significant draft capital on your lines. You are. That's the best way to build your team. That's the best way to keep the talent. Financially, think about how expensive a guy like Nate Davis was, you know? And I understand that the process for trading for Chase Claypool at the time was, oh, well, we don't like the receiver class of the free agent market that is going to come up in the future. But it was antithetical to their whole mission statement of you'd better love football and all of these things. But it goes back to me to you have to draft certain players, and then you have to get certain players through free agency. And there isn't a market knowledge there that I think that is being ignored. But the other piece of this, why these things are so evaluated right now, is because the other part of their whole process was drafting based on concepts like relative athletic score, drafting based on traits and not tape. So your fail-safe was also a gimmick. And I'm not saying that teams can't take that risk. But when none of the things are traditional, when none of the systems are at least, I don't know, you know what I'm trying to say, like conventional, then you're really taking a lot of risks in every aspect, which is making it more unstable as a whole. So you're asking processes that aren't necessarily proven to work, and we don't have that result yet.
And I think you're looking for answers on people that will fit with what you think anyway and what your plan is. And the plan has never been to spend wildly in free agency. But if you thought you were going to contend for the playoffs this year, you couldn't afford to be that conservative as far as bringing in talent through free agency and overvaluing the talent that you had. I know conversations I had with the Bears in the offseason about Braxton Jones, like the idea of him not being good enough for them for this year was a total non-starter conversation-wise. I learned very quickly that is not the way to endear yourself to anyone that works here, was to say, how are you guys thinking about replacing Braxton Jones? I think that I think the one guy they've been right about besides Darnell Wright has been Tevin Jenkins, but he can't stay healthy. And then they're way off on Nate Davis, and everyone else is just, bargain bin. Coleman Shelton, Ryan Bates are guys that other teams are done with. Layla, you're talking about their defensive line. I mean, Darrell Taylor, totally a guy just Seattle was done with. They're like, hey, we don't have a spot for him. Do you want him to be your starter? Okay.
When I think about, I also think that there is the danger, and we talked a little bit about this earlier. Like, I think Darnell Wright's fine. But I think that's about all he is.
I think the offensive line would be in a much worse way without him.
I agree with you, but that's the problem. That right there is the problem, that we continue to kind of look at this and go, well, Darnell Wright's the best offensive lineman on the Bears. That doesn't mean that he's a good offensive lineman. It just means that he's better than these journeymen that Jason is talking about. And I could be wrong. I don't know a ton about offensive line play, but I think he's fine. I think that he's also been elevated because of the circumstance. Because he's fine or even good, it was a no-brainer to take him at number 10. It's a no-brainer to take Darnell Wright.
I did want an offensive lineman.
And that's fine. That is appropriate. But it's just like, for example, the league is getting ready to tell us that Jalen Carter's really good.
Yeah.
Okay?
The playoffs will be a good watch for that discussion.
But he's going to be honored. Like he'll probably end up on the Pro Bowl team this year. But the league hasn't told you that about Darnell Wright. He's fine. But it's this continued over-evaluation of players that are okay, and because you're looking for any positive thing to grab onto, it's like, well, he's clearly a cornerstone of this team. No, he's not. He's a really good player. You'd love to have a few more like him, but you're hoping to get even better than that.
Panay Sewell and Aiden Hutchinson.
Now we're talking.
Are cornerstones.
Now we're talking.
You feel me?
Yeah.
If you're talking,
that's what I'm trying to say is like you look at Darnell Wright and you go, solid player. That's never enough. Like people get offended when you say that. Like you want to talk about great offensive linemen? There's Panay Sewell right there. That's what a guy with incredible athleticism that jumps off the film looks like. Not
Trent
what you did.
Williams.
Not what you did with your athletic test. And, he scored like a wide receiver. We haven't seen that play out the same way that we see it play out when we're talking about incredible offensive lineman athleticism, the way that we see it play out with Panay Sewell. That's all I'm trying to say, is that we keep looking at the Bears roster through the lens of their roster and not through the lens of the rosters of other teams in the NFL.
Mm-hmm. That's it right there. I mean, there's Bears good and then there's good, actual good. And for them, this is a zero-sum game too. I mean, this is what's hard about rebuilding, is rebuilds are competitive. So you have to fix all your own problems. And you could apply this to the NFC North situation right now for them too. You have to fix all your own problems and fix it better than all these other teams that are trying to fix their problems better than you. They're trying to come up with better solutions. And if you look at their offensive line, I mean, if you had 4 Darnell Wrights and then maybe a Matt Pryor, then you'd probably be okay. You look at Philly, for example, on the offensive line, they have, of their starting 5, they have 2 first-round picks of their own, 2 second-round picks of their own, and a left tackle who was a 7th-round pick that developed to the point where they would pay him $23 million a year.
Right.
That's a great offensive line. Bo Nix, do any of us really think Bo Nix is better than Caleb Williams? Bo Nix is playing on a top 5, top 3 offensive line where, again, they've invested a lot in there. They've got 2 first-round picks on that offensive line. They've got the teams, when you look at the best offensive lines, they've got first and second-round picks and major free agency spending to bring talent in. And maybe there's 1 out of the 4 starters are bargain guys. When you look at the Bears, it's 1 first-round pick. And it's a second-round pick in Tevin Jenkins taken by the previous administration to play a different position. And the 1 free agent spend, the 1 big splurge was Nate Davis, which was a disaster. Everyone else is just the cheapest guys you could find. You don't build an offensive line being crafty. And if anyone should know that, it'd be Ryan Poles and Ian Cunningham.
Yeah, but he keeps picking himself and putting himself on the offensive line, and that's a problem because he wasn't an NFL player. Jason, as always, we appreciate you. Thanks so much for joining us. Have a wonderful New Year's Eve and New Year's Day.
Did you guys hear, by the way, I'll let you go. I know you got to get a break. But did you hear Cole Kmet talking about, the things that people yell at him at Lambeau, but then he wouldn't give us the satisfaction of the entertainment of telling us what those things actually are?
What the heck?
Don't the Bears owe us some entertainment in a 4-13,
Cole,
4-12
you're
season.
a podcast host now. You should know better.
Well, he's already
All
said
right.
too many nice things about Minnesota.
All right,
so
that's
maybe
all.
he was
I'll go.
thinking
I'll leave.
That's what it was. Bye, Jason.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Jason.
That's
Happy
Jason
New
Leisure.
Year.
When we come back, this was one of the lead things that we were going to talk about today, and we just haven't because we had a lot of great people stop by and say hello.
It's really been like a score open house.
It has, and that's good. When we come back, let's talk about the choice that was made by the Lions yesterday.
Yeah.
The choice that was made by them as a team and what it maybe says about them as an organization.
On brand, baby.
We'll do that next on The Score.
Your business could win a 30-second commercial to be.
Raymond Kia is under construction and building bigger to serve you better. We need room, which means our entire inventory is at limited time construction pricing with extra Black Friday savings. Hurry in today to shop over 1,000 vehicles with savings up to $13,000 off all new Kia models. Or lease the new 2025 Kia K4 for only $98 a month. Shop the construction sales event only at Raymond Kia in Antioch, serving the community since 1963.
ComEd is preparing the electric grid and providing incentives to make it possible for more households and businesses to make the switch to electric products. Like clothes dryers, induction cooktops, water heaters, heating and cooling systems, and even electric forklifts. Learn more about how we can help create a clean energy future for all.
The Rivers read now says add some personal flair.
Oh, yeah,
and
no.
I almost added flair to it. I was like, oh God, don't read this.
Mully came,
Please make this personal.
running out of the studio yesterday.
That was mine.
You did that one.
Yes.
I did.
Please make this personal. Yeah, an Uber ad.
There it is.
Yeah.
Please play it again, Teddy. That's glorious.
fantastic. Please make this personal. Yes.
That's what it says on
I
the
will.
copy.
Parkins told me to make it personal, and I'm going to. I'm much more likely to use this product or service.
Oh,
I'm going to make it personal when I head on over to Polish Fest. It's going to be a great weekend.
There's a read for the wrestling
Please
thing.
make this personal and talk about what's going on when you're getting in there and you're going out and you're catching
Nice
an
save.
Uber. You're
Nice save.
I
tried. Work through it.
So Albert Pujols last night becomes the fourth man in the history of baseball.
Hey, if you and your partner want to step it up in the bathroom, we were just talking about bathrooms. That's a place that you could use Blue Chew.
You want to step it up in the bathroom?
God knows I do.
It was a Metamucil spot, wasn't it?
If only.
That's my bad. I started talking sports.
No, yeah.
I'm
Get
not sorry.
that out of here.
.com.
That's the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, the
my
exchange is the greatest because
Yes.
if you actually hear Russ say,
He's very kind.
Hey, Dave, I think that might be a period.
All right, I'll just say .com then.
Okay, then it's just dot.
.com. Do I have to say .com ?
They have another dot on there?
I might just say .com, huh? Or is this .com ?
Yeah, no.
I think I should say,
I think they just got a period
Yeah,
on there.
okay,
I think,
okay.
So yeah, just .com is fine.
Coach Wanstead here.
He's so kind.
I know.
Russ.
That's the best. I think they might just kind of just have a period there.
amount of respect for you guys. I know what this was. And there's all these arguments about what did this game really mean because of next week. I respect the out of you guys. I respect the out of how we roll the ball out and you guys just go out and compete. I can't even put it into words, man. I cannot put it into words.
It's the Circa Winter Showdown with Lawrence Holmes and Layla Rahimi, live from Trace in Wrigleyville
on 670 The Score in Odyssey Station.
If he's not your favorite coach, he's probably your second favorite coach. That's Dan Campbell with the decisions that he made yesterday with the Lions team to go out there and play in a game that was kind of meaningless. Now, I was surprised by this, Layla. I was surprised because everything's on the line Sunday night. It's the division. It's the number 1 seed. It's a bye week. And that wouldn't have changed had the Lions lost last night. They were like, screw it. We came here to play, so let's play.
You know, we talked about what to do, especially because they've had so many injuries on that team. And, man, if they don't show you the example of a successful system every single time, and if nothing else, it's consistent, right? Oh, we have nothing to lose at this game? We have injured players? Now let's treat this like a playoff rehearsal because it's the 49ers. Let's go. And that's exactly what they did.
It's impressive. And it's like, there it is. Like, that's an example, and the winning helps. But that's an example of culture.
Bingo.
That's an example of we had a choice. And we could have been conservative. And maybe we should have been conservative considering that we've got 22 people on IR. Maybe that, what if something happens to Jared Goff or Jahmyr Gibbs? I thought for sure Teddy Bridgewater was playing quarterback yesterday.
Right.
I thought for sure that's what was going to be a thing.
Jared Goff was like, nah, dude, let's go.
Let's go play. And there isn't a guy in that locker room that regrets it. And it's funny because the choice to play goes along with how Dan Campbell handles fourth downs, short yardage situations. It matches exactly who he is as a coach, and it's pretty inspiring. Like, it's inspiring to see that. I would have probably taken the conservative route and been like, put your guys in bubble wrap, give them a bye week, so to speak.
I certainly thought that. I was afraid of the circumstances. But you know what I was doing when I had that thought process, Lawrence? I was letting one loss beat me twice, now wasn't I?
Yep.
That's what I was doing.
And here's
I was coaching scared.
And here's Dan Campbell, like, not afraid at all. And I know that the folks in Monday Night Football were ecstatic about it because they got a really competitive game. They even did all the crazy stuff. You have the hook and lateral. Like, it's like their level of courage is admirable. It's what everybody who's in athletics should strive towards, is having that level of courage, of conviction.
You know what I thought about is players were really willing to tell you that they were willing to take less money to go play with Tom Brady and to play in Tampa because they wanted a ring. And you saw that. You saw a willing roster. You saw a lot of very talented people make decisions that affected their money. And I was thinking to myself, if that would ever happen again, the way it did, that loyalty and that desire, ask a player in the NFL right now if he didn't want to play for the Lions. What would I wonder how many of them would say if they want to go there and be a part of what they've got going on.
Yeah. It also makes you wonder if how Ben Johnson is going to feel about whether or not he can recreate that somewhere else. And how do you go about doing it? Like, he's getting a really good lesson from a guy that a lot of us, myself included, were like, man, how is this going to work for Dan Campbell? We saw him as an interim, which if you're thinking, hey, here's some hope for Thomas Brown, we saw Dan Campbell as an interim, and it was kind of embarrassing. And he figured some stuff out, and now he is able to. He's a guy that everyone wants to play for, and it's. I don't know. Like as far as NFL stuff goes, there's a lot of great players that I really enjoy watching play, and it's weird to be like, I love watching someone coach. And the two guys that were on the sidelines last night are two guys that I enjoy watching coach, and for completely different reasons.
Correct.
With Shanahan, it's because of concept and scheme and drawing stuff up and the commitment to the run and using time. Like
the sexy football.
Yeah.
Downfield blockers, how they draw up the screens, how they're drawing up the middle of the field, for example. That wheel route that Deebo Samuel ran that got him 20 yards, that stuff like that, you know, where they just make it look so easy and effortless, like the drawing up of the plays. But Dan Campbell, you're excited because you know there's a very good chance he's going to go for it and take just the biggest risk there is, and you see it on his face.
It's the cult of personality that is Dan Campbell, and seeing it manifest. Like Jared Goff's like this super quiet, reserved guy, and you see what the level of confidence that he has now as the quarterback of the Lions. It's a lot higher than what his confidence was as a guy who took the Rams to a Super Bowl. You see him now. You see him feel like everyone has his back. He reacts that way. And what you've gotten is incredible performances from him over the last few years. And it really is a testament to – and they play – I thought about you last night because they played the Lions owner, and they played a clip of her when they were 1-6, and she was like, "No, this is the guy." Like she said it. She didn't say it through anyone. She said it. She was speaking to reporters, was saying, "No, this is the guy. We believe in everything that he's doing, and we understand this is a bumpy road, but here's why we believe." And didn't need some intermediary. Didn't need someone to didn't shy away from the opportunity to talk about the coach and everything that was going on with their team. The whole thing is just awesome, man.
It is, and I think it's what happens when you have excellent talent. Like you could say, hey, you guys want to do this play that we drew up? Yeah, let's do it. And then everybody just goes out there and they execute every single time. Like that, when you have enough talent to be able to do the things you want to do, or just try them, or know that if you fail, it's okay because you've got something else in the bag. What a wonderful feeling that must be.
Why don't we take this conversation and continue it and talk about what happens next? Because what happens next is epic. The difference between the 1 seed and the 5 seed is going to play out on Sunday night.
The numbers representing this division are staggering when you say them out loud.
Yep. So let's talk about that next here on The Score.
The Score is Chicago sports. Chicago sports is The Score. Thanks for keeping us the #1 and most listened to sports station in Chicago. Listen on your radio, laptop, mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local.
This was a walleye tournament on Lake Erie. And the video came out, because usually it's not quite this dramatic. Usually it's after the fact, or some places will even have an x-ray machine that they'll slide everything through. The Lake Erie Walleye Trail Fishing Tournament, the fishing director thought something was up, and he took out a big old fillet knife and started cutting up the catch.
We got weights and fish! There we go! Out of here! Where's the other one? Everybody listen to me right now. Jake, I want you to leave. I don't want anybody to touch these guys. I want you to leave.
He was pulling out 8-ounce lead weights.
Yeah, I saw like he cut, and then the guy like reached in. There was like 2 weights inside of a fish.
Big egg-shaped hand grenades of lead that he's pulling out of these fish that had been wrapped in walleye fillets.
We got weights and fish!
We got weights and fish! And they apparently had been doing this before. They are under investigation for...
It's felony fraud, right?
It is felony fraud. And they won a tournament recently where they bought a boat worth like $50,000. And this isn't big money, but it's enough that it's felony fraud. You can't do this. And the overdoing of it, if you look at this, I looked at one of these fish and I thought, and I'm a pretty good estimator of weight of a fish.
You've done it.
Most fishermen are. You lift it up, I can get it within a quarter of a pound. And this one that is maybe 4.5 should not be weighing at 7.9.
There's a very profanity-laced moment I kept out of this clip here that we played where somebody says, this guy's been doing this for years.
Yep.
So this guy's been making money for years off of this.
But they got him
caught now.
He got caught right there, and he pulled out the knife, and I didn't know you could bring dead fish to a